cavern like a silkworm cocoon. Ju shouts, "Brother, make it fall." Then the two of them jump down, weapons in hand, and severed the leader's wings, sending it plummeting to the ground. A thick cloud of dust billows up from the impact as Sungwoo appears in its sights, charging forward. "This must be the first time someone's been surprised by me, right?" He swung his scythe and declared, "Today we have conquered the sky." With one strike, the alpha wretch howled in agony, its disgusting maw wide open, then suddenly snapped shut. Shungyu strikes again, slicing at its neck, as he thinks about how strong its resistance is even when restrained. Suddenly Ju approaches with a grim look, forcing Zhengyu to retreat in surprise. "Huh." A strange power emanates from her body, and the Alpha W opens its mouth in agony. Jisu's power manifests on her body as she unleashes sharp sword strikes upon the Alpha Wiv. Its body is covered in bloody cuts, writhing in agony. Jisoo sheathes her sword nonchalantly, declaring that it's over and it can no longer move. Dongyu stood there, stunned, and muttered a thank you before turning to call out to Mink. Minok is saddened, feeling awful about the situation. "It feels like I'm relying on others." Then Mink gets stabbed in the head by the Alpha Weapon. A notification appears. "You've received 4333500 gold from Sunboss W Ven Alpha Male and a special reward for hunting the monster leader. Secret shop voucher, you have received the title Ruler of the Sky. Agility +2. Stamina +2, physical defense, up 10%. Wind resistance up 20%. Time until qualification remains. 2733 days." Minhyuk read, impressed. "That's worth 700 days. If he kills 4 more monsters like that, he'll be qualified." Youngyu thought there's still more rewards to come. "The level B experience card I got from killing the underworld shell has been activated, and the system window says I have enough experience to level up. Do you want to use the shopping card? You have leveled up to LV 21. He reaches out to receive the card. The level up reward is an increase of 3 summon slots. If it weren't for the constant resurrections, that increase would seem small. Jisoo happily announces that the skies are clear, and they've stopped the Wiv. A system notification appears announcing that the World Tree has reached its second growth phase. A certain stat will increase because of your connection to the World Tree. Strength +1. Kyung-shu looks up in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, is it really that much bigger?" Hanho wondered, "Has it reached the clouds yet?" Hanho picks up a leaf, lost in thought. "Am I the only one who thinks the color is a little off?" "The World Tree is apparently influenced by you," Dongwoo thought in astonishment as he stood by its trunk. Tendency. A system window appears, showing that the World Tree has gained a new skill, Divine Shadow. The World Tree has gained a new skill, Soul Holder. The magic of the sacred tree will create a powerful barrier around this area, providing protection and preventing unwanted intruders from entering. When someone blessed by the World Tree takes a life, that soul becomes bound to the tree. Hanho's father is worried. "But doesn't that make it sound more like a soul-devouring tree than a world tree?" Hanho asked, playfully winking. Is Dad worried? He brags about his village protection skills, but now he's been surpassed by the World Tree. He immediately got smacked for that. "Ah, domestic violence hurts. I don't even have any protective skills, and he's calling me a crazy fox. Why is this kid getting more and more talkative?" Du just smiles awkwardly. "The more protection, the better." Shungu smiled, thinking that if that terrorist had suddenly dropped a bomb, the World Tree would have been destroyed. "Now that we've increased our forces, no one can infiltrate us. And wouldn't a soul holder further enhance Anubis's power? If I neutralize Anubis, the souls used for skills will vanish. When facing a strong opponent, it must undergo transformation and gather souls. The World Tree providing me with souls is the best choice." Youngyu spoke up again. Though the World Tree strays further from its original form, it grows stronger, its power enveloping a vast space. System announcement. The Angel faction has increased your bounty to 70 million gold. The Demon faction has increased your bounty to 20 million gold. Your influence grows, and your bounty hunt shifts from a server quest to a world quest. From now on, players across the globe will target you. After hearing the announcement, Han Ho turned pale. "What now? Senior, you're heading out to the open sea. Is the international transfer because the Korean server can't handle it?" Han Ho exclaims that the pirates will go crazy if things continue like this. Jisoo adds that they hate them, so killing them would be even more rewarding, which would make them very happy. Wang Wado says the pirate community is buzzing about you, claiming they'll be the ones to punish the necromancer. They're already preparing to capture you, and there are 3000 players from the Angel faction. They intend to punish the necromancer and seize the Korean peninsula. Han Ho, still looking at his phone, exclaims that it must be a bandwagon effect, but people are calling for his death on the forums. "Senior, you, Psyhead. No matter where you go, you'll run into people like that. We'll have to wait and see how this plays out." Cut to a full moon night as the World Tree's power expands even further. Hanho, unable to decipher something, angrily shouts, "Nonsense. Even if you defeated us, there are still forces left. It says here that the pirates will also hold a parade, and they even want to broadcast it live. Is there nothing else to do?" Jisoo calmly says, "It's not just them. The top-ranked players from other servers are probably interested in the reward money too." Dong Yu, while working, adds that they must also be curious about the one who defeated the superior race. He figured that if they were going this far to target him, they must be planning something big. It was practically an attack on the entire Korean server. If angels and demons were pulling the strings, shouldn't he be compensated? Suddenly, a notification appears, startling everyone. The World Tree is watching you. A quest has been created. A strategic assignment type group mission attack and broadcast. Broadcast footage of you launching a powerful attack on the opposing faction to earn group skills and items. A superior race is worried about the rise of another force. They're using every means to control you, humiliating you in many ways, and challenging you without even forming a team. This will negatively impact your reputation, and the teams, so you must speak up, prove them wrong, broadcast it for many to see. The condition is that you must strike first or face a penalty if footage of your defeat goes viral. Dong Yu was shocked. Broadcast. Does the system want to make the game more exciting? Item information, mythic grade consumable item, Angel's Wing. Effect allows the user to approach an angel statue a certain distance once. This item is useless to the demons, but you can use it as a last resort if the orb is destroyed. He looked down at the glowing object in his hand and sighed. Looks like I have to deal with those pirates. A notification appeared. Sacred Tree Shade Shield 150-0 over 150-000 allowed entry 226. Looking at the list, it's currently blocking outsiders from entering. Sung Yu asked as he approached. You're saying the shield's range is about 2 kilometers. Kyung-shu turned back and replied, that's right, players who are allowed can come and go freely. He then looked at Father Hanho. You're using the funds to support the village, right? He confirmed and happily reported back. Currently the village holds about 10% of everyone's gold. With enough batteries and water purifiers, I'm looking forward to drones appearing in the store. Sergeant Kim added that spare parts could be used to select attack weapons or item blueprints, and Yang-woo agreed, saying it would be great if they could create something like Thor's hammer. Feel free to spend money on materials. Hanho called unexpectedly. Senior I received a message from Wang Wano. The pirates will begin their parade from the memorial at 3:00 p.m. And the outcast or despised beastmen also joined in to boost morale. Ju is ready. So they plan to use the beastmen I despise to defeat me. How disappointing. In the sky, the bone wyverns cry out. It seems I must participate discreetly and make it all the more spectacular. Then the scene shifts to the Alliance's towering building where someone taps their fingers on a table showing unease. A system notification appears announcing a group mission to eliminate the demon faction in the urban area. The mission: destroy the demon statue in the northern Undistrict. Rewards include team skills and items, as the demons must be eliminated for the sake of safety and growth. The angel faction will receive a blessing at the start of the battle, increasing defense by 20%. A similar mission will be assigned to the enemy, and failure means their statue will be destroyed. Shung Min-hung sighed helplessly. This four-winged angel statue is forcing me to fight. Gyani Manhwa added, Commander, even if the rewards aren't great, we can't avoid this fight. Choi Dong-hoon asked, who's guarding the northern statue? She replied, it's probably the Reconstruction Alliance. Choi Dong-hoon frowned in thought. After failing to attack Sunggu, they're holding me responsible, and if it's the demon faction, it's hard to avoid fighting. Suddenly a subordinate burst in panicked, Commander. The guard post in Dasan district has been attacked. Nearby surveillance witnessed it firsthand. It was a player, not a monster. Choi Dong-hoon was stunned. After all, who doesn't love a good war story? And right now, I'm the hottest topic in the Korean server. Player versus the Urban Warfare Quest. A key member of the Angel faction, Mr. Dump of Soon City versus the Devil faction of Ujanggu District, Ujanggu City. The reward attack and defense increased by 30% for 7 days. Conditions occupy the following areas: 1 Buhansan, 2 Wangun University, 3 Jungni Station. Aside from the key members, players from other factions can participate anonymously. The war begins, a chessboard is set, and though no one desires war, everyone is interested in it. In who's fighting, why, how it happened, who wins, who loses, how fierce it is, and what kind of heroes will emerge. Everyone's fascinated by such things. And right now, I'm the center of attention in the Korean server. Lee Kang-hyun excitedly passes by the camera wondering if it's ready. Make sure you get my face, this photo will be legendary. He's brimming with confidence, thinking he's a natural-born influencer. I used to be famous among the Korean online community as Kanggun. Even in this world, anything related to human society will become popular once the survival proposal is passed. Lee Kang-hyun wonders, how many views will I get today? Around 5,000 people, someone announced. 1 minute until we're live. Okay everyone, take your positions. In wartime, live streaming is incredibly dangerous, potentially revealing allied positions, military strength, and strategies to the public. But I never imagined Dong-hoon would propose it. Volunteers from other regions are ready to live stream for entertainment on the official Party Branch channel. I believe this broadcast method will attract people to join the fight. This is the perfect place for me. With that thought, Lee Kang-hyun began to put on an exaggerated display, believing he was now more important than even a necromancer. So everyone needs to focus on my face. Everyone felt awkward about that. All right. Okay. Geul, standing next to him, turned pale. I miss the battlefield. Kang-hyun continued to ponder. Even if the soulless could transform nothing compared to the war between two superior races. He bit his nails jealously, remembering how Jiang Jumeng had admired Yongwu. What the hell? A necromancer who can shapeshift. I'm on a whole other level now. The countdown echoes 5 seconds before airtime. 4, 3. He wonders if the battle between angels and demons continues, no one will care about the old summoner anymore. A third faction, damn it. Let's see how far they get, he thought, anxiously biting his nails as the countdown began again. Li Kang-hoon quickly gets into character, all smiles and friendliness. Hello, this is War God Kang. Did you see me ignite hellfire for my dark followers? What's Grang doing here now? Suddenly, the director hesitantly approached him with a phone. Team leader Lee Kang-hyun is confused. Is something wrong? The director awkwardly held out his phone. You only have 12 viewers on your channel. The screen shows Lee Kang-hyun's dumbfounded expression. Huh. No way. This is Ganggun's channel. Guan-jok exclaimed, startling him. The necromancer hijacked his channel. I think all the viewers went over there. Lee Kang-hoon roared, his expression twisted and terrifying. Another summoner. Is there anything more important than a live stream in the middle of a battle? The director says the summoner has moved, and Lee Kang-hoon grabs the director by the neck, questioning him frantically. Where did he go? To the ocean. But I don't think he's in Gangwa. I think he's gone out to sea. Don't tell me that Shung Yu and his comrades are riding a wyvern across the sky. He looks so confident. After seeing this, Lee Chang-hoon's face turned pale as he shouted, a pirate! Is he planning to attack the main force? Out at sea, a fleet of ships gathers. On the nearby mainland, before a headless Buddha statue, stood none other than Tron Gong. An underling approached, reporting that the time had come, to which he replied, let's go. Then Cha Gong turned and stepped outside, overlooking the bustling crowd below from the city walls. A streamer began to speak into his mic. The Heavenly General and his men are here. We'll meet the Red Revolution Army now. We'll combine our strength to face the disaster. As the streamer blathered on, Cha Gong secretly plotted. Having come this far, he could chase them to the coast after losing in China server 2. But thanks to that, I now control the entire island. Several factions from other servers are sending envoys to broadcast live, and spies too. Meaning everyone on the mainland is watching us, and they will witness how I mercilessly crush other players with my power and compassion. With that thought, he grinned hideously, and the live streamer gestured towards him, saying, General Chan Gong has a message for us. He respectfully offered the microphone to Chan Gong with both hands, who took it, and began to speak with a solemn expression. I awoke in a sea of blood as doomsday began, and today more and more forces are retreating from the mainland. I'm sure the other factions are wary of me, but rest assured I have no intention of returning anytime soon. I will cross the sea to Korea tomorrow, and after conquering it, I will confidently declare that the true master of this continent is. But before he could finish, a spatial tremor bore down. They all start to panic. What is this Dongzhen thing? Could the explosion be the cause? Suddenly a force slams down on top of the Tron Gong, who looks up to see a werewolf-like Deng Yu riding a giant bone wyvern. The pirates point and shout, there, it's the Wens. Deng Yu points his scythe forward, and massive spectral figures appear in the sky. What is going on? Is he a necromancer? He's the necromancer from the Korean server. Tron Gong frowned, wondering, why is he here? Deng Yu held up a stone head for him to see. Isn't that the head of the angel statue? Damn it, explosions erupt, engulfing the area in flames as a system window appears, offering 3 options to destroy the superior race's statue. Chan Gong suddenly breaks into a maniacal grin. You showed up on enemy lines just to destroy the angel statue. You've got more nerve than I thought. A terrified scream echoes. They're summoned beasts. They look nothing like what they said. They said they were just walking skeletons. One of them calmly shouted an order. Mages and ranged fighters attack now. We must protect General Chonggong. Jisoo then called out to Song Yu, reporting snipers on the walls and outer buildings, and that the surrounding troops were beginning to mobilize. He responds they must have prepared for an external attack, and he's not the only one with a fragment of the angel's wing. He thought to himself that the longer this drags on, the harder it will be. Not everyone at the parade is an enemy, but we're surrounded. Deng Yu declared, I want you to continue the next part of Ta's plan, Ju. She quickly turned to carry it out. Okay, he calculates compromise with the snipers first, eliminate them. Immediately his army plunges towards the snipers. They screamed in agony as they were attacked. They're coming, damn it, retreat. Tron Gong looked up at the charging troops and exclaimed, a necromancer, how interesting. He stood amidst his army, eyes gleaming with a terrifying intensity as the flying spirits descended like arrows. Simultaneously, system notifications appeared. You have earned 8,000 gold for killing a player. You have earned 11,000 gold for killing a player. You have received 12,000 gold for killing a player. Hanho, while live streaming, excitedly shouts, super strong is the best, that's my senior. But General Changong hasn't moved an inch. Could he be frozen in shock at the overwhelming power of our senior? Shung Yu declares, our air force has taken care of most of the archers and mages. Now it's time to face the pirate leader. Meanwhile, Chan Gong calmly remarks that the scene in the sky is an eyesore. He then ordered them to be shot down, and immediately the mages reached out and unleashed a surge of power, instantly crushing Yang Yu. Ugh, is this gravity magic? How can a regular player wield such powerful magic? Below, the mages strained with all their might, their faces contorted. Ugh. One of them, bleeding from every orifice, still managed to choke out, "Long live General Qian." Warning, a violent madness is spreading throughout the area, and the stunned crowd cries out as a sonic wave emanates. He is forced to the ground and the screaming resumes. One by one, the possessed fall, willing to sacrifice themselves for their general. He wonders if it's some kind of mind control. They're no different from those damn dragon-blooded bastards. Then he summons his pets to charge forward. Your undead have been upgraded with the souls you've absorbed. 12 increase attack rate by 30% plus 3. 2 increase defense rate by 30% plus 3. 3 increase magic resistance by 30% plus 3. 4 increase movement speed by 30% plus 3. The two sides clash, slaughtering each other as he ponders. Though the gravity attack was unexpected, the assault on the pirate camp is still going smoothly. Strange. He looked up at Changong standing on the wall, wondering why he hadn't moved yet. Was he that confident in his strategy? While the Eastern Army is indeed a considerable asset, surely he knows that I also possess an army of undead summoned without limit and capable of tireless combat. I don't know what he's planning, but let's end this in one fell swoop. A system window appears. Your weapon is fully loaded with magical bombs. Vanish, he shouts, unleashing a surge of immense power. The shockwave rippled through the city, as Ju approached with her sword, recalling Sung Yu's plan. The prisoners taken by the pirates during the island's invasion must be held somewhere nearby. I'll hold them off. Your mission is to rescue them. She closed her eyes, sensing. Was it there? She could feel the presence of so many people. Ju now stands before a dilapidated place. This must be it. Suddenly a voice echoes out. Who are you? She doesn't look like a pirate. Jisoo is confused. Where are the guards? Suddenly a giant monster appears behind Ju. She quickly jumps back to avoid it as the monster with root-like legs lunges forward. A giant centipede, she thought, frowning. If I remember correctly, Zhong Yu once said that the pirates manipulated their subordinates by using centipede poison. Don't tell me those disgusting people are using prisoners as bait to raise these things. Ju leaps into action, sword flashing, screaming, "Today your reign ends." Then with a single strike she cuts through the bars, imprisoning the others. The prisoners rushed out, one man panicking. "We have to get out of here. The monsters." Diu calmly replies, "If you're talking about the giant poison killers, I've already taken care of them. This only makes the others panic more." No, those weren't the real giant poison killers. Outside, Changong looked up with a smile as Deng Yu stared in confusion. "If you were a bit stronger, you might have left a scar on me. What a pity." He stood amidst the rubble, and Deng Yu was shocked, wondering if the magic bomb hadn't worked. A wall of flesh. Surely no human body could withstand such an attack, yet he used his subordinates as shields. Then Deng Yu speaks. "You've lost all your men, but you don't seem to care at all. Or is he just pretending?" Changong asks, surprised. "Subordinates. Ah, you mean that pile of meat strewn across the ground. Subordinates is a bit much. They're just pawns." Yang Yu was speechless, knowing they were brainwashed, but to be brainwashed by someone like him was just sad. A notification appears. Your weapon is fully loaded with magic bombs. Magic bombs. So let's see how you face this attack now that you've lost all your defensive pawns. The attack spread to the Trongong's feet and he retreated, dodging as he spoke. "Ha ha ha, if you want to be called my subordinate, you have to be at least this big." With that, he counterattacks, summoning giant centipedes. "My first profession is cult leader, the other is tamer of evil beasts. All the monsters in this world are my subordinates." "Yang Yu," exclaimed Giant Poison Killer. "If he commands monsters, why didn't he unleash them from the start instead of building a force?" Changong calmly replies that while monsters excel at destruction, they lack order, and his forces would tear each other apart if Xie Luo wasn't watching. Besides, isn't having your own power a good way to survive in such an uncertain world? Plus, thanks to those people, I've created a wonderful item. Just then, his subordinates found him shouting that General Cheongong was in danger. Deng Yu anxiously looks around. The pirates have already invaded from the outside. "Stop him, don't let him get near the general." Then Changong jumps onto the giant centipede and exclaims, "What commendable shouts." Deng Yu watched him. He's running. Why wouldn't he fight with such terrifying power? Something's not right. I have to stop him. The pirates cried out. "Stop that necromancer. You want to fight. You'll have to go through us first. Deng Yu, summon your puppets." Corpse explosion. Everything around him is immediately blown to smithereens. But he could no longer see the necromancer. Where was he? Where did he go? At that moment he was standing behind the smoke, flanked by 2 giant centipedes. He said grimly, "Necromancer, thank you for allowing my pieces to realize their full potential." With a sinister expression, he unveils a scroll filled with magical symbols, revealing its item information: True Gate to Hell, rank Legendary type, Magic Scroll effect. Opens the gate to Hell for 24 hours, creating a path to the Demon's Lair, potentially yielding rare items along the way. But we shouldn't rush in and make a scene. Don't forget, what goes in must come out. This item can be upgraded by sacrificing the blood and bodies of teammates, And if the gate's rank is legendary, you can enter every nook and cranny of the demon's lair. The goblin gritted his teeth. I keep hesitating. That's nothing like me. Even though I call them pawns, I still don't like killing them myself. Hearing that Yonggu couldn't believe it, that bastard sacrificed his own teammates. A red alert appears warning that the gate to the underworld is about to open in this area. This area will be sealed off and a terrifying fiery gate appears. Han Ho, still live streaming, panics and cries out, What's going on? The entire island is shielded and the atmosphere has become strange. But it's too late to escape. Yongyu thinks to himself, a seal, don't tell me even my world tree return skill has been blocked. Changong transforms into a massive muscular crimson beast and snarls. The necromancer. Or perhaps we should call him the demigod Anubis now. His skill information appears beastlank, first awakening active type, no consumption. It can transform the user into a battle beast for 1 hour each day. The beast's minions will never feel fear when their master the beast is present, killing more and more living creatures. The stats of the war beast minions increase, but when the warhound's weakness is exposed, the minions may attack you or flee the battlefield. He bared his teeth, declaring that both before and after the apocalypse only the strong survive. The system blared red alerts a weak soul, warning a call of death, warning both activated across the entire area. The entire area is engulfed by the 5-star battle beast's deadly poison cloud, surrounded by the underworld demigod. Let's see who will rule this ruined world. The two sides clash intensely, a stark contrast to a year before the collapse when the skies were still blue. Changong stared at the pastry in his hand as a dog gazed up at him with longing eyes and drool dripping down its face, before he kicked it away. Get lost, you dumb dog, this is my food. He thought bitterly. That jerk of a director orders me around all day and then feeds me like this without a raise. The dog growled and Changong snapped. Are you growling at me while I'm eating? But before him now were even more ferocious dogs. He exclaimed in shock, you brought friends. Changong then dumped out his meager food and said helplessly, fine, I give up. Well, this is just food I stole from that director anyway. At this time, Jong-gun was still just an ordinary person living a hard life, a truly bleak existence. I was born into poverty and lived a fatherless, motherless life. But if things continue like this, I'll just meet more bastards and become a bully myself. Not wanting that life, he began working to live like a normal person. But Changong turned back to look at the Buddha statue behind him, picking up a cake. They say good deeds are rewarded, right? This is better than being used and having my food stolen. I'm being kind to you all. He thought to himself he wanted to live like a human. Even though they were animals, he hoped to be rewarded for the good he had done. But while working, Changong was constantly harassed by his superiors, and he returned to his hideout dejected. Changong grits his teeth in anger, thinking his good deeds are for naught, and he's about to die from exhaustion. Is living a normal life really this difficult? Working is hard, the pay is low, and people don't care about each other. No, they're just waiting for you to slip up so they can tear you down. Don't ordinary people help each other in times of trouble? Why is no one offering a hand? Is this the life I've always wanted? Tron feels the injustice of it all. Annoyed, a man nearby calls out, hey, why aren't you working? Don't you want to get paid today? Just then a system window appears before Changong's eyes. What's the best job to survive in a ruined world? Make your choice. He looked up, startled. What's going on? The others are confused as Changong gasps. A solar eclipse no. The light everywhere suddenly vanished. What is this? Cards A job. What does it want me to do? The system says there are only 10 seconds left. He's startled. There's no time left. He chose the card with the most stars first, and then everything returned to normal. Morning already. What was that all about last night? A card and a job. Suddenly a worker is attacked, and blood splatters everywhere. The man cried out, help monsters, and then a horde of monsters appeared from nowhere, sending everyone scrambling in terror. Get out of the way. Just as Chong was about to flee, he turned back to see a worker desperately begging for help. Help my legs. I have no strength left. He kindly reached out his hand, but the man grabbed it, yanking him back as he fled. He smugly says, you fool, become bait and buy me some time. Changong feels helpless. Is this the price of kindness? He knelt on the ground as the monster lunged, but just then another colleague turned back and sliced the monster in two with a single blow, then loudly reassured everyone. Everyone, calm down. I got a warrior card. Don't be afraid. Gather in front of me. Then he turned to Changong. You too, don't hesitate. Get up. Changong, now consumed by darkness, and trusting no one, plunges his sword into the good man's neck. Were you planning to use me as a shield? This sword is good. Now I understand there's no such thing as a human life here. The weak die, and the strong profit. No matter the side, this world is a battlefield where humans slaughter each other. So I must do what has been decided, devour the weak and survive by growing stronger. You caught them. Good. Dogs tearing at monsters. What was I expecting? Even though I've fed you for a year, beasts will always be beasts. Then he erupts with power skill information appears. Mad beginning of zealotry grade, basic status activated mana consumption. 5th, suppress the enemy's spirit with bloodlust. If successful, the enemy's flesh and mental fortitude will be damaged. When attacked by this skill, enemies will be unable to maintain their sanity, and mind control skills, like brainwashing and illusions, will be overwritten. The dogs began to cower, and the eyes of the main gong went blank. That's right, now you know who's on top, don't you? The world is a battlefield, where only the victors survive. Let's see how long I can last on this battlefield, and turn the world upside down. Back in the present, Sung-yu faces him as the giant Chonggong speaks. Necromancer, you're quite skilled. I didn't expect you to be holding back evil in this way. Suddenly, a grotesque monster head covered in tentacles appears, the souls of Chung-woo clinging to it. Thinking strategically, Dong-yu has sealed the Skotan ice gate like a cork in a bottle. He's reinforced it with souls and infinite regeneration, so it won't be easy to break. But this time luck isn't on his side. His first awakening will take longer, and it will manifest as the creation of an army. In short, our methods of conquest are the same. I'll strike him down before time runs out. With my first awakening and the demigod's stats increasing, I should have the advantage in physical strength. With his calculations complete, he lunged forward with an attack, but the round gong dodged it. Shung-yu relentlessly attacked, only to be blown back, coughing up blood as he muttered, I thought you might win in a one-on-one fight. You think I invested all that gold and those items from the continent and islands into sacrifices? Do you know how much effort I put into creating this body? Sung-yu thought to himself as he struggled to stand. Does that mean Han's stats are higher than mine too? Chonggong wondered, confused. How strange. I clearly heard his ribs shatter, so how is he still moving? Dong-yu touches the stone on his chest, thinking about the Chaos Crystal. Without its boost to his physique and mana, he'd be done for. Chonggong asks, healing yourself, are you an item or the power of a demigod? No matter what it is. He then unleashed his power, activating the Hand of War, as Yu stood there, taking the blows, constantly coughing up blood. Chonggong, delivering the attack, said, I just need to beat you until you die. Dong-yu struggles to endure him. He's too strong. He had a plan, but his power is beyond calculation, and he can't escape because the area is sealed. This is it. He's never been this worried. If he doesn't find a way out, he'll die. A way to escape this danger and turn the tables. Chonggong became even more ferocious, his face contorted in a snarl. Die. Just then, An appears and thrusts her sword forward. Dong-yu recalls the game's beginning, and despite choosing a 5-star necromancer class, he still faced countless dangers. Unlike other classes, he had to fight monsters without weapons, facing creatures far stronger than humans and surviving. The first reason I survived against overwhelming odds was my skills. At that moment, system windows popped up one after another. Deflect, deflect, deflect. Yongyu continued to ponder. Oran also played a vital role. His redirection skill could divert most enemy attacks. Unless it's an extremely powerful opponent or a large-scale attack, it can deflect anything. How pathetic. Necromancer, you intend to survive by using these skotans. Yongwu rises confidently, replying, what did you say? He's the best I've got, always exceeding my expectations. A notification appears, and the misdirection fails. He roars, then I'll take it down first. I'm tired of your tricks. This ends now. The necromancer, Shung-yu, continues to analyze his second reason for survival: teamwork. Chonggong grinned, asking what now? He still believed that if Oran and he attacked together, Minok would take the brunt of the damage. If they divided the work and focused solely on their own tasks, even a formidable opponent could be defeated. After taking a beating from Chung, he kneels on the ground wondering, it's not just those two. You mean summoning is the summoner's true power? Do you think you can stop demons by just summoning them one by one? Jung calmly replied. They've been empowered by the strength of souls, so it's fine if we just keep going like this. A horde of grotesque monsters appears. It broke through, Chonggong says smugly. The more living things I kill, the stronger my demons become. Even if they're on the same side, the big ones can't do anything because they're held back by your summoning. But the smaller ones still have time to devour each other and grow. Because you're alone, you lack the numbers. A soul vessel, Shung-yu replied. The third reason I've survived until now is tactics. Chonggong, his face twisted in rage, roared as a mob, armed with weapons, charged forward, yelling, eliminate those monsters. We have to stop that gate before the heavenly sect. He glanced back at the Dong-yu slaves, thinking that while the plan was to deal with the bandits first, this wasn't bad either. A hidden quest appears, before the path of demons survival. Objective: survive for 24 hours. Reward: a D-rank experience card and bonus reward. A curse you cannot overcome has befallen this land. The path of the demon will soon open. Creatures from another dimension will spill out and trample everything in this land. There's not much you can do. Survive no matter what. The mana beasts can detect living creatures from a certain distance. If you can hunt the demon hand, you'll receive an additional reward and the quest will end. The stunned crowd exclaimed. Huh, a quest already? At the very least, we have to stop it. A hidden quest has been issued now that the demon path has opened. Yongyu spoke again, realizing that their enthusiasm would benefit him, granting him his own quest. A unique quest called Guardian's Duty Subquest: eliminate the target. Eliminate the boss, the guardian of the demon road, and choose a reward divinity or a job change. The invasion from another dimension has begun, and you, as a guardian, are tasked with protecting this land. the one who slays the monsters of another dimension. If you eliminate the core of the invading army's boss, a terrifying warning message will be sent to the invaders. The guardian boss of the Demon Road will appear after the second wave ends. Fail to eliminate it within 2 hours and the guardian title will be revoked. Chang'u thinks this is his chance to obtain absolute divinity like Han Gang's Sok, not just temporary divinity like he has now. Ju calls out to Chang'u asking to join him. Chang'u says, I see, so this is all because of your power. I wouldn't say martial arts is the only strength, but I didn't expect this. He asks if he's afraid, but does he deny it? Even so, nothing will change. He clenches his fist, then throws it forward with a roar. Is this power, wisdom, authority, martial arts, or something else? Only the strong survive, whether it's me or you. Then that powerful attack hurtled towards Chung, followed by a barrage of kicks. Not enough. Chung Yu pushes himself, the battle rebalanced, but time is not on his side. He missed his chance. That skill could have broken this stalemate. Trongong is still raving mad, and as I thought, I have to kill you first. At that moment, Wu Kim unleashes a surge of power, blasting away the nearby creatures. Deng Yu couldn't avoid the impact, spitting out blood once more. That bastard, he's been holding on to that move until now. Trongong showed off his muscles. Powerful skills consume a lot of mana, and even I wouldn't risk using them recklessly. But dealing with you and your endlessly regenerating creatures leaves me no choice. With that, he unleashed a palm strike, sending Chung Wu flying. He's enormous, dwarfing all the warriors around him. They attack together, but he easily brushes them aside. I'm being pushed back. I can't hold on any longer. My body is being torn apart by these attacks. Is this where it ends, even after trying so hard? At that moment, Hanho hurled himself down, shouting as he launched throwing stars. I am the Red Comet of Sual, that damn elder. I told him I didn't want to fly, but he made me do it anyway. Hanho dives down, creating a massive explosion, engulfing everything in thick smoke. Hanho, still conscious, gives a cool thumbs up, thinking, I almost died back there, didn't I, elder? Meanwhile, the robbers dealt with the dagger monsters falling from the sky, one reminding the others not to get distracted and to block them. Hanho, still riding high, awaits recognition. How was that, senior? If I'm only used for filming, wouldn't that be a waste? Deng Yu struggles to stand. I completely forgot about him. Then they agreed and chimed in, yes, yes. Han smugly boasts, landing a heavy blow from above. I could be the Pirate King's grandpa, let alone the Pirate King himself. As the black bellflower rose, he panicked and hid behind his senior, urging him to deliver the final blow. Hurry, brother. Yongwu calms down, assuring him that victory is theirs. Unless he has healing skills or potions, he can't fight anymore. Yet he bleeds and laughs maniacally. Hey, my body is battered. Since I can't heal, I guess I'm cornered, aren't I? But you're a necromancer. Have you recovered yet? Damn it, is that the power of that divinity? Yongwu asks again. Why do you ask? It's an item effect, but my class has a special quest. The enraged troll gong roars, and I think I'll get to experience it too. The unique quest, the advent of the god of war. Sub-objective achieved. Kill 1,000,000 people through warfare. Reward divine Asura. You believe the world is a battlefield, and survival is a fight. So the only true god in this world is the god of war. Kill and kill mercilessly, to prove you are the victor and the ultimate survivor. If you fail within 1 year, you'll be temporarily stripped of the war god's power. 999, 998, over 1,000,000. The monsters are multiplying and the pirates cry out in terror as they fight. Ah, help me, you've completed the quest. Quest complete. Heh, talk about perfect timing. The Tron Gong grew 2 more arms and hissed. The battle is far from over. Deng Yu thinks, damn it, divine power. So he's on a mission too. Then he loudly reminds everyone, put all your strength into this. Suddenly, a powerful force descends upon the Tron Gong, bathing his body in lightning. After it passed, he was left charred and confused. What was that? Deng Yu was stunned, a chill running through him. Meanwhile, Han Kangzok stood on a cliff overlooking the deep sea. Looking into the distance, he muttered, too far, perhaps it's the platform, but the power seems weaker than I thought. Butterfly points up and asks XC, don't you think using that item like that is a waste? Item info, name Eyes of Horus, rank legendary, category consumable, effect C from a great distance. Does the distance depend on the amount of mana used? If you use it to aim, it will hit the target. Once its uses are up, the item will disappear by half, she says with her hands on her hips. He's a player who obtained a rare divine item. You could consider him a companion. Han Kang-shuk waves his hand. He's calculating but also sentimental, so I can use his power in many ways, like begging, compromising, or threatening. But will beasts listen? With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a massive lightning strike. That lightning was incredibly powerful, which is why I was able to destroy him. That power pierced through space to Sungwoo's battle, descending upon the necromancer like it would burn his very soul. Back with Han Kang-zok, the sky remained a clear, fiery blue. He stared at his blackened hand, lost in thought as Butterfly anxiously asked Gangsok, how did it go? Did I get him? Han Kang-x clenched his fist and replied, I attacked him mid-air and used almost all of my mana, but it seems I only helped the necromancer. On the battlefield, things were coming to a standstill as the charred golem exhaled a plume of smoke. Ju was stunned he survived the hit. Han replied that it seemed he still had one trick up his sleeve. His limbs destroyed, he grits his teeth in defeat. I lost. As Yongwu approaches, he asks, "What's wrong? You unhappy with the result?" "I only lost because of outside interference." Then he grinned eerily. "No, I'm not worried, it's just that I wasn't strong enough. From the start of this game I've never shown mercy to humans, so I don't need to be shown any. Kill me. Necromancer, you've won." Deng Yu didn't say much more decisively, bringing his blade down, and the system immediately issued a notification. "You have received 340000 gold for punishing an official player of the Angel faction. The Angel faction has increased the bounty on you. The Angel faction's bounty is 75 million. Sung Yu is stunned. Is he a member of the Angel faction? You call yourselves the superior race, but all you do after I kill your people is raise the bounty. Han Ho then pulled out a beautiful key. Senior, here's an item. Item information. Item information. Key name Demon Cave Key, grade unclassified necklace effect plus 10 mana increase. Description. When worn, monsters will not attack you. However, this effect is only available when you regularly sacrifice human lives to the Demon Cave. The effect lasts for 23 days. Each renewal grants a demonic item. Sung Wu muses, finding the item useless except for the mana boost. Was he carrying it just for the scroll? Once the mission is done, I should cancel it. Elsewhere, a surge of power pierces the sky. Across the buildings, figures moved, gathering on a rooftop as their leader spoke. "We're approaching the Suo subtower. 10-minute break before we move on." One of them took off his hat and asked, "Captain, is it true that the reward for this mercenary mission is 3 billion gold?" The captain turned back and replied, "I don't know the exact price, but it'll be a good payout since our target is in the Soul Summoner's main base." The hooded figure looked at his weary comrades, knowing this mission involving a summoner meant limited manpower even from Squad 1, but the captain dismissed the need for them. "We just need to destroy a small town before the Soul Summoner returns. No one will suspect us." He smirked, producing an item from his hand. "The Evolution Society really does equip us well." Item information. Item information. The item is a player-crafted consumable mana reflux device. It can nullify spells by refluxing mana. Place it near a barrier and use mana. The item will create a hole in the barrier in 10 minutes. Good luck, Artificer. Then he tells them to move out, because if his base this town is destroyed, even necromancers will have a hard time moving freely. Meanwhile, the skeleton soldiers, bandaged and battered, continue to fight the monsters as Shung Yu and Ju stand side by side and Han Ho films the scene. "Looking good, Senior, looking good. You and Ju should pose together." Then his expression turned hilariously serious. The video cuts off as the Senior is injured by the Heavenly General. "I am Suan's Gob. We can edit and post the photos to promote this as a one-sided victory and sway public opinion." Chung-e is mortified by his teammate but helplessly agrees. Jisu's face is a mask of dark lines. Han Ho, sensing their expressions, shouts out in frustration. It's all because of their mission. And now a faction quest appears. Counterattack campaign classified as guerrilla warfare and propaganda, with the goal of broadcasting scenes of great damage. For other factions, the rewards are skills and items. The superior tribes are wary of new forces, mocking and using every means possible against you. For example, they might declare war before your faction is even established, damaging your reputation. Prove them wrong and make your broadcast reach as many people as possible. Condition: you must strike first before another faction attacks. There will be penalties if your failure is exposed outside the gate. The monster attack has completed level 1 with a total of 3 levels. The next attack begins in 20 seconds. Looking down, Ju exclaimed that the Sky Assault Chimera was a level 1 monster. So what will appear in the next wave? Whatever it is, I'm prepared and I'll stop it all. 2 Phalanx Shields, level 2 weapon synergy, equipping 60 shields, grants a 10% shield defense boost, 10% magic resistance, and a 30% damage bonus when attacking with the shield. Counterattack ability: when using a shield, increases by 15% resistance, to disadvantage increases by 20%. Giants level 5, classified as a composite strength attribute, requires 50 or more giant attributes. Damage received from small and medium-sized enemies is reduced by 40%. 4 Ironclad Knights level 7 armor synergy. Condition: 70 or more pieces of armor equipped. Armor's defense power increases by 45%, creating a shield with 45% of total defense power. The Undead are strengthened by collected souls. Level 1 grants plus 50% attack power, plus 5 level 2 grants plus 50% defense power, plus 5 level 3 grants plus 40% magic resistance, plus 4 level 4 grants plus 40% movement speed plus 4, and level 5 grants plus 20% resistance to debuffs plus 2. Sharp Eyes: there's not much time left, come out here. Time remaining in death state 14 minutes 300 seconds. Time remaining in werewolf state 15 minutes 1 second. The second wave of the monster gate attack begins as the ground suddenly turns into pools of blood, from which terrifying black hands emerge. Black hands. Something's rising up. A horde of dark creatures is emerging. You have been suppressed by the alien creature's intimidation. The pirates are overwhelmed by its power. Huh, what's going on? A notification appears, all stats decreased by 20%. Deng Yu put on the key necklace, wondering if these creatures were from another dimension, and if General Qianggong kept this item because of them. The alien creatures writhed, trying to pounce, but Chungwu's face turned terrifying, and they all cried out as a status window appeared. Your divine power reduces the stats of low-level monsters by 30%. Chungwu was astonished. This demigod attribute seems pretty effective. My skeleton soldiers attack those alien creatures. Chungyu, wielding his scythe, charged forward with a shout. Wiping them all out will be no problem. You have acquired 500 gold for hunting an alien creature, leaving the pirates in shock. He killed the monster in one hit, Sungwu exclaimed happily. He's gained a new bone soldier. He was shocked to receive the notification. You can't nurture an alien creature, he wondered, staring at the ominous gate. But what dimension lies beyond that door I can't say for sure, but I'll be fine. So let's end this here. Very quickly the space above the sea began to turn blue and fresh again. The citizens watching on the screen were overjoyed. Goa was indeed a necromancer, an invincible one. Heian proudly steps forward asking who summoned the necromancer. The crowd cheers. It's our village chief Liha. Lai Heian was ecstatic, thinking the summoner was worth every penny. Others were skeptical, but I had to remain steadfast in my belief that the third faction would survive. Meanwhile, back at the Alliance, Choi Dong-hun and everyone else silently watched the broadcast unfold. Gyani Manhwa speaks up saying they watched this to gauge his combat abilities, should he turn against them. But he defeated the monsters too easily, adding that Cuu has become much stronger in a short time. Shung Minhum excitedly suggests, Commander, I think we should negotiate a resolution with Cuu. Peace, friendship, harmony. Shouldn't we strive to be better? Zhongin asks blankly. You do know we're still at war, right? The smile froze on his face, as explosions continued to erupt on the other side of the building. On the beach, the alien creatures could only gape and wail. Then the giant body thrashed back and forth and a question echoed. How will the necromancer defeat these monsters? Jisoo slashes and shouts reminders. Everyone fall back. She unleashes a flurry of sharp strikes, taking them down. Just then, her system announced that she had leveled up to 17, while Han-Ho continued his aerial livestream. The monster gate has completed its level raid, and the next 2 raids will begin in 20 seconds. Everyone's still trying to deal with the concentrated monsters. Bring the healing potions quickly. Time is running out, so don't get careless. Ju turned to X and asked Yu how much time he had left. A status window appeared showing 8 minutes and 23 seconds remaining in his death state. The remaining time in werewolf form is 8 minutes and 51 seconds. Shungyu replies that they must finish within 8 minutes. He realized the gatekeeper boss was about to appear, and they needed to tighten their encirclement and attack with everything they had. A notification appears. The final wave of the monster gate attack has begun. Ju shouts, Gongwu, I have a bad feeling. They're gathering. Shungyu also sensed the approaching danger, unleashing a powerful force and shouting a warning. Get out of the way. While Dongyu calculates summons are shielded with layers of buffs, the gatekeeper boss of the demon world has appeared, a gigantic black clawed foot stepping out, revealing a bizarre monster. The monster appears to be split in two, and the system warns of an encroaching extra-dimensional entity, reducing all stats by 50%. The average person clutches their throat, gasping for air. How can they fight like this? Dongyu worried, thinking this was too dangerous. No matter how strong the enemy, continuous attacks would expose an opening. That's how he'd beaten tough bosses before. This thing is no exception, but I really don't have time for that right now. Min jumps up and throws a punch. The punch shatters everything before him, but the gatekeeper of the demon world has already raised a shield. Dongyu is stunned. A shield, everything's in chaos. Skeletal soldiers swarmed the monster, trying to restrain it, but it unleashed its power. Everyone is in a panic. What in the world was that attack? No way. Han, pale with shock, could only stammer. Not only can he use a god-tier shield, but he can attack like that too. To those of you watching, we're screwed. The live chat is exploding with comments. What was that? Fourfold Hanzaran just now. Kim Jackdaw's necromantic army is wiped out in an instant. Inon Mangle, don't tell me the necromancer is going to die here. Yasu Kekeke. He's finally getting his just desserts. Gang Mayon Brown Bear. How does he plan to defeat that thing? This is hopeless. Run Worris. I don't want to see the necromancer die. If he does, I think this game is over. The gatekeeper demon has a vertical mouth and 2 beady eyes, and it begins to emerge. Dongyu shouts a warning. Run, get out of here. Then he moved towards it, prompting Diu to call out in alarm. Mr. Xiangyu. Someone nearby is confused. Why is he going towards that thing? Get out of the way, senior. But at this point, Zio Engu was already standing beneath that enormous foot. The monster tries to stomp him, but its foot lands beside him as if passing right through. Everyone is bewildered. What? Why did it just walk past him? The key on Sungwoo's chest glows. Item information: key of the demonic realm, rank unknown, type necklace, effect mana increased by 100. The necklace description states that opponents will ignore you, but it's only effective against monster attacks. However, this effect is only achieved if you offer human sacrifices to the demon realm, according to the ley lines. The term is valid for 23 days, and each refresh grants you a demonic item. He thought to himself, the power of the system. Even that overwhelming entity can't escape it. But even if I have the item, it'll notice the moment I attack. Even so, that single moment is more than enough for me. He thought, and then began to act. The monster's eyes widened as it quickly turned around. I'll finish it with a single blow. Dongwu thought to himself as he struck the monster, leaving gaping holes in its massive body. It roared in agony, and Dongwu leaped in again. Still alive. The system activates, initiating the Twilight Breach, and instantly valiant bone soldiers emerge. Chongyu shouts, attacking with all his might, while the others spin around, severing the tentacles. The others clung to the monster's legs as Yongyu leaped, rushing forward to strike with his sword. The blow lands directly in its mouth. A system notification appears. You have received 7.8 million Nigi gold for hunting the gatekeeper boss of the demon world. You've leveled up to 22. Your qualification proof has 1,932 days remaining. You've acquired the title Demon Realm Hunter, increasing physical strength, +3 agility, +3, and curse immunity, +3. Dongyu breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over and he leveled up. The Summon Spectre skill has been verified, leaving Yongyu in awe. The new skill, Spectre Summon, is a basic active skill that costs 70 mana to summon 2 invisible spectre ghosts. Spectres possess the following traits. First, they are immune to physical damage. 2, they can pass through objects and make them transparent. 3, they inflict a fear curse and reduce the movement speed of lower-level opponents. He exclaims, with delight, his total combat power has increased. All that's left is for him to head into that terrifying gate. But doing that now would be reckless. Soon he'll reach the Anubis stage. The system suggests saving the dungeon raid level to the demonic realm scroll he possesses. Warning, storing it will increase the dungeon's difficulty when using the netherworld item you possess. He exclaims in surprise, store it, that's perfect for me. Increased difficulty just means the rewards will be greater. The demon realm item information has been updated. Item information, 2nd level of the demon world rank, special type scroll magic effect, opens a gate to a demon cave for 36 hours. The description says, it creates a path to a demon's lair, where you can obtain many rare items but warns against reckless attempts, reminding you that whatever goes in can also come out. Suggested level 43. Everyone is excited, cheering that they've won, hailing the Revenant as the powerful force leaves him, and all stats decrease for 24 hours except for +10. Dongwu begins to revert to his normal form, losing power, but this will be the last time. A notification appears. He has successfully completed the unique quest Guardian's Duty and can choose a reward, Common Divinity. 2. A job change ticket. Dongyu wonders why he would need that. Hanho is the one who needs it. Then he quickly remembers something and breaks out in a cold sweat. Hanho probably doesn't need it anymore. It's unbelievable he grew so much with that kind of class. In truth, his potential power is the greatest of us all. The system reappears, stating that he can choose a common divinity. 1. Anubis, hidden condition met. 2. Thanatos, hidden condition met. 3. Zamara meets the hidden condition. As Shungyu read the notification, he thought there are several gods related to death, but I can only choose these 3. I'm curious about the other gods' abilities, but I guess I can't. I've obtained the divine power of Anubis, the god of death. Skill information, Anubis's power level 1 demigod, passive and active consumption. No, gain maximum divinity for 1 hour each day and acquire Anubis's power. All stats are increased by 10, and you can use unique skills. You can also transform into your ultimate form for 1 hour each day. Sungyu analyzes the situation, glad he doesn't need to use the essence potion again, but the transformation only lasts for an hour. Being level 1 means it can be upgraded in the future. At that moment, the leader of the strange group clasped his hands together. You are our savior, and if you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to call on us. I see. And I heard they're preparing to create a third faction. Could we join and offer our support? Dongwu raised a hand in refusal. I'm sorry, but the faction's foundation is not yet complete. Instead, I have a question. Why do you want to join the third faction? The man looked back at his group, then anxiously replied, of course, it's for our safety. Nothing is more important than our own safety, because we were once attacked by robbers. Dongyu turned away and simply replied, if you want to rely on others to survive, then follow the superior race instead of the third faction, because I won't be able to help you with that. The man was bewildered by this. What? Then what's the point of forming a third faction? What else is there to seek besides safety in a world like this? Dongyu gazes into the distance, thinking, I only joined this faction by chance, but I broke the Stone Angel statue because I was sure that escaping the superior race would lead to something. Then he suddenly blurts out a solution. I will find a way to solve this bizarre phenomenon. I won't be recruiting people into the faction. I'll only gather those who share my purpose and want to see the end of this game. They watched him in stunned silence, their hands clenching, so they still weren't good enough. At that moment, a system notification appeared. You have successfully completed the faction mission and faction skill rewards, and items have been distributed. Dongyu asks if the livestream is over, but Hanho interrupts with urgent news: their town is under attack. Deng Yu urgently calls out, "We have to get back to town now." Han Ho, still staring at his phone, blurts out that they've apparently caught the enemy without any losses. Chung Yu's face stiffened, his mouth as if locked shut. Humph. Giant ellipses flashed by and the world became a game. Was this the game of God and demons, a conspiracy of a higher power, or just a dream? No one cares anymore. It doesn't matter who gave the quest. Because all they care about is completing the task and surviving. For the risk of death is right before their eyes, and they have no time for doubt. Hiding behind the crumbling wall, Guan checks his phone and wonders if he's trying to solve this phenomenon. Here, a madman and a revolutionary have emerged. Explosions erupt behind him, while the screen displays the #1 trending topic. I support the Soul Summoner. Gangbu Writer 1,994 views, 11443. While watching the pirate subjugation play out, I realized something. I used to wonder why the world had become this way, and my resentment grew. Why did things have to be like this? What are the angels and demons plotting? I need to think this through. It's not that I'm joining a third party because I'm incompetent, but I support necromancers and I'll do my best to help. Guak smiles grimly. He's exaggerating. Good reaction. Is this some kind of patriotic propaganda video? Comment by 14 Sion. I'm rooting for him too. K222. Me too. Sergeant Park is the real deal. I'm fed up with this. I'll follow him. Instead of struggling to survive like an animal for the past 5 years, I'll live like a human from now on. Gop, I want to join the third faction too. Guonk glances at the intense situation on his side, while we see the online chat continue on our screens, living until the very last minute. The Crusader team is great, but they're kind of boring to watch. Should I switch? It's like going from a masterpiece to something ordinary. I live in Incheon, don't make me live through a war. Even with the world in this state. Then he sits up and rubs his head. I'm not sure this is the way I trust the swordsman, but I can't trust those angel and demon bastards. The others are trying to build a wall after the fight cut to the port. A large crowd gathers and Heian declares, from now on we'll be hunting too. Father, you heard what the Spirit Master said. We'll lose our lives if we go like this. Lyman hurriedly tried to calm his daughter. Heian, we can do this. Calm down, don't rush. Careful, take it slow. This is to protect ourselves so no one has to be sacrificed or hurt. But Hound's new Godong Island force confidently speaks for her. Haha, our HE isn't as reckless as you think. The plan is already set, Heian urged. Let's go, father. We need to dedicate all our manpower to restoring and maintaining the infrastructure for development. The people began to make their decisions as well, realizing they always depended on her during times of crisis. I've received help twice now. It's time we help the necromancer. Hound's eyes lit up as he said, Father, you can pass the title to me now. Her name is chanted in the air, Liha Lihan. She thought to herself that one day she would be a pillar of the third faction. Meanwhile, Han Ho excitedly held up some throwing knives, yelling that he finally got them. Item information, Devil Legion Dagger Hero, rank throwing dagger type. Effect, when thrown it releases a demonic sword, forged in the image of a regular sword. With a 10-second cooldown he cheers. How long have I waited for this unique weapon? Deng Yu sweats nervously, thinking his punch is stronger anyway. Then Han Ho's face quickly contorted. Ha ha ha. How can mere mortals fight against weapons, but if you say so, then so be it. Deng Yu looks up in awe, marveling at how much they've looted. I want to wipe it all out, but I should probably leave some resources for the people to rebuild. But I can't leave this behind. He happily pulls out the wallet, revealing the item information. Silver Knot, a unique grade financial item with special effects. A portion of the gold earned by contractees will automatically be deposited. Description. Placing his hand on the silver knot, he registered the contract. The knot's owner decides the collection rate, and the contractor's gold is automatically transferred. Collection rate, 50%. Registered contractors, 119. Current gold held 678588248. Jisoo was also happy to receive what she deserved, ranking 5th, thanks to this quest, and the experience tickets. Core Surfer Rankings Trang Rank 2, Hanggang Rank 197 level 22, Tiga, 200 level 20, 4, Iondium World Osman level 19, Lima, K330 level 24. Hanho, thrilled by the rankings, exclaims that 2nd and 5th place both belong to their faction. This will definitely have a big impact on the promotion. The three of them stood in front of a spatial gate and said, let's head back to town. This is the return gate of the world tree that has opened. Back in the village, strange weapons are being gathered and taken away. It was Kyung Shu's group of 3, along with Sergeant Kim and Cha Hanho, aided by some skeleton soldiers. Sergeant Kim exclaimed, what is this? Kyung Shu replied, the pirates must have stolen them. The others came out to observe. How did they get this? The shield's level is even higher than the one we're using. The tank line needs to be stronger. This is perfect. Sergeant Kim happily retorted that with this rate of growth, they might even surpass the Crusaders. Deng Yu now back asked, so you said there was an intruder, how did you catch them if you didn't even hit them? Kyung Shu, looking awkward, recalled, there was a group patrolling around the village at the time. A helmeted figure asks, with the World Tree's shield, why even bother with patrols? The bespectacled man warned, don't rely on the shield. In games and novels, abilities or items that can pierce this kind of shield always appear, see? And just like that, they all panicked when they saw the shield being affected. The leader is horrified. Run. Run away. The guy with glasses is sweating bullets. What are you doing? They're through the shield, and they're much stronger than us. The chubby bespectacled man quickly pulls out his phone, reporting his best if he can't handle it himself. Meanwhile, the mercenaries were probing the protective shield, and the captain asked how much longer it would take. One of them working the controls replies that it's almost done when suddenly a shockwave rips a hole in the shield, and the mercenaries enter. Alright, I've made a hole in the shield, move in. As requested, we'll eliminate the people of this town. Confident, they entered the village, only to find another layer of defense, blocking their path, an electric fence. The defense team inside, having received the report from Fatty, took their positions to fire. The captain quickly jumped up, shouting, "It's a trap. Use the buildings to jump over the fence. Watch out for the sniper." Just then, an attack hurtled toward him. He dodges, and the attack slams into one of his men, erupting in an explosion and a blood-curdling scream. "You can't treat me like this." Back in the present, Kung Shu sighed, saying half the enemy forces were wiped out in an instant. Besides, they were surrounded, so they had no choice but to surrender. Deng Yu was speechless with admiration. "You've prepared thoroughly." Kyung Shu is pleased. After all, soldiers must protect the people. Sergeant Kim finally speaks up. "The hostages have been split between 2 warehouses inside the exhibition hall," Kyung Shu added. "They're all being treated so you can visit them later." Deng Yu happily tapped on the system screen. "Then let me see what my exclusive quest reward is." Skill information, 3rd faction, Silver Bond temporary, grade basic, type active, cost, a certain amount of gold. Effect opens a storage sharing items within a subspace. If allowed, you can use it anytime, anywhere. Each stowing costs 1000000 gold, limited to 10 items, and restricted to registered users. Then an image appears of her holding a flag with the number 3 standing on the tallest building. Item information, temporary 3rd faction flag special grade, faction item. Effect. When the flag is lowered, all 3rd faction players within a kilometer radius receive a buff all stats, +1, with the buff being strengthened or weakened, depending on the faction's power. Looking up, Sung Yu pondered the function. The area-wide buff was unlike any normal skill, but it was only temporary. The 3rd faction was unstable, and compared to the superior races, they were insignificant. They must have something like a dragon-type enhancement that strengthens all stats during an attack. His face was etched with worry and contemplation. As a notification appeared, the world tree's growth to level 2 was at 15%. Sung Yu is still pondering fighting those guys won't be easy. I need to build a stronger organization, one that's powerful enough to stand above the rest. Night falls, and the moon hangs high, as Sung Yu and his companions confront the intruders, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he demands answers. The Hunter Association. The captain, his head wrapped in bandages, trembled as he replied. "Have you ever heard of them?" "A famous guild lends its power in the current world situation," Sung Yu replied grimly. "I understand. Then perhaps this is your last day." The man shouted, explaining, "That guild attacked this place. We have no animosity towards you, and it's true we made a grave mistake. They're terrified right now." Yu steps forward. Her eyes bloodshot, she gripped her sword, ready to strike at any moment. Young Yu spoke. "You want us to forgive you. But right now I'm full of hatred for you, so what am I supposed to do?" the captain hurriedly shouted. "As the area commander, I don't know much. If they find out we've failed and get angry, someone will come to negotiate." His face darkened at that. A negotiator. Did they really think they could negotiate after all this? Hanho spoke up, his voice serious. "How amusing. They really think this is a business negotiation." "Wrong," Yu then said. "Let's just wait and see if a negotiator arrives." Outside, a sly-looking man appeared at the gate, introducing himself as a negotiator from the Hunters Guild, asking to be taken to see Ju Hyun-se, and he was escorted inside. As he entered, he frowned, thinking, "I thought robbing the groom's house would be easy. How could they have failed? What's really going on? Was the information wrong? This is the greatest threat we've faced since the guild's founding. Let's focus on negotiations for now." Arriving, he heard come in. He entered to see Sung Yu at the head of the table, flanked by a grim-faced Hanho and Ju. Chungwoo spoke up. "You're the negotiator." The man broke out in a cold sweat, thinking fearfully, This is the necromancer." Then a wave of pressure forces him to his knees, as the necromancer's eyes glow, ordering him to speak. He then tried to regain his composure and said, "Pleased to meet you, necromancer. I'm Ki, the leader of the Hunter Association's negotiation team too. It seems we've disturbed you. On behalf of the Hunter Association, I apologize." He knelt wondering, what is this overwhelming bloodlust? With a grim look, and eyes still radiating murderous intent, Ro-ung suddenly asks the Evolution Society. The man forces a smile and denies it. What are you talking about? We're a hunter guild." But he coldly replied, "I don't have time to deal with you. While you're stalling here, the guild's quest recipient might have already escaped." He was sweating bullets that couldn't be happening. He thought to himself, aren't necromancers supposed to be heroes in the Korean server? He thought he could just whine a bit and promise a reward, and the necromancer would let it go. Shung Yu rises, knowing they'd be fools not to run, for they wouldn't know how to fight him. I said when that Kim terrorist invaded this place that I would kill them all. Sweat dripped onto the floor as Ki grimaced. This was not part of his plan. Dung Yu retorts, I can extract memories from your corpse. I'll kill you, find your hideout, and hunt down everyone there. I was going to start in 10 minutes, so try to change my mind. Black Ki quickly presents a suitcase full of gold and jewels. So what do you want, gold or artifacts? I'm here to negotiate with you, Soul Master. I'm willing to pay for our mistake. Instantly, a blade pressed against his neck. Killing you all and sifting through your memories is too much trouble, so tell me, where is the Evolution Society's base? He was now absolutely certain of his deduction. A moment later, the car sped away from the village. Han Ho asked, bewildered, is this going to be okay? What if he turns on us and joins forces with the Evolution Society? Dung Yu confidently replied, a guild will always side with whoever benefits them most. There's risk, of course, but there will definitely be a reaction. Then he secretly resolved to solve all the problems in Korea whenever he had the chance. Suddenly, Sergeant Kim appeared with his teammates carrying bags of grass, and he exclaimed with joy, Sungwoo, we dug up some glowing herbs in the Pandan Mountains. It looks like they're items. Item information, rare class healing herb. Effect accelerates wound recovery. When processed, the herb becomes more effective, and stamina can be enhanced with regular use. Item information, hell root, a rare herb. Be warned, this herb has adverse effects. Vitality will decline when absorbing the hell root, but when prepared, the herb becomes more effective. After reviewing the information, he cautioned everyone, and they began to move with greater care. Perhaps it's the world tree's influence. Is it that unstable? Sergeant Kim continued his report. We plan to build a potion brewing room. Someone has already volunteered to be the alchemist. And even without a foundation, we can experiment and gradually learn how to make elixirs. Dung Yu picked up a blade of grass, and happily replied, elixirs are crucial before and after battles, as he calculated in his mind. If I use this, well, I can get super grain. Han Ho then shouted, Senior, my father has leveled up. He snapped at his son, what do you mean, leveled up? Am I just an object to you? Han Ho glanced at his father with a sly look. Looks like he doesn't need mana or gold to expand the safe zone anymore. His father pondered this as well. Was it after the tree grew, I suddenly received news about the integration. I acquired a skill called non-person, allowing me to see when near the shield with my eyes closed. Han clapped and cheered. As expected of the divine thief shield. Amazing. His father proudly continued. My son, that's not all when you're near me if you close your eyes. We three can link our skills and observe things together. He suddenly laughed triumphantly. Haha, one day my shield will reach far beyond this town, becoming famous throughout the world. Taking the opportunity, Han Ho reaches out. Then you don't need the silver anymore, Dad. Just give me the bag. How could he resist, quickly dodging away? The one holding the bag has the power. Should I really do this? He frowned. Hurry, and take it away. Think about how many hands we've already lost. What followed was a brazen display of theft from the father and son, Han Ho and Ju, who could only watch. He thought to himself that the world tree was a risky target, but it certainly had influence. A status window appears, announcing the blessing of the world tree upon the area, granting a 50% increase to item crafting success rates. When crafting, there's a 10% chance to gain an additional option, and item crafting costs are reduced by 10%. Dongwoo was stunned by the power permeating the area. Even at level 2, the growth is incredible. I can widen the gap between us and the other clans. Just then, Taechung's group appeared on their bikes, shouting before they even stopped. Boss, we found a new shop, but something's a little strange. I tried to check its rank, but it says it's restricted. Dumbfounded Yongyu exclaimed, restricted. He then excitedly grabbed him by the collar, urgently asking, where is it? He quickly realized it was the secret shop. The secret shop coupon I got from defeating the leader. I didn't expect to use it so soon. Sungwoo looked visibly excited, and soon after the scene shifts as Taeseung leads Sungwoo to the secret shop. The system asks if he wants to use the secret shop coupon, yes or no. Sungyu turned back to them and said, wait here. Taeyong punches the barrier in admiration. We're stuck, but he just walks right in. As expected of the top rank, Sungyu thought as he entered. The secret shop. Last time, instead of choosing at random, I picked a few high-level items to buy within 10 seconds. With over 148 million gold, I won't have to discard items like last time due to lack of funds. And that item too. If I'm lucky, I might just get it this time. The notification window appears, inviting him to take a seat. A total of 5 items will be displayed in sequence. Say buy if you wish to purchase. The decision time is 10 seconds. Once an item is passed, you can't buy it. The first item is revealed. Glass vials filled with colorful liquids appear. Item info, special grade panacea. Set a consumable that cures all status ailments, costs 3 million gold, and there are 8 seconds left. Dongwoo quickly acts, recalling that he missed it last time. Revealing the second item, Mythic Grade Asura's Cloak grants +2 agility +3. Stamina activates 4 integrated weapons for 10 minutes, 1 hour cooldown, costs 6 million gold. He recalls the name Tron Gong and happily exclaims, "Is this what will allow me to use the heavenly craftsman's skills?" But he pondered, calculating in his mind, the price is double the first item, but it's better than the Shadow Monarch's cloak. Since the items are a set, I can't exchange them, but with 5 seconds left he quickly decides to buy all 4 weapons. I'll let Han use it, since it's a secret weapon. The system then reveals the third item information name Universal Key Special Grade Category Tool Effect. It can open any lock but is destroyed immediately after use, costing 9 million gold. Remembering the monster's terrifying teeth and the universal key, Dongyu realizes he hasn't found any real treasure besides Mimic. Suddenly he wonders if it can remove area restrictions and barriers. With 7 seconds left, Dongwu quickly hits the purchase button, thinking he has enough money to buy it just in case he needs it. Revealing the fourth item, the legendary grade demonic mask, a face accessory. Damage with swords increases proportionally to agility, allowing you to clearly detect those around you plus 20%. Shuangyu began to ponder. This item was made for Ju. She's so lucky. If I miss this chance with Ju's luck, she'll never get it in her life. With 7 seconds left, Yongyu decisively presses the button. Please choose after reading everything. He's annoyed he has plenty of gold. Say again what you want me to do. Faced with his attitude, the system revealed the fifth item, a burst of light causing him to exclaim in shock. What is this item information? Mythic grade heavy divine bow. Category bow. Effect, normal people cannot draw it. The condition for use, a physique greater than 100. It automatically forms arrows when drawing the bowstring and activates the solar collapse skill at the point of impact. Solar collapse creates a wide area of effect and ignites the surrounding area at the point of impact. Users should be careful as it can devastate an area with a 10-day cooldown. The set effect is unknown, activated when possessing heavy ancestor. Price 15 million gold. Dongyu finds it hard to believe a mythic grade item. I've never seen a mythic item besides the seed of the world tree, yet this shop has one. With the world tree's influence, I know mythic items are not to be taken lightly. The usage requirements are also much stricter. It takes 100 physical strength just to fire a single arrow. Even with all the BF bronze I have, like Anubis 57 is my limit. 7 seconds left. Yongyu is torn as this isn't something he can use right away. I've never used a bow and arrow before, but even if this decision is emotional, I should buy it and keep it. I don't know when I'll see one again. This is a gamble, but he has a bad feeling about it. He raises a finger. The item exchange status window appears, and the system counts down once more. 3 seconds left, and his face contorts in agony. Then, with a force that threatened to break his finger, he slammed down on the screen, desperate to know if he'd succeeded. System notification, please refrain from further endurance. The item reveal has ended. You will automatically exit in 10 seconds. Dong-u stood up, his shopping complete. What I'm really after is the Shadow Monarch set, but I guess I expected too much. The odds of getting exactly what I want are slim. But there's only one item left. I have to find a way to get it. When the Dark Monarch's collection is complete, I have a feeling my power will increase exponentially. Cut to the world tree. Upon receiving the cloak with many arms, Han Ho excitedly shouts, "Hehehehe, can everyone see this? The ancient celestial master's power beat you to a pulp senior. Am I really allowed to keep it?" Blow after blow lands. Yongyu turns and says, "Did I really get hit that hard?" Han Ho smirks. "Don't lie, I saw everything." "Oh no, what am I supposed to do?" He covers his face with his hand still filming with his phone. Dongyu is annoyed by his infuriating way of speaking. "How about I just take it back to make you happy?" Suddenly, Ju began to sob uncontrollably. He turned to Ju and Han Ho whispered, "Good timing, buying that item you'll get a payout." Ju nearly wrecked the place after failing twice in a row while he just stood there dumbfounded. Then Ju turned around with an emotional look and said, "Ah, Ali, thank you, Mr. CU. This item is perfect for me." As Han Ho checked his phone, he exclaimed, "Oh right, did you guys know the faction war is leaning towards the Liberation Army? A broadcast a few hours ago said only the final stronghold Mount Bukhan remains." Upon hearing this, he pondered that the urban area battle event, as he recalled, granted a 30% attack and defense boost for 7 days upon capturing 3 areas. It was said that when things began, the Reform Alliance had the upper hand thanks to a swift and rapid raid. It seems the Holy Cross team has turned the tables. Based on this information, neither side seems to be a strong enemy. Frankly, I don't even think they'll be a threat. My experience is on a different level than theirs. I'll continue to nurture the world tree and take over the Korean server. This will also bring us closer to the cause of this phenomenon and finding a solution. We need power to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, back at the Alliance, their massive buildings have been blown to smithereens, but the fighting has stopped. Standing on the rubble, Dong Min-hum cheers. The Liberation Army has won. Choi Dong-hoon stands on the platform giving an impassioned speech as flashes of light explode around him. Meanwhile, on the online forum, news broke of the Liberation Army's official declaration regarding the urban area battle. With 45000 views, the 1542 members of the faction receive news through the system announcing that our core angel faction of the Liberation Army has won the Urban Area 1 battle. However, we value peace and unity. and do not wish to conquer by force. This message is for the demon faction. If you're willing to end this pointless war, surrender via official announcement and take orders from the Liberation Army. You have 24 hours from this moment to decide. Comment 111. Han Ho, looking at his phone, exclaims that it's all ending in a single day. Are you planning to form an urban alliance after this commotion? Sung Yu responded. If this is the end, then so be it, Han Ho wondered. Why? He simply raised a finger and said there was one final quest. Just then the system displayed a notification, Title War Quest. The urban warfare between the two cores, the Angel faction of the Korean server and the Demon faction of the Korean server, with a temporary third faction. The reward 5 legendary item boxes under the condition that the first faction conquers the Emogi Cave large-scale dungeon on Mount Bukan. You will enter in 35 hours and 39 minutes, and each faction will receive a different entrance. Jisoo turned back and said the system wouldn't disappear. Han Ho hurriedly asked, So are we participating too? Dong Yu confirmed it. Yes, the 3-faction battle has come to an end. Cut to another location where a long mountain range appears. From within the forests, giant tentacles erupt, shaking the entire area. And here, Fong Vian An begins her broadcast. Hello everyone, I'm Fong Yuan An. Today we're broadcasting live because of a shocking event on Mount Bukan. Can you all see that over there? It seems this is the location of the second urban warfare. It's massive. All of Mount Bukan seems to be covered by a giant dome like a forest of demons, where not even a ray of light can penetrate. Suddenly explosions erupt from behind the trees. Is that an earthquake? Ah, that's the Emogi Cave. It seems that's where the boss is. A massive green monster crawls out as reporter Anne continues the live stream. In just 34 hours, the 3 factions will clash. Who will emerge victorious? Choi Dong-hun's side also watched the broadcast, and Dong Min-hung spoke with difficulty. Damn it, so we have no choice but to fight. Song-yu Choi Dong-hun pondered, perhaps fighting him was inevitable, wondering what would happen even if they ran. Once drawn into the system, we'll likely have to fight CU in the end. 8,889 spoke up, and even the members seemed worried. Choi Dong-hun tensed up, adding, Of course I'm scared to death. Then he slammed the table, stood up and gritted his teeth. But I don't intend to lose. Luckily the demon faction has lost power, so we just need to focus on the necromancer, and we'll win. Sung Minhwa, yes sir, we'll prepare countermeasures against the undead army. Sung Min, picking up on something, exclaims, Why these guys? Sir Swordsman reinforcements have joined the demon faction. The Gangwon-do Fighting Guild has announced their allegiance to the demons, numbering 454 members. Belmion, the guild leader of the Struggle Guild, then stepped forward to make a bold declaration. I hereby declare that I, along with 254 members of the guild, will join this battle, cooperating with the Uambu Reconstruction Alliance to lead the demon faction to victory. The players from Gangwon-do may already know this, but we are warriors who survived the hell, known as Mount Tibi, a place overflowing with monsters and their commanders. We fought relentlessly, until finally we emerged victorious. As he spoke, he raised his hand, then slammed it down as he continued. But it doesn't end there. We will go to a new battlefield and win again. The system displays the urban warfare area, predicting the winning side for betting angels 0/0 total amount ratio. 2 sides demons 0/0 total bet amount ratio. 3 a third party 0/0 total bet amount ratio. A betting slip will be issued upon placing a wager, and the winning faction will receive 1% of the total bet as a bonus. Correctly predicting the winning side will pay out dividends at extreme odds, excluding the 1% bonus for the winning faction. This crazy system forced us into war, and now it's dungeon gambling. Elsewhere, a voice exclaims that they'll give 1% of the total bet. Dong Yu suggested feigning weakness, but Han Ho worried that it would make them look like losers. He placed his hand on Han Ho's shoulder. I'll make them hesitate. It's time to shine Suan's fairy. He was a little speechless. You'll do it carefully, right? Doing too much might lead to addiction. Ju reminds them with a laugh that getting carried away with fabrications is wrong. The other two turn pale. Is gaslighting any better? She quickly explains. At the very least, I'll pay with my own gold. A box labeled Mu appears. Han Ho assured I won't cause any trouble. Sure, always, Dongwoo asked, scratching his head. So how do we make ourselves look weak? Han Ho wondered. He then exclaimed. Aha, we can use these guys on the angel side. Choi Dong-hun boldly declares that the Liberation Army will lead the faction to victory in the Bukan Mountain Dungeon Raid and this second battle. Our chances of victory are high, as we've received corn as a reward for the winner, and the legendary item we obtained will be shared with the Urban Player Alliance being formed as we speak. Power will be distributed fairly, and the live chat is buzzing. I trust Li Dianshu, Swordsman Yandium B, Watermelon 33, B3. If you live in the capital, put your faith in the cheap Liberation Army. What kind of melon is Korean melon? I fully support Spirit Master Yam. They're very selective over there. If you're low-ranked, join the resistance. On the side of the demons, they're also live streaming. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the man behind the curtain, the chairman of the Reconstruction Alliance, a smug, middle-aged man, appears shocking an onlooker. Huh, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Is that really him, Chairman Lai Yan-hon from the live chat? A sour mango donghyuk. Isn't that Chairman Lee Yun-hwan of the Angel Group? Yinho Lai, Yan-hoan, the bulldozer. Seriously. That's right. So a Cheeble is still a Cheeble, even when the world is destroyed. They disappeared before everything fell apart, but now they seem even stronger. Crazy delivery. I never thought about it that way, but I guess things would be different if it's Lee Yo-hwan. He's a bulldozer with a whole list of achievements. Lee Yun-hwan confidently spoke into the mic. I think everyone knows how much I've helped this country grow. Just as we've developed this nation through business, we will lead the revival of the entire demon faction, and we're not the only demons out there. I know there are many players from the demon faction in Busan, and we want to connect with them and offer them 2 items from this battle's rewards, and a legendary item will be given to independent players who choose our faction. The method is simple. Hold on to your betting tickets and betray the demon faction. Details will be posted on the community page, he said, holding up his phone to entice them, and the chat exploded once again. LNC is insane. So we have a chance to get a legendary item no matter how much we invest. Yog, just as expected. Our bulldozer chairman is different. That's incredibly generous. I'm investing immediately. Lee Sung-sung, oh President, I believe in you. Wang Mian Browbear, I'm putting my faith in you. The demon faction's best handler, and now a scene change to Shung Yu's third faction with lively commentary on screen. I'm currently in Su, and I can see smoke rising from the Soul Master's main base. What's going on, the strongest sergeant? Views 41440. 43 of my hideouts are near Sugan. As I passed by, I saw a huge cloud of smoke heading towards Hengung. Could it be a surprise attack? I can even hear the fighting. Someone attacked while they were off guard, preparing for the upcoming battle. Even the terrorist Kim failed Bok Nam Hook. He even captured all the wives. Anyone can enter, but escaping won't be easy. Hey. The strongest sergeant of the 900th is definitely a raid type. I saw them right after the invasion. The damage was pretty bad, and it looks like the necromancer was caught off guard. Maybe he just warned Kim about the terrorist attack and left, which is why he got hit. Luan, what? Seriously, Bush River. That's right. Think again. Most of Ju Hyun's wins so far have been surprise attacks that are then hyped up. Meanwhile, the Haeon side is staring in disbelief at their phones. Huh, what? Here the comments continue to pour in. 27. Leon is real, he trembles. That's where the gold terrorist broadcasted from. He's finally dead. Kekumasan Mish. But who would dare attack a necromancer? Would anyone dare to do that to the one who annihilated the entire LKS pirate squad? If this is true, they'll be all over the news. They'll be known as the ones who attacked Necromancer Gongju. So the necromancer's opponent has finally appeared. Phantom Dragon. Could this be the mysterious 4th faction? Finally, the final boss has appeared. Haeon and the others quickly realize it and exclaim in unison that it's definitely a scam. Meanwhile, back at Sung's workplace, Han Ho was snapping his fingers while looking at his phone. Excellent, the public reaction is just as I expected. Prepare the actors and bring them in. At this moment, the captured mercenaries from the previous day are brought out looking extremely worried. But if I do that, the guild won't like it. They value their reputation, and if they find out I dragged them into this manipulation... Ki Ung-su's face darkened upon hearing that. So what, you want to get struck by lightning? Are you trying to start another war with us? He pouted quickly, denying it. I don't have that authority. Kyung-shu then asked. Or would you like to have tea and discuss things with the Soul Summoner? He'll probably swing that scythe of his before he starts talking. He quickly said, start filming, and the others stepped onto the platform to begin the live stream. The Liberation Army officially addresses the city conquest with Eternal Swordsman's stream, reaching 45542 views. Our members should have already received the news from the system, but I'll announce it again. The Angel faction centered around the Liberation Army has won the first city conquest. However, what we aim for is peace and unity. So, violence is unnecessary. This message is for the Demon faction. If you intend to abandon this pointless war surrender during our official announcement, then follow the Liberation Army's instructions. You have 24 hours to decide starting now. 101 comments. The system displays the Urban Conquest 2 betting results. Angels 69.4 million gold, 50.6%. Demons 63.2 million gold, 46.1%. Third party, 4.3 million gold, 3.2%. A random item will be awarded upon placing a bet. The reward for the winning side is 1% of the total bet amount. Rewards for those who correctly predicted the winning side will be divided based on the betting ratio, minus the 1% reward for the winning side. Han Ho, staring at his phone screen, exclaimed, "Wow, the number of people betting on us has plummeted." Du added, "But it seems not everyone believes that announcement." Deng Yu calmly stated that only a few people were desperately investing in this risky game. "We'll wait until the end to invest and delay our arrival at Mount Bukan as long as possible so they'll think we don't even care." Han Ho was thrilled to hear that. Okay, roger that. It's Han Ho's time to shine, though. Deng Yu can't help but cringe at his four-armed cloak, finding it as hideous as ever. Elsewhere, helicopters fly overhead as Choi Dong-hoon quickly descends to the ground. A notification appears you have entered the war zone. Note killing is prohibited within the war zone. Any detected attacks will result in immediate execution. The angels angrily shout, "What are you demons looking at?" The demons calmly respond, "What, did someone kick over your rice bowl? I heard there's a no-killing rule, so you're feeling confident." Then the two sides began to hurl insults at each other. Those hungry bastards are from the World Gang. The Kong Hoi Shung Guild is just a bunch of nobodies who only know how to kill monsters. With a pedigree like that, how do they expect to expand their influence? What a bunch of bird-brained show-offs. A bunch of slowpokes. Their smiles will turn upside down when my axe meets their heads. Meanwhile, Vienne and diligently fought before the two space gates. Everyone focus. This is the entrance to Mount Buchan, where the second battle will soon take place. It seems both the angels and demons have arrived. Assistant, how much longer? The assistant checked their watch and replied, 1 minute and 10 seconds. Reporter Anne grows anxious. Could the necromancer really be as injured as the Hunter Association claims? He still hasn't shown himself. Will we never see him again? The assistant suddenly exclaimed. Huh, reporter, and look up at the sky. The demons looked up in confusion. Damn it, it's the necromancer Sung Woo. He appeared riding the bone wyvern and the three of them quickly descended to the ground. They're here. They look pretty good. What should we do? Sung Woo thought to himself. Bet on the weaker side. Reporter. Anne stepped forward, hoping for an interview. Please, just a moment. May I interview you? But Sung Woo coldly brushed past her and unwilling to miss her chance, she quickly turned back. Excuse me, necromancer, wait. Her assistants are really annoyed. Does he think he's some kind of superstar? So he doesn't realize how powerful the media still is in this world. Sung Woo then walks directly toward Choi Dong-hoon. Long time no see, Choi Dong-hoon remarked. After all this time we meet as enemies. If we could just avoid each other, we wouldn't have to fight. After that, the two turned their backs on each other, Choi Dong-hoon thinking that even as enemies he didn't want to fight or take his life. They had once been allies, and now they were both grateful to each other, but if he had to, kill him so be it. Both of them shared the same thought as Belmian watched from afar with curiosity. What are those two saying? It seems the necromancer is safe, Elder. Lee Wyong-hoon's expression darkens. It must be so. He's planned everything out. And that money-grubbing kid only thinks about money. As he spoke, he gestured to his men, and a luxurious wooden box was brought forth revealing 4 powerful arrows. These blood god arrows, crafted by a player, amplify divine power, deal massive damage to immortals, and purify the undead. They're the culmination of Lee Yong-hoon's research made by boiling 10 priests and will explode upon striking a necromancer's heart. He warns us to use these 4 arrows wisely. Belmian picked up an arrow, confidently replying, "Without these arrows, anything would deal a critical hit if it struck the heart. Though I have 4 chances, I'll aim true with the first shot. If you miss, even once that bastard will figure out the arrow's power," old Li Yonghwan cautioned. Belmjian assured him, "Trust me. But where did you even get a weapon like this? It's almost as if it was made for that necromancer." The old man coldly replied, "You don't need to know." Belmian chuckled gleefully. "Haha. It seems you're a businessman with secrets to keep, which I should respect." Lai Wai, the old man continued, "Don't just focus on the summoner. There's also his swordsman companion. He noticed that Du is level 5 and she didn't get here by relying on a summoner. In the video of them destroying the pirates, she single-handedly killed the monster that could crush tanks." Belmian said, I've seen it. He's sure that girl has the potential to be a key factor in turning the tide, so take her out first when we engage." Beyond smirks, "What a shame. She seems to be their type." Now the 3 of them stand before a gate, a system notification appearing marking the temporary entrance for the 3rd faction. Deng Yu turned and said, "Each faction has its own entrance." "This is kind of nice." "Why the long face?" Han Hogt asked, displeased. "I feel like I'm getting ripped off a little, don't I?" The system window displays a notification again. The betting period for predicting the winning faction has ended. The Urban Struggle bet predictions are in the Angel faction, has 170 million gold at 41.6%, and the Demon faction has 163.3 million gold, 39.9% to the 3rd faction, with 9,5,3,5,5,0,0,0 gold, 18.4%, a total of 408.6 million gold, a bonus of over 4 million gold when betting an item. The reward for the winning faction is 1% of the total bet, and the reward for correctly predicting the winning faction will be divided based on the betting ratio minus 1% of the bonus for the winning faction. Han Ho suddenly exclaims with excitement, "The reward will increase exponentially if we win." Jisoo turned and smiled, saying, "This is better than playing gotcha, right? At least the results are proportional to the effort." Shung Yu then noticed another announcement, his current betting status. Predict the winning side. The third party has 73.4%, with a 70 million gold bet predicting a payout of nearly 297 million gold. Based on the total bet amount minus the 1% bonus, it's over 400 million. Your reward will be determined by your betting ratio. After reading the announcement, he thought to himself, "Looks like I don't have to worry about raising capital. Our side is a small group of elites, which puts us at a disadvantage when it comes to attracting investment. In times like these, we should slowly drain the other side's resources to develop our own. A notification appears. The city conquest team has entered the Imugi dragon's lair. The three of them, along with his sister, entered, and immediately only a single point of light remained. Upon entering, Han Ho cautiously opened one eye to observe his surroundings. You have entered the Imugi dragon's lair, a large-scale dungeon. You cannot leave until the conquest is complete, Han Ho thought, glancing around. It's so dark and we're trapped in here, Sung Yu replied. This place is a dungeon. Han Ho stared ahead in disbelief. Why are the trees so huge? Is this really the Great Cold? Jisoo speculates that they eliminated the native plants and planted another species on top of them. The system displays Stage 1, find the key to the next stage. They must capture the darkness-dwelling Man-Ru, who holds the key, and advance to Stage 2. Han Ho quickly grips his sword on guard. The drill is a type of monster, and the human is like a humanoid drill. Let me explain. In the Korean version, Han Ho combines an ancient word for primates with the phrase silent butterfly, since the latter can be broken down into the words silent and butterfly. Jisoo immediately retorted, No Manner is the name of a type of monkey. Han Ho asks again, feigning ignorance. Foreign language, she despairs, it's definitely T. Dong Yu inwardly rolled his eyes, thinking you're a college student, Han Ho, and at a liberal arts school no less. Then he anxiously said, I don't know what my shadow is here, but facing those monkeys will be tough. We should be wary of attacks from above. As Rong Yu spoke and turned, he froze. They all look up at the massive branches, realizing the battle between factions has begun. These are the demon faction, a chaotic bunch. No, over there. Those apes fire, the dark baboons ferociously pounce from the branches. And just like that, the villains are at a disadvantage. How are we supposed to catch them now? One of them looked up in shock, only to see torn corpses and blood raining down from above. On the side of the angels, members of the scouting party were being toyed with by the dark baboons. Those apes are just circling, waiting for us to scatter. Choi Dong-hoon gritted his teeth, realizing they could be lured into a trap if they split up. Shung Min chimed in, even if we risk it all, not every ape has a key, and who knows how many casualties we'll suffer before we get one. Just then, a system notification popped up, announcing that the third faction had temporarily acquired the key, shocking him into exclaiming, they got it. How could this be? In the third faction, Ju's sharp strikes cut through the branches. It was none other than Ju. A notification appeared, stating that sword damage increased proportionally to agility. With heightened senses, she could feel everything around her, and with her eyes closed, she spoke. I hear the sound of clashing metal, that's the key. It's like it's pinpointing the location. Jisoo unleashed a flurry of sword strikes while Han Ho's eyes darted around, searching intently. Where is it? There it is. Only he could see it, but even if he found it, how would he get it down? Shung Yu raised his hand, unleashing his power. I have to bring it down. The system appeared, noting that poisonous clouds were beginning to form in the area. Instantly, lightning flashed across the sky, but he figured the thick canopy would offer some protection from the rain. Rain poured down on the branches, but as more rain fell, the dark baboon began to sense the danger. Unless they were resistant to poison, their only option was to climb down. As he predicted, they quickly crawled down the tree. Han Ho, who was waiting below, shouted, There it is, there it is. Once it's on the ground, that dark baboon will be haunted by a strange energy. I'll use Ghost to ambush it. Among my bloodkin, it's the best climber. And just like that, the dark baboon faced off against Ghost, tearing its body apart. But the weight difference was too much for Ghost. Yongyu then summoned Minshok, Mr. Minshok. A surge of power erupts as Minshik raises his weapon, conjuring countless chains of hellfire. The chains ensnare the dark baboons, dragging them down to be crushed. Immediately, the system displays that he has defeated the dark baboons, and received 135440 gold. Minhyuk dealt with them easily. The dark baboons who hadn't yet descended now fearfully climbed even higher. Han frowned as he looked up. It seems they don't want to come down. Shung Yu said they'd rather endure the poison than jump to the ground. I have to get them back down here. He reaches out, unleashing his power. A spirit latches onto a monkey, as Jung Woo unleashes Corpse Explosion, triggering a series of blasts that send the monkeys into a terrified frenzy. Shung Yu thinks it's not as good as the original, but it's still hellfire. He declares that they now know whose territory this is. Han Ho excitedly shouts, Wow, this is the terrifying power that defeated the senior. Dong Yu's Aurala power makes her face fall. I sense something else emanating from her besides just power. Han Ho's eyes lit up as he unleashed the X4 dagger throw. His cloak's 4 arms made it easy to launch 4 daggers at once. Han Ho screams in fury. Even with his newfound power, he's still throwing knives. With eyes blazing, Ju lunges toward the dark baboon, wearing the necklace, striking before it can react. Immediately, the system announced that the third party had obtained the key, a key that was now moving. It seems to be leading us to the next location. Let's follow it and see. The scene shifts to another part of the forest where the air is noticeably brighter, and the Sungu clan has arrived. Han Ho exclaims, Wow, it's so bright here. Even the green moss is glowing. System message, Stage 2 poison resistance. The next stage is an area covered in toxic bones. After hunting 100 giant poison wasps and acquiring the poison-resistant corn, Chung Wu exclaimed in surprise, "Oomph! Giant wasps." A swarm of wasps quickly appears. Han Ho couldn't believe his eyes, they were as big as drones. Even Ju was taken aback, saying they looked unreal and that their nest must be nearby. She looked towards the massive hive and Han Ho laughed, saying only a madman would disturb it. Then he saw Chung Wu's contemplative expression and his face paled. "Senior, are you really going to do that? Come on." But Sung Woo just gives a sly grin. Hunting individual bees is too time-consuming. He then aimed his crossbow and began testing it. Item information: dwarf automatic crossbow fire +2, category crossbow effect agility +3, main damage +30%. Equipped with an ammo supply linked to a secondary armory, it can fire without reloading, and you can use fire arrows for 1 minute with mana. Shung Yu fires 3 arrows hoping to burn them, but the wasps are protected by a shield. Ju exclaims in shock, "A shield?" Han Ho's face pales even more, they even have god-level skills. But Dong Yu calmly replies, "Then I'll just have to go up there and take them down myself." Baboon skeleton soldiers, and now the wasps are swarming, stinging with their venomous stingers. Seeing this, he exclaimed, "Poison sting, even if it's not very effective once they're immune, it's just a normal attack." He then released his skeletal soldiers towards the nest, protected by the shield, unleashing a surge of power. Dong Yu summons bear skeleton soldiers, their eyes gleaming at the prospect of honey. 4 bears attack the shield from all sides, shattering it instantly. With the shield gone, Chung Wu unleashes 3 more attacks. You have acquired 5,000 gold from hunting a giant poisonous wasp larva. You have acquired 5,000 gold from hunting giant poisonous hornet larva. You have acquired 25,000 gold from hunting giant poisonous hornet larva. You've received 2,000 gold for destroying the giant poisonous wasp nest, and 5,000 gold for hunting a giant poisonous wasp larva. Giant hornet kill count 34 out of 100. Han Ho couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. At this rate, I'll hunt 100 in no time. It's like they don't want to leave their burning nest. But Dongwu said it was more than that, leaving him wondering. "Huh?" For what he asked, looking down to explain. "Make you the leader." Han Ho just looks confused, not understanding anything. Meanwhile, on the other side, the dark baboons being slaughtered were demons who finally managed to capture it. "I've got the key." After them, they pursue the key, one of them exclaiming as they run. 20 people have died a sacrifice, but not too great a price. Belmian gritted his teeth, saying it was the second time already, knowing that it was difficult for only a few specialized classes to complete the mission. Even so, we'll form a raid team of fighters and ranged players, only protecting the mages and priests, tanking the damage and clearing this raid before anyone else. But once again we're a step behind the necromancer. I wonder what the chairman will think of me. He feared that Elder Lai Wai Ong Hon would be disappointed in him, but the follower reassured him. "I found the key, and I'll catch up to him soon." At that moment, status windows appeared in the sky. After reading, Bion exclaimed, "The second trial is catching bees, after monkeys now bees. Good thing I don't have to look for anything hidden." Then he turned and gave a loud order. "If the goal is 100, then they're everywhere. Split up and search. Has Team 2 seen any wasps?" "Negative." "Team 3 is also clear." Bion was getting impatient. "Damn it, where did all the wasps go?" He quickly spots the massive beehive in the tree. "Is that a beehive? Could it be that the nest suddenly fell and the surrounding area was engulfed in a massive fire?" He imagined Sungwoo's wretched expression and roared in anger. That sly bastard got lucky ditching that burden. Before the arena gates, everyone waited with bated breath. The reporter narrates the current situation, stating they're awaiting updates at the dungeon entrance. It's been over an hour since all 3 factions entered the arena, and the Necromancer and the 3rd faction are still in the lead, the reporter announced, displaying the information board for the audience. The nationwide Angel faction is raiding Stage 1, while the 3rd faction has temporarily completed Stage 2. The nationwide Demon faction is storming Stage 2, as a young man with bright yellow hair grins holding a stack of cash. "As expected of a necromancer, I had faith in you from the start." Seeing his excitement, the white-haired man chimed in, revealing that someone else had invested in him for big profits. The young man scratched his head sheepishly. "Well, yeah, I just invested based on his recent performance." Seeing his confidence, the white-haired man smirked and threw cold water on his enthusiasm, saying that as a newbie he was bound to lose. The young man grew worried at the white-haired man's words. "What? So you're saying the necromancer will lose?" The white-haired man smirks. "I don't deny his achievements, but he's alone while the other 2 sides have armies." The young man still tried to argue. The necromancer isn't alone, he has teammates. But the white-haired man, confident in his prediction, pays him no mind. They're competing in an awakened dungeon, but at its core, this is still a war. Chairman Li Yanghuan wouldn't participate in a losing battle. Even though power is everything in this world, he can analyze situations quickly and leverage vast resources with his authority. Even if they fall behind in a fight, he can just negotiate to keep the W force intact. The chairman is a big player. A necromancer can't hunt the Amugi boss on their own in such a short time. He lost the moment he coveted the top spot. and the demons will surround him, ensuring his defeat. The young man glanced at the white-haired man's smug grin, assessing the situation with a cold and analytical mind. Who is this guy? The more the white-haired man thought, the more he reveled in his victory, his smile twisting. This time victory will belong to the demons. It's just like when I won that bet 7 years ago. Seeing the white-haired man's madness, the young man finally realizes he's a demon lost in his own delusions. Can't you hear it, the triumphant roar of the Clash Guild's Belmian? Within the dungeon, the boss Imugi appears a colossal serpent with razor-sharp fangs poised and alert. Song Yu's group approaches the boss's lair, activating poison resistance that will fade upon exiting the dungeon. Elsewhere, the Black Mountain Guildmaster defeats the Imugi boss's first phase as Song Yu and the others pause to assess the situation. Lano Ho placed his hand on the drawings on the wall, confirming that this space was definitely the boss room and there were repeating murals. Song Yu called out to Diu, who immediately understood what Song Yu meant and quickly responded. Jisoo uses her senses to observe, but as expected, she's disappointed. I can't see anything. It seems as though a transparent membrane is covering everything. Song Yu realizes that someone has nullified Ju's extrasensory perception. I've never faced this before. This boss must be high level, especially Imugi, a spirit who once trained to become a dragon. Suddenly a wave of heat emanates from the end of the tunnel, making everyone feel withered. Sensing the heat, Song Woo realizes the pressure of holy power, and a familiar feeling mean he's close. Suddenly a light flashes and bursts from the room heading straight for them, and he knows the boss is near. Here Imugi appears its massive form and blinding speed, signaling imminent danger to Song Yu, its crimson eyes like lanterns in the dark tunnel. Li Han shouts, "Senior, that's the boss, Imugi." It has finally appeared, its massive form and red eyes glaring down at them. The system immediately sends out a notification. The first stage boss Imugi has appeared. Song Yu assesses the boss, noting its enormous size and the elasticity of its tough scales. Meaning this thing is not only huge and strong but also possesses speed and agility. The Imugi lowered its head, welcoming the master of this land. Hearing it speak, Song Yu was shocked, thinking it can talk and it's intelligent. Song Yu complimented, "You speak clearly, unlike the others." Imugi retorts sarcastically, "All you can say after venturing this deep into my lair. Without language, there is no world. Those others only perceive themselves and what's around them, but I am part of this world with a complete consciousness." Song Yu stared, biting his lip in, thought it made sense, a parley before battle. As Song Yu assessed Imugi, it observed them. "Only 3 of you. I sense more presences above, but they seem to be wandering aimlessly." Song Woo stared at Imugi and asked, "Will you fight us?" "Didn't you come here to kill me?" Imugi replied nonchalantly. "Why do you speak as if I'm the aggressor? Whether you fight of your own volition or at another's request, coming to take my byproducts and assets makes you no better than thieves." Hearing this, Song Woo and the others silently understood. Every word Imugi said was true. With no response, Imugi taunts them. "Why so silent? Do you admit it? Since you can't refute my perfect argument, I'll take your silence as admission. Now, face the consequences of your choice." Song Yu quickly dodges, realizing it was just a feint. He immediately commands, "It's attacking, get ready." The system issued another warning, the Fen Fire has been summoned. Countless flickering blue flames now surround Imugi, its eyes ablaze, as it prepares to charge towards Song Yu. Seeing this, Song Yu realizes it's magic, he's fighting with both brain and brawn. He yells, warning everyone to get out of the way. The flames grew fiercer, becoming a wave that incinerated everything in its path, scattering the group. But then unexpectedly the fire turned back to attack them. Surprised by this scene, Song Yu barely dodges the attack, his frustration growing. Damn it. He immediately summons his weapon, the Reaper's Scythe. The time of death has reversed 60 minutes. You have acquired the power of the Lich. Maximum Bloodkin increased by 50, all ability stats increased by 10. Undead around him can revive or regenerate infinitely, as long as he maintains his maximum blood count. Imugi assesses Song Yu's power. You wield the power of a demon. Song Woo wields the Scythe of Death in his hand. But what about holy power? The system then displays you have temporarily received the power of the death god Anubis. You are temporarily in a demigod state, all stats greatly increased by +10. You can use the Master Soul Absorption skill, and you can use the Master Mental Attack skill. You can use the Master Level Mental Attack skill. Imugi's voice became serious with a hint of amusement. A dog, good heavens, not only a demon but also crazy. The system issues a warning, the regeneration of the giant spirit has begun. Warning, the death response has begun. An army of spirits is being reborn. Imugi is shocked to see Song Yu charging with power armor and a steel punch. The necromake has arrived. He was careless, this creature isn't even human. Suddenly a runic seal appears, and Imugi finds himself surrounded by countless runes. An Iron Man and a zombie horde rush in, leaving Imugi, unsure of where to strike first. Song Yu is confident, but then he's immediately stunned. What did it stop? With burning eyes, Imugi darkly asks, "Is that all you've got?" Imugi retaliates, scattering Song Yu's group. Some are swept away by tornadoes, others are burned by raging flames, and still others are crushed by massive boulders. Seeing this, Song Yu commanded Bird Monster immediately. Ven, a cactus skeleton, appeared and rushed to face the boss Emogi. Emogi tells him it's futile. With that, it uses its energy to blow W away, tearing it to pieces as it lets out a pained cry. Realizing the situation, Song Yu knew he was no match for it while Lai Han frantically tried to hold on. "Senior, what do I do?" Jisoo added. "I don't think I can even get close to it." He looks toward the Emogi, where the monster is rampaging. "This is bad. I might have to use the resurrection scroll here, but that would mean those two would die. I can't give up. There has to be a way. The system wouldn't create a monster like this for no reason. Could it be using the terrain to its advantage, or is it waiting for a skill cooldown, or perhaps its attack range is limited?" Suddenly, he recalls a drawing on the wall from when he first entered a triangle behind the serpent. The system displays souls bound to the soul holder 80. Songwoo realizes he shouldn't have focused on the Emogi in the first place. The answer lies elsewhere. The system displays magic power bomb has been combined with your weapon. He recalls the triangle and resolves to break through the Emogi wall, but the system glitches, displaying strange characters as the boss's image blurs. The client's server connection has been temporarily suspended due to an error. Error code 0014231532. Lihan and Jisoo stared blankly as the world around them blurred. What's going on? Song Yu wondered if the game had crashed. In the heat of battle between Song Yu and Emogi, the system reported an error. Song Yu saw the blurry image of the Emogi boss and wondered if the game had crashed. "Is this my chance? Come on, move." Song Yu tries to seize the moment and take down Emogi, but no matter how hard he tries, his body remains frozen. They're not listening to him. "No, how have I been moving them since then? Did the skill disappear? But I'm still in Anubis form." "It hasn't disappeared, it's just been rendered unusable." Suddenly, Emogi spoke up. "Have you ever felt like you were being watched? But it's not like that anymore. Song Yu, we've gained temporary freedom." Lee Hanho, hearing boss Emogi call Song Yu by name, was stunned. "Bro, did that thing just call you by your name? How long have you two known each other?" Songwoo was shocked, maintaining a calm facade while secretly calculating. This is truly strange. Even for a boss, discovering a player's real name is highly unusual. The anomalies during the fight, the inability to activate skills, and the sudden disappearance of hostility, there must have been a system error. Something beyond the system's control has occurred. After the system malfunctioned, the Emogi boss seems to have awakened to something. "We don't have much time. This is the only place beyond the creator's gaze, so they'll notice us soon." Jisoo asked, confused. The creator Lai Han shivered, his brain frozen. He's frozen now. "A god. Asura Buddha Badaim, an atheist." Emogi responds, "Of course not the creator of you all. The entity that created the world, us, this place, and the power you wield." Suwoo pondered this, realizing that an entity had brought the system into their world. So there really was an invader behind the system running this world. Songwoo asks, "The entity created you. Who are they?" "I don't really know either," Emogi replied. "I'm not allowed to know of the creator's existence." Song Yu stares at the boss. "Of course, if you're like a dungeon boss whose existence depends on the system, it's only natural you wouldn't know about the creator." Emogi spoke mysteriously, revealing that a mysterious energy had entered him. "Though only for a moment, I glimpsed a fraction of it. So listen closely." Ju immediately became wary, rushing to block the front. Songwoo stopped her. "Miss Ju, let's hear them out first, then we'll decide what to do." Emogi says, "Seriously, Songyu, there's an entity that wants to speak with you. Entities like our creator, but they can't appear on their own. So they're trying to send you a message through my mind." Song Yu pondered entities akin to the creator gods. "Does this mean the system's creator isn't alone?" Song Yu looked up at Emogi. "What do they want from me?" Emogi cuts to the chase, stating simply the collapse of the system. Song Yu stares at Emogi, seeking confirmation. "Do they want me to end this game?" he wondered. "Why is this happening? And why me of all people?" Emogi explained that they had been watching him, observing everything, searching for someone who could break free from the system's constraints, and they chose him. Then with a sharp look and serious tone, Emogi said, "Survive and overthrow the system. They will surely find an opportunity to contact you, and call your name as the system is now fixing its errors. The system is at 13% emergency recovery." As tears fell, Emogi spoke with sorrow. "I've only just realized my existence is meaningless. These memories, this history, it's all fake." Emogi wept openly, a being born only to be destroyed without meaning. "After you kill me secretly, take the reverse scale from my body. Lai Han, don't watch from afar." Hearing that, he was surprised. An inverse scale. Jisoo, who was nearby, also explained that it was a scale that grew in the opposite direction and was considered a dragon's weak point. The system displays system undergoing emergency recovery 56%. Emogi silently slithers away, seemingly accepting its fate. This is a gift from an entity that wants to help you. Its hidden power will help you know if you're being watched. Emogi begins to use the energy, destroying everything around him in a sea of flames. Seeing this, Lee Han-ho cried out in fear, saying that suddenly going crazy while talking was a cheap trick. Ju, while dodging, asked, "Are we going to fight again?" Song-woo watches Emogi's destructive rampage. No, this is all an act. To deceive the creator's eyes, it's creating the illusion of a battle. He turned to Li Hanho and Ju, instructing them. Listen carefully, both of you. Once the recovery bar you see reaches completion, act as if we're fighting. As if nothing happened, the system continued its announcement, emergency recovery at 87%. Emogi gives Song Yu his last instructions before the system fully recovers. It's about to begin. Song Yu, kill me and survive until the very end. Make the system collapse and reclaim your world. The system displays emergency recovery at 99%. Song Yu eyes Emogi's attack, realizing he'll die if it connects. But there's no hidden power, and the speed is easily avoidable. The power in the attack is real enough to avoid suspicion from the creator. But a close look reveals this battle is entirely staged. If we're putting on a show, let's make it a good one. Li Hanho immediately rushes towards Emogi, shouting, "You're pretty good yourself, you lizard. You can take the heat, huh?" She leaps forward, sword in hand, adding this, and strikes Emogi's head. Li Han thought to himself that this bastard's body was moving on its own. Emogi was struck with a shocking blow to the head, and then saw Song Yu rushing towards the wall behind him and screamed, "Not over there. I commend you in my heart. That was some great acting." Su Wu flew towards the wall, emitting a light of suspicion, and asked, "Is there something strange here?" After breaking through the wall, Yu saw a jar emitting a blue light. A jar Emogi rushed to protect it, shouting furiously, "You wretched intruders won't break our dragon ancestors' urn so easily," Song Yu thought. "So they'd be suspicious if things went too smoothly, huh?" Song Yu quickly uses a mana bomb against the Emogi, who panics at first but then regains composure and summons a defensive shield. The magic shield absorbed the bomb with almost no effect. Song Yu thought, just as he suspected, attacking its main body is ineffective, but it's enough to obscure its vision. Song Yu summons Wevens to face Emogi head-on, who acts like a true performer, smashing the Wevens to pieces while cursing incessantly. "You insects, you scoundrels, get out of my sight." It obliterates the summoned beasts, screaming incessantly, "You wretched cowards." While Emogi was rampaging, Song Yu flew in and shattered the jar containing the dragon ancestor's essence, causing it to scream in anguish. No, the system displays that Emogi's Phase 1 ancestor jar has been destroyed, and Emogi has lost all magical power. Emogi screamed, "You wretched insects broke my ancestral jar." Seeing this, Song Yu praised, "This guy deserves an OSA award for his acting." Even those who call themselves creators would have no doubt now. Song Yu quickly ordered his troops, saying that without magic, it's just a big snake. "Total attack, everyone on my mark, attack and surround it." Song Wu appeared from the sky with his sword and decisively beheaded Emogi. The system announces he's received 1,155,000 gold for defeating the first stage Emogi boss, and 1,030 days remain in the elimination test. The title of Amateur Dragon Hunter has been replaced with Professional Dragon Hunter. Stamina +6, Physical Strength +3, Fire Resistance +40%, Magic Resistance +10%. Emogi's massive body collapses to the ground with a thud, its tears falling in bitter resignation. This is unfair, unjust. Seeing this, Song Wu chuckled, impressed by Emogi's dedication to the very end as its voice echoed, lamenting its fate at the hands of these wretches. Song Yu looks at Emogi, thinking it's time to get serious. Ju pauses, confused. Was that for real? Li Han also pouts, thinking, that's right, this is the last one. Seong Wu approached Emogi and took the glowing scale, an inverted scale. The item Emogi told them to take while it was still alive. The system displays item information, name, rank, type, effect. He stares at the system in disbelief. Is there nothing listed? What is this item even for? Suddenly a black screen appears before him. Live. He stared at it, puzzled. Live. Is it broadcasting? Someone's watching, which means the entity known as the Creator is watching me. After defeating Emogi and obtaining the reverse scale, a black screen appears before Song Yu, confusing him slightly. He's being broadcast, meaning the Creator entity is watching. And he can't see this message. This thing can even hide from the system. What the hell is going on? The Creator. A second existence on par with the system, but with different thoughts. Who are they, and why are they participating in this game? The system displays a war quest. The third faction has provisionally won the Urban Area 2 war. Rewards are given to the faction representatives, 5 legendary item boxes for the third faction. 1% of the total bet is 4,86570 gold. The winner's dividend, the dividend for the third faction, is projected to be 296954696 gold. Song Yu is thrilled to receive nearly 300 million gold in one go, while Dishu stares at the ceiling in astonishment. Yes. Suddenly the basement began to shake violently. An earthquake. Look, the ceiling is opening up. Li Han cheers, gloating. Let's see the faces of those beggars. Only the hasty ones would choose the angel or demon factions, right? Ju didn't even bother to look at him, openly disgusted. The stench of nouveau riche. Song Yu and his teammates left with their spoils, already planning their next move. Now that the quest is over, the BK restricted area around Mount Bukan should be lifted. After this failure, will they give up? Definitely not. The system announces the Dragon Cave dungeon raid is over, and the dungeon will disappear immediately, sending the demon faction into a furious rage. Damn it all, that wretched necromancer. Belmian lowered his head, his face grim. 741 members entered and 211 died, a humiliating loss. We gained nothing and lost so much, but it's not over yet. We have risen even in defeat, and we have conquered the Silver Peak Mountain territory of the monster commander. Belmian rose, sword raised high, and roared, "Let us rise again, we'll turn Mount Bukan into that necromancer's grave." As he spoke, he calculated in his mind, in case of emergencies like this, the chairman has already prepared 320 reinforcements outside. Plan B was created to deal with situations like this, and Belmian's face twisted with fury. Hatred has clouded his judgment. Exorcists, we will defeat and capture that necromancer. Elsewhere, massive trees are collapsing one by one, creating a deafening roar. The reporter summarizes the situation as the massive dome covering Bukan disappears, and there the victorious necromancer emerges. The reporter is a bit annoyed that Song Yu's group isn't paying her any attention. It's astonishing that a third party defeated the two undefeated groups and rose to the top in Korea, she announced, masking her inner frustration. This arrogant necromancer. Suddenly, Ju appeared behind the reporter, eyes sharp, hand on his sword, a clear threat. What's going on? Everyone around them is immediately terrified, and the cameraman asks, pale-faced. Reporter, Anne, did you provoke her? The reporter hastily denies it. I didn't do anything. Just then arrows came flying. Jisoo reacted quickly, fighting back, leaving the reporter in a daze. Arrows, reporter, and cried out in shock. An ambush. Someone is attacking Ju Hyun-seo. The mission had just ended, and a new fierce battle begins as screams erupt and onlookers scatter from the arrows. Careful, there are more of them over there firing a barrage of arrows. Song Yu watches the arrows fly. 2 arrows already. I have a bad feeling they're targeting me. Ju rushes forward to intercept the arrows, as Song Yu realizes the archer will surely strike again. I'll eliminate them, so be careful. With that, she immediately flew up, continuously striking down the archers who fell like flies. Her speed was blinding, and reporter Anne watched from above in utter shock. Did you all see that? Can you even call that a human being? The Red Devil of the third faction, the only one making a difference. Song Yu calmly praises, and those reporters risking their lives to broadcast are quite skilled. Lee Han worried, wondering if they could survive Ju's wrath after all this. The demon faction charged, eager to tear Song Yu's group apart. One of them shouted, "Stop her, Red Devil, you won't." But before he could finish, Ju lunged forward, swinging her sword at the oncoming figures. Who are you calling a Red Devil? Bion commands the crossbow unit to retreat, calling in the mages. Watching Ju cut down his men, Belmian gritted his teeth in frustration. Where did this crazy bitch come from? How could she stop the snipers? Seeing Ju like a demon slowly approaching with a sword dripping with blood, he knew why the chairman wanted her eliminated, but he never imagined she'd be this terrifying. Belmian reasoned that they still had 2 arrows left, and they needed to eliminate her and find the perfect opportunity. He turned and gave an order. Belmian turns and orders, "Yuan, use the painting, we'll blow her away." Yuan immediately obeyed, pulling out a massive landscape painting. The system immediately announced that the True View Divine Landscape painting had been activated. As soon as the painting opened, a black liquid rushed towards Jisoo and she quickly dodged. But the more Jisoo fought, the more surprised and terrified she became. What is this? I can't block it. The liquid is like a net tightly binding Ju. A moment later, Ju slowly opened one eye and looked around, seeing only a vast expanse of white snow and blizzard. Jisoo shouted anxiously, "Where is this?" This is the deep valley within the Silver Corpse Mountains. Belmian rejoices at the plan's success. Good, that demon has been taken far away. We may have failed many times, but in the end we will be the victors. Bion raises his sword and charges towards Song Yu, screaming to cut off his head, but Song Yu is furious. "I've warned you so many times." The system identifies the god Anubis, and Song Yu immediately summons the power of death. An unseen pressure bears down on Bion, causing him to wince in pain as the system detects an unknown energy invading the Legion. His bodily functions deteriorated due to an unknown energy, all stats decreased by 1, and his subordinates screamed in terror as their stats plummeted. "What is this?" BM Jian said, trying to stay calm and wait for him to summon the undead. "We've studied him, fully analyzed his necromancy, becoming experts in minutes. When he summons a large number of undead, he'll release a black smoke. He might cast a poison curse or use vines to ensnare and trap his prey. We shouldn't rush in recklessly, or we'll get caught. Move slowly." The system displays again, showing a decline in bodily functions due to an unknown energy source, reducing all stats by 2. Belmian was frozen in place while his underlings broke out in a cold sweat and trembled. Stacked debuffs. Those damn experts never mentioned anything about this. With a furious glare, Songwoo spoke. "I'll say this one last time." A terrifying energy emanated from him, crushing them like ants. Belmagian gaped at the colossal dragon as it materialized, while Song Yu declared that from this day forward, there would be no demonic faction in Korea. The 2 underlings, seeing the beast before them, grew anxious. "Is that a dragon?" It's huge. The dragon is charging towards the demonic faction. It rams through the tiny humans, each step a cataclysm. The demon faction crumbles, those behind them scream, "Run!" But facing them is an army of the undead and no one survives. They cried out in despair, but it was too late. They were the undead, and he was the embodiment of death. And Xiang reported on the battle, her voice filled with shock. Gangwo's silver corpse warriors are being wiped out. It's overwhelming, they're no match for him. Belmian lunges with his blade. Did you really think your summoning skills could defeat our mighty army? Song Yu, like a demon descending from above, replies nonchalantly. Yeah, you'll become my conflict guild. Belmian looked at him with a mocking smile. You're wrong. There's no red demon here and you will lose. Song Yu was suddenly struck by two bursts of power, leaving him no time to react, as a blinding light appeared in the night sky, illuminating the arm, drawing back a fiery arrow. Closing one eye, Ket steadied herself, remembering her training. She recalled her high school archery club where she was hailed as the best archer in Korea for 50 years, always at the top, favored even by the teachers. In the months that followed, every month saw the emergence of the best archers in the last 100 years, the last 200 years. But I've dedicated my whole life to archery. After regaining her focus, Kuel fires a shot. The first two missed, but this time she'll hit her target. Two fiery arrows strike the shadowy monster, and cracks begin to appear in its dark hide. Is that how an archer shoots? The monster's head and hands explode, and an intense blue light emanates from its head. Kuel breathes a sigh of relief, having defeated the monster. What do you think you can accomplish by staring at me like that? You should consider it an honor to die by the hand of a god-tier archer like myself. But the battle may not be over, as shadows emerge from the light of the monster's corpse. In a surprised tone, Kiet recognizes the skeletal soldiers. From afar, many more approach, one of them wondering if the final shot to the head was from a normal arrow. Ah, this two-horned skeleton soldier must be the leader. It cleverly discovered Kuel's weakness, so you only have 4 special arrows. This surprises her. How could this be? Just then, Hanho chuckled, saying that the rage form wasn't so bad after all, was it? When he saw Ju fall into a pool of blood, he exclaimed, "Senior Ju is gone." Sanji broke out in a cold sweat but tried to reassure himself. Stay calm, Ju is a ranked player. The cloaked figure turned back to Yin with a sinister grin. Even if it's an important artifact, we should just seal it away, or move it somewhere else. But Hanho's next question gives Sanju a headache now that Ju isn't with them anymore. But what about the arrows aimed at you? What do we do? But with his quick wit, Hanho devised a plan to use the werewolves as decoys, letting them waste their arrows. Sanju still looked worriedly at the fierce-looking bandits. But there are too many eyes on us here, Hanho says with a sly grin. Who says we can't use magic when others are watching? Hanho brings out something that glows. We have just the thing to keep prying eyes off us. Something long rises from the ground, blowing everything away. The monster's blue hand reaches for the arrow of binding, asking if it was the special arrow aimed at him. Clutching the arrow, he now knows exactly where it came from. The game's item information panel appears, unknown rank, Blood God Arrow. It's a player-crafted item that concentrates holy power, increasing damage to the undead by 2%. When attacking, this item has the potential to wipe out the undead. Description: this weapon was created after a long process of research and refinement. Would you believe that this item was forged by sacrificing 10 living healers? This arrow would be a fatal blow if aimed straight at the necromancer's heart. The crafter's skill sends Ket into a frenzy, his legs pounding the earth. He doesn't want to die here. He has to run. There's no stopping the necromancer now. As she regains her composure, the monster appears before her, and her voice trembles. Runhan fires a few shots, scaring the soul out of him. He raises his hands and looks down, meaning I'm a fan. Meanwhile, the thugs look through the forest and see the monsters appear, and someone shouts, "We shouldn't have spread out. If we hide among the trees, he'll find us." The cloaked figure was terrified by this. How could he find us in this dense forest? Just then, ghostly figures appeared and a game notification popped up. You have been afflicted by a ghost curse. You are now in a state of confusion, and your movement speed has been reduced by 30%. The fur-cloaked man's eyes widened as he looked up, screaming. The necromancer, he's watching the battle from above. Elsewhere, more green beasts appeared, and a skeleton in a red cloak took flight. The game's support rushes in, cutting down thugs and monsters alike. The fur-cloak's gang is outraged. Where's our reinforcement? Why aren't they helping us? The bald thug clenched his fist, trembling with rage. The leader promised reinforcements were waiting, but in this desperate hour, no one has come. A convoy of vehicles speeds through the night carrying their leader, as the bald thug realizes they've been abandoned. He raged, "Boss, you sly old snake, you abandoned us." Thinking of a way out, he told his men. At this rate, the soul summoner will wipe us out. Get the box. Yin suggested with a trembling voice. What if we retreat now? But the fur-cloaked man refused, shouting, "No, there's no turning back now, not even to Mount Tebi." What about relying on the monsters of Mount Tebi again? The fur-cloak shouted back. No way. He was terrified, the thought of that monster's face sending shivers down his spine. No one can stop that bastard. We have to abandon the box to escape him. Yin couldn't be dissuaded. He sat down, placed the box before him, and began to cast his spell. If that's what you think, then come and get it. The cloaked figure bit the dirt in his hand, transforming into an ape-like being, his body growing large and strong. The game displays a notification. The mountain spirit is flooding your body, and all stats are significantly increased. Plus 15% you've gained the automatic healing skill, plus 5% per second. You've gained the power of the mountain god, and your influence over natural objects has also increased significantly. The attraction to all spirits has also greatly increased, and his entire body seems to be made of magma, his screams no longer human. At that moment the game displayed a red alert. Stamina levels are below the allowed threshold. The mountain god's soul effect will be temporarily applied, but you will later suffer terrible pain and other severe penalties. Warning, the mountain god's spirit has entered your body, and is absorbing player stats. Ignore this state for too long and you will die. He looked down at his arms, feeling the spirit coursing through his body, his entire being seething from within. The fur cloak was now confident in his abilities, as he thought the main class Power Warrior harmonized very well with the linked class Dark Elementalist. Thanks to this, victory is within our grasp. He leaps into the air, sword in hand, astonishing the beast below. With one strike, the cloaked figure plunges his sword, sending debris flying in all directions. The ground explodes, and the monsters cry out, some shattering their armor. Not only them but his own comrades were blown away, faces pale. The fur-cloaked warrior grew larger, sword in hand, roaring, "Come out, necromancer, and face me." But he's thrown everything into chaos, leaving only smoke as the fur cloak continues to shout. "What can you do besides hide behind your bone soldiers? Are you just a rat who doesn't know how to fight?" he boomed. Everyone watching the stream could hear his voice. "Players of the Great Han server, aren't you curious about what's happening? What does a necromancer really look like?" Han shouts from inside the two-horned monster. "At this point you want a one-on-one fight. After resorting to all sorts of dirty tricks, I've faced plenty of fools like you and I've crushed them all," the fur-clad man retorted. "I'm different. I've always survived thanks to my own strength and body. It'll be the same this time and every time after, unlike you. The little rat hiding behind those weaklings." Before he could finish his sentence he lost his cool and charged. "You talk a big game for someone who claims to be strong." Han Ho couldn't help but laugh, asking if he really needed to point that out. Meanwhile, the cloak-wearer's companions have been scattered. They lie on the ground, trembling like they're about to die, when one of them calls out. Allies first stabilize the wounded. Yin grabs someone's hand and pulls them up. He should stand up now, but before he can, a voice replies, "How kind of you." They stare at each other blankly. Han Ho is the one who was saved, and they're not even allies. He swiftly uses a move to send Yin flying. The best defense is a good offense. His teammates, though injured, struggle to sit up, shouting, "Enemy, it's the weakest of the Soul Master's comrades. He's an easy target. Finish him off." Han Ho frowned in anger. The weakest. Their perception is about to change, for here he ascends with a transformed appearance. Ah, the deity Han Ho has arrived. Beardy screams in terror, wondering what kind of flashy moves these are. Han Ho sends pieces of his clothing flying at the enemy, knocking him away. Ghostly dagger, iron blood fist. His teammate below was scared stiff but tried to reassure himself. "Don't panic. Even if you're injured, keep fighting. He's just a thief after the monsters." Before he could finish speaking, Han Ho appeared flying before him and filling him with terror. "Who are you?" Han Ho remained silent, offering no reply. He frowned, recalling Master Heavenly Artisan General. "I still remember the invincible power you showed me." A blinding light emanated from Han Ho's eyes, shining down below as he roared. "Even though you're no longer with us, your power lives and breathes within the artifact of the evil god Han Ho." But in Han Ho's heart a sudden calm descended. Surely even the broadcasters were recording this moment, weren't they? How could they not be? "It's kind of fun to imagine, so I'm about to have a fan club now. The people in the broadcast room are all astonished what is going on." The monster's legs advance, a true battle between the necromancer and the guild leader. It passes the cloaked figure, sword in hand. "I told you so." He sneered contemptuously. "Many fools like you have challenged me." The cloaked figure spat out blood. His massive form lay defeated on the ground, as he weakly wondered why. Why did he fail so miserably? He looked up at the two-horned monster, wielding the sword, realizing that even with the level difference, the stats shouldn't be this far apart. It wasn't hard for the monster to figure out. "I bet you got a lot of bonus stats through hidden quests." Though surprised, the fur cloak man admits that it's true, level 18 rank 10th. He thought the stat boosts from numerous hidden quests would be enough to stand alongside the top 3. "If I had received the mountain soul, you wouldn't be the only one approached by the two-horned monster. It raises the sword that countless others have chosen to take down a different and dangerous path. You're just a frog in a well trapped on Mount Silver Corpse." The fur cloak player was unwilling to accept his fate, that he would die here. As the sword fell, he desperately screamed, "No way, it can't be," before his limbs and head were severed. The player inside the monster mannequin received a game reward 145,000 gold for defeating a player in a special power-up state. His underlings were devastated, one calling out to him with a trembling voice, and they all collapsed to the ground in tears. "It's over. Our guildmaster is kneeling before that player. We surrender, please spare our lives." The player hasn't even turned around, too busy checking the item. Silver Master Mountain Core rank Mythic type consumable effect. You will receive a significant boost to your abilities when you accept the mountain's spirit, greatly enhancing your control over nature and spiritual power, potentially granting you the power of a mountain god. Divine Omen. To fully absorb it, you need at least 80 vitality and a recommended level of 100. Warning: possessing another divine entity may cause conflict and adverse reactions. Description: this inner orb appears after someone unqualified tries to digest the divine ginseng. Instead of gaining power, they are consumed, resulting in the orb's stats increasing dramatically after devouring the strength of the unfortunate fool. He stares intently at the inner core, an item that could grant him divinity. Since the divine conflict notification didn't appear, it seems this guy wasn't qualified. He glances back at Yin kneeling behind him. "Where is she?" he asked, momentarily stunned. "Yes, who is it?" he replied curtly. "Ju." Yin suddenly remembers someone, the woman in the red tracksuit who surprised him by shielding the butcher. Yin points to a location on the map. "She's here." The game displays an item notification, the legendary grade Godly Mountain Landscape Painting, a consumable item that can transport a designated target to a location within the painting with a 96-hour cooldown. The man's form appears as the puppet disappears, and he asks, "Where is that?" Yin awkwardly replies, "It's the deepest part of the corpse Silver Mountains. That person is Sanju." After exhausting himself, Sanju, drenched in sweat, asked, "Is that place safe? You told me you'd cleared the Silver Corpse Mountains." Yin shudders as he recalls this. That's partly true, but saying we cleared them out completely is a lie. Yin still remembers the hordes of them coming. "We tried to destroy them, but the mountain was too deep and the monsters only grew stronger and more numerous each day," he recounted, head bowed. "Then they began fighting for power, and one of them even united the entire mountain range." Yin recalls the victorious figure of the lead monster. A being known as the King of the Mountains was born. Sanju thought to himself, a king of monsters. The story he just heard made him doubtful that such a creature could truly achieve the title of king among simple-minded monsters. Yin knelt on the ground, terrified. "We never confirmed its existence, only saw it through quest notifications." He also recounted the story of his former comrades. "We couldn't stand that guy's teammates, so we moved to another area." Han Ho approached, realizing that was why he joined the Fallen Demon sect. They needed a base to form an army and compete for dominance. Sanjiju looks grim, realizing things are about to get complicated. They can't let these monsters breed. Han Ho leans down and asks, "Don't you have any other information? Even if you're a slave, wouldn't you want better treatment than the others? A full meal, a supply of alcohol?" But Yin refused outright, saying, "No, I don't want alcohol. I'm only 18, I can't break the law." That answer made them both suspicious. 1. A student. Han shouts, using magic to bind the two men's hands. "Forget about appearances. Why isn't a high schooler dressing more neatly? So alcohol's a no-go, but robbery's okay." Just then, a group in cloaks approached, and someone asked Dong Hun what was going on. Sanju was also surprised to see him. He's not one for petty tricks like the association. Yin's former comrades are surrounded by Yonghun's men. "Our wide-area surveillance team found a group of demons nearby preparing an ambush, and we've successfully subdued them." He responded to the previous statement, saying that the leader had escaped, so they were planning to destroy the headquarters. But before Dong Hun could finish, he was drawn to the aftermath of the battle, praising Sanju as the great warrior he is. The situation here seems to be resolved, but he can't help but feel that the team failed in their dungeon reconnaissance mission. Dong Hun secretly calculates that he doesn't want to fail again, but continuing to explore and sacrifice guild members isn't worth it, and signals his men, "We'll take care of cleaning up the remnants." Dong Hun thought certain he wouldn't miss the chance to completely eliminate the demon faction. Sanji stroked his chin. "I'd like to make a proposal. You've calculated everything, so I'll handle the demon faction in the northern urban area." Without much effort, the Liberation Army would seize control of the urban area. Dong Hun muttered, "The Reconstruction Alliance." He doesn't beat around the bush. "This offer isn't free, is it? Looks like you want something from us." And with that, they got to work. Han Ho controlled the camera above, while Dong Hun reviewed the images on his computer, agreeing to Sanji's request to use his wide-area surveillance team to find information about Silvermaster Mountain. Sanji looks at his phone screen, seeing that the others have used magic to bring Ju there, and they can't contact her through the community channel. Dong Hun offers cooperation, and Sanji agrees to his request, shaking hands in a show of compromise. Even though they're rivals, there's no need for strained relations. Friendly diplomacy is still essential, even in this world. Onlookers filming from outside observe as she loudly proclaims, "Did you all see that? This marks the victory of the Tiger chapter, an overwhelming power akin to the bloodline of a giant." Even the swordsman Yong Deng Po seems to acknowledge it. The game displays level up to 13 hidden quest complete rallied 1,000,000 people received exclusive skill reward, new feature unlocked viewer sponsorships. The girl was overjoyed at the notification. "This is great." She bit her nails, thinking an interview with the Spirit Summoner group would boost her views even more. But the bald guy next to her was too engrossed in the game, and it was unlikely. The camera pans to Sanju, who asks the camerawoman, "Can I say a few words on air?" She happily replies, "Of course, please do whatever you want." Because it's a broadcast by a ranker, everyone wants to watch, from ordinary viewers to officials and sentient monsters. Sanji boasts in front of the camera. Before the day is over, I will destroy the demon faction's Uambu headquarters. You all know why. He's referring to the blue soul undead who can't distinguish between people, only between the living and the dead. Sanju had a final word. If you don't want to be annihilated, evacuate your families. That was my final act of kindness. The officers watching him on the screen broke out in a cold sweat. Before tomorrow morning, no one will be left alive. The camerawoman is terrified. UMB players, if you see this run, get the elderly and children to safety, she shouts into the radio. Please, everyone don't confront him, the bald man said, staring at the phone screen. Reporter Ann. He held up his phone, showing a live broadcast. The Ubu demons were airing their views on the Soul Summoner. Sanju turned to see a broadcast in the dark night sky, above a tall building where people were gathering, pointing as a familiar figure appeared. The necromancer had arrived. The beast's foot touched the ground, and Sanju, cloaked in black, descended to meet Minon and many others waiting outside. Welcome, said Minon. I am Leonon. I used to manage the Ubu region's shelter. Sanju approached and asked, is what was said on the broadcast true? He replied respectfully, yes. Minshan sadly thought of Yan. We surrender unconditionally. The Reconstruction Alliance's executive board, including Li Yong-won, were frightened and fled. He looked over at the others. The players here never accepted the Reconstruction Alliance's control, and Minshan shudders as he admits he was forced to participate in their plans. Please understand our position. Sanju's face darkened as they immediately distanced themselves from the Reconstruction Alliance. Sanju thought to himself, but he wasn't interested in that right now, asking where is it? Minon quickly pointed the way. This way, we're keeping it here. The surrounding people gathered, whispering, so that's the Soul Summoner. He looks so normal. Does he really want to destroy us, like he said on TV? Sanju knew his reputation preceded him. At least he'd made a strong impression, even if it was infamous, making it easier to get the last one. After a while, Sanju stopped before the statue, a demon statue, the final piece to the hidden quest of the third option. The game's blue screen appeared. Third option, destroy the statues of the superior race, 2/3. Sanji stopped gazing at the statues, a chalice of fire and an inverted spear, an angel with a sword and a crown standing beside the demon. The longer he stared, the more questions arose. What does this mean? Do the statues represent what each side must pursue? He commands Oran, declaring that, whatever that dream is, it will never come to pass. Oran flies up and shatters the demon statue with his sword, triggering an immediate game notification. The demon faction has increased your bounty to 50 million gold. Down below, people are complaining, saying their levels have dropped. You too, I was just forced to participate. Sanju stood there clenching his fist as the game notification appeared. The third option, destroy the high-ranking tribe's stone statues, 3/3. You have successfully completed the hidden challenge. The third choice grants the reward of creating a third faction, followed by the faction quest, Moment of Greatness, the founding reward, an initial operating fund of 30 million gold. You've passed the test to become the founder of a new faction, and are finally qualified to create an official faction. The first step in establishing your faction is securing a base, a safe strategic location to lay the foundation for centuries of growth. You have 72 hours to choose wisely. Once the base is set, the foundation cannot be changed. Hanho holds the shard of a demon's horn. We found an item similar to the angel wings stone carving, and the game board is now displaying complete information about the Devil's Horn fragment. Item information, Devil's Horn fragment, a legendary consumable with a special effect. When used, it can teleport a demon statue within a certain radius once. It cannot be used for the angel or third-party factions. It can also be used as a last resort to escape if the statues are destroyed. Sanji continues toward the beast. Also, it can't be used for the third faction. We've exploited the system's loopholes quite a bit, but this has to end sometime. He and his men climbed onto the beast and departed as Minshan pleaded. Great Spirit Master, I have a request. Could you allow us to join the third faction? They were distraught as the destruction of the monument had resulted in severe penalties, and her husband had been expelled from the demon faction. Sanju paused. I'm sorry, but not right now. The beast flapped its wings and flew away. Before flying away, Sanju looked back, saying they don't encourage participation or easily accept everyone. Prove your determination to win this game and your worth. Only when Sanju and the others had flown far away did Minon speak his mind. Surviving that thing is hard enough, and he's talking about winning the game. Hanho stared anxiously at the screen. Ju hadn't left any comments. Could something have happened? But then he looks at Sanju thinking Ju will be alright, right? He reassured himself, telling himself she'd be alright, but inside Sanju was more worried than anyone. Though he wants to search for her, now acting rashly could make things even more dangerous. According to Sanju, too many X-Cars are still searching for him on the Korean peninsula. The Evolution Society, the Reconstruction Alliance, and other potential rivals have begun to reveal themselves, and he considers the worst-case scenario. No matter how careful I am, searching such a wide area as Mount Taebaek will draw unwanted attention. It's fine if they target me, but if they target Jae-soo, it'll be disastrous. Sanju closed his eyes, knowing the Free Guild's wide-area surveillance team had many skilled members, and for now, all they could do was wait as the light from the sky grew stronger. The game announces the World Tree's growth rate is at level 2, currently 83%. People eagerly flock to see it. We don't even have lights at night, and with no surrounding lights it stands out even more. The man felt there was no point in hiding it anymore. Standing beside him, he replied, "It stands out too much." He pointed to the sky, telling everyone that if they couldn't hide it, they should use it, increase its divinity, and reduce its visibility to outsiders. He tapped accept on the game screen. Do you want to choose a location to establish the third faction is? Then a screen appears asking for the faction's name, noting it can't be changed for 30 days. Note that changing the name costs a lot of gold. Sanju seems happy it's just a name after all. The World Tree here still absorbs a lot of light. World Tree that will be the World Tree faction. A notification appears stunning. Everyone congratulations, a new faction has been established. With the faction now, official faction quests are unlocked, and new features will become available as the faction levels up. You have successfully established the faction's mission. This momentous founding has been rewarded with initial operating funds. Sanji is enveloped in blue light, and he's been granted the title of First Founder, increasing all stats. You can now add members. Choose from the member list. The World Tree, the Divine Tree of Life, has become the faction's symbol fulfilling all the special criteria, and the game's congratulatory board sends him a message from the world. Congratulations. For the first time in the history of the Korean server, a player has led the World Tree faction to its birth. The man was so happy he jumped for joy. Now we're a legitimate faction. Demons, angels, what does it matter? Everyone around them is overjoyed, not even knowing who they serve. The long-haired man observes the people who feel alienated and deprived due to the lack of a faction. Hanho wonders if he should create patriotic content. Sanju agreed, as the arrival of both factions was the main topic of conversation. The game announced a new quest, an urgent mission for the world's angelic faction to purify the seeds of evil. The goal: destroy the World Tree faction and kill Leader 157. The objective is unlimited, and upon completion touch the angel statue for a reward of 150 million gold and the top spot on the server. The demon faction's urgent quest arrives: trample the insect eggs and crush them. The goal: offer the corpses of the World Tree faction players to the demon god statue no limit. Upon completion, touch the demon statue. The reward is 1 million G per person, with extra going to the greatest contributor. Sanju frowned as he looked up. They're really throwing money at this. Do you think they're starting to feel threatened? Outside the universe, blue light shines on Earth. A world quest: the man hated by the world. A hunt and protect quest. The target players of the World Tree. The reward will depend on the situation: 5 million gold for each player on the World Tree side, and 500 million if the leader Child 157 is killed. If protected, there's no budget for the leader. Child 157's actions angered 2 superior races, so they won't let him get away with it. This event is for the whole world, regardless of server. You must choose whether to follow the superior race's orders, or resist them, and join the newly formed faction. The mission's content may change depending on the situation. Upon hearing the announcement, he shouted, "You crazy bastards, how much per person? Senior, you're worth 500 million. Don't come near me." Everyone here was shocked to hear the news. What? Really? Sanju looked at them, and the atmosphere quickly shifted to mournful cries for the lost. The fat man's eyes lit up. They're hunting us. The surrounding players jumped for joy. Nonsense, I heard that. The sound of exp and G herbs go dig up herbs, make aphrodisiacs, and fill up the warehouse. Sanju was shocked, wondering who had changed these innocent people. He suddenly fell silent as the long-haired man beside him realized the situation. Unlike before, they only knew how to run in order to survive. With determined looks, they turned to him. "Sanju, we'll prepare for battle. This time it'll be bigger, perfect preparation for war." He reached into his pocket, clutching the handkerchief within. "All right, we'll prepare thoroughly this time too." Sanji wondered, will it be fun there? The game board displays live, and he looks around. "You guys really can't take your eyes off me, huh?" Then Sanju suddenly has an idea. "All right, I'll make it interesting." The sky shifts with the tide, a live stream rolls, and the War Guild emerges from the demon faction. The official World Quest viewpoint with 19.55 million viewers. Fatty and 2 others are live streaming the Busan demons. Let our War Guild face them. We can choose between peace and diplomacy. The audience here is glued to the live stream. 694. An independent guild in Do supports the World Tree faction. 697. A group of 188 members in Chuncheon hope to join the World Tree faction, while another says they're on the demon side but want to win the summoner event. The comment section is buzzing. Doesn't this all seem a little familiar? Written by expert Kim Chi with 41443 views. I want to talk about the current world situation. Doesn't it resemble the Donghak peasant revolution? They had to bring in foreign powers because they couldn't stop a peasant army. Think about how humiliating that is. Am I the only one annoyed that these foreign server bastards are here just to hunt a summoner? My heart goes out to the summoner when I see that quest. Even if the country falls false, patriotism remains. But for that man in Mokbo, it's not false patriotism, it's a matter of survival. What if pirates come here and wreak havoc for a while? In the helicopter, the girl in pink is watching the live broadcast. Doctor, the world is truly full of fearful people incapable of looking toward a greater future. We'll be there soon. The pilot focuses on landing the helicopter. We'll be there soon. The military helicopter lands and two figures emerge to a welcoming party below. Ara extends a hand saying, Dr. Yu, you've arrived. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Dr. Yu approaches to greet her. Hello, Arahata. Did the elder come himself? He respectfully replied, Dr. Yu, the Yakuza boss couldn't make it himself, but we'll ensure you have enough manpower, so please understand. He turned away. I understand. Then if not, the Yakuza boss who is standing before me, Arahata asks, extending his hand. Is that Okada Akira? He leads everyone into the room. The so-called Sword Saint, one of those responsible for educating the guild's secretaries. Dr. Yu and the girl in pink are given the right of way, and inside sits the elder of the Yakuza. Suddenly his eyes gleam the light piercing through Dr. Yu, a chilling gaze the game announces. He sees through your facade. A portion of your profile has been revealed. Your actions are being scrutinized. He could see his own reflection in the elder's sharp gaze as he extended a hand. Dr. Yu, thank you for coming all this way. Dr. Yu bows, honored to meet the Sword Saint, eyeing the blade that amuses the elder, who remarks how fortunate he is to stand behind it. He speaks impressed. You even know the nickname people have for the Japanese server. It seems you're quite interested in Japan considering the impressive amount of information you possess. The elder and Dr. Yu sat at the table, and after the elder took a drink, he asked, so this is the target you and the Evolutionary Society are after. Dr. Yu picks up a plate and replies, yes, the man the world mission named yesterday, a man called the Necromancer. A man called the Necromancer. Hearing this, the elder slams his glass on the table. Good grief, I only came here for a bit of fun. Yet as Dr. Yu reached out with a sinister look, he felt as though someone was watching him from behind. Was this like trying to catch a whale with shrimp? In his heart, Dr. Yu thought of verse 157 of the World Tree faction, a troublemaker during the conquest of the continent. The elder raised his glass to his lips. Wouldn't it be a great achievement if I handled such a difficult target through the Korean server information mission? Thinking this, the elder decided, I'll send out the most elite squad. You don't need to worry, Dr. Yu. This reminded Dr. Yu, I once trusted the mercenaries of Daehan, but they failed. The target must be prepared. The elder's eyes narrowed as if trying to see into his very soul, his words gentle, but laced with threat. Dr. Yu, please don't equate us with those mercenaries. We are knights who wield the sword of loyalty and honor. Our skills are unlike those mercenaries who only fight for money, Dr. Yu calmly replies. Of course, no one would dare underestimate the swords of the Yamato Association, he reminded. But their opponents were not to be trifled with either. The elder frowned, waving his hand, telling him not to worry. Piercing eyes watched from the ceiling. They had ninjas. The elder is confident. These elite assassins specialize in arson robbery and eliminating powerful foes trained personally by him and honed to a professional edge. Gathering 15 ninjas of this caliber is no easy feat. After hearing the elder's words, Dr. Yu was silent for a long time. He busied himself saying, I've finished my discussions, I must be going. The master has given the signal. After hearing this, Dr. Yu quickly stood up. It was an honor to meet you. The elder calls out to Dr. Yu, who responds with a sinister smile. The Yakuza boss has ordered that they obtain the item before making their move. Dr. Yu turns and walks away. I'll get it today. The helicopter begins to take off and slowly flies out to sea. At that moment the girl in pink wondered, who is the Yakuza leader, Doctor? Dr. Yu replies, the Yamato Guildmaster who controls Q. He's an old man who can't awaken even though he's reached level 22. So he could easily guess that the old man was getting impatient, since the items he wanted to collect were all needed for awakening. I happen to have one of those items, which is why I was able to trade with them. The pink-clad girl wondered, will this time be different? Have the ninjas been caught yet? No, Spirit Master. Regarding this, Dr. Yu isn't worried in the slightest. I just need them to buy me some time. Even if the Yamato Association fails, I just need to complete my plan. The helicopter is closing in on a high-rise. Soon it will all be over. Yes, the blue light still illuminates the city in the dark of night. With his hand on the table next to the tablet, he says he's ready for battle, but the long-haired guy thinks I'm too small and someone objects. Small is just average. Sanji intently observes under the table. Because I only chose a few elites, and only you can answer that. This minimizes the risk of relying on numbers for a solid foundation. The long-haired man looks at the tablet. Luckily, we've had almost no casualties for the time being. The man with glasses standing next to him spoke up, but if we engage, there's no guarantee. He recalls the joyful faces of the townspeople, a population of only 226. Even minor casualties would be a fatal blow to us, the long-haired man retorted. But taking in just anyone would be a burden, and it'd be hard to spot those with malicious intent. A deep voice echoes as Sanju speaks. A burden? You mean we need to lay the groundwork first? It's simple. Hanho shouts, Senior, could it be that Sanji-ju slams his hand on the table demanding machines, items, monsters, or anything that can grow? We'll use them to their fullest extent, the first step in militarizing the abilities of all citizens for this manpower war. Let us know when you're done, the long-haired and bespectacled men said wearily. The next few days would be rough. He roars with determination, shaking the very earth, and Glasses is overjoyed at the prospect of new items. Thanks to the loot from the tournament, I've created a new item, and the game board is full. Item information: semi-automatic crossbow high grade. Large capacity, rare grade crossbow type with effects tied to semi-automatic and large capacity equipment. After equipping, the difficult-to-handle crossbow can fire 28 consecutive shots. This 8-shot repeating crossbow was created by the Reconstruction Alliance but was improved by the World Tree Faction's artisans by adding 9,000,000 gold. The performance isn't good because I haven't put enough gold into it. Han shouts, leaving his teammates dumbfounded as the Great World Tree Faction returns. Someone wonders how he can be so confident after only crafting it 3 days ago. Keep going, senior. You still have over 300 million gold. Together they studied the map, then hunted monsters, and the long-haired man happily carried the map. The main hunting grounds are always swept clean, but there are many new dungeons, 4 large-scale ones to choose from. They will be joining me. Inho was stunned by his words. He's going to lead us himself. Sanju turned back with a sharp look. Let's go and clear those dungeons quickly. They head to a cave under the mountain quite far from the city center. Inside the dark Cho tomb, everyone is armed and ready for the monsters. He pants heavily, sweat soaking his clothes. Inside, the air grows heavy, as Inho wipes his brow, urging them to hold on. He's almost there. Then a sudden noise and falling debris heightens the tension. Something's there, a massive monster, and its allies emerge in formation, and everyone grips their shields. There are 4 of them. Don't panic. With my level and experience, I'll take them down easily. The monster is about to break through their defenses. They huddle behind their shields using iron defense, muscle paralysis, steel legs and pressure shields, firing crossbows and flaming arrows at its legs and knees. Some began charging forward to strike the monster, and their combined strength paid off when the game announced. You have acquired 3,100 gold from hunting underground trolls. You have acquired 4,550 gold from hunting underground trolls. You have earned 3,650 gold for hunting a bro underground. You have earned 1,3500 gold for hunting a bro underground. It took them quite a while to defeat the first monster, and everyone said that the entrance to the second level was now open. This is the turning point. Outside, everyone is working hard to pull the ropes. The monsters' corpses are tied up. A large-scale dungeon has appeared in Seo Tomb Park. This is a large 3-story dungeon, but Sanju is satisfied with the current results. We can just sweep the first floor escape and repeat earning a ton of experience with no casualties. The long-haired guy dazedly looks back, relieved that no one was hurt. But the scene resembled a refugee camp. Everyone was exhausted. I really need a break. It's been 11 hours, and constantly going in and out for an hour at a time has made the atmosphere inside the cave feel all too familiar. But Sanju was determined to push them to their limits. The faster they raided, the more experience they'd get. Less rest time meant even more experience. One of them spoke up. Sanju, even machines break down when they run too much, let alone people. Sanju turned and replied, this is the process Hanho had to endure. Hanho jumps in yelling, how dare you want to rest at this level? Back in the day there were only 3 of us and Ju hunted monsters while eating. Inho, exhausted, tries to explain it was already broken. Sanji turns and asks, what's wrong? It's not working. The group grumbled as they worked. This is exhausting. No one died, but so many are injured. Even with healing potions, we're still mentally drained. Inho gritted his teeth, but why? He and the others loudly voiced their frustrations. Why are they getting stronger? I'm level 15, and these newcomers are catching up. My competitive spirit won't let me stop. The hand holding the whip lashes out. Attention everyone in town, there's no time to rest. We should deal with those wolves while they're still hot. Their monster mounts are carrying away the corpses, ultimately affecting our income and production. Those below are furious as they watch the beasts carry away the monster corpses. Again, they're counting monster corpses. Really, how are they so fast? I didn't even get a chance to count. They're working themselves into a frenzy. So since they don't get a break, neither do I. Everyone's so noisy. The vats are already full of healing potions. We have 100. We'll need them for the war, so keep producing even though we're still short on herbs. The man pointed at the blood bag, saying he was overloaded, and it would be a waste not to use it. The furry men were terrified, wondering if they should climb back up the mountain to gather herbs. One falls exhausted, as the cycle of crafting and income continues. The old man rushes out, shouting, no rest, use the potions. As he falls, he realizes everyone will grow stronger, resources will accumulate, and talent will emerge. He senses an economic boom, but only the people are exhausted. Even breathing exhausts them. If this were real life, Sanji would be a wealthy capitalist. Sanji saw that things were going well in town, but he was worried about Ju, who was in a cold, snowy mountain range. Then someone spoke up. So you call us monsters, do you, Ju? Having just sliced a giant monster in half, wondered which of them was truly the monster. A new monster has appeared. Can't you see it? The game board displays its name. The Great Mountain King. The Great Mountain calls that human again. Jisoo stares at the monster, thinking, Sanji, it looks like I might not be able to return. They stood tall amidst the blizzard as the game board announced that low-level magic was being blocked by a mysterious power. Someone picked up the drone. Does that mean we can't scout with magic drones? I can hear the monsters approaching from the mountains. Perhaps that's why the competition guild fled this place. Corpses litter the snow, and his companion surmises they thought fighting other factions was better than this. The monsters here are strange. He then turns his attention to the monster corpses below. It's as if each one of them is a boss. The blue-haired girl felt doubtful. The environment here is extremely harsh. Even with the wide area surveillance team's resources and personnel, someone actually survived here alone. The long-haired man stepped forward. Doesn't she know Miss Ju? If she watched her fight, she'd know she's no ordinary person. The blue-haired girl followed, but this wouldn't be a quick victory. Unlike us who search only during the day and return to the safe zone at night, the long-haired one thought of Sanju's face. What will the soul summoner say if we only find her corpse? You left a weak girl to die. The blue-haired girl urged them on, annoyed. Hurry and find her. We don't have time to rest. Just then, one of their companions raised a hand. We found something. We found a witness. They headed toward a snow-covered house on the other side. An old man emerged with his 2 granddaughters, and the white-cloaked figure reported that an old man and his 2 granddaughters lived on the mountain. Though brief, they had lived with the missing woman. After hearing the old man's story, the long-haired man raised his voice. What, you're saying she left on her own? The old man frowned. That's right. A girl in red. The long-haired man asked, do you know where she went? The old man recalled Ju's frail appearance. She never returned after borrowing our clothes and leaving. I lent her clothes, worried she wouldn't withstand the cold in her old ones. With that, the old man collapsed, tears streaming down his face, feeling deceived by the city folk. The blue-haired girl was quick to catch on. Senior, according to his granddaughter, it seems she accepted a quest. The white-cloaked man glanced over, thinking it was related to the Great Mountain King, and that she might be following a quest line, but the other man didn't believe it. Impossible. You think she'd go after that monster on her own? The old man suddenly jumps up. That's right. The long-haired man asked, did you remember something? The old man's voice trembled as he recalled the girl, consuming much of their food reserves, and to his dismay she hunted wild beasts as repayment. But I've never handled animal meat before. I've only ever been to the market. The old man's granddaughter reached up, wanting to touch the white-robed figure, who repeated the statement to everyone. The granddaughter says Great Mountain King possesses an Image King item, but I'm not sure what that means. Everyone was stunned, and the long-haired man was in disbelief. 2 Shadow Kings. The man behind him spoke up. This information isn't in our system. After hearing the news from the old man, everyone sets out to find her. Someone speculates that if the woman is really going to Great Mountain King, then following her won't be easy. Exactly. But they had to admit one thing. Sorry, Miss Ju, but from this moment on, this isn't a mission anymore. It's suicide. The cloaked leader instructed his men to report the situation to the Evening Tiger, as the afternoon sun cast long shadows over the city's skyscrapers. A fierce battle had taken place here, as Undead gazed down at the monster, consumed by envy for those in the World Tree City. The area next door continues to develop while we're still like this. He wondered, looking over there. Did this place change too? The short-haired girl asked with a bright smile. We just wanted to ask for directions. Xungtae silently watches her, a worried look on his face. An outsider in this world, strangers always make him uneasy. His teammate got out of the car and asked Xungtae what's going on. He was confident that with 26 people they'd be fine. He chuckled awkwardly. I'm not sure, looks like they're lost. Another person in the car leaned out to take a look. Lost in a world like this, the crew cut shouts for them to find the police, while the short-haired girl asks if this is the way to Sugan. The driver was dumbfounded. Sugan was right there on the sign, not far from the road to Suo. Xungtae points his sword at the sign, asking if she can't see it or can't read, and the long-haired girl smiles, pointing towards Suan. At this point, Xungtae lost his patience, gritting his teeth. Why do you keep asking the same question? Don't think you can trick me and get away with it. The long-haired girl grinned maliciously, her mouth widening. Her eyes are now completely black. Calm down, I don't need any signs. I have no interest in words, nor can I read. My comrade, Xungtae, has just arrived to report that the area is clear. She smiled sinisterly as she plundered the surrounding areas, creating a pit of despair at the border. Xungtae kneels, offering to guide him to Sugan. Please spare my life. She puts on her mask. I don't need a guide. Xung listened to her every word in horror. All I need is you and your phone. I want to dig up information from the Korean server channel. She and that guy left. You're lucky not everyone survives meeting Squad 1. A masked man approaches, but don't get cocky. Even if it wasn't you, we could find someone else. He forces a smile. Yes, sir. Despite his fear, soon gathers his courage to ask. But you don't look like you're from around here. Who are you really? The long-haired man replies. We're just teachers here to teach the unruly in your server a lesson. Now take me to the necromancer. As the morning light fades, they follow Sung to the dungeon. Inside, the monster's corpses littered the 3rd basement level, but one still lived, roaring with fire in its mouth. The system called it the Underworld King. Inside, the others fought on the leader, using his shield to block attacks. Ice magic, freezing its feet, keeping it at bay as long as possible. The short-haired girl pointed and shouted, Air Force fire at will, focus on its legs. Team 1, prepare to freeze its feet again. The four-armed monster retrieves the bow, and the team realizes that alternating attacks can overcome the skill, and magic cooldowns the most effective tactic against the boss monster. More of the beasts emerge, and though these bosses are far from easy, someone notices it's pulling something out, a ballista. The monster loads it, and several fire in rapid succession. But the stones never reach them thanks to their defensive magic, a welcome sight for everyone. The short-haired girl is ecstatic. The entire team is specially trained in defensive magic, prepared for situations like this. They might even withstand a blow or two from Thor's hammer. Some players jumped up and attacked the monster with their weapons as Han-Ho looked up in astonishment. These days, even the dogs and monster kings have 6 limbs. Sanju just felt embarrassed as Han cheered beside him. But it was all a fake. The system announced the victory as the monster fell. You have received 115,000 gold for hunting the Underworld King monster boss. Everyone jumps and celebrates in their own way. We did it, we beat it, and we leveled up again. Sanji smiled outside their ranks and confidence growing, the power of the World Tree faction increasing. But then one of them looked over to the other side in surprise. Look, there's something on the wall over there. Everyone went through the large door, and the system displayed a message. The gate is protected by powerful magic, and only those whose names are engraved on the wall can approach it. It requires a 3rd circle dispel or higher, or an expert-level lockpicking skill or higher. The long-haired man was astonished. This is the 2nd time we've encountered something like this. The dungeon offers no other clues, and it's like a hidden reward, obtainable only through personal skill. And what Inho knew for sure was that no one here had that ability. The 3 of them examined the door. Yoni laments how they can pick a lock without an intermediate keyhole, while Lee Hanho is the best thief around. He felt this was difficult. Yongi was a master thief in training, but Sanji was already here. Why the big smile? I think I found another way. He pulls out the master key, leaving Inho to wonder what it is. The system displays the name Master Key, a special grade consumable item. It can open all destroyed locks, but after one use, a door will be locked. You can open it with the master key. Do you wish to proceed? Sanju raises the key and uses it, and the massive door opens. The door is open, the treasure vault of the Underworld King. Standing next to Sanju, Han-Ho was speechless with amazement, as Sanju smiled, satisfied, marveling at the beauty of it all, and that the Chos had collected such things. Han-Ho reached out to touch the light in wonder. This Cho guy really has a particular taste. He knew the purpose of these things and collected them all. Inside a mountain of gold and holy relics, the system displays product information. Holy Relic War, Chariot, Legendary Grade, Military Equipment Function. Once fully charged with mana 40 rounds, will continuously fire, creating explosions targeting the designated location. Firing every 5 minutes, the mana required varies with proficiency. Inho approaches, examining the glowing circle on the relic, unlike any he's seen in history, and seemingly imbued with magic. Meanwhile, the short-haired girl happily says, "We've got some good stuff for the upcoming war." The other person imagines in shock how the world could be destroyed using this relic. 40 consecutive shots with explosive potential and free ammo to boot. Are they trying to get us to take over the world? Han-Ho sinisterly chuckled. This weapon of war is perfect for our World Tree faction. While the two were imagining, Inho approached, wanting to lift the ammunition pusher, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift it. But it's incredibly heavy, and the short-haired girl is dismayed. They're already exhausted. Getting it back will be difficult. A safe appears behind Xianggu, and the system announces that it's a World Tree faction safe, activated by his blue spirit energy. This is exactly the kind of thing we need right now. System notification, subspace, safe of the World Tree faction. The number of people allowed to own B4 gold consumed on an item is 1000000 gold. Number of items in the safe. A prompt appears. Do you want to store the Holy Relic War Chariot? The base price is 1000000 gold, with a large item surcharge of 50000 for a total cost of 15000. With a wave of his hand, a blue light enveloped the holy artifact, storing it away. A blinding light erupts from the relic, stunning everyone, and Han cheers with delight. Awesome. Now that I think about it, if they were going for a game-like feel, why didn't they give us personal inventories? And he walks past the pile of gold. Now let's see what the other items are like. Before he could even reach them, Han-Ho and Yin jumped in shouting, "Mine, not mine." Mr. Yu's cart snagged a wooden bird-headed staff. What's this? This is a baton used by trollish mages. Yin looks over, feeling a sense of familiarity. It looks like a totem pole. Han-Ho looks at him in surprise. What's a say? Yin's explanation only confuses Han more. He scratched his head like a monkey, eyeing the things erected next to the totem pole. Am I really planning to send a kid like him to college? The system displays information. Item information, Lucky Toteme Hero, rank Totem classification, function. All production capabilities and manufacturing technologies are improved in the vicinity, within a 5 kilometers radius of where the totem is installed, plus 10%, in addition to increasing all success rates by 10. Han-Ho raises the staff, seemingly understanding its purpose, while Xianggu guesses it's for crop production. Inho was troubled again, thinking this was definitely a good thing, but he wasn't sure if everyone in the city would like it. Anne happily tells Hanho, there's a mountain of rare materials and other items here. Sue and the others rush in to see if there's anything else they can use. He figured it would be difficult to check everything right away, so they headed to the Beast Corpse site. Seonggu tells everyone that they've gathered enough for now and should head back. By the next morning, the light in the city had vanished. Haino's staff is placed at the World Tree, and the system announces the Holy Tree's blessing upon the land. The item crafting success rate increases by 50%. There's a 10% increase in obtaining blessed options during item production, and item production costs are reduced by 10%. The SD Lucky effect blankets the area, improving all production and manufacturing skills by 10% and increasing all success rates by 10%. The tree planter laments that the buff stats are stacked onto the World Tree's corn, and the combat squad is just creating more work for them. Damn it, now I have to work even in my sleep. He grabs Inho by the collar weeping. You should have broken it on the way here. Zonggu and his group arrive, and the short-haired girl is happy to see so many plants growing here. It seems the amount of herbs has also increased since placing the sote there. He recalls the people on the mountain. The herb gatherers haven't returned from the mountain yet. Could they have run off? Seonggu finally admits it. To be honest, I went a little too far. With a hidden agenda, Yunin circles back to ask again, just a little. Seonggu's conscience suddenly kicks in, telling everyone, that's right, we'll take a half-day break, quickly crushing their hopes. Then we'll start a large-scale, high-difficulty dungeon raid. In is still happy, so what's the problem, as long as we get a break now. The short-haired girl like him is still too naive. Even if they have to work hard later, this is truly inhumane. Mr. Gu's car turned back to report. Unfortunately, I plan to deploy the entire surveillance team, because there is a period when the border area is weakest. Yin laments, blaming it all on that ridiculous sky eye skill. Not missing the opportunity, Han taunts him, reminding him that he said this power could see everything. Meanwhile, the others are ready. Target confirmed, he's aiming at Zonggu. It's definitely him. And there's an unidentified giant tree, emitting intense energy. These guys immediately flew down from the top floor, landing on a lower level. One of them wondered if that was the World Tree said to create barriers. Stay within this distance. He's still observing with binoculars. It seems they're resting. Tanato smirks. We must strike when he leaves the barrier, and kill him. The black-robed figures gathered observing from a nearby room, all continuing their surveillance until he emerged. As the clear morning arrived, military vehicles carted away the injured. The short-haired girl stares intently at her phone screen. This large-scale dungeon is located on a university campus. According to the guides, cultists and others appeared there along with a boss monster, a corrupted soul from what I've gathered. Hearing this, Seonggu recalled something weren't there. Similar cases of cultists worshipping that spirit. We can train our defenses against not only physical attacks but also magic and curses. Hanho frowned, looking at him and sighing. I'm pretty sure you're the only one using dungeon raids for training. Ino then called out, Hanho, the vanguard is moving out. The short-haired girl anxiously warns him, Hanho, even if it's nearby, we should be careful outside the barrier. Hanho chuckles confidently, don't worry. Hanho clasps his hands together as if bathed in a divine light. If anything happens, I'll pray immediately. The short-haired girl prayed helplessly as Hanho cheerfully got into the car. He waves his hand, there is a way. It's time to depart anyway. The short-haired girl worried, he'll be okay, right? Sunggu replies, don't worry, Han is tougher than you think, he'll be fine. The military vehicles sped off, and the mercenaries took notice. Discarding their cloaks, they began to move. Based on their direction and route, they're heading east. They're chasing those vehicles. Team 3, stay close. If the summoner is there, engage immediately. Otherwise, switch to Plan B. They quickly catch up to the vehicles at the sign. The mercenaries halt near a building as the truck slows down. What could have possibly caught the green-cloaked man's attention? The horned man turned to ask. What is it? The cloaked figure asked. Do you sense another presence? The horned figure looked around but noticed nothing different. Another presence. He looked around, asking, I don't see anything. Are you sure? The blue-robed man was suspicious. You don't sense anything. It's not like wild beasts are stalking me, but someone is watching them from afar. Hey, we have Hayabusa watching our backs. He's always watching us from afar. But Two Horns doesn't seem concerned at all. Why worry when we have someone watching over us sending warnings like a ferrogreen falcon? Besides, who exactly is following us? The green cloak still has something to say. That's true, but it wasn't until he said this with a menacing look that the other man fell silent. You underestimate my comrades. Outsiders should keep quiet and observe. Omato remained silent on the other end, then spoke up. Hey, can we contact Hausa now? A worried subordinate double-checks. Sir, contact them. Omato stroked his chin, replying, we haven't received a report in 2 minutes. He glanced at his phone screen, noting they weren't answering calls either. The horned brute bellows impossible as the cloaked figure attempts to interject. Two Tails and his subordinates arrive, and Omato instructs them on their mission: move to the pressure point, check Hayabusa's roundabout, and report back. He adds that no matter the trouble, they are not to interfere, and they must not alert the prey to any movement. Two Tails asked, should we proceed with Plan B? Omato replied, absolutely. Back at Han's location, everyone is loading supplies onto the military vehicles as he instructed. Even if we face an unexpected situation, I'll have to kill their vanguard, infiltrate, and slit the chieftain's throat. Omato's eyes darkened as he spoke. If we give him more time, he'll only grow stronger, and our chances will diminish. But all we need is one chance, just one chance to get close. As his men arrive, Two Tails is supremely confident. No matter how strong he is, we've always been able to eliminate our targets in one fell swoop. A team of at least 10 ninja nullifying all defensive power and resistance. In exchange, the target's defenses are also neutralized. In addition, the damage of the first attack is greatly increased by 500%. The man in the green cloak looks at the group, a unit created by Okada Akira to assassinate targets with overwhelming power. With half his face revealed, it's likely Xiongnu infiltrating to eliminate the so-called Nero of Japan's 9 territories. He cultivated the Mada Association, a mid-tier power, to get where he is today. Omato leads the group down, knowing failure is not an option. They set off, swords already in hand. Han and Inho, watching through the screen, felt the tension, while Hanho was shocked no one had noticed. Omato smugly thinks that this is their final moment, but before they even land, fire shoots down several of them. Soma heard a noise and turned to look shocked. What are they being hit by? Anti-aircraft weapons. Toma and his comrades continued to fly, caught off guard, but retreat was not an option. They had to break through. Below, the guerrilla forces have spotted them. Blood suddenly splatters, but Soma is still riding high. It's too late. Hearing a noise, he looks back to see his comrades have all been taken down. Slashing wildly, blood splatters everywhere, and Soma quickly descends. What, they're not anti-air weaponry, are they? The woman slowly approaches. It's Ju. Han gasps at her appearance as a sweating Ju. Toma wonders to herself. Don't tell me this woman killed Habusa and his men. He only sees 2 others now. The Ninja Operation Alliance is gone, meaning everyone but us is dead. Toma raised his sword, finally speaking. He'd heard there was an exceptional samurai on the necromancer's side, but he hadn't expected this level of skill. He introduced himself as Gato Toma, to which Jisoo bluntly replied. So what? Toma asked, shocked, sword still extended. What flag? This successfully infuriated Toma. He roared, does this clan have no manners? Greetings are the bare minimum of etiquette for samurai before they test their skills. Jisoo calmly replies, I think you're taking the samurai role a bit too far. It's disgusting that you're only here to slaughter. Soma makes excuses for his failure, claiming the ninjas only lost because of a sneak attack, and that she was wrong to show her face. Toma charges with her sword and 2 underlings, sneering, if you call us assassins, don't expect a fair fight. He clutches several hooked knives in his fingers. Soma charges in with her sword but attacks with kunai. The sword was just a distraction. Jisoo deflects the knives that were thrown at her, as the 3 assassins circle around her. Toma is confident. Jisoo is done for. Was the kunai just a smokescreen for an ambush? He uses his move, instant stealth. Jisoo hasn't even made a move, but Toma is already thinking about revenge. 9 ninjas vanish before her eyes, and she'll die without knowing what killed her. Swords fall at once, but no one is there. The others are shocked by Ju's disappearance. What's going on? Where is she? At that moment, one of Soma's subordinates was killed so quickly he didn't even have time to react. He stood frozen like a statue, as one by one his men were cut down in mere seconds, one unlucky soul even cleaved in 2. This was Sword Saint level skill. Stunned by the scene, Soma wondered if this woman had reached the level of a Sword Saint, or even surpassed it, as even his subordinate behind him paled in fear, asking, leader, what do we do? Even our leader is helpless. Suma glanced over, thinking, damn it, I can't handle this. He realized there was only one thing he could do. Ju, with one hand, slashed at the man and looked over at Soma. Don't even think about running. I'm not letting any of you escape. With the ninja skills activated, the rest retreat. They used their wall climbing skills, but Ju was determined to let no one escape, and eliminated them all. Soma could only watch in stunned silence as Ju turned her attention to him, blood splattering. Then she turned back to the green cloak. He dodged one of her attacks, and Ju was preparing to fly in. The cloaked figure quickly stood, sword in hand, ready for a massacre. Just as the cloaked figure raised his hand in surrender, Ju delivered a devastating blow. I surrender. Han watches the beatdown gleefully, shouting as the man is struck. Headshot. The blue cloak fell just as Hanho rushed to catch him, asking if she was Ju. Jisoo removes her mask, smiling gently, as Hanho speaks, his eyes brimming with tears, asking where she's been all this time. I was so worried. Even the senior had me lead the team to find you. She recalls what happened in the city. I arrived in Suo a few hours ago, and followed them here after noticing their suspicious behavior. Jisoo then asked, I'll still get to see Seonggu, right? Hanho looked down at his phone and told her to contact him and he'd be right there. Soon Seonggu's flying monster arrived at their destination. Having just dismounted his beast, he asked Jisoo, are you all right? His gaze softened as he looked over, knowing she'd been through a lot lately. Seonggu, they'll be here until morning. Seonggu looks at the system board. So he got this quest after defeating a huge monster. The game's system window appears a hidden quest, titled Encounter with the Great Mountain King category. Locate the target objective, reach the King's Mountain Camp. The Mountain King, ruler of the Silver Corpse Mountains, seeks an audience with the strong one who has defeated his vassals, and offers an additional reward for this hidden quest. It's not a brutal monster, but a rational being who wants to meet skilled players. You'll receive a surprise quest upon meeting the Great Mountain Range King. This could change your fate. The hidden quest will be cancelled if not completed within 48 hours. The Great Mountain Range King wants to test you, and the closer you get to the mountain village, the more savage the monsters will become. The Great Mountain Range King's mood will determine your fate, as Ju recalls the events on Snow Mountain. I met the Great Mountain Range King after wandering through the mountains, but how should I put it? She still remembers what that monster looked like. According to her, it resembled an emugi, and it even gave her a quest. Hearing Jisu's story, Seonggu guessed what it was. A monster that could not only speak but also give quests to players. This wasn't just a boss monster, it was an NPC. He pondered what kind of task such a being would assign. Seonggu asked Jisu what was the mission. Recalling when she retrieved the ginseng from the mountain, she replied, "They told me to retrieve the sacred ginseng that the Battle God clan stole." As she spoke, Seonggu seemed a little embarrassed, unsure of what to say. "Hey, Hanho's looking over here, don't tell me your brother thought it was useless." Ju mentioned the reward, telling them, "They promised to give me the ultimate item of the Shadow King you're looking for and help me awaken." Seonggu happily retrieves the inner core from the previous battle, earning a sidelong glance from Hanho. A slight change, but our customers will love it even more. The system displays the item's information: the legendary Silver Corpse Mountain Inner Core, an edible item, with the effect of greatly increasing your stats when accepting the Mountain Spirit. In addition, proficiency and energy also increase rapidly, allowing you to receive the power of the Mountain God's divine force. Note that to fully absorb it, you need a vitality level of 80 or higher. 100 is recommended. Note that if you possess another divine power, the two will clash and cause serious consequences. This inner core appeared after someone who didn't meet the requirements tried to consume a divine ginseng. Instead of gaining power, they were consumed by it. Thus, focus is heightened after absorbing the strength of that arrogant one. Han stares intently at the core. According to the description, it seems useless. Seonggu covers his face and cries, handing the inner core to Jisu. "Jisu, take it quickly." Though he says he's giving it to her, his hand clenches tightly. "Besides the item, they awakened you, and Ju had to remind you to take it." "Let go, Seonggu." He replies, "I thought only 4-star professions and above receive this treatment, but I guess everything changes eventually." Hanho is curious, wondering how Ju managed to get here. "Is this far from the Silver Ridge?" Diu recalls the Great Mountain Monster's appearance. She answers, "Hanho, the Great Mountain King, helped me. He has an item that opens a teleportation gate." Hanho warns, "I can hear your dangerous thoughts, senior." Seonggu replies sternly, "If he's helped me this much, then the sacred ginseng must be incredibly important to him." He thought to himself, "The problem is, I don't know what his goal is, but the reward is exactly what I need, so I have no choice." Ju made the inner sphere disappear, and she said her goodbyes. "I think I should be going now. I've received the item that will take me back." Before leaving, Seonggu carefully warned, "Be careful, don't trust them too much. No matter how sweet they sound, they're still just monsters." Ju replied, "I'll keep your words in mind." "All right," Seal pointed. That guy, the prisoner who quietly surrendered Ju's eyes, narrowed a complex look on her face, but she finally decided he's too dangerous, it's best to kill him. Even the blinding light is about to fade, Ju's voice echoes. "It's time for me to go, see you later." Ju Hanho is genuinely surprised by Ju's decision. Killing surrendered prisoners, that's not like Ju. Seonggu glanced at the pile of corpses Ju had just dealt with. Prisoner issue aside, he had to see the memories these bodies held. It was as if his eyes had been opened. He vowed to find the one who sent them and make them pay. Seonggu keeps this thought to himself, ensuring no one else dares to entertain such reckless ideas. That evening, atop the mall, Seonggu watches the assassins below, plotting their grand scheme in the shopping center's hall. He observes their numbers, noting there are twice as many ninja here as Jisoo eliminated, and if Seonggu's right, there are even more elsewhere. Below, Toma directs his men. "We Team 1 will head east and go straight to Suwon." The others seem delighted to hear their orders. Team 2 will head to Cheongnan and complete their mission. The Hunter Association building in Gannan is the target. Toma loudly announced to the group that they would execute Plan A, wiping out the area and gathering at Sun. The most terrifying thing was that Toma's orders lacked a specific target, only ensuring a clean sweep to prevent them from establishing a base. His hand reaches out to erase the traitor, the client's request. Sue is a little curious. "The client." He scoffs quickly, deducing the assassin's target. "Someone is targeting both me and the guild, and one name immediately comes to mind." Seonggu was now alone, surrounded by nothing but darkness. The memory ends there, and a blinding light shines on Seonggu, revealing another fragment of the past while Seonggu seems lifeless. Hanho, standing nearby, looked around, even daring to pinch Seonggu's cheek as he glanced at Inho. Every time he's like this, he's kind of cute. He's just frozen like a broken machine. Inho sweats as he replies that this skill should only be used when safety is guaranteed. As Han turned, he caught Seonggu's loving gaze, before Seonggu retaliated by crushing Hanho's head. Bloodkin will move if the opponent is a hostile entity. But I doubt you'd dare to do that. Hanho cried out in pain. My head is going to crack. Inho cautiously approached him, asking, did you get any special information? Even as he answered, Inho Seongu didn't let Hanho go. There's just one thing we need to take care of immediately. Inho looked at the unconscious assassin and said, we can dispose of him as Miss Ju instructed. Mr. Gu's car watched him intently and replied, no, let's wait and observe for now. At the train station, the assassins have just eliminated the men on the roof. The rooftop guards have been dealt with. The curly-haired man smiled with satisfaction, caressing the hilt of his sword. Good, according to the intel we received after interrogating the guy we caught, their main base is in a duplex apartment. He peered through the ventilation shaft of the building across the way, carefully instructing his men to infiltrate through the vents, immediately disable the security on the top floor, kill everyone silently, and leave no survivors. His subordinate had already dealt with the men in his area. He dragged a corpse down with him, kicking the door open and startling those inside. Hold on. The curly-haired man looked up to the sky and greeted. Greetings, Hunter Guild members, the bearded man roared as the others stood. Everyone stop. They're Yamato Guild ninjas having a secret meeting with the Evolution Society. The red-haired man narrowed his eyes, questioning them. I heard you were investigating our clients behind their backs. It seems you're not entirely useless. Hosea faces the assassins without fear, calmly continuing the conversation. Of course, he was once our client, and he used us to gather information on Japanese servers. At that moment, the assassins attacked, and some people died right there in the office. The curly-haired man, head held high, implied that enough was said. They weren't here to talk or negotiate. He raised his sword, putting the others on edge. We ninjas are only sent to kill. But the curly-haired one hasn't dealt with the bearded guy yet. He's insidious. The only reason you're still alive is for that information. After we kill the necromancer, your server's representative will be surprised that you're not afraid. He laughed when he heard what the curly-haired guy said, who then asked him what he was laughing at. The bearded man laughed almost to the point of tears when he heard them say they wanted to kill the necromancer, certain it couldn't be done. He muses that the moment the world quest targeted the necromancer, he realized the boy was the only one who could solve the game's fundamental problem. The system's hostility is proof. Only he understands the necromancer's power, so this is the one thing he knows for sure, that such a person won't die by the hands of these assassins. The curly-haired man scoffed. Impossible, only for you lot. He slammed his sword into the table. The curly-haired man, feeling insulted, rebukes his men, saying their ignorance makes them believe it's impossible. Like frogs in a well thinking they're the center of the universe. These words infuriate him, but he can do nothing. The world is vast, and leaping from the well will expose his weakness. The weaklings among you will die before you ever become strong. The curly-haired man gestures to his subordinates. The report will say no useful information was obtained, just eliminate them all. The subordinate was shocked to see something approaching from outside. Captain, something's coming. This beast's beak is smashing through the skyscraper's glass, terrifying everyone. The monster's feet land, and the assassins are frozen in fear. The curly-haired guy who was so tough a moment ago is now pale with fear. A summoner. The bearded man couldn't help but laugh at the sight, repeating the man's earlier words. Impossible. The blue-haired man raised his sword, glaring at him. How dare you laugh? He raised his sword and charged towards the bearded man. They had to complete the mission. But in that critical moment, a figure flashed by knocking his sword off course. The curly-haired man struggled to stay upright, shocked that the system window had appeared. His body's functions were weakened by a mysterious energy, and all stats decreased by 4. The curly-haired man shouted, "What the hell?" He roars in anger. Why have my stats decreased? What is this? A mysterious energy, what could it be? Now the strongman Seong-gu has the right to say those words. You wouldn't know divine power if it hit you, you're all just frogs in a well. He suddenly glances at the bearded man. X asks, will my request be fulfilled completely? He awkwardly replies, not yet. So need something. I'll ask for something more information about the Japanese server, Gia wondered. The Japanese server Sei replies, I was thinking that would be our next hunting ground. The curly-haired man is Japanese, just like the assassins, and he's furious at being underestimated. The insolent bastard dares to ignore us. He grips his sword, thinking he must attack. But attack why? The curly-haired man felt his mind and body trembling, lacking the courage to move like a prisoner awaiting death. Hosea bowed respectfully to Seong-gu. We understand the information about the Japanese server. Sir, I'll gather more information myself, he says, waving his hand dismissively. Seong-gu reaches out a blue light, enveloping his hand, ready to pry into their minds. The curly-haired man was terrified and desperate. He had to attack. The subordinate was the same. Horrified, he tried to attack, but could only stand helplessly. Move quickly. The assassins are annihilated, blood splattering everywhere amidst desperate screams. Help me. The bearded man was terrified by the scene, his face drenched in sweat. Gu realizes he hasn't gained any memories. Their rank is lower than Team 1, so they don't know much of importance. He rubbed his head and asked the Rosea, how long do I have to wait for the mission to be completed? The Rosea jumped at being called that and replied, just a moment, just wait a bit. Tea and cakes were set on the table, as Gu sat in his chair waiting for the bearded man to search for information on his tablet. He looked at the screen and explained that the Evolution Society's main base had been completely surrounded. Even if we do this, it's useless. A team tailing them has already been wiped out. Seonggu guessed that those people must have been discovered and lost contact with the association as the bearded man continued. Even though we don't know the location of their main base, we've dug up information about their plans. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Seonggu. The information we found will be of great help to you. You are truly amazing. He felt uncomfortable looking at him. What was this guy's deal? This is so awkward. Is this what it's like to meet your idol? Seonggu tells the bearded man, the Japanese server is planning an attack on me. He replies, that's right. Josia's next words surprised Seonggu. No, they were planning something even bigger. Sweat beads on his face just after the World Quest is announced in Kyushu, Japan. The Yamato Society's movements are becoming increasingly conspicuous. This is the grand scheme of the Japanese that he spoke of. It seems they're forming a unified Kyushu army to invade Korea, the very invasion plan Jia spoke of. Seonggu sat in his chair pondering Jia's words. The plan to attack Korea. Meanwhile, he contemplates the World Quest, the world's most hated, categorized as either hunting or protecting the World Tree player. The rewards vary depending on the situation, 5 million gold per World Tree player if you choose to hunt, or 157.5 million gold for eliminating the progenitor of the offspring faction. 2. If you choose to protect, there is no budget. The actions of the World Tree faction's progenitor, 157, the most difficult player in the world, have angered the two superior races. Therefore, the two superior races decided they couldn't let him be. This was a global event, unrestricted by any server. You must choose between obeying the high-ranking races or rebelling and joining the new generation. The mission's details will change based on your progress. Su stares intently at the system board, focusing on eliminating himself. There's an option to protect, but with no budget it's as good as no reward. He's figured out their intention. They not only want to eliminate him, but they also want to attack the entire server. Seonggu then asked if the old man with the mustache had more details, and he looked at his tablet screen to report back. Though gathered from rumors around Kusu and a few low-level agencies, it seems a large army is headed for Busan. But what exactly does large army mean? Seonggu asks, just how large are we talking? The bearded man hesitated slightly before answering, relaying the information he saw on his tablet to Seonggu. They can mobilize 4,000 troops, and if we include reserves, that's an estimated maximum of 6,000. Seonggu's eyes widened slightly at this unbelievable number. The number of troops they can mobilize outside, excluding those defending the base, is 6,000. He repeated to the bearded man, I heard Kyusu's population is smaller than other islands in Japan, but this is beyond my imagination. He sensed something was wrong. Yamato's acquisition of Kyusu seemed problematic. They forced the Kyusu group to join by sending ninjas to assassinate those who disobeyed, leading Seonggu to believe that the Kyusu forces hadn't suffered too many losses. The informant replied, yes sir, my speculation is. He smiled brightly, stating the obvious. Their strength could also be their weakness. Despite his smile, he sweated with anxiety, telling himself, I must show him my abilities. The informant provides more information to Seonggu, noting the lack of skirmishes between troops, suggesting a possible inexperience in one-on-one combat. He adds that the reason the Japanese soldiers were fearful during the Japanese invasion of Korea was because they were war experts who had participated in many battles throughout the Zengoku Warring States period. Seonggu listened silently, contemplating a few things, a very optimistic guess. The numbers weren't the problem. He calmly faces the numbers unfazed. 4,000 troops, even 6,000 isn't a large number. This is nothing compared to the Red Revolutionary Pirates. Instead, Seonggu worries about the number of Japanese server players. He considers the current situation, now that the world has become a game where levels and items are key in large-scale battles. Combat skills and numbers are secondary. Seonggu suddenly thinks of Ju. Even she who could face 100 enemies alone was taken away by a teleportation item. Thinking this, he frowned again. If instead of fighting people we raided a dungeon, our levels and item standards would definitely be very high. After a moment of thought, Seonggu still felt it was too early to draw any conclusions, no matter the case. He told the mole to continue gathering information. He bowed respectfully, replying, yes sir. Seonggu suddenly remembered something, raising his hand to get the man's attention. And one more thing. Seonggu instructed him to find the fastest way to transport items, or anything else, to Busan. Before making this request, he'd already considered the chances of success. Gangziok and Daesun King both did it, so there must be a way. With that, Mr. Gu got up to leave, saying that this way they could react immediately to any problems. Despite his caution, the bearded man still reminded him about the fee for the car, and Gu glanced back with a sharp look that forced him to obey. Saving your life should cover the fee, don't you think? You want to take money from me? The look in his eyes was enough to scare him like a startled rabbit facing a fox, and he answered Seonggu's first question. Of course. Seonggu heads out. He climbs onto his mount as the mustached man, and a few others come out to see Seonggu off. He stared in admiration at the figure he had just seen, while the two beside him looked on helplessly. He's so cool. In a city with a world tree. After Seonggu recounted everything, Hanho exclaimed in surprise that Busan was invaded by the Japanese server. He rubbed his chin and replied, although it's mainly the Kyuzu faction, not the entire Japanese server, I still want Busan to know about the invasion plan, even though it will be troublesome if the enemy finds out. Hanho, quick as a whip, excitedly grabs his phone and starts typing away. Easy, I can secretly comment on an old post from the War Guild in Busan. Seonggu glared at Hanho but couldn't help but admire the kid's clever ideas. He tapped the screen one last time and happily announced that he was done. This is the message Hanho managed to write the world's greatest thief, Hanho. The secret is that everyone knows my ID. I'm a teammate of the necromancer Asura Lee Hanone. I'm writing this because we have some information that could be useful to the War Guild. The Japanese server has been acting suspiciously lately, and I think War should be wary. Han focuses intently. There's a reply. A message arrives from the other side, Warring's Secret Intelligence Division. Thank you for the warning. We are constantly monitoring the movements of the Japanese server across the ocean and securing our naval artillery. The problem you're worried about will never happen. Though the War Guild favors peace, we have the strength and will to never kneel before anyone. Hanho's eyes are glued to the screen and he seems indifferent, especially at the end. I wonder if that was directed at us. The short-haired girl might be able to explain. They're simply showing they're not hostile, and the Warring Guild is also on the side of demons. It's inevitable they'll have a bad impression of us. Inhu sweats on the other side as Seonggu stares at his phone screen. We've given them fair warning. I hope the Warring Guild will be vigilant. The fat guy suddenly spoke up. Coastal artillery. The short-haired girl scratched her head and glanced over. Is that enough? Hanho looked like he wanted to protest, but of course he couldn't say anything. There are many ways to overcome them, and luckily Seonggu went to Bin Thienha. He calmly tells everyone, suppressing their cheers, don't worry about anything else, let's just prepare in our own way. This was all according to his plan. Just as he thought they need a new strategy to win. Cargo ships cut through the night as assassins lined up on command, the leader called, and the ninja elder personally ordered the attack on Busan, disappointing him once more. The game displays the ninja gliding kite artifact, activating additional stealth effects, and they fly away using the kites. Under the cover of night, they glide away from the ship, and in the distance, lights flicker on the shore. The system announces the ninja telepathy skill, allowing them to hear each other's voices from a distance. Having reached the shore, they report back via their devices. We've reached the coast. They've deployed a lot of artillery. The man carefully observes every movement, reporting what he sees. It seems they've invested a lot of money into this. Luckily, it couldn't detect us, or the whole team would have been wiped out if we'd approached from above. They flew inland and discussed their plans. Alright, let's land on that mountain. They begin to descend, abandoning their gliders upon landing, but their momentum carries them forward. The white scarf leads. This is an ideal open space. We've landed in a good spot. They take out a paper with a circle drawn on it, and the white scarf looks at his men and asks how long it will take to install the super-grade gate item here. One of them places his hand on the paper, and a golden light flows from his hand into the circle drawn on it. He replies, channeling a large amount of mana will be difficult. We need at least 12 hours. The white-robed figure calculated the timing. A two-way gate would last for 10 minutes after activation, a sure path to safely invade with a large number of troops. He leaped away, gazing down at the city in the night. Soon the evolved society of the Korean server will support this plan. They will release poison gas on Busan. He relays to his underlings that they will exploit the chaos, and if they can safely activate the gate, the plan will succeed. Unlike Teams 1 and 2 who failed to assassinate the Soul Streamer, you must not let your guard down. He glared at the World Tree. In the next 12 hours, we'll attack and uproot the entire World Tree faction. In the corner of an alley, the shadows of the assassins could easily be seen. Monsters gather and open the bottle. At night, light shines down from the sky onto the World Tree. Seonggu's group stood before the sacred artifact, and Seonggu, gazing intently at it, told everyone that if a battle broke out in Busan, they had to figure out how to move the siege weapons. The staff here are helping to repair the weapons, but even with storage, the limit is still 10. We're gaining siege weapons, and we'll get even more in the future. Inho approached Seonggu and asked, there will be giant undead creatures too, right? Inho's eyes lit up as he imagined the monsters equipped with catapults and ballistae. We could mount catapults on their backs, or we could install fixed crossbows. Zhigu suddenly shouted, startling Hanho, who looked over in surprise, because he had just thought of a great tactic. Using flying creatures for melee combat would be a waste. Or we could use a tactic of firing arrows and missiles into the battlefield while hovering in place. Then we'll really destroy them. We can try equipping them with Lei Chen's maces. Inho grins wickedly. He agreed with the idea, impressed by Hanho's creativity. Hanho asks loudly, the other summoned creatures are skeletons too, right? Previously one was transformed and called Undead Fusion, he excitedly asked Inho. What do you think of the ultimate transformation combination? Hyung-han shouts, and along with his seniors they laugh and immediately get to work. Su, however, stood firm, clenching his fist, a blissful expression on his face, thinking, is this paradise? As the group gathered with shields near the World Tree at night. The houses nearby are all gated with iron bars, and inside 3 people are bound by chains. Ket looks outside to see no guards and chaos ensuing while Oin sweats profusely beside her. Chi, a battle is about to begin, so everyone is busy. Saying this, he felt melancholy. Do you think they'd even notice some captured members of a disbanded guild? Ket sighed, then shouted. But that's not the case. We're capable people, a threat to the necromancers. One of the remaining 3 spoke up. The 2 outside said that chaos was brewing in preparation for war. He even broke his chains with force, and there were no guards. Yin's face paled as he watched the scene unfold. What was On doing? Suzuki stands up, rubs his wrists, and addresses the 2 of them. This is the perfect time to escape. The guards outside have been knocked unconscious. One of the guards falls to the ground as the 3 prisoners make their escape. Kik finds it hard to believe, even with a surprise attack, how could he take down guards so easily? Even Yin is surprised. I knew he was unusual, but I didn't expect this. Suzuki pointed ahead, asking, You said the armory is this way, Yin replied. That's right, a memory flashing back of Seon-gu dragging him all over the place. I'm sure of it, that little devil dragged me around before. He's probably trying to sweet-talk me, but it's not going to happen. Suzuki looks ahead and asks, If you 2 get out of here, do you plan to take revenge on the organization in the future? Hearing this, Ket sighs. Revenge. She frowned, thinking of her former comrades. I'm not close enough to my old gang to avenge that necromancer. The guild members were all brutes, and the leader was always self-righteous. So Oin tried to reason with her. But the guildmaster saved our lives. Even if he does bad things, he does good things too. He tries to convince Ket that this is normal, that in this world she'll often meet people like him. Yin turns to Suzuki and asks what kind of person the chairman or the person he serves is. Are they like that man? He didn't turn back, and though the one I serve isn't like that, when he glanced back with a sinister smile, I felt a chill down my spine. People like that are the worst. Outside, the armed soldiers are knocked out and the group reaches the vault's entrance, the armory. Yin is certain that the weapons of those they captured are also stored here, and now Kiel demands his property back, telling them to return his heroic-grade bow and arrow. Suzuki smirks, deciding to find the swordsman's blade first. Inside, Seong-gu's men are already waiting, and Kiel is scared out of his mind. She hides behind Suzuki, wondering how they got in here. How did they know we were coming? Yin uses her teleportation ability to get behind Hanho. The 2 smirked at the others as Hanho revealed that his favorite protege had informed him. Ket scolds him, but Hanho is there to back him up. You traitor! You act like an innocent scholar, yet you scheme behind our backs. Eoin feigns intelligence as he replies, Chi. A learned man wouldn't lead himself into danger. Your next move is making Kiel tremble with anger. You should use your head. You ask for mercy, yet you try to escape. Suzuki in his naivete asks, Kiet, aren't you too close? Yin instructs, don't hate yourself. Han then touches Yin's chin admiringly. Well done, my disciple. He reciprocates with a satisfied look. It's nothing, Hyung. Gu watched this scene, his expression darkening. He's barely been near ink, and he's already turned black. He suddenly turns and calls out Suzuki Ren. He was so surprised, his voice trembled. How do you know my name? Gu asks, Are you looking for this sword? Clutching the sword, he stared intently, his brow furrowed. While Hanho, still cradling Oin, watched with rapt attention. He was thinking about it even while running away, so it must be a valuable item. Mr. Gu even brandished the sword and took it. Han is shocked to see him hand over the precious sword to Suzuki. What are you doing, senior? Even he's stunned as he receives the sword, and Yin loudly proclaims that this is how a gentleman behaves. Seong-gu tells Suzuki, I don't want to hear you call me a coward. I've returned your weapon. He commands Oran. Oran, kill him. Oran clashes swords with Suzuki, as Han watches in astonishment, surprised by Seong-gu's decision. He told him to kill him after returning the weapon. That's not like him to do something so unnecessary. Oran strikes at Suzuki, but he dodges and redirects the blow. Oran leaps behind Suzuki, his Seata-enhanced hand deftly wielding the sword with 2 fingers. Suddenly a thrust, but Oran evades it. The 2 exchanged a flurry of blows, their swords moving too fast to see, as Han watched intently. That item is truly powerful. He's overpowering Oran. Seong-gu, however, sensed something different. That item wasn't special. He could tell the sword wasn't an item at all, just a normal sword. Hanho recalls Suzuki's swordsmanship, finding it hard to believe it was just an ordinary sword. Oran is using the boss monster's weapon that Inho restructured. Right, Suzuki's sword strikes straight at Oran, who barely manages to block it. Seong-gu and Hanho observe from the sidelines, wondering how he can still overpower it. If it were a normal katana, it would have cracked from the impact. Seong-gu recalls each of Suzuki's sword strikes. He's redirecting the attacks, minimizing the impact by precisely calculating the angles and force instead of directly blocking. Oran is finally defeated, sent flying by Suzuki, whose swordsmanship is truly unique. Han bites his hand in shock, realizing Suzuki's true strength is his mastery of skill. Oran, I've seen enough. Suddenly, monstrous arms emerge from the ceiling, surprising him as Oran whispers, Let's end this battle. Suzuki drops his sword, cowering in fear as he's surrounded by the horde of monsters. I surrender, she cried, only to be seized by a monster. She struggled, shouting, Killing me this way is cowardly. So retorts, I never said I'd fight one-on-one. Besides, this is my ability. These words stunned Suzuki. Did I ever say I was going to kill her from the start? Seonggu said to Hanho, who was determined to avoid him. Hanho steps forward to break the stalemate, promising to deal with the others later. Unjin set a good example, so follow it and do your best. Hanho points to Suzuki, who is being held by the monster. He hastily explains, I'm not confident. That guy's dangerous, Seonggu reassured. He's not worried about his own safety, and the guards he took down earlier have already woken up. Seonggu knew this, which is why he told him not to kill anyone. The guards were only knocked unconscious. The Soul Summoner is surprised that he understands him so well, and Suzuki stares at Seonggu, wondering what he is and what he knows about him. Hanho frowns, looking at Seonggu. What exactly did he see in those ninja corpses? If problems arise later, you'll take responsibility, right? A golden light has appeared, shining down on the world tree as the undead swarm below the skyscrapers. A device is launched, and someone starts flying wildly. Their device is worn by beasts in front of the people, reaching 900 meters in the air, identifying targets. The controller commands fire, and the zombies below chatter. They finally summon me, only to call me a target. This is the country we live in, my friend. Fire rains down, incinerating the undead in a blazing inferno, and Inho rejoices at the sight. That's amazing. The person next to him is also surprised. Success on the first try. He adjusts his glasses. There are a few issues, but we'll find a way to fix them soon. And besides, our team plans to continue researching the enhancement of giant undead. Inho recalled the monster. Its gaping maw was still too small for the Thunder God statue. But I think we should give up on combining any more thunder idols. It's just too big. Seonggu approaches, seemingly pleading. Is there really no other way, Sergeant? Inho waves his hand, signaling them to turn back. Suzuki intently observes Seonggu's group on the other side, the world tree. They're strong. His focus is so intense that his palms are sweating. The power they possess firsthand is far greater than the information he received. Though few in number, they compensate with logistics and coordination, making them a force to be reckoned with. After some negotiation, a decision has been made. All right, I'll leave the rest to you. The system announces emergency Korean server event has begun. Han stares angrily at the system board. A sudden emergency event. The board displays a server quest, the ultimate Korea-Japan war with victory as the goal and rewards to be won. An error message appears. Korea and Japan have been fierce rivals since the beginning, unsurprisingly. Now that animosity continues, can the players from both servers truly end this feud? Another screen appears, noting the special rules applied to the first Korea-Japan melee to make the battle more interesting as follows. First, representatives from the Japanese attacking server and the Korean defending server can take turns choosing the battle format. Second, depending on your individual choice, you may end up supporting the opposing server and be granted an opportunity to transfer to it. 3. The entire battle will be broadcast live worldwide on the official channel. Mr. Gu turned back and asked Hanho, Hanho, have you checked the Busan community? He pulled out his phone, breaking out in a cold sweat. He'd forgotten since they said they could handle it themselves. He was shocked as he read the breaking news on the screen. Terrorists. It seems the Warang Guild is under terrorist attack, and there's a similar emergency happening at Gyeongdongpo Station. Due to the widespread coordinated attacks, they retreated to the rear fortress area. The Japanese server is the Japanese server. Han is furious as he reads on his phone that the Warring Guild claims they can handle it themselves. She knew this would happen. Seonggu could guess who was behind this, the Evolution Society and the Jamato Guild working together. He surmises that the Warring Guild had no choice but to abandon their base and retreat as Hanho calmly reviews the situation. But they're calling it the Korea-Japan War of Asia. It's not the whole server, just a regional conflict. The system is really pushing this war. Mr. Gu frowned, agreeing with Hanho. Indeed, but the problem is this war is still a trap we can't avoid. He realizes the entity known as the Creator is surely enjoying this, pushing for an even greater war. On his phone, a notification appears, a worldwide broadcast of the battle between the Japanese and Korean servers. 7915144 views. First, please select a game mode. The Japanese server as the attacker gets to choose first. 1. All-out war. 2. Capture. 3. One-on-one. The man smirked, watching the system update with the announcement that the Japanese server had chosen option 3, one-on-one. The system announces that both servers have chosen option 3, one-on-one combat. Each side must now choose a champion. Failure to comply will result in punishment. The victor gets a cob. Songyu glances at Hanho. They've chosen a one-on-one fight. He looked at his phone, speculating that the War Guild might want to turn the tables and win. Based on that, he figured the Yamato Guild must be confident in their members' martial arts skills. Information appears revealing Yamato's one-on-one champion from the Japanese server. The great warrior of the Korean server is still unconfirmed, and Song Yusa frowns at the sight of Sword Saint Okada Akira. So this is his plan. After transferring to Sugan Okada, Akira appears and introduces himself. I am Okada Akira, guild leader of Yamato from the Korean server. Listen closely. He smirks. I have no interest in dealing with small fries. The Necromancer leads the Green World faction, as Okada Akira tightens his grip on his weapon. If you want to protect the Korean server, come and face me. I'll use my sword to prove your worthlessness. His gaze swept over the fallen, mirroring those already defeated on the ground, as the system announced the official livestream. Korea vs. Japan, a live broadcast from World Server 13335-134 viewers. The information panels appear before everyone. Not only that, it's displayed on the phone screen a one-on-one match between Yamato's Great Warrior Ryo and Korea's Great Warrior. Each side's champion, including Jang Hoo-min, must reach the designated location within the next hour, and all other forms of competition are forbidden once the duel begins. If anyone violates the rules, they will automatically be confirmed as deceased. Song-woo stares at his phone in shock while Han-ho exclaims that the War Guild's leader is finally stepping up for a duel. Now his brow furrows. Jang Hui-min ranked 9th in the Korean server. He was one of the strongest to participate in the raid that defeated the level 5 boss. Song-yu analyzes the situation. Though he forged the strongest force in southern Korea, he now finds himself cornered. As Hui-min grits his teeth in anger, the sky turns a fiery red before the battle. Okada Akira and Hui-min face off ready to fight as Hui-min raises his sword and introduces himself. I am Kang Hui-min, Guildmaster of War. I'll punish you for your cowardly sneak attack on the Demon Guild. You'll pay for everything you've done to us. Okada Akira eyes Hui-min warily. So you're the #1 rookie on the Korean server. He didn't expect him to say that, and then Okada Akira confidently drew his weapon. I commend you for protecting a guild on the verge of collapse, so I'll grant you a painless death. His eyes burned with murderous intent. But don't get too comfortable, it's just a promise, and I'm not good at keeping those. Okada Akira growled, I love hacking away bit by bit from the outside in. As the system announced the start of the one-on-one duel, he immediately pointed his sword to the sky. Come on. Okada Akira summons his power. Defensive armor, enhanced vitality, the Holy Order. A youth observes that the warrior is showing all his cards from the start, a strategy that could lead him to victory. Fully prepared, he taunts. Are you finished yet? Or should I give you a little more time? Hui-min retorted, radiating murderous intent. I'm not finished yet. Not until your head is separated from your body. Okada Akira raised his sword and remarked, that's such an old line. But it's also a dream you can never reach. He couldn't wait any longer and charged to his death. As it announced the start of battle, the two warriors, each wielding immense power, clashed violently. He turned the tables from defense to offense through the system's wind reversal announcement. Blindsided by Okada Akira's redirected attack, Hui-min was met with a blinding light as the light sword materialized, desperately defending himself, his defenses, and while barely holding against the onslaught. Hui-min gritted his teeth as he defended, calculating that his heavy armor would allow him to withstand multiple blows. So now he just needs to land one hit. But in the next moment he's shocked as the sword pierces through his armor. The War Guild members were shocked. He cut through his armor. No, our guild leader. Then countless strikes headed straight for Hui-min, a bloody scene unfolding before Okada Akira. He calmly wonders if that's all there is. Okada Akira spits in frustration, finding it boring. The system displays the victory information belonging to the Japanese server, which has won the corn. Having won and gained a 30% attack boost for 2 hours, he boasts, "Oh Necromancer, if you're watching, listen closely." Okada Akira issued a warning. While waiting for your turn, I'll cut down every single one of you on your server. Come find me before I get bored. The announcement then declared the start of the 2-hour free-for-all. Seeing the dire situation, they yelled to each other, retreat, run. Song-yu and his companion were stunned by the sight, one of them wondering what on earth was going on. Han-ho trembled as he looked at him. Senior, is this real? A duel between top-ranked players ended this quickly, Jisoo reported Seong-gu. We've received a message from the Revolutionary Army. They're planning an attack in Busan, and want you to join them. Ba Han-ho stared at the screen. The broadcast had just ended. Faced with this situation, Song-yu was at a loss. I'm sorry, but deep down you know that with our current defenses, we can't stop foreign forces from attacking. After a moment of thought, Yu instructed, tell them we'll be in Busan soon as they requested. With that, he calculated that the solution remained the same. He had to be certain of the possible consequences, so they couldn't easily attack. The problem was how they would get there. That evening in the district, a car arrives. It's done. We have visitors. The long-haired man walks in carrying a suitcase. Are you still not over the past? I've completed the request you made. Song-yu glanced at him. Then let's go. He then said to himself, in a moment of utter madness, we finally secured tickets to Busan. Gather and mobilize all forces and allies to be ready for immediate combat. Manhwa obeyed instantly and reminded them that in case of emergency, they should prepare to go to Busan themselves. If the War Guild can hold out long enough, we'll go reinforce their defenses. Suddenly, Kang Hoon interrupts. Wait, we're going to help the War Guild. He carefully reminded them that they were the enemy, and that they shouldn't just see this as a national issue, but also consider the reasons why they suffered losses during the faction war. Dong-hoon responded, enemies. This isn't the time to argue about that. He gritted his teeth, surmising that the system itself was the problem, as if it sought to destroy the Korean server. Ever since the World Quest, the system has been riddled with problems. Based on the current situation, she analyzes that recent major quests are promoting negative behaviors, both inside and outside the Korean server. To survive, they must protect the Korean server. He then surmises that this alliance is to protect the server. He closed his eyes and commanded, "Tell the demons at Eungbu who surrendered that we're joining the fight, release them, and tell them I'll compensate them handsomely." Then Dong-hun stood up and declared, "I need everyone to work with me, so we can escape this dangerous situation." Everyone echoed the command in unison. With his orders given, he walked away wondering, why would the system put us in such a grim situation? Looking at his reflection, Dong-hun thought, is it because the third faction is coming from here? If so, the angels, demons, and the third faction will all have to fight. And so he began to get serious. The players must cooperate, regardless of faction, that is my purpose. However, at the same time, a special faction mission was announced, a faction assassination mission, titled Seeking Glory Amidst Chaos. Assassination successful. Ranking points awarded 157. As the Korea-Japan War erupts, the Korean server falls into chaos, an opportunity to boldly eliminate corruption. Take up your sword and fight. Failure to comply will result in a deduction of rating points. Accumulating points for this mission may prevent you from receiving bonus points for other faction missions. Frustrated, Dong-hun wonders why the system keeps assigning him tasks like this. This mission isn't helping me achieve any of my goals. It reminds me of when Seonggu smashed the goddess statue and said the same thing. Song-yu had analyzed that this was the result of being spun around by an unknown player, and there was no way this was a good quest. Dong-hun gritted his teeth in frustration. Their reputation, their superior race, was now like shackles binding him. The Jamato Guild launches a full-scale assault, and explosions erupt as the battle intensifies. The Steel Gate is under heavy assault, sending the War Guild members into a panic. The Steel Gate, reinforced with shields and magical metal, won't hold for long. They're closing in from all sides. Some have fallen, others lament. If only the Guildmaster hadn't lost, we'd have found a way out of this dead end. The black-haired man recalls the scene of Hui Min's demise. The Guildmaster was the beginning and the end of the War Guild. It's no wonder we're all so demoralized after witnessing that. The brunette clenched his fist, resolute. It's not over yet. If I can just get through this, then it's time to choose an event. He shouts with determination, we can choose a duel, and find a hiding place in the remaining time since other battles are forbidden during duels. He's intimidated by the brown-haired man's attitude. Can I even escape? Time is too short, he fumes. So you're saying we should just die here? Suddenly a strange sound echoed, surprising the brown-haired man and shocking the black-haired one as a Warring Guild member observed the shield's every crack. It's over. The shield is broken, opening a path for the Jamato Guild to flood in. Seeing this, they cried out that the enemy was flooding into their camp. The brown-haired man gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, this is really the end. Hearing that, he sadly replies, well, I did all I could. He clenched his fist. Even so, I didn't think I'd die in such a shameful way. The black-haired man was confused. Ashamed of what? The brown-haired man was quick to remind him that the broadcast had already begun. He felt humiliated, like the whole world was about to witness his destruction, without him being able to resist. Like a ninja samurai, he steps up to reassure him, knowing there's nothing he can do about being weak. The brown-haired man sighs. Indeed. While the white-haired old man stubbornly clings to the law of the rising sun, I can't just die like this. The brown-haired man wondered, so what do you plan to do? Did he expect lightning to strike? A great heat suddenly appeared behind him, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. They were confused by the massive explosion. What the hell is going on? Then a barrage of arrows flies forth, catching the Yamato Guild members by surprise. Was it a trap from the start? He raises his shield. It's just arrows. A guild member exclaims in surprise. Huh, what just happened? He stares ahead in shock, as the massive blast continues to affect their all-out assault. The Jamato Guild members are affected and cry out in pain. Help! The brown-haired man and the others looked outside in confusion, wondering what had just happened. What have I done? Then the War Guild members are drawn to something on the roof. That is, until they recognized the sacred weapon. A thorny foot appeared, followed by gigantic monsters. Seeing this, he rejoiced. There he is, he's finally appeared. Someone appeared on the beast's back, none other than Song-yu. At that moment, the system announced a function weakening due to an unknown energy source, all stats decreased by 3 on a ship at sea. It displays the information official, live broadcast Korea vs. Japan server, The Otherworld, 14115, viewers. Seeing this, Okada Akira scoffs, calling it a ridiculous battle. The system predicts the winner, the attacking side with Japan, at 64.8%, and Korea defending at 34.2%. He suddenly remembered that even though it wasn't a betting event, the system's event also had a lottery to give out prizes. From the data just now, Okada Akira assessed the difference in Seifet's votes. This is proof that our Japanese server has a place on the world map. He glanced at the comments, and their reaction wasn't bad at all. Beyond the shock, the entire chat was cheering them on. Meanwhile, in the live chat, seriously, what did I just witness? This isn't a movie or anime yet. I've seen the true measure of a samurai. Yeah, I saw it too. Wipe them out. A nation of martial arts is indeed different. One day they'll come for us, but for now I have to admit they're impressive. I'm rooting for you guys, keep flaunting your strength. But Okada Akira still felt a tinge of regret. If there was a moon, this would be the perfect time. Then the long-haired man appeared. Forgive me, Sword Saint. His voice trembled slightly. I didn't expect to fail against the Necromancer and the Hunter Guild. Then he waved his hand slightly. No, on second thought, this is better. Okada Akira slams his hand on the table. This festival is for everyone, so the ending can't be boring. We need a grand finale. He's planning to make the world recognize the Yamato Guild by using the summoner's head as a trophy. Okada Akira's eyes turned cold. The assassin failed, so Suzuki Genin is dead right, the long-haired man said, explaining he was sent as a rear guard. He hesitated to act and died at the summoner's hands. He stroked his chin. I was going to kill him after the mission anyway, so should I see this as a good thing, saving me the trouble? But Okada Akira voiced his feelings. I felt uneasy from the first time we went hunting together. He crossed his arms and said he should feel honored to be a key part of the Yamato Guild's grand expedition. A subordinate rushed in to report Sword Saint. An unexpected event has occurred on the battlefield. A necromancer has appeared. Hearing this, he was excited, and on the other side the battle was fierce. He was pleased with the current situation. Even under guerrilla attacks, they were still numerous and spirited. These people were not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, he glanced at the items in his hands. Even the equipment was the worst of all the factions he'd fought. But sooner or later they would all be his. As expected, with no major battles against other players, they were still focused on grinding monsters. Furthermore, as he unleashed his martial arts, the system issued a warning. A poisonous fog was forming in the area. The Yamato Guild members immediately called out to each other, warning it's raining, put on your raincoats. They brandished their weapons using skills to deal with any undead unsure when they might explode. The Yamato Guild members quickly noticed the sky. If the bone dragon descends, activate the shield immediately and use ice magic to freeze its wings. The leader ordered them to freeze it before the bigger ones arrive. Hold your positions, move as a team, and don't separate no matter what. Seeing this, Song Yu realizes they've studied him well before hunting him down. He analyzes the situation, noting that targets are usually isolated and eliminated, but they've chosen to stick together. Each person takes a position to prevent a wide-scale attack. Song Yu isn't worried at the moment, but even so, it'll only buy them a few more minutes. In this desperate situation, they urge each other to summon the undead and stop them as they rush in to close the gap. He calmly watches everything unfold, as the gap widens with each passing moment. Song Yu's sharp eyes observed everything. If the players didn't revive, anyone who targeted him would suffer unilateral damage for an hour. That's why so many enemies choose to assassinate him, as the sound of shattering and freezing echoes among the Yamato Guild members. They'll just respawn, so even if it costs mana, turn them into ash. A moment later they were stunned. An earthquake. Oh no, not that thing again. From beneath the earth, a monstrous beast emerges, roaring with terrifying power, as the Yamato Guild members reassure themselves, unaware of the grave mistake they've made. There are many buildings here, making it difficult for such a large creature to move. Unfortunately, it moves quickly, shocking them all. It's moving to the side, just circling around. Never mind, it can't even turn around properly. Don't waste any more mana, just freeze it if it attacks. Suddenly, the beast stops, surprising the Yamato Guild members. It stopped. They scream in terror, realizing the bone dragons are blocking their escape. The bone dragons are dropping countless massive stones below. They're throwing rocks. Activate the shield. Seeing their chance, the twin shadows unleash their martial arts, creating a golem as stones of all sizes fuse together. And they fuse together, forming a giant robot. The Necrogen has arrived. Necrogen MK2 Aquila appears, and the two battle-ready robots charge into the fray. Necrogen, the necromancer's summoned weapon from the Korean server. The opposing mage begins to prepare as well, facing what appears to be a formidable machine. But even though these two robots are modern machines, they're seen as cheap knockoffs. Overall, the robot's surface is rough, and even the control techniques and skills are mediocre. The cockpit doesn't meet technical requirements. It lacks an elaborate design that balances mobility and complex structure. The mages began to chant, confident in their power against the robots in this land of super robots. That cheap imitation is no match for the real thing. The robot brothers leap into the air, initiating their first attack. The mages, seeing the robots' strange behavior, laughed triumphantly and mocked them. Haha, you couldn't break it, so you're running away with your tails between your legs. A clumsy, unmotivated robot trying to fly. Just as I thought, it's definitely a fake. The two robots signal to each other. Let's begin. The older robot lifts a large piece of the wall, then hoists it onto his shoulders. It's a Necrogen stone wall, and the mages are furious. They're tearing up the road, another one wondered. What are they trying to do? Then they realize the danger right beneath their feet. The poison water is already up to our ankles. The necromancer stands in the center, surveying the city. This is Buon. Mountains are visible from everywhere. Most of this area is well above sea level, but rainwater will inevitably accumulate if you block the flow from a mountain. The mages are caught off guard as the floodwaters rise rapidly. What do we do now? My robot brother is furious and giving orders. My brother, quickly punish these inferior beings who dare to insult us, the robot replies. Yes, brother. And so the two robots charged forward like bullets with their Necrogen-heavy strike. The water level rises, flooding the area, and the mages cry out that the banks are about to burst. The two lead robots use their strength to hold back the flood as those below frantically shout, trying to find a solution. The vanguard will be wiped out. Bring the antidote. We're going to rescue them. The Death Knight stands high above his heart, filled with hatred. They have done what they should not have done. Then, gritting his teeth, he ordered the barrier to be broken. Immediately, the two Papa robots obeyed, canceling the summon. Instantly, the water grew stronger and more turbulent, and the mages cried out in alarm. The toxic water is forming a tsunami. The harsh currents swept away everything in their path as the mages riding Weens unleashed ice magic to neutralize the rainwater. Even a small amount of water accumulating as it flows down the mountain will be more than they can handle. Those submerged in the toxic water cry out in desperation, swim and take the antidote. We can escape this based on our player's stamina. Suddenly, behind one of the mages, a water monster with glowing blue eyes appeared, sending chills down his spine. The ferocious fish swam toward the people and began to hunt. The mage cried out, "Bonefish." The necromancer scoffed at the mage's panicked screams. That's what inexperience gets you. This is the price you pay for losing your cool in battle. The control room watched with glee as they were swept away. Let's clean up the battlefield while we have the chance. After a fierce battle, the system announces that the free-for-all is over. Then came a series of further options. Please select the next combat event. The Korean server defense faction has chosen all-out war. 2 captures 3 duels. With 0.45 seconds left to choose, the necromancer looks up, a hint of surprise on his face. Is the time up? Then a drone flies overhead with an introduction. The representative of the defense, the Korean server, has been handed over. New representative, question 157. The Sword Saint appears with arrogance, addressing the necromancer with a demand. You came as I requested, so there's only one right choice here. He directly proposes a duel, choosing him. The Sword Saint points at him, challenging him to show the world his power. Don't fail my expectations. The necromancer can't believe the Sword Saint's words. A duel, he confirms. Yes, he was also stunned by the old man's choice. What nonsense is he spouting? The system announces that the Korean server has selected an all-out war. The battlefield will be limited after 1 minute sync after each minute, and the battle will end after 60 minutes. The Sword Saint then shows off his mediocre skills to try and impress everyone. Seriously. Damn it. Necromancer, come and get me unless you're scared. The necromancer, radiating power, declares that the only way to prove his strength is to hear his enemies curse his fighting style as the system marks the battlefield and sets the stage. The entire area is collapsing. After the announcement, the necromancer's eyes gleamed. This is a tough fight for him. The battlefield will sink in 10 minutes, minus 5,000 square meters. Now back to what we were doing. At the Jiaifengquan skyscraper, Fatty lugged a stack of scrolls, muttering about the endless war preparations. He still had some lingering concerns. Would this really be the end? Because Busan has been breached, we don't know when or where the enemy will strike. He sees his comrades engrossed in the battle and asks, "What's this?" "You're still watching the live broadcast of the battle in Busan, none of your business." One of them quickly responded, "Yeah, it's actually a broadcast." His colleague gravely recounts the battle, but the genre shifts from war to a gruesome horror show as people are brutally attacked by monsters. They cried out for help, "Save us, we don't want to die." The system announces again that the battlefield will sink in 60 seconds, 500 meters below. The glasses-wearing man reports the situation. "We've hunted down all the people in the north. Likewise, in the west, time is running out." The system announces that Death has 142 seconds left, and Anubis has 14 seconds. The necromancer surveyed the chaos, pondering that facing the holy sword at this time was too much. Witnessing the Sword Saint's power and skill, he exclaimed, "That guy's a monster, I have to admit it." Everything the necromancer put in his path he crushed underfoot. "I sent countless undead to stop him, but they can only stall for time." He understood his opponent's strengths all too well from those few masterful sword strokes, realizing that facing him directly would be no different. And so the necromancer was cautious and calculated. "If he's truly on par with Ju, my head will be off my shoulders before I know it." The Sword Saint, having defeated the enemy's army, stands tall as expected. "He's dangerous. Master, is it wise to ignore the boss?" one of the Death Spirit Master's subordinates asks. The deceptive Sword Saint remained expressionless, as the others speculated that he might tire from fighting the endless undead, and that quickly eliminating him would be the bait. The more cautious companion warned him that a Sword Saint like him wouldn't be exhausted by that battle, and jumping in recklessly would get his head cut off. He was surprised by his answer, wondering why he suddenly agreed to cooperate. He nonchalantly replies that while they brought him along to cooperate, anyone would be obedient with a knife to their back. The necromancer declared their victory as the system announced that the Korean server had won the all-out war and a glory buff would be awarded. Defense will increase by 30% for 1 hour. The free war begins now. With the war ending in an hour, they breathed a sigh of relief, while some below regretted their actions. "I lost so much money earlier. I didn't expect a spirit master to show up." They excitedly discuss the necromancer, wondering if he's actually a good guy and if they should join the World Tree faction. But there's still one last task with the old sword saint. Now they just need to take down that crazy swordsman. He didn't even bother to show up. Suddenly someone rushed over breathless, telling them it wasn't over, and to check the broadcast as the sun began to set. The ocean waves churned and warships sped across the sea at breakneck speed. They pulled out their phones to record the live broadcast, asking each other in surprise, "How many fleets are there?" Even the necromancer was stunned by the urgency of the situation. This Anubis form could only last a few more minutes, and fighting would be too much. Furthermore, he fully understands the enemy's manpower. The force sent from the World Tree is only about 30 people, and they are all elite mages. The man in the back shouted that he would follow the necromancer, saying, "You are the current server representative necromancer, and I will follow your orders." Those behind him echoed his resolve, believing that any strategy devised by the necromancer would give them a chance to win. "Just tell us what to do to protect Busa." The necromancer then made a bizarre suggestion, "Pack your things." They were surprised. "What?" He casually lays out the plan. "There's no way around it. We have to abandon Buan and run." Everyone grabs their weapons, even the necromancer's disciples are dismayed. "Run, just run." The war guild is the largest in Busan. Even if they lost the battle, at least 10000 members would still be alive. Lano Ho reported quietly, "The numbers are greater than we anticipated, but they're all in bad shape." Sanji listened, commenting calmly that it was unavoidable. He quietly analyzed the abyss breath used by the Evolution Society was too potent. Aside from a few treated with elixirs, the rest were poisoned. The Yamato Society's vanguard alone numbered over 2000, with at least several thousand more following behind. He glanced around, confirming his suspicions they needed reinforcements. Lai Han beside him continued to grumble. "Too bad if the surrounding area was within our influence, we might be able to get help from a guild." Sanji suggested a way to increase the distance. He clenched his fist, thinking, after enduring 24 hours and buying more time, we'll use this event to strike a blow against them. All they can do is repeat the same strategy, as Lai Hanho knows all too well. "Total war hostages, duels, none of it will give us an advantage," he continued. "And before that, if we don't take down the Sword Saint, this war won't end." Li Hanho thought to himself, even if we used necromancy to control the nearby monsters to attack, we still couldn't stop him. He nudged Suzukian and asked mysteriously, "Does the Sword Saint have any weaknesses? You must have eaten and hunted with him, right?" He's flustered. "Even if there was, it's between me and the Sword Saint." Sanju interjected. "The Sword Saint doesn't keep his promises." Suzuki Genin looked away, slightly embarrassed. "You seem to know a lot about me." He lowered his head, clasped his hands tightly, his voice full of bitterness. "I had no other choice." He was filled with regret for the autumn, and for never having had the chance to move to Kyushu. Japan's Itoryu, a small swordsmanship dojo, nestled in a corner of central Kyu, includes Yuisen Itoryu, Hokusen Itoryu, and Itasoden Mutoryu. They were only named after the many Itoryu sects in Japan but had no connection to the martial arts school. Inside the dojo used for sword training, Suzuki Genin's father was sternly teaching. "A sword is a weapon for killing. It's just a tool." He sternly reminds him, but even as a tool, its value changes if it holds a story. That's what the Itoryu sword is. A sword given from wife to husband, a wish for his safe return from the battlefield. The sword passed from master to disciple, a wish for protection in a harsh world. The sword given to Bodhisattva, a hope for glory. He closed his eyes, a hint of warmth in his voice. Though they are all just swords, they are cherished because they hold the hearts of others. Like a sword, no matter how well kept, it will be damaged, parrying blows, cutting and slashing. After such injuries, it will break, but we can't just let it break like that. Suzuki Gen's father continued. "The swordsmanship that cherishes this precious object is what you will learn from now on." He then called out to Suzuki General. Though still young, a hint of maturity graced his face as Suzuki Gen solemnly replied, "Yes, sir." His father's teachings echoed in his mind: analyze your own condition and the enemy's blade, and above all, master the skill in swordsmanship that minimizes weapon damage. As the grueling training went on, Suzuki Gen marveled at the strict discipline he'd endured since childhood. Though it was tough, recalling his victory over the older swordsman, he thought to himself, "It's a good thing I'm talented." As he grew older, Suzuki realized, but it wasn't a choice he made, he was simply wandering the streets. A loud voice calls out, "Len, are you even listening?" Kenta urged him on, "I'm late for my date with Haruka, hurry up." But Suzuki Gen lingered, pointing to the sky. "Wait, there's like a game window appearing in the sky." Seeing Kenta so insistent and angry, Suzuki Gen finally relented. "Okay, Kenta, I'm going." Later, Haruka scolded them for making her wait so long, and Suzuki Gen gasped at the sight of the huge sign that was hung up. The Manhwa and Anime Expo leaves Haruka speechless, surprised by the massive crowd. Kenta smirks, chuckling to himself. Of course it's crowded. Even if it's considered a niche culture, it's still the best of the best. Haruka ignores him worriedly, asking Hansuzuki, "Are you all right here, Len? Aren't you supposed to be training at the dojo with your uncle for the anniversary?" Meanwhile, Kenta rambled on about countless manga and anime, and when Suzuki Gen was asked about it, a sorrowful look flickered in his eyes. He replied softly, "Yeah, even though I don't really want it." He recalled their conversation that day, his father loudly proclaiming, "Len, you have talent, you've surpassed my skill as the Itoryu successor." He was about to scold him for playing around with friends and neglecting training, but a silent Suzuki Gen cut him off. Is swordsmanship really necessary in today's world? He listed them off one by one: cars, planes, TVs, phones. This is the 21st century, the age of scientific civilization. Even if I hone my skills through grueling training, there's nowhere to use them. Day after day, the number of official members dwindled until only 2 remained. He turned to his 2 friends outside Kenta, and Haruka, friends he'd never properly hung out with. His father tried to justify himself, expressing regret, but Suzuki Gen left with one final question. "You just want me to inherit the dojo, don't you?" he bluntly reveals. "What you're worried about isn't me, but this dojo that's been passed down for generations." With that, Suzuki Gen turned and left, leaving his father calling after him. "Ren, we're not finished talking, come back here." Ren's flashback ends and he scratches his head in frustration. "Even if I'm skilled with a sword, it's not like I can make money with it." Haruka smiled gently upon hearing this. Perhaps his father had other plans, but Kenta stated bluntly that Gen was better off not inheriting the dojo. He had suffered enough, since childhood his body riddled with training injuries. Instead of swordsmanship, he actually likes manhwa and anime just like me. He enthusiastically pats Suzuki Gen on the shoulder. "The future is uncertain. Instead of inheriting the dojo, let's become amazing otaku together." Suzuki could only wear his helplessness on his face, lamenting inwardly. Kenta, otaku isn't a profession. It's fun, but you can't make money with it. Just then, a questionnaire suddenly appeared in the event space. "What do you think is the best profession to survive in a collapsed world? Make your choice." Everyone started chattering, wondering what was going on. What's this? Is this some kind of event? Or is there a power outage? Don't they have backup power? Kenta, equally terrified, cries out in alarm. Suzuki Gen warily surveys his surroundings, mentally dissecting the situation. Even with a power outage, the building shouldn't be this dark. Suddenly a light flashed, forcing him to close his eyes, and then job cards began to appear around him. Suzuki Gen vaguely thought cards. Before he could think, the cards appeared, and Kenta quickly grabbed one. He urged his 2 friends, Gen and Haruka. "This kind of thing usually happens in novels. Pick a card quick." Suzuki quickly scanned the area. If that's the case, something big is about to happen. Should I choose the card with the most stars? Kenta picks up a card, and the system immediately announces that he's chosen a job card. Then at that moment, the gloves fell out as well, causing Kenta to exclaim, "Damn, I chose the fighter card and got a pair of gloves." He asked in confusion if the rest would be getting special abilities and becoming stronger by hunting, while Haruka was still sad. "I chose healer, so I got a staff," Suzuki Gen thought to himself, looking at the 2 of them. The weapons dropped are based on your chosen class, yet he stares at his empty hands, confused. "But why didn't I get a weapon when I chose swordsman? Did I choose the wrong profession?" Just then, the event space suddenly lit up, stunning everyone. The power's back on. They rushed outside, realizing this was no event, and they needed to escape. It's true, things like goblins might actually appear. But as soon as they reached the glass doors, a scream echoed out. The others saw the bloody scene outside and cried out in horror as the goblins regained their composure. "Though they may be many, we can handle goblins." But then a massive goblin foot stomps in its breath, heavy its face, a mask of bloodlust. Seeing this, the crowd screamed, "Ah, run an orc, why these things?" Just then, a fire erupted in the city, quickly turning the place into a scene of devastation. Kenta, clutching his head, lamented, "We're doomed. Why is the tutorial so hard?" Suzuki Gen looked around, thinking to himself that in novels, manga, and anime, people react quickly because they've seen similar situations in media before. But even if they react in time, the number of monsters is overwhelming. Monsters swarm anywhere people gather, and the more Suzuki Gen thinks, the more he grits his teeth at their predicament. Since the rescue team hasn't arrived yet, and this might not be the only place affected, we'll have to find a way to survive on our own. Seeing Haruka's endless sniffling, Kenta reassured her. "Haruka, calm down. At least he has a gene that chose a high-ranking profession. Gen has been handling most of the orcs so far." Looking at the broken sword in his hand, Suzuki Gen thought, "But I'm not sure I can handle what comes next." "Kenta, I had to use a dead man's sword, but it broke too. I can't use any equipment other than swords, nor can I pick up skill cards created upon ranking up cards that offer other benefits. But there are too many limitations. In this situation, the 5-star Sword Saint class is like poison." 5 days after the cataclysm, the city lay in ruins, bodies strewn about, monsters trampling them with blood-soaked axes. Seeing this, Suzuki Gen knew he had to make a decision. He struggled to breathe, knowing he had to make a decision quickly if he wanted to survive. Fast food wrappers littered the ground, and Suzuki Gen felt trapped. Everyone was sleepless, and their food and drink were running out, leaving them with nothing to sustain their strength. He quietly calculated that with fewer people the monsters had dispersed and there were fewer around, meaning he could leave without a weapon. Thinking this, Suzuki Gen gritted his teeth in frustration. But remembering the good times with his friends, he knew he couldn't abandon them. He had no choice. Just then, Kenta weakly suggested, "Gen, at least you should get out of here alone." Suzuki Gen immediately turned and snapped, "Kenta, what are you talking about?" Kenta quickly tried to explain. I don't mean abandon us and run." He gives a confident smile. Let's get out of here and find someone to help. Kent looked down at the monsters tearing each other apart. He voiced his theory since the monsters couldn't find anyone, they'd started tearing each other apart. Perhaps we're the only 3 survivors, so the monsters aren't coming here anymore. He sounded optimistic. If it were just the 2 of us, we could hold out until you returned, Haruka agreed. Yes, Len, do that. But Suzuki Genin understands the hellish situation they're in. He silently dismissed the nonsense, wondering if they could even find someone to help. With things as they are, where would we even find survivors, and if we did, would they even help us? This place is crawling with orcs and monsters, but Kenta places his hand on Gen's shoulder and speaks firmly. Gen, you have to survive. Suzuki Gen understood immediately. Kenta knew it too. Feeling Kenta's trembling hand on his shoulder, Suzuki Genin thought the plan was ridiculous, at least for now. He gritted his teeth, his face a mask of helplessness, unsure of the right decision. Suddenly a loud scream echoed, and all 3 turned to the window. Kenta frantically asked what was happening to the monster. Suzuki quickly grasps the situation, shouting that the monsters are running in one direction, they're being rescued. Seizing the opportunity, the 3 escaped the building only to halt at the sight of a thick cloud of dust obscuring their view. Suzuki wondered how many rescuers there were, and Haruka realized that all the monsters in the area were running towards them. Kent cautiously approached, careful not to disturb the monsters, and they witnessed the creatures being torn apart by sharp blades. Their fresh blood gushed out as each monster was eliminated. And the one responsible was none other than Suzuki Ren's father. He rushed over, calling out, "Father." The man responded with a slight tremor in his voice. "Ren, you're alive." But he reassured himself. "Of course not. How could I die at the hands of those 6 monsters?" Suzuki asked repeatedly. "Father, did you come alone? Where's the rescue team?" Behind him, Kenta cheered with joy. "Haruka, we're saved." Haruka was so happy she was moved to tears. Yes. However, only Suzuki Genin noticed the blood on his father's mouth, and he suspected a sword had pierced his father's back, and fresh blood was still flowing out. Suzuki Genin's father could no longer endure and collapsed, prompting the boy to catch him and cry out in alarm. Haruka gasped, equally stunned by the sight. Uncle Ken couldn't believe it, he cried out. "You fought monsters in that state." Genin's father, enduring the pain that made him tremble, struggled to reassure his son. "I'm not afraid." He stroked his son's hair, who was frozen in shock. "My only fear was that I'd never see you again." He hurriedly asked, "You're joking, right?" "But you said you were strong," Father Genin replies, as his father weakly answers. "No," he rasped wearily. "I'm not as well as I let on. Even when teaching you swordsmanship, I was always afraid. That was the only way I could survive, so I could only teach you swordsmanship. The world changes so quickly, but was it right for me to teach you the sword? I was always afraid I was holding you back." He reached out again, wanting to touch his son's face one last time. "But then I was relieved, so glad I taught you swordsmanship." Then his frail father spoke his last words, thanking the heavens, "You surely will." At that moment his hand fell limp. Gen's father left behind his final words about surviving in this world. Immediately Suzuki Gen's pained scream echoed through the area. Ugh. Sometime later, as he powerfully swung his sword cutting down monsters, Gen thought to himself, just like his father said, he was able to survive in this world thanks to the swordsmanship skills he had learned. He was also very suited to the job of Sword Saint. Gen looked at the cards in his hand. There were many obstacles before, but when he leveled up, his stats increased. Although he couldn't use skills, his extraordinary physical abilities compensated. By helping people, he's gained some notoriety, and people are starting to talk about him. Apparently, the Sword Saint rescued someone from the orc's lair, and I heard people in this building were saved as well. Gen remembers when he first met Okada Akira, who burst through the door of Kenta Haruka's building, calling out only to be met with laughter. "So you're the Sword Saint who saved everyone, but you're just a kid." The Sword Saint threatened, saying that now that everyone knew him, he should be more careful. With the world in chaos, the wicked target, the famous even more. Suzuki Genin witnesses his friend being held hostage, and his sword-wielding hand trembles with rage. "What do you think you're doing?" Sword Saint asks unconcerned. "Ah, this," the old man smirked. "I just wanted to be his only friend." Gen realized he'd never considered the evil intentions of others. In this environment, how far can one really go? The next day, as he reached for his sword, a nearby rock suddenly exploded into pieces. That was caused by the ferocious monster's giant club, but in a second, Gen easily knocked it away. He pressed his advantage excitedly, shouting, "The last one," but the Sword Saint kicked him in the gut, stopping him short. He slyly drew his sword, pretending to be kind as he advised, "You shouldn't hunt bosses alone. I've decided we'll hunt together since you said you don't want to cooperate in harming others." With one strike, he decapitated the monster, even though I would have gotten more experience for landing the final blow. "We're friends, so you understand, right?" Suzuki Genin thought to himself, secretly counting the experience points. The hidden quest took everything, even his reputation, but the people who witnessed the Sword Saint slay the monster cheered. "It's the Sword Saint." He calmly took in all the praise. "Rumor has it he defeated a boss all by himself. I knew you could do it." It seems he started saving people after the collapse. Still, some whispered their doubts. But wasn't the Sword Saint supposed to be younger? The man beside him immediately waved his hands in denial, saying it was just a baseless rumor. The Sword Saint overheard the whispers and his face darkening called out, "Araha." A quickly responded. The Sword Saint spoke grimly, "I should probably say my goodbyes to that friend soon." Ending the flashback, Suzuki Genin still stood motionless. Li Hanho sighed. He did try though. Remembering how he'd attacked Jen, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Was I too cruel to him when he was just a weakling? Hanho whispered to Sanju. He may seem like us, but our lives have always been a chaotic mess. He remarks like a version without a happy ending. Sanju pondered the survivors banding together, and the vampire always targeting humans. Could that be us? Han recalls a shared memory, but instead they almost died during a hunt or in a dungeon. Sanji is speechless, hoping things will eventually be alright and they won't end up like that. At that moment, Gato Toma told Jen to eliminate the necromancer and return to the ninja squad. He frowned as he recounted his final order. He continued saying he would release the imprisoned Kenta and Haruka, adding that he could be found through the memories of the Ninja Unit 1 Commander Sword Saint Dang. At this, Hanho suddenly shouts, reporting to Song that the enemy is upon them werewolves. Sanji realizes they're evolving together as Hanho shouts, "Senior, look up there." He stares at the strange kites in the sky, confused. And something's in the sky too. Suddenly bullets rain down. Sanju urgently called out an airstrike as the familiars locked their glowing eyes onto the squadron hovering above. Evolutionaries below, ninjas above, were surrounded. Sanju and Hanho fought side by side, and he asked Senior, "What do we do?" They approached the soldiers, staring at them, realizing that with so many wounded retreat would be difficult. "Yes, we're blocked by buildings and mountains as well. Everyone stay close, let's see if there's a way to retreat, or a way to win," he thought. What if we hid in the buildings? No, we'd all be trapped and die a slow death. Seeing his expression, his thoughts betray his anxiety. This is a big problem. With a fierce look, Han shouts, startling Sanju. "Senior, can we use the demon realm?" Sanju firmly holds the dragon pillar, knowing that using it will keep them occupied. "But even if we survive, the warring guild members and the injured will die." He speaks, issuing his command. "First, prepare to re-engage and fight. There's no other way, we must hold our ground and find an escape route." Battle arrows fly, signaling the start of a fierce battle as figures leap from kites, cutting down the arrows. Everyone charges into battle. As the ninja team arrives, soldiers raise their arrows, and the archers on the fortress are taken down. He conceals his face like a ninja, performing some kind of technique, a ninja secret art. Pigeon bombs, they fly straight toward the archers. "Watch out everyone, it's about to explode in a blaze of red." Fire erupts as the stones fall from above. Min X is crushed by rocks, his face contorted in pain as he grits his teeth while his comrades fight on calling out his name. "Mr. Minx, don't worry, fall back. Everyone attack him at once, I'll take care of this side." Minok fights with all his might, unleashing a powerful aura. "Get out of here, you boneheads." The two clash, and a captivating battle unfolds, drawing everyone in as the others deal with the archers. The masked figure uses his power to try and defeat him, but fails. So he unleashes the chained dragon's head. "You are not allowed to enter here." Abyss shackles. Chains coil tightly around his body in the sky, as if trying to kill him. He glanced over, reminding his teammate, "Forget about them. We'll take down this fortress and move inside," ignoring the chained-up Lin Xiang calling for help. "Senior, it's spinning around like a top. Let's go." After being spun around and dropped, it ducks down and is flung far away, flying around and killing several soldiers in the process. He's flying back. The masked man taps the skeleton's head, returning it to the child. The masked figure raises his sword to fight, but a skeleton wielding a holy sword is no match for a single bullet, and he falls. A gun really. Now he's turned to shooting the rest, guns blazing and screams echoing. The coward actually used a gun. Meanwhile, the two are talking, saying they've stopped the attack on the fortress, but the first line of defense is almost completely destroyed. The leader looks furious. Things aren't looking good, and they won't be able to hold out much longer. One warrior's power is shattered, as a formidable army appears, led by a figure radiating immense power. Their main force has arrived. A powerful force emerges, and their commander steps forward to speak. "Finally, we're about to face each other." Necromancers. The soldiers were startled and inexplicably panicked. To deal with countless corpses and still maintain such numbers, the kites are back, and there are more of them this time. "Don't hold back, fire everything." The soldiers scrambled, erecting a magic defense against the grenades. A cloud of smoke erupts from the pipe, and the soldiers scatter. "It's a smoke bomb. I can't see anything. Everyone be careful." The smoke erupts, killing the soldiers, as Han charges forward yelling, "Damn it, come and get me. You won't lay a hand on my comrades. If you're so tough, come at me." The two clash. "This is a message from the Holy Sword Necromancer. You will pay with your comrades' lives for daring to mock the Holy Sword." The three fought amongst themselves, and Suzuki Gen cut down his foe. "Suzuki, are you betraying us?" The two look at each other. "So we're with Zhang Feiha now." A savage laugh echoes. "If your two friends want to survive, kill the enemy quickly." The two are frozen in fear. "That's the enemy now, huh?" A gleaming sword suddenly appears. "You said something about surviving, but the Holy Sword ordered a complete massacre." With a look of shock and surprise, he replies, What elsewhere? The two are meeting, and the one whose memories I read was Gato from Team 1, right? The Holy Sword ordered him to kill them all as he didn't want to leash any more dogs. His whole body trembled. No more leashes, how could this be? A stiff, sinister smile spreads across his face. Your very existence offends the Holy Sword. Your pathetic job can't even use skills, yet it's called Holy Sword, so he's wanted to eliminate you for a long time. A surge of power awakens, and I think so too. Ninja assassin techniques, their powers clash, leaving them both unscathed. He dodged it. And now he's fighting back. How? And yet he stands here trembling. Kenta and Haruka scream in terror. Akila, the gang leader, was startled by the voice, a smile spreading across his face. So you're still alive, Ren. Now I have even more to enjoy. More smoke bombs fall. Han stands his ground, deploying another smoke screen. Len, I know you're angry, but we have to stop those ninjas. Where did he go? Sanju reminds them to stay alert. Don't lose focus. We're surrounded. I was saving the awakening and divinity for the worst-case scenario, but I can't put it off any longer. Together, the two of them possess terrifying power, and a fiery woman appears. Diyu and Ju face each other aggressively, as Songyu looks on sternly. Jisoo, how did you get here? The soldiers are preparing to charge the crossdressers ready for battle. This made him think. The Liberation Army. A sword-shaped light strikes the ground, and Yong-hoon launches the blade, sending it flying from the sword's body. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Tempo's territory had been declared lasting for 2 hours. All allies will receive an automatic healing effect, and all Crusader members will have their stats increased by 2% per second. Gongbi Ganghun orders them to load up and fiercely tells them to shoot them dead. Ju steps forward and looks down below. Good thing we weren't too late. Hanho saw her and leaned forward in surprise. Chi, how did you get here from Busan? She calmly replied, I completed a hidden quest. After discovering the fight took place in Busan, I asked Great Mountain King for help. He gave me something called a meteor. Hearing her words, Songwoo thought to himself that it was the same item that brought them to Busan. That demon is truly rich. I really want to befriend him. That item isn't easy to come by. He just gave it to her. Looking at the people on the ground, he wondered, did you bring the Crusaders with you? Ju replies, that's right, tens of thousands of meteorites are falling, and it seems you need reinforcements. We see an image of Deng Hun cutting down the monsters. Jisoo calmly explains that among those who could help, they were the strongest. He breathes a sigh of relief. Yes, that was fortunate. I desperately need troops. Heavily injured soldiers, a shortage of manpower, and the enemy attacking from both sides. Smoke billows from the ground, illuminated by the fiery red of the flames, as embers dance in the air. The system window reappears, signaling the end of the free-for-all. Please select the format for the third match against the Japanese server, 1 all-out war, 2 captures, or 3 one-on-one duels. Time remaining to make a selection 0.45 seconds. A sinister smile spreads across his face. He finally slams his hand on the table. There's no escape for you this time. I'll crush you. Come on out. The system displays the names of the 2 players on screen. Both servers have selected option number 3, a duel. A representative from each side must choose a great warrior. If either side violates the rules, they will be punished. Upon victory, the winning side will receive 1, the Great Warrior BF Duel of the Japanese server revealed by Team Yamato. The Great Warrior of the Korean server is still unknown. Jisoo turns, stating that this form of competition pushed the War Guild's president to his death. Songyu agreed, but remembering the massacre, he worried about a terrible outcome. She gets straight to the point, asking if I can compete, catching Hanho off guard. Jisoo, that guy's no joke, he thought to himself, ready for a fight. He said nothing, lost in his own thoughts. Clearly this format suited Ju better than it suited him. But based on my calculations, I'm not even sure Ju can win. There's nothing I can do but completely trust her judgment. Songyu worried if she would be okay, but contrary to his concerns, she was ecstatic. A duel against an enemy, no interference, a perfect situation for me. Jisoo stood powerfully before her opponent. She took a piece of jade, and slowly turned to him, and here's a gift that's sure to suit you. He accepts it, and his body emits a light. It truly is an amazing gift. He thought to himself as the system panel finally displayed the item's details. The Shadow King Necklace, a legendary item that increases strength by +6 by controlling a shadow within sight. This item can gather visual and auditory information with a 5-minute cooldown. The Shadow Monarch's successor has collected Relic 4/4, completing the hidden quest collection. The Shadow Monarch's successor reward is being sent to player Crown of the Shadow Monarch, as Jisoo makes another bold declaration. Now choose me as your great warrior. I will end this battle. The two enter a true battle, a one-on-one duel. The Great Warrior of the Japanese server reveals himself as part of the Yamato team, while the Great Warrior of the Korean server is Ko 399. The Great Warriors from each side must reach the designated location within the next hour, and all other forms of combat are prohibited once the duel begins. Anyone who violates the rules will automatically be declared dead. A cloaked figure steps forward, engulfed in flames. Revered Sword Saint, the villain fumes. These wretched bastards. The masked figure stood by waiting. They all eagerly await the fight as green flames engulf Ju, illuminating the area around her. She looked at him with disdain. Who is this now? A red spark flashed in his eyes. How many times must I say it? I want the necromancer, not these small fries. The villain's taunts ignite his allies' fury. Does the necromancer not dare to duel himself? Is that why he keeps sending others to die in his place? Ju retorts that the summoner probably doesn't need to intervene in battles like these, angering him further, and adds that her abilities are enough to fight him. A gust of wind sweeps past as they begin their battle, and the villain slowly draws his long sword. What a crazy bitch. Can't you see how strong I am? In Ju's eyes, she sees the villain. I can see you very clearly. Those words truly struck his pride, driving him into a furious rage. She lunges towards the villain, swords in hand. But it seems you can't see me, can you? He didn't reply, but hesitated slightly as she charged, saying, Don't be scared, this is just the beginning. The system announces the duel has begun, and Ju slashes forward, activating her hunter's instinct. If the duel lasts longer than 120 seconds, the hunt will begin, and a tiger erupts behind him. Prey has been successfully designated. Warning, you have entered a state of disconnect with the predator. All senses are paralyzed, except for 50%. He throws a blow that sends chills down his spine. How dangerous. Thanks to your composure and determination, the system has partially restored your senses. All senses recover by 40%. Ju vanished in an instant. He's shocked, she disappeared. He swung his sword wildly, but she quickly jumped behind him, sizing up her opponent, a vicious beast that could predict her every move. He wonders if those are footprints, and witnessing this excites him. So she's not just some small fry. Alright, time to go all out. His sword came down on Ju, but she dodged it and immediately launched a counterattack. But as soon as that attack landed, the villain's problems began. Her strength, her physical stats were anything but normal. Before the villain could react, Ju struck him with a knee, sending him reeling in pain, giving her the perfect opportunity to mock him. Contrary to your arrogance, your body is so weak. The villain quickly moves behind her, tracking her footprints. Diu is completely focused on the fight, dodging attacks with ease. Seeing an opening, he roars. Now it's my turn, isn't it? Is that really swordsmanship? Don't just charge in like a wild bear. Meanwhile, as she struggled in the fight, a commotion arose outside. How dare you call her a wild bear? Even if she's stronger than a bear, she's still a woman. Her expression is sullen. Are you panting? That's a yellow card for you. Now it's your turn, the villain sneered, pointing his sword at Ju. Anything else? If so, bring it on. Something else, she asks with disdain. If you could, you'd see how you die. Hearing this, the villain burst into laughter. How venomous, just like the mouth of a loudmouth, like a madman. The villain just laughs, saying he can see right through Jisoo after just a few steps. All show no substance, strong swings, but no technique. In a flash, he darted forward. This will be your end. Jisoo quickly jumps high into the air. I'm actually quite surprised by your tracking skills. But he continued, saying her grip on the sword was terrible, as she lunged toward him, praising her nonetheless as he moved closer. Learning swordsmanship from Suzuki Genin was worth it. I can clearly see the fundamental flaws in those movements. That fiend is gaining the upper hand, and of course the North Star sword technique, with its fiery power, is closing in on Ju. He strikes, cleaving the earth in two with a single blow, but skill alone means nothing. Suddenly she declares that 2 minutes have passed, leaving him puzzled. She prepares to unleash her attack, initiating the hunt. It has begun, and she is thrilled. Ju retaliates, activating her hunt within 1 minute, rapidly increasing her stats by 60, and her prey's attack power by 50. A blinding light erupts, stunning even the Elder as he prepares his attack. What the opponent's attacks are relentless, and that light is growing even brighter. The Elder slashes repeatedly, barely avoiding damage. What is going on? What am I even dealing with right now? But I can't keep this up forever. He changed direction, flying away, but Ju followed closely. It wasn't her movements, nor was it her swordsmanship that had become more refined. Ju takes to the air, sword raised, and a light emanates from its blade. The Elder barely parries, realizing that her very essence has changed. This is sword energy. The Elder barely blocks the attack, his face contorted in a grimace. It's so strong I have no time to counter. As the blue light faded, Ju charged forward through the golden haze, and after a moment the Elder realized something. Her speed makes it difficult to analyze her movements. He swung his sword, and as soon as he saw her figure, he cursed. You bitch! The Elder's eyes locked onto Ju as she flew toward him, and he questioned himself. Am I losing to someone who doesn't even have a basic understanding of swordsmanship? Could one defeat an elephant? This question reminds the Elder of his previous confrontation with Suzuki, exhausted and covered in wounds. He was the one who asked if even a warrior who had honed his swordsmanship to its limits could defeat an elephant. The Elder frowned as he looked at Suzuki, his expression confident. What are you trying to say? Before them lay the massive corpse of a monster. We were lucky in this hidden dungeon, but what I'm saying is we should avoid opponents we can't defeat. With a wheezing breath, the Elder declared that this was the case for someone who only fought with original swordsmanship theory put into practice. The Elder unsheathed his sword, reducing the towering monster before him to dust, its body split in two, but it would be different if he could use skills with it. You could even defeat an elephant, he says, pointing his sword out again. The convenience of skills lies in their immediate usability, and their power is beyond even his wildest dreams, despite a lifetime of swordsmanship. So the elder's confidence wasn't just talk, he cackled, looking menacing enough to scare children. Thanks to the stats I've gained from countless dungeons, my swordsmanship is now unmatched. No one can stand against me. Suzuki, exhausted, sighed wearily. I'm curious. His downward gaze suddenly pierces him the moment he faces true power. Back in reality, Ju relentlessly attacks, forcing the elder to defend while searching for an opening to conserve his strength. I should fall back, escape this storm of blades first. But as North Star Sword retreated, Ju leaned in, pursuing him relentlessly. She relentlessly attacks, forcing the elder to defend, unable to escape. I lack speed, I need another way. Ju's attack strikes the entire body, forcing even a powerful elder to grit his teeth in pain. The impact is accumulating throughout my body. I'm reaching my limit. His sword slips from his grasp, slicing through something unseen. The elder trembles, clutching his bleeding hand as Ju approaches. Even the elder's mouth is bleeding, and though he's drenched in sweat, he refuses to give in. His voice trembling, he asks, "How is this possible?" She's overwhelming me with pure physical and brute strength, and Ju is getting closer. Her eyes were so sharp they could emit light. I told you that you would die if you saw the successor. Despite his injuries, the elder mustered all his strength to scold. Ju, you damn elephant with your brute strength. Enraged by his words, she charged forward, her blade descending faster than the speed of light. Who are you calling an elephant? The scene becomes a pool of blood. As her sword fell, the system announced that 339 players from the Korean server had won, granting the victory buff to Korea. Attack power is increased by 230%. The others are shocked, their tone becoming frantic. The Azure Sword? Impossible. Is the side that's happiest really the winner? The big guy jumps for joy, celebrating their victory. They've successfully defended Buan. And of course, Songyu's brothers wouldn't miss this, words that would make even the introverted Ju blush. Ju, I knew you could do it, and Han Ho was the loudest of them all. That damn holy swordsman, how dare he call Ju brat, I never thought of her that way. Just as Ju turned back, the elder's head was engulfed in flames, but a faint life force still remained. He coughs up blood as everyone watches the sword saint's head. His blood vessels and nerves are gradually regenerating. Someone shouts about the blood vessels. His body is regenerating, and two sparks ignite behind the elder. He summons fiery wings and takes flight, now resembling a monstrous eagle. You forced my hand to use my final option. I won't forgive you. Those below are bewildered by the elder's transformation. What is that? He's getting bigger. That's no longer a human. It slowly approaches Ju. Is it a skill or a multi-item mutation? A familiar voice draws her attention. Jisoo, I'll handle him from here. Songyu steps forward, golem in tow. He glanced back at her. Dealing with the big guys is my specialty. The puppet set vanished momentarily, and Songyu frowned up with a determined look. Come here, I'll tear you to pieces. Ju looks up intently, warning him loudly. No, Songyu, the problem is what's on him. Something behind the elder is glowing. Smaller missiles began to fly toward them and they panicked. What is that? The missiles are headed straight for us. Get out of the way. The impact caused a cataclysmic explosion, and his underlings were scared witless, on the verge of wetting themselves. With tears in his eyes, he ordered the others to retreat, as ominous spirits filled the air. A veteran like Song Yu knew at a glance that this was the breath of the abyss. The system announced that his mana had increased sharply due to the abyss's breath. The aura of the abyss surrounds Song Yu, and he reveals a secret: the Evolution Society. Why would they do this? What's their scheme? They should know this is giving me an advantage. Indeed, this is to his advantage. The abyss's breath has accumulated within him. A blue light surrounds Song Yu, transforming him into something new. I don't know what you're planning, but Song Yu in his death god form flies out to fight. No matter what it is, I'll end it today. The duration of his death god form has increased. Blue panels flash as Anubis's duration is extended, and Song Yu clenches his fist. His awakening time increased. This is an incredibly powerful abyss aura. They've created an item on a completely different level than before. Before charging into battle, he turned back to carefully instruct Jujitsu, gather everyone and get out of here immediately. Her eyes widened as she asked, what about you? With the staff of death in his hand, Soo-hyun glanced at the third elder and replied, I'll catch up while keeping an eye on things. If Song Yu is right about the Evolution Organization, they won't stop with just this attack. He watched the breath of the abyss emanate from the figures lurking on the nearby rooftops, the werewolves of the Evolutionary Organization. The werewolves, dressed in formal attire and gas masks, spread the breath of the abyss with reckless abandon as Song Yu surveyed the city, piecing together the puzzle. Are they trying to fill the entire city center with the breath of the abyss? But why? I don't think I'm their target. The werewolves don't realize I'm helping their enemies. The abyss's breath accumulates within him, reducing skill cooldowns as he realizes something around 5000 members of the Jamato Guild, their allies, are dying. The elder flew over furious as he questioned his subordinates. What in the world are you doing? Looking at the situation, Song Wu finally understood, and he was a little surprised. Don't tell me this crazy thing was their plan from the start. Seong-woo watches as a transport plane flies in, intentionally landing on the rooftop where the werewolves are. Unfortunately, neither man nor beast can fly, and they begin their final freefall. Someone muttered 2 words, "Damn it." The elder quickly flies over as the plane changes course, crashing into the group and sending rocks flying. They lose their grip and fall. The elder stops flying, realizing it's a ritual of forced evolution, meaning they've betrayed him. Thanks to the elder, the plane burst into flames, and something like an elephant's trunk emerged from the wreckage. The elder is horrified by the scene before him. What is that? What are these madmen doing? From that trunk, massive vines erupted, pummeling him relentlessly. A scene of utter chaos with enough blood to fill buckets. The trunk retracted the vines as Song-yu observed the unfolding events. What the hell? This feels stranger and more terrifying than a monster. What shocked him more was that it was absorbing the aura of the abyss, even devouring souls. Not just that, but the souls. Even Song-yu, who was previously calm, felt a sense of horror. It's absorbing souls. The monster's head emerges, swallowing the dancing elder whole in one bite. Walking through pools of blood, the long-haired man is protected by 3 magic circles. He's been greeting for a while now, and the necromancer, Song-yu, repeats what the long-haired man just said, "Long time no see." He smirked, rubbing his left breast. "This is probably the first time you've seen me like this. You've seen me in other forms before." He asks, "Are you the chairman of the Evolution Society?" The words echoed in Song-yu's mind, "Doctor." His name dominated the top 20 Korean servers. When he didn't answer the first question, he asked, "So what's your rank?" The long-haired man gave an ambiguous reply. "My rank, that doesn't matter." He smirked, recalling his past identities. In the end, they were all one and the same. The long-haired man recalls Song-yu once meeting him in another form, saying, "It's not just me, it's you too." He knows you're involved, even with the corpses lying around. The long-haired man raises a finger, a light shines, and they all become one. That is the end of this game. Song-yu pauses, then answers, "So this was your plan all along, to lure me into the Japanese server." The long-haired man claps his hands as if signaling something. "Why are you so testy? Another version of me once told you. I'm studying death itself, since he also reversed his aging. Since he couldn't find volunteers, he had to cast a wide net and forcibly recruit them, but to do that he needed a lot of test subjects. I need some easily expendable lives, which is why war is necessary." The long-haired man introduces, "And this is the result of that. That monster from before is the result." He proudly presents his twisted creation. "I present to you the Chimera, the ultimate being born from the study of death." Just then the system issued a special quest, the Erroneous Child of Death, a hunt to eliminate the player-created creature Chimera with a special personal skill as the reward. Those who delude themselves, performing rituals based on false beliefs about death and its consequences, have revealed themselves. If this threat isn't eliminated soon, they'll quickly delude others to the point of making death meaningless. Then no one in this world will be able to face death anymore. If the target isn't dealt with now, it'll be difficult to handle later. Your decisions will determine your fate. Song-yu looks up. Should he breathe a sigh of relief? According to the mission briefing, now is when it's at its weakest, and the beast's skin is blistered and grotesque. Claws sprout from the trunk. As Song-yu realizes, the longer this goes on, the stronger and more mutated, it will become, endlessly absorbing souls to grow in power. The monster grew, becoming a single entity. So Song-yu's deduction was correct. Humanity will be devoured by this beast. The long-haired man exclaimed with satisfaction, "This is a wonderful future, the pinnacle of existence. We're nearing the final stage, becoming one." His eyes were fixed on Song-yu. "I've been investigating the necromancer's power all this time. I'll end his life by absorbing him completely." Suddenly, a crown appears above his head, and Song-yu reminds him, "Don't mistake the system notification informing you of the Shadow King's crown, a legendary grade artifact, a unique headgear with conditions. You can only use the Shadow King's power when the player collects all of the Shadow King's relics. The number of Shadow Monarch relics collected is 4 out of 4. A blue light emanates from Song-yu. This declaration extinguished the long-haired man's newfound dreams. This isn't humanity's peak just yet. The system lends a hand, and he meets the requirements. You have obtained the power of the Shadow Monarch, and the undead are rising like a swarm. System announcement. Warning. The giant spirit's affection has begun operating in the vicinity. Warning. The death reverberation has begun to activate in the surrounding area. The long-haired man opens one eye. He remains calm despite the scene. Haven't we seen these effects before? A gust of wind blows, causing Song-woo's cloak to flutter as 2 boss-like monsters appear. Another warning appears, alerting that shadow soldiers have begun to emerge all around. Several monsters have risen from the ground, the earth beneath them like a swamp spawning creatures. He is an heir to the Shadow Monarch. You've learned a new skill, Shadow Monarch Power. The system is now complete. Skill information, name Shadow Monarch Power. Rank Special, type Active. Condition Shadow Monarch, Heir Shadow Monarch's Crown. Cooldown for all skills related to the Shadow Monarch's vessel is greatly reduced, -50% Shadow Monarch armor. You can transform shadows under your control into a shadow army, an effect that lasts for 1 hour. The shadow army possesses 50% of your attack power and 150% of your defense, and they cannot be defeated as long as you live. The cooldown is 12 hours. Song Yu points his spear. That's the real deal. Sweat beads on the long-haired man's face as he wonders. It's only now that fear dawns on him. His voice trembled. So we're not the only ones who've upgraded. Every time I see you, you put on quite the show. His eyes glowed with dark light. I won't beat around the bush. I don't know how long it took you to create something like this. But the two monsters charged first, and the long-haired man standing within the barrier snapped his fingers saying he'd eliminate it immediately. How hasty, he's summoning a magic barrier. Both sides threw a punch at the same time, the impact creating a deafening boom. The Twin Swords monsters combined their attacks against their opponent's beast. The long-haired guy's monster takes the full force of the blow, as other headless monsters rush to attack the elephant trunk monster. Just as chaos erupts, a helicopter appears overhead, and Fang Yuan startles the crew-cut man by opening the door. This is insane. Reporter Fang Yuan, be careful. She loudly replied, I'm here to film the battle, but instead a final showdown with a giant monster is unfolding. The remaining assassins watch in terror as the rocks fall and the buildings collapse. There's no time to argue about sides anymore, says the man next to Li Zhibao. The monster is sprouting legs, and even though the other monsters are drawing blood, they can't seem to kill it. The mutated monster's vines lash out, overwhelming Song Yu's creatures as he observes its constant evolution and regeneration through soul consumption. With so many undead creatures around, this could be a long fight. It turns black, and its eyes suddenly spew out blue souls. Song Yu raises his staff, and a skull image lights up. If his opponent wasn't someone who absorbed souls like him, that would be true. The system announces that a mana bomb has been integrated into your weapon. A sphere appears, causing the proboscis monster to scream. Magic bombs, though scorched, they only seem to illuminate it. Even after being slashed, it's still standing strong. Song Yu is shocked. Is it still alive? Can that monster really withstand such powerful attacks? This time he raised his spear as high as he could, and the light shone even brighter. Thinking it still has strength, he needs to strike harder. Song Yu grips the azure spear and flies after it, using every spirit, and the twilight assault begins. The proboscis monster is completely wrapped in cloth as Song Yu climbs onto its back, pressing into its blistered skin. It just keeps healing itself. There are too many dead around here, a plentiful supply of souls for it. Song Wu decides to unleash his ultimate move, calling out to see if it can withstand this attack. Song Yu's monster claws with all its might, but something bursts forth from Lopez toward the trunked monstrosity. It's been ensnared, Song Yu observes. The elephant monster is completely ensnared, lifted off the ground and raised as high as possible, ensuring it can no longer touch any souls. Its massive body writhes like a dying worm. It cries out in pain before Song Yu's crab monsters release it to fall. Its smaller trunk stood upright as it plummeted, headfirst, blood splattering everywhere. The system announced that you have received 1 million gold after experiment number 455. You have acquired Dina, the experimental processing manager, increasing all stats by 1. Its demise leaves behind a trail of blood as Song Yu stands on the rock lamenting. A mere million gold is nothing. But there's this too. The blue screen appears again. You have successfully completed the special quest. The misguided child of death has received a special skill reward. The system displays a complete description, including a skull icon, skill information, the title Necromancer appointment, a basic level, an active classification, and consumption details. 50 mana. When nurturing bone soldiers, the witch can grant them magical energy, transforming them into bone sorcerers. Up to 5 skeletal sorcerers can wield a variety of spells and enchantments, but to upgrade this skill they'll need a lot of high-level magic. A skeleton sorcerer can become a death priest under special conditions. A skeleton sorcerer can become a lich under special conditions. Looking at the 3 monsters before him, Song Yu finally had a proper warlock. After all the carnage, he couldn't find the long-haired guy, so he asked the system. So the doctor ran when he realized he was about to lose. As if on cue, he was thrown before him. Ju recounts that he left a helicopter waiting here, and I caught him just as he was about to escape. The long-haired man trembled on the ground, begging Song Yu. Necromancer killing me won't do you any good. He asked, why? Because you're just a clone. Before he could finish, Song Yu descended with divine punishment. So killing you would be a waste. System announcement. You have received 1300 gold after eliminating player, clone 001. Ju looked at his phone. Dr. 001 had disappeared from 7th place on the rankings. And Ye already had a plan. If that's the case, this won't be over anytime soon. I should capture a beastman from the Evolution Society and gather clues to track these clones. He tells Jisoo to end the war first, but the proboscis monster's intact remains suddenly burst open. From the skin, the old leader of the mercenary assassin guild emerged, covered in blood, grinding his teeth in fury. The Evolution Society's necromancer. You've used me to your heart's content, haven't you? I won't let this go. The Holy Sword, having finished his business, was about to leave but stopped in his tracks. He looked back at the exploding buildings, gritting his teeth in anger. Damn the Evolution Society. He knew they were evil, but to this extent, the Holy Sword quickly leaped between buildings and fled, muttering that he never thought they'd go so far as to devour both summoners and himself. It was truly unbelievable. Moments later, he stood with his arms crossed on a rooftop, gazing at the sea of fire. From the explosions, the tide of battle had clearly turned. The Holy Sword covers his mouth, wondering how to get to the central area. Suddenly, someone who had been hiding in the doorway behind him seized the opportunity to speak. "I see. So you were planning to run away by yourself." This man, cloaked in a long coat and gripping his sword, cried out. "Suzuki Ren." The Holy Swordsman speaks. "I thought it was strange you died, but it turns out you were waiting for me." Hatred burned in his eyes as Suzuki slowly replied, "Legendary rank can only be used once. Monster transformation skill. I knew a skill that could revive." He suddenly realized, right, we cleared the Monster City's hidden stage together. Suzuki stared at the Holy Sword. "Actually, that was my hidden quest." Hearing this, he sighed, realizing his mistake. "Oh well, why keep it a secret all this time? Why am I only hearing about it now? Didn't you say there were no secrets between friends?" The Holy Sword slowly drew his blade and asked, "So you're not going to let me leave?" Suzuki frowned and coldly retorted, "I can't do that. I'm about to end things with a bad friend." Hearing this, he tried to suppress his anger, thinking to himself, that annoying attitude, this is the perfect moment. The Holy Sword scanned his body, calculating that he only had enough mana left for 1 or 2 more skills after being revived. He glared at Suzuki, who was radiating power, knowing he'd appeared because of it. The fool who couldn't kill anyone before has become so calculating. He gripped his sword and charged at Suzuki, yelling, "You could have become stronger if you hadn't met me here." Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupts from the Holy Swordsman, sending him flying into the air. 2 streams of light, 2 powers clashing in the sky. A beam of light flashes across the Holy Swordsman's face, and he lands safely on the ground, touching his face in disbelief. "You blocked it with skill, but you can't use skills." Suzuki raises his sword, calmly replying, "Light Sword, what a grandiose name, but it's just a quick slash." After Suzuki says this, the Holy Swordsman loses control and flies toward him, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes. But with his superior skill, Suzuki dodges every blow. Enraged, the Holy Swordsman roars, "A quick slash impossible. What about the difference in level and power?" Suzuki, focused but calm, replied that a stat-boosting class trades skills for growth. "At first I thought it was trash, but it turns out it's the perfect class for me." The Sword Saint attacked with all his might, and though he couldn't avoid every blow, leaving him bleeding in several places, he pondered to himself. "A 5-star Sword Saint, are you saying your physique is equal to mine after I stole all your rewards?" He raised his sword high, and brought it down on Suzuki with a mighty blow. He quickly dodges the Holy Sword's attack, knowing that with the enemy's skills revealed he can now destroy them. Suzuki retaliates, "And I know all of your skills. Our friendship ends here." His eyes widened, blood vessels bulging, blood seeping everywhere. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Wait, your friend is still alive." Hearing that Suzuki froze, and sensing his opportunity, the man immediately turned to attack him from behind. Seizing the opening, he unleashed his technique, following through to strike the demon-faced man with a powerful sword, roaring as he did. "Fool, are you still as stupid as ever?" Before he could finish his taunt, Suzuki landed a fatal blow, sending the Sword Saint reeling. Before he could comprehend what was happening, Suzuki Genin glanced at him and delivered a hidden blow from behind. "You always use this skill." On the floor, a sword lay discarded in a pool of blood, marking his end. "This isn't swordsmanship. It's just an automated program yielding the same result." At that moment, out at sea, massive ships were engulfed in flames and sank smoke, billowing high into the sky. Even the general had to surrender, raising the white flag, as those behind him signaled their agreement. Sanji opens the system window, and a loud announcement rings out. The Korean server has won the first Korea-Japan War, distributing rewards based on contribution level. The rewards for the first Korea-Japan War have been distributed. First place contribution reward, 30 million gold, and the additional title of War Hero. Soon after, the system announces, "You have received the title of War Hero." All stats increased by 2. The anxious man asked Master Ju Ho, "Is it all over?" He calmly replied, "Of course not. Only the first Korea-Japan War is over. We don't know where or when they'll strike again." Lai Kang-hun then ordered all troops to search everywhere for any signs of the Evolution Society, saying sternly, "They're planning to hide again. After their mistake, we need to drag them out of their hiding places." Upon hearing this, the man quietly stated that overlooking them would lead to terror, and Lee Kang-hun added, "The U.S. Liberation Society knows better than anyone." The White Dragon soars above the helicopter, while a team of professional drivers is dispatched on a mission. Sanju stands before the system board reading the server's mission, the Second Korea-Japan War, a bloody battle of revenge. The victory objective and rewards will be announced, due to the Japanese server's attack. The First Korea-Japan War has begun, and the victor will raise their flag. Surprisingly, the Korean server is on the defensive, but now an opportunity for counterattack is presented. Will this long-standing animosity end in the digital sea or be forgotten? It all depends on the choice of the Korean server. If C-157's representative declines the counterattack, the mission ends. The system announces the Second Korea-Japan War, signaling an exciting battle ahead. A special rule will be applied, and its contents are as follows. The counterattack privilege is granted to the Korean server, allowing their representative to locate enemy forces and instantly teleport to their location. They can freely support the opposing server, and have the chance to switch servers with missions broadcast worldwide on official channels. Sanji stares at his reflection, contemplating location tracking and quick teleportation, both advantageous for a sneak attack. He stood before the grand map, the system relaying information and marking enemy troop locations. You can select one of the marked locations and open a quick travel gate to it, one chance remaining. He studied the map, wondering to himself, Tsusuma Island, isn't that Yamato Guild territory? Didn't they say their headquarters were in Kyushu? Sanju stared intently at the map before him, calculating in his head. Still, being able to move directly into enemy territory isn't bad. When their main expeditionary force is wiped out unexpectedly, they'll lose their defenses, making it the perfect opportunity to attack. He stared intently at the location marked on the map, but Sanju had some concerns about this place. The enemy Daejun army is marked on the Korean server. He silently stares at the map, lost in thought, wondering if that's where the Evolution Society is. They've been hiding all this time, but their headquarters has been exposed through this mission. Han excitedly asks, "What do we do, brother? Do we attack Tsushima?" Sanju firmly replies, "No, the troops there won't just disappear. All their ships were taken, making invasion difficult." But he recalls the image of those terrifying beastmen, and the Evolution Society is different. Those bastards are like cockroaches. Sanju frowned his face, showing determination. If we don't finish them off, we'll never know when they'll lay eggs and multiply again. We have to clean house first. As the group slowly moved toward the gathering crowd, Ronghun approached and spoke to him. "Sanji, weren't you going back to Su?" He chuckled awkwardly, seeing him behind him. "Oh yes." Suddenly Donghun clenched his fist, burning with determination. "Our Liberation Army has decided to focus all our efforts on finding the Evolution Society. We can't let them stab us in the back again and again." Sanji stared blankly at the man's fiery determination, thinking, we've already found them, but he couldn't reveal their secret, or the element of surprise would be lost. He secretly calculates that he can trust Yonghun, but the problem is the Evolution Society is good at gathering information, so they might find out. Sanji found a solution. Catching them off guard with a quick teleport was best, but he should save it for the future, anticipating a positive outcome. Then I can go to Tsushima Island for the Second Korea-Japan War. Sergeant Kim excitedly cheered, "Let's go home now." "Score," he says, and starts the helicopter. Sanji quietly tells Ju, "We'll slip away quietly when we get to Sugan." They slowly departed together, and he spoke of their plan to infiltrate the Evolution Society headquarters. She glances at Sanju, reminding her of their time at Gabo Beongai. "I hope we don't have to face them again." Just then someone cried out. Sanji Suzuki smiles, contentedly grateful for everything thus far. Han pops his head out, saying he was defeated, tied up and dragged all over the place. Unexpected. Suzuki forces a smile in return, admitting he's just glad he's still alive. He points to the white dragon behind him, lending me a means of transport back to the main area. Sanji watched him from afar, tilting his head. "Suzuki, you won't get many chances. But when you return to Japan, search for your comrades first. I'm not sure if the scene I saw from the corpses was before Busan or on the way there." Suzuki bows his head in gratitude for the information. As the helicopter starts up, Sanji reflects that even now they must hold on to hope that his comrades are alive and can contain the Yamato Association. The helicopter took off for home, leaving only the evolved horde to be dealt with in the mountains. Suddenly, an electronic map appears before them, and Sanju studies it intently, then points the way. "This way." Junjisu walked, grumbling unhappily. "Even this path is blocked because it's not maintained." Sanju marvels that the rabbit's den hasn't been discovered yet. After walking a bit, Sanju is suddenly confused, looking up and down, wondering why it should be here. Suddenly a hand gently pulls him down into the bushes. Sanju asks confused Jisoo, but she signals for him to be quiet. H crouches down and Sanju asks what he's seeing. "No, but there's definitely something here," Junjisu says tensely as a strange hand reaches out in a panic. Suddenly a notification appears. "You have entered a reality-bending illusion, unobservable from the outside." Sanju looks at it with suspicion. Junj suspects it's some kind of cloaking device. She surveys the area, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, "This place looks like it used to be a camp with both beastmen and players present." A chain suddenly catches Sanju's attention. He wondered if the chain suppressed internal energy, Sanju speculated. Or perhaps even within their ranks there are those who make the rules and those who must obey them. Two figures lurk by the wall, looking incredibly suspicious. Suddenly Jisoo calls out, pointing to a grotesque monster, the very thing they saw at Pyeongtaek, the Evolution Society's experiment. Sanju bitterly laments how many lives they sacrificed to create that thing when Junj suddenly exclaims, "Look, it's some kind of machine filled with corpses." Junj curses in anger. These crazy bastards. Even after the world has fallen, they've crossed the line. Sanju dashes ahead, urging them to strike at the heart and finish it quickly. They have 1 hour to inflict irreparable damage. While the firepower was still strong, Junjisu froze tense. She looked towards the rooftop, reminding him that he could easily see the main base from there. She pondered how could she infiltrate such a heavily guarded area. Sanji thought to himself, aside from the vents, there were no other feasible entry points, except for the main gate. He said, if we approach, they'll detect us and attack with full force. Then with a serious look, he added, there's another way, some inspect. Outside, 2 guards shiver and complain. Why am I suddenly getting goosebumps? Me too. Inside the lab, everyone was busy with their work. One person speaks up, implying that even number 1 has failed this time as the girl behind them sighs, wearily looking at her phone. So that's why they issued the highest alert, the girl wondered. So is number 1, the one who stole Chimera. Is that monster dead? The man turned to her and continued, I'm not sure, but that's the rumor. None of the special forces we sent returned. So our world is at odds with the Beastmen leader. The man smirked and spoke with a hint of mockery. That guy, he didn't listen to Dr. Yu, so he ended up in prison. The girl surmised, I think Dr. Yu plans to eliminate those Beastmen. He happily exclaimed, good, I'm tired of living with those smelly creatures. A stranger stealthily sneaks into the hospital's secret location, thinking, not bad at all. Sanji turned to Junjitsu and said, I'm going in. Wait here for a bit. She nodded in agreement. Okay, be careful. Sanji went inside and began chanting some kind of spell, summoning the specter. Instantly, a dark ring appeared on his hand, surrounded by ominous energy. Sanji muttered that the ring of the Shadow Monarch could transfer mana from any shadow within a 100-meter radius, as he stood with his back to the corpses. As the door creaked open, a man pushed a rotting corpse into the morgue, only to be ambushed by Sanji, who clamped a hand over his mouth and spoke with chilling resolve. He nodded, answering yes. He asked his first question, is this the main research facility of the Evolution Society? The man answered truthfully, and Sanji wondered if Dr. Yu and the leader of the Evolution Society were also in this base. Tears welled in the man's eyes, but he nodded, trying to remain calm. Sanji smiled, knowing he was in the right place. He pressed further. Is Dr. Yu on the upper floors, or is he safely hidden in the basement? The man trembled and nodded, only to be violently thrown to the ground by Sanju. Sanju turned and commanded bone soldiers pile the corpses against the wall. He grinned, they need to know I've arrived. Corpse explosion. Immediately, a massive blast erupts, sending the room into chaos. Security personnel screamed in panic. There's been an explosion. Check the tower, Zuo Qin needs backup. Just then, Junjitsu appeared swiftly and decisively, taking them down. They panicked, unable to react. She's too fast. Junj approached Sanju and said, I'm here. You can send the announcement. The doctors below, seeing the ceiling ablaze, cried out in fear. What's happening to the ceiling above? One of them recognizes them and shouts, they're bone soldiers. Anyone who stands in their way will be sent far, far away to the promised land. As Sanji Ju unleashed his attack, he casually waved his hand in front of the 2 bone soldiers, saying, not this floor, huh? There must be more levels below. We'll keep going until we find something. And so they descended once more. Sanji exclaimed in surprise. So this is what surprised you, the words on the notification. The Durahan area boss has appeared. He wondered in a panic why a boss monster had suddenly appeared when Junjitsu suddenly shouted a warning. Seonggu over there, those white chains are emitting a white light that covers the entire area. The shimmering chains give off an aurora, leading him to a certain hypothesis. White chains, are they enchanted? The body within the water, bound by shackles, suddenly stirs. It strains, slowly opening its eyes. The system displays today's quest, a unique mission titled Corpse Brigade Rescue Type Objective, to break Durahan's seal, reward Durahan's loyalty. The Durahan boss, imprisoned in a distant place, has sensed your powerful death energy and seeks your rescue. Upon release, Durahan will willingly become your subordinate, swearing eternal loyalty. If you don't break the seal yourself, Durahan won't follow you. As expected of the summoning tiger, he's here to save me. The system warns that holy power will harm you upon direct contact. Sanji is frozen in stone, relieved he didn't fall into their hands. He suddenly called out to Jujun, annoying Jisoo as the chains remained unbroken. Helpless, Sanju thought, these chains aren't something you or I can easily cut through, so we'll have to try another way. He then noticed the chains led to another room. Let's go there. Before he could even enter, a horde of guards armed with crossbows advanced, aiming at him. There he is, fire. Meanwhile, Junjitsu effortlessly dodges every arrow, not letting a single one touch her. A panicked guard muttered, she dodged every arrow. Impossible. The Soul Eater is the intruder. Prepare the holy magic. Sanju looked up, puzzled by the mention of holy magic. It seemed this strategy was aimed solely at him. Junjitsu's angry eyes met his, amusing him, but Ju was even more terrifying in this alternate dimension, as footsteps echoed loudly. A monster spoke in a deep voice. Too noisy, it seems. We have an uninvited guest. Suddenly, a peculiar item appeared. The system introduces the item, Sacred Wood Power, H, 2-rank unknown classification, player-made. Effect Priest class players can use mana to recharge Sacred Wood Power, but Mage class players cannot. Once fully charged, this item can emit purifying energy for 90 minutes, requiring a full charge every hour, so please maintain a careful 24-hour watch in shifts, never neglecting it. A craftsman's skill unleashes a lightning-like explosion, and Junj wonders if breaking the chains will release the seal on the tank. Sanju suggests they return to the car to try. A sword violently strikes the iron chains surrounding the water tanks, breaking them apart. Junj is pleased. The chains are finally broken, it should work. Sanju rushes over to help her. A monster slowly raises its head from the broken test tubes, arches its back in comfort, and then stands tall before Sanju. Jun rushes up from behind, excitedly shouting, "Brother Songu, I'm so thirsty for blood right now." Sanju coldly replied, "Okay." He tensed, thinking to himself, "I don't like the system, but—" Sanju mused that it had never lied. The system then provided him with a series of new information. The dungeon boss monster Dunlahan has pledged loyalty to you. This monster will now become your kin, and you've successfully completed the special Immortal Cavalry quest, receiving a unique kin reward. The security team frantically rushes in, urging everyone into action. Second basement level crossbow unit, eliminate the intruder immediately. Sanji realizes the guards are running down here. Perfect timing, prove your loyalty to me. Outside, the guards cautiously approach the door on high alert. What is that sound? Something approaches. The system suddenly rattles off a list of combined strengths, those who are uninjured, and a breakdown of individual combined strengths. Condition: a creature that can move without a head, increased chance to evade critical hits, complete immunity to sudden death, enhanced damage mitigation, complete immunity to fainting, complete immunity to the effects of mental curses. Dunlahan has used a unique boss-killing skill. The first to enter were immediately taken down by the monster, but not before warning the others. Dunlahan's been released. Everyone be careful. This boss monster is something else. He annihilated them all instantly. Dunlahan continues his fierce rampage. Its foot crushes the duo beneath it, turning them into a pile of rotting flesh mixed with bright red blood. It stands triumphantly upon their remains. Sanju marvels a boss monster is different indeed. He wiped them all out instantly. He smirks, anticipating what's to come. Not bad. Now I'm looking forward to the gift I'll receive on the next floor. The 5th basement level, the Abyss Specimen Research Center. Standing before a door, Junj quietly speculated, perhaps they're discussing the immortal beings. Sanju agreed, that must be it. He thought to himself, if they catch me, I'll probably end up as one of them. I've mysteriously changed. Sanju Lee stepped into a dark dungeon. A sea of bones assaulted his eyes, and Sanju halted before a dungeon whispering the word, Soul Master. He wondered aloud, Guardian Archmage, as far as I know you shouldn't be trapped here. The man furrowed his brow in anger and resentment. They began to exploit me as I weakened, and I eventually became one of their hounds. Sanju asks, were you fighting for power? Power struggles in prison. It's not like that at all. He elaborated, for us everything is a struggle for survival, a matter of life and death. He painfully recounted. From then on, I became their prey because I didn't choose a card. Sanji frowned. Were the terrorist attacks in other regions, not just Gayun Dongpo and Beongai, all part of that survival war? He cracked a strange smile and said, do you believe it? What if I told you everything was part of the system's quests for the players? He recounted softly. We became monsters because we couldn't choose a card in the system. After careful consideration, I realized I had devoured 10 people. A look of unspeakable pain flashed in his eyes. So, for us, the system is truly terrifying, he says, with frustration and helplessness, even as it uses them as villains and constantly lures them to the dark side. But we can't resist the system. We have no choice, or we'll be punished. Sanji thought to himself in silence. From the start, monsters were meant to be the players' enemies, weren't they? Even so, you're the ones who accepted those missions, he explained quietly. Even as monsters, we still want to live, and we chose the easier path. His jade eyes gleamed as he spoke. I don't expect forgiveness. Nothing can change anyway. There's no reason. The system just wants us to be the villains. Sanju sank into complex thoughts. If it were me, would things be any different? No. In the end, the system is the greatest villain of all. The wolf monster suggested, whispering as if into someone's ear. Even though I'm stuck here, will you let me help you? Let me help you eliminate the leader of the Evolution Society. Sanji hesitated, calling out to Dr. Yu, but before he could finish, the doctor cut him off. I'm ashamed to say that bastard exploited us. The werewolf recalled with anger and resentment how he used them as his pawns, then pretended to help them. Those lowly werewolves exploited us, using us as lab rats. He paused, then continued. Besides, there were even those who didn't want to kill but joined because they wanted to return to being human. The werewolf recounted that they couldn't take it anymore, so they rebelled, which is why they're now slaves. Sanji thought to himself with determination, we have to catch him. He then asked, so where is Dr. Yu now? The werewolf surmises that he's in a secret room beneath the 8th basement level, and that he's prepared to face Sanji. Sanji asked suspiciously, prepared like another abnormal chimera experiment. The seer shook his head. No, this time he worships something else, not a superior race at all. He may borrow the energy of the Aurora. He said sincerely, I advise you to go down there quickly before he succeeds, but the 6th and 8th basement levels are restricted areas, so it will be difficult to get through. Sanji seized on a key point and asked, are you saying you have an easier way to get there? The seer nodded slightly. Yes, but I have one condition. He proposed with a stern and resentful face. You must promise that after you kill him, you won't kill the werewolves who have become slaves. They were the first to question the killing of players. Sanji glanced at the werewolf with a dark expression. Let me add one more condition. Promise me that from now on you will live in silence, accepting no more quests or anything from the system. With a sigh of certainty, the werewolf spoke, I promise we'll die by your hand if we ever try anything like that. The werewolf looked up, pointing in a direction. If you follow this way and break down that wall, you'll find a secret elevator, the only direct route to the 8th basement level. Sanju turned and walked away. I need to hurry. The werewolf hesitated. Hey necromancer, no one knows what Dr. Yu is plotting. His eyes grew sharp, but this monster possesses boundless power. You should be careful. Sanju, unconcerned, simply turned his head and replied, whatever the monster, it's nothing. Inwardly, she worried she was about to face an unknown entity, unmentioned among the higher races, when suddenly a massive hole was blasted through the doorway. Outside, Junj and Sanju stood silently before the door, and Junj turned to him explaining, this is the only way, but the air inside is too hot. She suddenly realizes something. Wait, the air temperature is rising too fast. Something is coming this way. She cried out in horror, fire run Jisoo, it's a bone dragon. The alpha bone dragon. Sanji shouts, Jisoo, get out of here, the fire can't burn me. He calculates that combining his dragon hunter title with the cloak and dragon skin could eliminate 70% of the flames. The system warns him to beware the rage of the basement's hidden boss, leaving Sanji frozen in place. The flames are hotter than the last inferno. Even I can't withstand them. The system displays a series of new prompts, item information, the Hellfire armor's name and its special rank. Item classification, a binding effect. You can equip the Hellfire armor after a successful equip defense power plus 50% fire elimination, 100% fire damage plus 20%. The armor will automatically adjust to your size upon equipping, binding to you, and becoming untransferable. Do you want to equip the Hell armor, yes or no? This is a soul-bound item, and cannot be transferred. However, when not in use, it's stored on the player's hip as mana as the system announces the equipment. The Hellfire armor has been bound to you. Junj frantically climbs higher. The flames continue to surge, and a voice emerges from the bright embers. Is this a trap? If this is all they prepared, the system chimes announcing the fire's eradication has reached a new level, 150%. He also gained an aura that suppressed flames, and all direct attacks would add a burning effect. Each time a fire attack lands, your HP will gradually recover, he said coldly. It's over. Hordes of beasts emerge from the shadows, radiating malice. Sanji thinks to himself that the flames have died down, but the heat is still too intense, lamenting that he can enter once it cools down. A dark voice echoes, Lord Songu, there's no escape that way. A beast with a fiery red mouth catches his eye, leaving him speechless. What is that thing? So this must be the thing that breathes fire. The beast replies. The area around it is charred and covered in soot. Sanju says softly, there's only one thing left to do. The sword flashes as he declares, destroy it. The system alerts him that he has eliminated an unknown entity, incurring the wrath of its kind. Sanji wondered to himself. An unidentified entity. He frowned, lamenting that instead of gold, he'd only earned himself more animosity. It's not even a superior race, and the system hiding its identity can't be a good thing. Sanji pondered for a moment, then secretly speculated. Is that the entity Dr. Yu served, the one the Guardian warned him about? A gate appears on this path, and the door before Sanji Ju slowly opens, revealing a boy who bows respectfully. Pleased to meet you. Welcome to the special organization under the Korean Ministry of Administration and Security, the Strange Phenomenon Response Center. Sanji asked suspiciously, is that kid a clone of the doctor? The boy answered clearly, taking the lead. I'll be your guide. He eyed the boy suspiciously, sizing him up. A young guide like this, you're planning to manipulate us and come up with some weird scheme, aren't you? It's obvious. The bone soldier wondered in surprise, really. The boy suddenly gives a polite smile, not manipulation, just a conversation. The doctor's clone explained, they sent a kid like me to try and persuade you one last time because you're too strong. Sanju thought to himself, this kid is no ordinary child. He cheerfully turned and walked away, urging everyone, please follow me. He thought to himself, this is one of the doctor's clones. Together they walked down a dark corridor when Sanji suddenly spoke up, questioning. He said this was the main agency. The Dr. Tang Tang clone calmly replied, we are a division of the government, the Strange Phenomenon Response Center, also known as SBRC. The boy suddenly spoke with a grave adult tone, saying the government foresaw this event. Some mysterious forces want to interfere and control Earth. Sanju clenched his fist in frustration. They knew about this and they hid the information despite the warning signs. Irritated, he retorts, even so it doesn't help. We can't even get past the first half of the game. The doctor's clone quietly recounts, the world has become a game. In fact, our researchers believe this and tried to warn them, but the higher-ups didn't care. Those with money and power hate change more than I thought, but I didn't expect them to risk their lives just to avoid facing reality. The doctor's clone recalled that at the height of it all, the center director Dr. Tu Hyung and the research team took matters into their own hands. We evacuated 4 chosen survivors from the area and created an independent system to prepare for the future. Sanji looked around in astonishment, realizing they were prepared all along to build such a large base. Everything was prepared to rebuild Korea, replace the incompetent government, and complete the game's final objective. Sanji wonders if it's about the Transcendent Ones, a new human species they mentioned. The boy replied honestly, exactly, it's the only way for everyone to achieve the best ending. The doctor's clone recounted with a knowing smile. Dr. Hyung drew the mad scientist and the archbishop cards. The boy admiringly exclaims that the two cards capable of seeking the truth resonated, allowing him to approach the solution sooner than anyone else, but Sanji doubts the solution to this game. The boy glanced sideways, replying that Dr. Yu believed the game was a test of humanity used to assess mankind's worth. The doctor's copy excitedly explains that the way to overcome it is to escape the limits of ordinary humanity and become greater beings, which is why he studies death, humanity's greatest challenge. The boy chuckled, beckoning him closer. What do you think? If we talk longer, you'll understand us. Sanji suddenly interjected, cutting off the doctor's clone. Wrong. He speaks his mind as a system notification rings out. What those transcendent beings look down on us for doing. It's not a test stop broadcasting, this is just a game for their amusement. His face contorted with rage, and the boy coldly questioned how these fanatical fools knew nothing of their disgusting amusement. In short, he vehemently refused our organization's invitation. Sanji repeated, annoyed. This is nothing compared to what's coming. The doctor's clone bows respectfully, as the door behind him slowly opens. Very well, I wish you all a safe journey. The boy flashed a sinister smile. Go to hell, the system announced, stating the Holy Spear contained divine power. An suddenly jumped out, annoyed, saying I knew this would happen if I refused. Sanji exclaimed in shock, Orin. The system displays an item description. Item mountain shattering shield, hero rank shield. Effect creates a shield that can nullify 3 magical attacks. Cooldown time 1 hour. Sanji wondered, what about that kid? An hesitated, it ran into the kitchen. Sensing something, he lowered his voice. There are traces of holy power above. Sanji exclaimed in surprise, it's a priest. He looked at the door, horrified to see it had slammed shut. The entrance is blocked. An looks towards the priests, speculating that they seem to be controlled by someone. Sanji urgently suggests defeating the wanted monster first before anything else. The system generously appears. You have earned 16000 gold from killing a player. You have earned 14000 gold from killing a player. You have earned 14000 gold by killing a player, Sanji thought to himself. Judging by the system notifications, they're just ordinary players unaware they're being manipulated in a semi-comatose state. A smug voice suddenly echoed from afar. We've tried evolving them. What do you think? Dr. Yu proudly proclaims, our long-held dream is to transform you into such an entity. The necromancer standing behind him irritably reminds him not to bother trying to persuade him as he's too stubborn. The doctor's clone stood nearby, arms crossed in annoyance, adding cutely, he never listens to me, it's so annoying. Sanji exclaims in shock. Wow, so you create copies based on age groups and there are even more. Why don't you bring them all out? He honestly replied, indeed there are more. A clone pushed a wheelchair forward carrying an old man. I'm glad I could meet your expectations. You've arrived. The specimen I've longed for has come to me. Sanju thought to himself that old man is the original body of Dr. Yu Hung, and he grins hideously with excitement. The only being who can complete my research, Sanju said coldly. Sorry, but we're here to eliminate your little friends, he says smugly, brimming with confidence. Don't worry, I'll take care of you just like your friends up there and preserve you well, Sanji sneered. Even the younger copies knew how to be polite. The original is just an ugly gourd. He laughed self-deprecatingly. The more I look in the mirror, the angrier I get. Sanji watches in shock as thousands of tentacles emerge from the old man's body reaching for Sajung. He transforms into a younger version of himself with countless hands stretching out as he laughs maniacally. Sanji questions bewildered. So this is the beautiful family bond you were talking about, this unbreakable connection. He clenched the wheelchair angrily exclaiming, this is evolution, as his body grew stronger standing upright without the wheelchair. He proudly boasted, isn't it cool? Though our bodies are separate, we share the same mind. A series of barriers are erected as he excitedly proclaims, this is the beginning of evolution. Sanji angrily shouts, you call that evolution, extinction is more like it. The old man excitedly replies, you have the undead and I have puppets, let's play war. Exclusive mission, eternal slumber rescue classification. The objective grant death to those who cannot rest. You've witnessed shocking things, those who've fallen into the clutches of evil, tortured for eternity, unable to die. Though they cannot scream, their bodies still feel everything. No one has the right to deal death, but some deaths can bring rest, the only escape from tragedy. The system gently appears, with a soft notification sound, you must help all those who cannot die find eternal rest. A total of 2,401 choices will now affect your destiny, as the old man unleashes a series of moves aimed at him. Sanju notes that the priests are high-ranking, and seem to have modified and enhanced the Celestials. The system then pops up warning of the use of large-scale spirit regeneration in the area, warning of the use of the Death's Reply in the area, and warning of the use of the Dark Legion in the area. He urged everyone to focus their resources on long-range attacks as much as possible. Then a notification popped up, skill information, Death Warlock title. The basic tier actively consumes 50 mana and skeleton mages can use various spells and curses. After upgrading their skills, they can use more powerful magic, and a skeletal mage can become a death priest under certain conditions. A skeleton mage can become a mummy under certain conditions. The notification then shifts to another monster and introduces it. Designated Death Warlock, a being of low intelligence with basic skills and a very low chance of skill upgrades. Sanji suspiciously assesses its intelligence and upgrade potential, like a soccer player without leg muscles. He suddenly wondered, Minok, you were a doctor, so you must be pretty smart, right? He asked again suspiciously. What was that? The system introduces another monster for the Death Knight to tame, one with outstanding intelligence and a professional level skill, possessing a very high skill level. Another important notification appears. A skill other than magic has been added, after combining with the Death Knight's original class card. The skill information reveals a master-level black magic sword, a passive skill that consumes no mana and can enhance weapons, increasing the Chaos Curse by 110% on a chosen enemy. Each time the skill levels up, the enhancement effect skyrockets, and a series of notifications appear. The beast turns to Sanji, speculating as the new magic skill continues to take shape. I guess you foresaw this. The cowardly Sanju shook his head, his inner voice screaming, no way. Terrified, the beast triumphantly lunges forward. I may not look like it, but I learned a lot back in school. A blurry figure begins to appear. He's thrilled. You were hiding skills. Sanju retorts loudly, this isn't a skill. Just then, Junju suddenly entered, sounding annoyed. Shouldn't you have contacted me when things got bad? He gently explained. The door suddenly closed, but I knew you'd come. The old man picked up his gun with excitement. Another prey is coming. I'll let my puppets continue to play with you. Sanji panics, recognizing the divine power from before. Jisoo, take care of them. Only you can stop it. Junjisoo rushes in like lightning, fighting, valiantly, swiftly striking and dodging their attacks. The man crosses his arms, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Damn it, just as I thought, the healer is the problem here. It's not easy to break through the magic barrier. Junu shouts out in worry while Seonggu, a mage on the right, nervously complains. He ordered Cho to stop it. Sanji looked around and exclaimed that it wasn't just the healers but other classes as well. At this rate, we'll be attacked from all sides. We need help getting to that bastard. He suddenly leaps onto the beast's head, shouting Imugi. He pondered to himself, if they climbed onto Imugi. Junjisoo suddenly warned him. There's a mage on the left, and a huge explosion erupted in the dark and gloomy room. He collapsed to the ground, marveling at how easily the man had defeated Imugi. Such high damage and thick armor. The puppets too moved with incredible precision, like he was playing chess. He frowned, puzzled. Why was he fighting like this? If he were in his place? He suddenly realizes that since they use mana, what if they drain it all? Junj objects. Their mana is constantly being replenished. They must have a source somewhere. The monster begins chanting again, blood arrows. A barrage of arrows flies towards Sanji and his group. He glances at Junjisoo, realizing the monster intends to eliminate the outside threat before Jisoo can interfere. Sanji realized that a direct confrontation wouldn't work, especially against an enemy controlling so many puppets with an unknown number still lurking. Sanji realized with a start, wait, how could he control puppets without tentacles, or was he even controlling them with tentacles at all? He gritted his teeth, finally understanding the old man's movements. He must be controlling them through some device, meaning there has to be a machine controlling everything. Sanji commanded silently, Spectre, find it. We need to find that machine and shut it down. He suddenly crossed his arms in silence, thinking, well, this isn't as hard as I thought. Analyze the opponent's actions with superior intellect and respond in the most effective way. My strategy was flawless. He lamented, I should have done this from the start, instead of sending clones. Sanju's eyes flickered. He saw a perfect and impossibly detailed structure forming in his mind. 6 rooms, 6 machines. Sanju hesitated, confused. How could he destroy them? The walls are too thick, and there's only one small entrance. What could possibly get in there? A hurried footstep approaches, and the figure darts into the room, leaving the old man astonished. Dunlahan, so you finally have a new trick up your sleeve. He shook his head warily. No, it's highly likely that Dunlahan is just bait. The reason he threw the summoning object was so he could escape. He stared at it in awe. Does Dunrahan have a brain? It sped past, grabbing Sanjiju and dragging him away. He shouted in alarm, don't tell me he's aiming for. A loud crash echoed with frantic alarms. Warning, problem with engine 3. He immediately panicked and shouted urgently. No, did he target the healer first? Oldla followed him, reassuring himself. It's fine. I still have emergency power. I just need to hold out for a minute before the power returns. The system announced that the factory was switching to 34% emergency power, and Sanji declared, 1 healer down, now we have more options. The Minok respectfully answered, yes. Sanji calls out to his crew, then turns his attention to Dunlahan. Dunlahan takes him down, laughing triumphantly. Bastards, I still have plenty of puppets. As the tug-of-war begins, Dunlahan uses his unique skill, Death Steed. The fatal blow aimed straight for his chest and he fell, gasping and screaming. He can't get in, Sangu thought to himself. The biggest weakness of a one-man army is that they can fail as soon as another enemy counters them. He muses that if he were in his place he would eliminate the opponent from the start instead of fighting like this chess match. Sanji frowned, his eyes filled with disdain. The battlefield was something he had never experienced as he had always used clones while remaining in safety. It's laughable to think I lost to a rookie. The system then popped up a notification. Rest in peace to those who cannot die. 144 over 240 Sanju orders the factory's destruction as the old man lies on the ground trembling and lamenting. To snip everything I've done and end it like this. Sanju looked at his pained expression, confused. I wonder where you get your confidence. While you hide in safety and get free experience, fighting a clone is harder. At least they have combat experience, he says sternly. This is the end for you, you piece of trash. The old man dumbly repeated the insult, his anger fueling his rant. You haven't lived half as long as I have, what do you know? Do you have any idea how long it took me to prepare for this? He laughs triumphantly. While fools like you knew nothing, I foresaw this situation. In pain, the old man suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood as Sanju clenched his fist, his voice trembling, deceiving survivors while acting as a ruler, luring beastmen by pretending to help them, and ultimately using them as test subjects. Enraged, he roared, is this what you do after foreseeing everything? Sanju spat out each word like a venomous barb. If you knew this would happen, and if you were the one to lead, you should have acted more responsibly. The old man trembled, yet remained stubborn. Responsibility is only for things worth being responsible for. Why should I be responsible for a world so messed up that it can't be understood even when I warn it? He smugly gestures around at the destruction. Look, this world is already doomed. Do you know what lurks behind it? That's what truly matters. You fool. Sanju frowned, questioning him. So what do you know? Sweat poured down his face as he smiled faintly and spoke cryptically. The real world. He suddenly scrambled up in a panic. Absolute entities will guide the transcendent, they're watching us. Even now, Sanju wondered to himself. Is something watching this place? Cut the signal. Is it different from the existence Imugi told me about? Sanju suspiciously looked at the old man staring at the ground. He wondered, confused. What's he looking at? Is there something underground? He trembled in terror. They're coming. We're all doomed. Junjitsu calmly announces Seonggu something's coming. The surrounding earth crumbles as a round object opens its eye. Sanju recognizes it, and the system announces the presence of an otherworldly entity, suppressing him, reducing all stats by 60%. The old man's hands suddenly trembled in fear. A reality. The old man screamed, eyes wide with terror. No, his body suddenly exploded before he could even finish his plea. His flesh and blood explode into the sky, vanishing as if he never existed. Sanju frowns, his face paling. The system notification reappears. The mysterious entity is staring at you, and you have angered it. Sanju tensed, thinking this is bad. That power just killed Dr. Yu. If it hits me, how can I stop it? He frowned, gritting his teeth, hoping it can only use that power on Dr. Yu because of their pact. Suddenly the cosmic entity's eyes widened as it exploded into pieces, the system echoing its threat. The mysterious entity vowed to take your life one day. Junj is terrified, wondering what just happened. Sanju speculates that they'll meet again sooner rather than later. The system displays a reward screen with satisfaction. You've completed the unique quest to kill the immortals, and your unique fate skill has been slightly altered. He received the skill Death's Response and upgraded his master skill to Artisan, then breathed a sigh of relief, saying, looks like the danger is over. Junjitsu wondered, so we finally put an end to the evolutionary society, right? He nodded slightly, then curiously suggested, indeed, let's go see what they're hiding. Outside, helicopters filled the sky, as Li Han cheered excitedly. So those trashy awakened ones finally surrendered. The guy with glasses in the back marveled that just 2 people took down the entire lab. Li Han asked curiously, so what's the Evolution Society's big boss like? Honestly, I should have landed a divine blow to his face. The two shrink back, comparing their faces, and Junis speaks up. Don't they look a little alike? Sanju nodded in agreement, especially when it came to the weird and disgusting part. The man with glasses held up a computer and announced that 1914 players were being held, and 491 beastmen were colluding with the association. Songgu, we can't handle something this big. Contact the Liberation Army. They must hate them for the terror attack at the Gaon Dangbo station. Sanji turned, leaving instructions, speculating that even though managing the prisoners would be difficult, they probably wouldn't refuse, since they were the best production organization in Korea. Once this is all over, I'm going to Chuima Island, the bespectacled man hesitated. Tsushima Island. So you still don't know, Li Han announces, holding his phone up. Someone's already there, senior. Who does Sanji suspect? Elsewhere, flames erupt in a raging inferno and panicked screams echo through the air. The ship is sinking, it can't hold on. Escape and hide on the island for now. The crew member cried, tears streaming down his face. Not again. A bright light suddenly flashed. It struck the sinking ship, dragging it further beneath the waves, as cargo and debris fell into the sea. The doomed ship sank into the depths amidst cries of death as Lai Han held up his phone asking, "That's him, right?" Sanji frowned, wondering Han Guang Sekok. What's he doing on the front lines? With a dark look, Hangang Sok asked, "Hey Chief Necromancer, are you watching? I'm smiling so brightly it's me. Do you remember me?" He said jealously, "I heard about you. Seems you're doing well. I'm envious," Hangang said with a dark, annoyed face, "while I have to wander around these disgusting places." Sanji wondered where that disgusting place could be, then recalled that his final opponent was on a mission related to the gates of hell. Sanji replies that he has matters to attend to, and will contact him soon, offering a souvenir from Chuima Island as compensation. Hangang's attitude is indifferent. "Very well, it seems you're starting to get the hang of planting." An interested voice chimes in, "I'd like to see it someday, will you show me?" Sanji on the other end is lost in thought. Is he interested in the world tree, or is it just greed? He muses, unable to decipher the man's true intentions. He's not someone I can let my guard down around just because we've formed an alliance. Sanju clenched his magic-filled hand as he spoke. Even as I grow stronger, he remains number one, surpassing me, in both power and information. Is the world tree my only advantage? Suddenly, the system announced, the world tree has matured. Stage 1, complete. You are now connected to the world tree, and your stamina stat has increased. +1. The world tree's potent energy has greatly influenced the area, granting a chance to bestow racial traits, especially to those living nearby. He smiled with satisfaction, exclaiming, "The growth stage, this is good news." But what does race even mean? Sanju wondered in surprise. He thought all players were human. As if understanding his doubts, the system sent a more detailed explanation. The world tree's owner can choose one of the following racial traits, and each race's branch characteristics can be altered according to the owner's arrangement. 1. The elves with heightened senses, dexterity, and intelligence. 2. The wood elves with vitality, regeneration, and sociability. 3. The giants with endurance, strength, and defense. Resistance 4. Unknown trait not found. You are too far from the world tree. Please continue your selection later. After he impotently sighs. First factions, now races. Will I cease to be human if I gain these traits? He pondered in silence, knowing this would be more advantageous than remaining human, but he didn't want to lose his humanity for it. Sanji was troubled. The fourth option was the problem. Surely there were variables, but how could he find them? He secretly decides to find the fourth race, before making his choice, and then Songgusuan sends them a message. The bespectacled man speaks up, saying that according to Kyungshu, the world tree is already enormous. That massive thing is getting even bigger, and it's producing 3 more fruits. Sanji was shocked. 3 more fruits to connect to the world tree. Prepare the helicopter for takeoff. We need to get there immediately. At the airport, the system displays the mission Sanju must complete. The Korean server was the ultimate victor in the Korean War, followed by Japan's bloody revenge war. Rewards have been distributed based on contributions from the Korean server for their victory in the Korean conquest. Second place went to Japan in a bloody battle of revenge, with a laughable contribution, a reward of 45 million gold and the War Hero title. The War Hero title has been replaced with War Hero LV2, increasing all stats by TR3. Lon excitedly looks up. "Senior, the official chat channel is going wild. It seems the war's outcome has shocked everyone in the world." Sanji wearily muttered. "This is even more shocking to me." The morning sun illuminated the silent city. Sanji sighed. All this in just one night. Junjae-do replied that the buildings had been uprooted by tree roots, and it seemed they would have to replan the city. The chubby kid next to him added that the shield's range had expanded to 2 miles, finally encompassing more of the town. "So the area you have to watch over is bigger too, Dad." The boy with glasses said softly, "We've contacted the War Guild to collect items from Tsushima Island. In exchange we'll take our cut," Sanji remarked with a smirk. "Rebuilding Sugon to protect DJ while transporting the Busan loot. Aren't we stretched too thin?" Kyungshu stands up, reassuring him. "No need to worry. Ganga has merged and reliable assistance will join us." She recounts how 256 players led by the Garuda Bride are headed to Sugon, prompting Sanji to express his satisfaction, saying that this many people should be enough to hold the line for now. Junjisoo chuckled. "Of course it's all thanks to you, Kyungshu." Kyungshu shyly brushed her hair back, modestly replying, "It was nothing." He mused. She seems to be enjoying being busy, so it should be fine, right? He patted the rock wall beside him, saying, "I'll find out the conditions for the World Tree's 4th race." The system displays a guide. The World Tree's master can choose one of the following racial traits. According to the master's arrangement, the detailed characteristics of each race can be changed. 1. A fairy race with sensory characteristics, dexterity, and intelligence. 2. A wood elf race with vitality, regeneration, and social characteristics. 3. A giant race with endurance, defensive strength, and resistance. 4. Not yet found characteristics unknown. You can make your selection by choosing a fruit. Sanji is surprised to see the wording has changed. He blankly reread the instructions on the guide, realizing the 4th fruit and its corresponding choice were yet to be discovered. He muses that the fruit must be hidden somewhere within this colossal world tree. 3 strangely shaped fruits are placed in a box beneath the ground. Sanji curiously asks Kyungshu, "Are those the 4 fruits we have?" Kyungshu, annoyed, shields her eyes from the sun and replies, I think so. I don't see any others around here. We'll increase manpower to double check, but the search team is in an uproar. Be careful, or I'll fall. Let me go back to the mountains. Sanji said suspiciously, I think I see Nini. He picked up a purple fruit determined to find out more about it, when a system notification popped up, revealing the item to be the second world fruit. Fairy Clan fruit, mythic grade, effect unknown. Description: a beast fruit, containing the mysterious power of the world tree. Eating it will cause a special change, and you won't be able to eat any other fruits after. He clenched his fist, telling himself that he could become stronger than others, because he always chose a different path. The undiscovered fruit may have a different growth pattern. He looked at the search party with disappointment. The system window said, the world tree bears 4 kinds of fruit. I still haven't found that branch. His eyes flickered, catching a crucial detail. Wait, who says the fruit has to grow on a branch? Sanju muses that the world tree isn't native to Earth. It has elements of fantasy and gaming, so he can't think about it normally. His eyes darted to the roots beneath the ground, growing under the base of the tree. Search carefully there. The roots were lifted by a great power, and an excited voice cried out, I see it. The system displayed item information, the name, 4th World Fruit. A mysterious fruit of mythical grade, edible classification. Unknown effect. Description: the fruit is not yet ripe, still hollow and unstable. If it keeps growing like this, it'll become ordinary. But you can change its future by infusing special power into the empty space. The fruit's effects will change depending on the amount of power used as the 4th driver slowly climbs. Sanji smiles, contentedly marveling at the mysterious fruit so different from the Super Krypton or Super San. That's right, I'll choose that. Instead of choosing a specific race this way, I can decide for myself. A notification pops up praising you for completing the myth quest. When certain conditions are met, you'll receive the myth quest's unknown egg. The origin of the Dragonized race type, unknown objective, discover evolution guidance. Reward: evolve into a new race. You have received 2 ultimate seeds, one a powerful and evolving race, and the other a lifelong servant with transcendent power. If the 2 seeds combine under certain conditions, a new myth will be born. Evolution guidance will open when the unidentified egg hatches and the world tree reaches its final stage. If either seed is damaged, you will fail. Sanji, crestfallen, hangs his head low. I've obtained something incredible, but it seems I can't freely choose as I please. But he quickly regained his composure, reassuring himself that there was nothing to be disappointed about. Even Ween, who once dominated the Korean server, had never seen a dragon like this. Sanju turned and called out softly, Mach, we started when the system said there were 5000 days left, and now we've come this far. 1001 days remain until the evaluation. At this rate, the egg will hatch soon. Junjitsu calmly speaks. With the level of monsters we've been fighting lately, 2 bosses should be enough, right? He smiled faintly. Don't worry, let's just do our jobs and it will all work out. Suddenly, someone flew down and landed before them, stepping forward to greet them. Necromancer, long time no see. Is Sanju approaching their guest? Welcome everyone, you look different. Lee Han-ho suddenly held his phone to his ear and whispered. Apparently she's being called the Wado Gang Lord these days. Either go or freeze. My lord, we called them here because we need more manpower. Everyone's working so hard. Lahan stood up, pretending to wield a sword, all skills of a level 20 ranker's dagger. Junjitsu valiantly protects the group from the ferocious beasts, while Lahan happily monitors the mining progress on his phone. It seems a mining site has appeared in Ba Khan Mountain, a large one, so the Liberation Army plans to use it for their mana batteries. Sanji wondered, did they contact us because they think we're allies? Lihan replied. I had a big fight because they were on the side of the angels, but thank goodness we've maintained a friendly relationship. Sanji touches his hat deep in thought. Now that I'm stable, economic power will be key. Lihan sighed wearily. At this rate, we'll never catch up on our own. Just then, the voice of the bespectacled young man rang out. The dragon's long-distance support has arrived. Sanji instructs, don't open any sealed crates. That's the breath of the abyss. There are so many items from the Skull Mage Ogle. Are the workers going to cry and keep working again? Are you kidding me? These guys are too much. And now a system announcement. The area has acquired the World Tree LV, 2 buff increasing item crafting success rate by 60%. Upon death, item creation efficiency increases by 20%, item creation costs decrease by 30%, and the chance of finding rare materials in the area increases by 10%. The girl suddenly spoke up, saying, among Gangwat's talents, there's a player who knows how to build fortresses. The person behind her hastily chimed in. Even though it costs a lot of gold, the sturdiness is worth it. The system displays a schematic of the B-grade magic cannon emplacement, offering a bird's-eye view. Details: 15 meters long, 3 meters wide, common stone magic ore, magic shield effect, 5000 ranged player attack power, plus 10% cost, 30000, gold divided by 3m squared materials, not included. B-grade magic emplacement. Details: 17 meters long, 4 meters wide. Materials Mana Stone or Fire Core Magic Shield Effect, 6000 Mage Attack Power plus 20% Automatic Fire Turret, with 4 sockets cost 25,000 gold per turret. Materials, not included. Sanji excitedly shouts that it's amazing, and Laihan quickly orders them to proceed immediately. The builder is worried, saying they have the materials but the estimated cost is 150 million gold. Sanju patted his shoulder, reassuring him that they had enough gold. It's not my money, but I'll show you what I've got. Gold on hand 59988,484 gold. Everyone fell silent, looking up at the approaching helicopter. Sanju wondered if they were bringing more supplies. Suddenly Junjisoo descended from above in a frenzy, screaming. Zhegu asked in astonishment. Jisoo, weren't you supposed to be hunting in the Wundo gang? She urgently announces. The Great Mountain King asked me to tell you that he wants to meet you. Sanju blankly pointed at himself, looking lost. Huh, Junjisoo asked suddenly, her face serious. Do you remember the seer stone we saw earlier, the one Sergeant Kim gave him? He nervously replied, am I a ghost? It mentioned a Lik born in Korea protected by an Undead army, but Sanju calmly reassured Junjisoo. But I've already become LK, so that won't happen. She shouted frantically, it's happening. Junj urgently reveals, I don't know what other secrets there are, but it's already appeared on the Korean server. Junj feared they were flooding south as Sanji realized. Hell, Season 2, I thought I stopped it, but it's happening in the Korean server. He frowned, resolute. If another Lich exists, the best course of action is to eliminate it immediately, because that's like letting the enemy share our resources. Sanji pondered. The Awakening quest revolved around being the first to obtain the Reaper's Scythe. The Reaper's Scythe is his, but there may be other unique items. He's torn knowing he'll be at a disadvantage if his opponent gets to it first. Seongu, Junj suddenly interrupted his train of thought. Are you leaving right away? He asks, snapping his fingers in decision. Upgrade. We'll upgrade first. Junjisoo repeated in disbelief. Upgrade. He casually gestures to the 5 chests before him, 5 legendary chests obtained from the Amugi dungeon. Now, let's open them up. Gotcha. Item information. Special grade legendary item chest. Item type event. Effect. Upon opening, receive 1 random legendary item. Lihan, wearing a dark expression, tells Jisoo not to touch the chests, saying she has the worst luck. Jisoo retorts, asking if she's not allowed to open any, while Sanju is surprised by a system notification. You can exchange 5 legendary item chests for 1 mythical item chest. He turned and whispered, I'm sorry, but I'll take the mythical chest. Junjisoo exclaimed in surprise, what? Lihan chimed in sarcastically, you had such high expectations. The system asks again, do you want to exchange yes or no? Junjisoo, regretting it, wanted to rush over, saying I had a good feeling about that. At least let me open the yang lid. Sanju rushed to open it, reminding Lihan to hold him back. I'll open it right away. Hanho, hold him back for me. System confirmed, a mythic grade item has been exchanged. Bon Ion Hand Fan mythic grade staff increases magic resistance by 15%. Allows you to subdue the souls of the dead and demons. Shadowbind level 10. The power of the specter changes, depending on the harmony with the death attribute, described as carrying the consciousness of the demon subjugator. He despaired, marveling that Bai Hong was the child of a demon, and a human never expecting to wield such power. The system chimes in, stating the conditions are met. L Controller of Death plus Bai Hong's Fan Controller of Demons plus Unknown requires further collection. Sanju is shocked, realizing this is similar to when he received the Anubis quest, as he examines the fan thoughtfully, including the fan that makes 3 components. This might be even stronger than Anubis, but I can't be sure yet. He turns to look at the 2 people bickering nearby. So they're ready. Junju grumbled unhappily. I really had a good feeling about this one. Lai Hanho covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. Sis, that's not going to happen. Li Han suddenly became serious after being slapped by Junj. The terrain is complex. Should we take a helicopter? She suddenly suggested. There's an easier way to get there. Junjisoo pulls out a shiny item and explains, the Great Mountain King gave me this item that can take us straight to the mountain. What a terrifying monster it seems, he really likes you. And so Sanju urged everyone onward, let's go meet the Great Mountain King. Their footsteps echoed together in the cold snow. Junjisoo excitedly says she must have been here before, wondering if Mount Sirak used to look like this. I don't remember. The landscape changes as we go deeper, and so they walked until the end of the path where a breathtaking vista left them speechless. I've heard about it, but this place truly looks like a fairyland. Sanji observed his surroundings and exclaimed, the atmosphere is strange, but all the changes are caused by the system. He reminded himself that this was the lair of an unpredictable demon king, and he couldn't let his guard down. Junjisoo then pointed to a small mountain village within the forest. Look, Sanju's powerless. It doesn't look like the Great Mountain King's residence at all. Li Hanho couldn't help but grumble in disappointment. I wasn't expecting a palace, but this is a bit underwhelming. Li Hanho then noticed something and asked, are those the Who people? Junjisoo explains, no, they're. But before he could finish, one of the Who excitedly ran into the house to deliver the news. Boss, Miss Dew is here. Is that hoe in his hand usable? The Great Mountain King wondered. Miss Dew, the system announced, a monster has appeared in the Great Mountain King's territory. Overjoyed, the great Mountain King shouted, "You've finally arrived. Welcome. A warm welcome indeed." Sanju stares at the farming tools in his hands, a hoe, a spade, and the half-dug sweet potatoes and potatoes. Growing self-conscious from their stares, Mountain King awkwardly explains, "Oh dear, I was just turning potatoes for dinner, and now I'm all dirty." He paws his hand to his chin. "But we have honored guests, what to do? The youngest broke the pot lid, so we can't cook rice." The Tiger Man weakly defended himself. "I only gently put it on and it broke." The great Mountain King angrily shouts, "That was a gift from the owner down the mountain. Control your strength." The fool then calms himself, thinking, "Never mind that, just lead our guests inside." The Tiger Man turned to Sanju and his group saying, "Yes, this way please." In a simple room nestled in the woods, the great Mountain King happily displayed a basket of potatoes and began to eat heartily. King Daishan wondered aloud, "Aren't these freshly dug potatoes tempting? I grew them all with my magic." The Tiger Man chimed in, "That's right, our leader put a lot of effort into growing these." The Bear Man also marveled as Great Mountain King puffed out his chest, proud of his potatoes. Sanju's eyes narrowed as he bluntly asked, "Are you really monsters?" His hand holding the cigarette faltered slightly. "Perhaps we are monsters to you," Sanji reveals. "You deny it, but before me you're clearly writing monster all over the area." Taking a drag, Great Mountain King explained, "It's not that I deny it, but I just want to reject the title." He recounted casually, "Only now is my mind completely clear. Born a monster, my will was always chaotic, yet I've come this far." Sanji is shocked, wondering if there's something different about him. "We are the fierce Tiger Clan," the Great Mountain King announced proudly. "We are different monsters, but we have all evolved. After many battles, we seized the Silver Corpse Mountains and stopped the Chungcheon Guild's attacks. They said they had a mission to attack, that much was clear." He sharply pointed at Sanji, stating that they were obviously like him, controlled by the system. Sanji asks if they can see the system window, but the Great Mountain King retorts that they hear a godlike voice constantly instilling purpose within them. The Great Mountain King recalled the purpose of those echoing words: seek out locations, attack certain people, and devour mankind. The pipe in his hand tapped lightly against the ashtray. The Great Mountain King's face twisted in frustration. "Everything's a mess. I just wish I could stop it." He pointed at Sanji Ju, "And the consequences are gradually spreading everywhere." "Are you here because of those damn things crawling out of the north?" Sanji Ju asked suspiciously. "What's happening on the North Korean server? It's collapsing." With a grimace, he furrowed his brow, explaining that unlike the players here, those people didn't have time to react, and the players were no longer masters of that land, the consequences of which were now spreading here. Not long ago, hordes of undead monsters began to invade this land, and the Great Mountain King's eyes reflected a glimmer of hope as he looked at Sanji Ju. "That's why we need you. You understand the undead better than anyone." Sanji wondered. "Those zombies are players," he answered honestly. "No, just monsters like us." Sanji was confused. "Then why don't you try to stop them?" The Great Mountain King cleared his throat. "You ask why," Sanju stated his thoughts. "If the undead are creatures like you, wouldn't you understand them better than us players?" He wondered if he could really trust this monster boss. The Great Mountain King exhaled softly, then gritted his teeth, agitated. "It's because I live here too. Some lunatics came in droves to destroy the surrounding area, so of course I have to stop them." The Great Mountain King composed himself. "Frankly, I understand your perspective. To you, we're monsters, you're meant to defeat, so discussing the future is impossible." But he hesitated, looking at the peaceful dusk sky with contentment. "We only want to live in peace here." These sincere words replayed in Daishan King's mind. "That's right, we don't like fighting, even if our appearance isn't convincing." He lamented with sorrow. "Are we truly different from the other monsters? Is this the intention of our creator? If it was all the whispers in my head brainwashing me." Great Mountain King gently picked up a small potato. Those questions of course also appeared in his mind. "But these are simply the things we want to do." He takes a hearty bite and says, "I just want to live a peaceful life." Growing potatoes is more durable than dealing with grumpy neighbors, Sanji wondered suspiciously. Is he serious? Sanji wondered. Was this his own will, or was he an NPC? Based on the game's elements, he could be both a boss and an NPC. He spoke softly. "All right, if you give me information about the undead, I will investigate and destroy it." Sanji suddenly felt something astonishing, and a new quest appeared. Chapter 41. The Spread in the Fallen World Across Countless Servers. The players of the Korean server always make great strides. For the first time in history, a third faction is established in the transcendent entity, the Growing World Tree. Chapter 4 pits them against two supreme forces, angels and the demon, alas. With their power relatively weak in Korea, the emergence of new story content is inevitable. It proves that in this endless hell, success is never a solo act in the Korean server, a place where exceptions constantly arise. A gentle system reminder, important notice: the monster army from the North Korean server, Sangha, is marching south. Their goal is to drain the life energy from the World Tree, growing somewhere within the Korean server. The event will continue until the Monster King of the North Korean server falls, or the World Tree of the Korean server is destroyed. Lee Hanho asks his senior in surprise as the Great Mountain King casually wonders, did something big just happen? Sanju said sternly, lowering his voice. You said you wanted to protect your home, right? This entire territory. Isn't it obvious enough, grumbles Daishan Wang. Sanju coldly stated, I still can't accept you as my neighbor. He suggests proving yourself as the situation grows more complicated. I'll use him first. If you want to keep your home, help us protect the Korean server. The Great Mountain King grinned with excitement and malice as he put the half-eaten potato back and spoke. Don't eat those. They're only half-cooked. Who boiled these anyway? Daishan King rose and turned to him saying, follow me, I'll lead you to someone who knows the details about the undead. In a frozen land, Li Han wondered, somewhere nearby, right? My king, are you sure you know the way? The Great Mountain King confidently replies, we'll be there soon. That expression is quite rude. I am Great Mountain King after all. Sanju walking behind him suddenly spoke up. If you know about the undead, does that mean you're a player from the North Korean server? That's right, it was about 7 days ago, Daishan Wang replied honestly. I saved a wanderer from the Orge brothers. It seems this man once belonged to an organization that served the undead, and they've come to a house deep within the frozen wastes. The Great Mountain King called out, boss, it's me, come out here for a second. An old man emerged, clearly annoyed. What is it? What did you bring this monster here for this time? Daishan Wang looked up triumphantly and said, what monster? I am the king of this land. Doesn't he know who's protecting him? A little boy suddenly ran out excitedly. Hey monster, wanna play? And where are the tiger uncles? Sanj remarked, noting how rare it was to see monsters playing with children. The boy excitedly approached Junjitsu, asking Ju's here too. How have you been? Lai Han exclaims, they're the ones who helped you out before. The Great Mountain King turned his head puzzled. But boss, where is Lai? Just call him a communist. Did you hang him on the mountain or something? Just then Lai Dong-ho stepped out, greeting him politely. You're here, I was working in the backyard and didn't know you'd arrived. The system notifies that excessive dialects are being automatically filtered. The Great Mountain King introduces Lee Sung-ho, the man from the north who holds this information. He chimes in teasingly. He used to be a selfish zombie servant, but he's reformed now, so don't turn him into a skeleton. Inside the house, Lee Sung-ho repeats in shock the situation in the North Korean server. Even without the undead, that place would have collapsed sooner or later due to the environment. He tensed up as the cards first appeared, and all the adults were told not to touch them. The government even went as far as issuing prohibitions. Dung was flustered. Wait, if that happened. To which his uncle nodded. Yes, the North Korean server. Lee Chung-ho recounts that there were more monsters than players there. Shung-ho lamented that a server with more NPCs than players was doomed to fail. With trembling hands, he continued explaining that the players who drew the reinforcement card tried their best to complete the quest, but failed to convince everyone to join them. He lamented with sorrow, branding small independent groups as traitors, making it impossible for everyone to unite and resist. Lee Sung-ho is tense. The monsters that were once ignored have evolved from raid bosses into overlords, and a demon king has appeared. These new creatures are leading the other monsters to invade our territory, Lee Sung-ho thinks grimly. That's right, Shung-ho thought grimly. This is the worst possible scenario, he thought to himself. Normal players aren't strong enough to fight the monsters, and the awakened have no reason to help them. It was up to the players to stop the monsters. Sanju surmised that the Korean server had been hoarding monsters all this time, leading to this grim ending. Finally, a warning message of impending doom spread across the server. Lee Chung-ho continued, the North is a monster hell, and one of its rulers is the Lich Lord of the K-Zone. Sanji wondered if there was only one. Uncle A nodded slightly. Only one Lich, but he personally commands thousands of undead. Sanji is alarmed. Even if they're just low-level undead, thousands are still a lot. What special abilities has the title of Demon King granted him? He laments that players have begun to worship monsters to survive, and Lich is already recruiting mages and appointing them as death priests. Sanji is furious, seeing the players as mere followers. The Seer Stone once showed him as one of them. These followers could also be controlling thousands of undead. Sanju wonders where exactly is the K-Song. Lee Chung-hwang answers, revealing a place called the Temple. He figures that's where the Demon L and the Death Priests reside, a truly terrible place. You should think twice about that. Sanju's lips curled into an excited smile. He's asleep. It seems even more frightening than I'd heard. Elsewhere, at the same time north of Kong Temple, a meeting of the Reds takes place in the shadows. Suddenly, one person paled and cried out, while another reported, Pastor, we've lost contact with the Southeast Zombie Squad. It appears they've been attacked. The pastor angrily ordered, there are still resistors, send a crow to investigate. The person next to him cried out in alarm. I've lost connection too. The pastor turned to another follower, pressing him for answers. Crow's Eye, can you see anything? The man replied, flustered. Not yet. I'll try to scan further. He shouted out, there's someone 20 meters ahead heading towards the temple. I suspect he's involved in what just happened. The pastor ordered a team of zombies to turn him into one of them, and to stop anyone from interfering with the creation of the bone golem. Another person then held a crystal ball in front of him, saying, Pastor, look. Annoyed, the priest asked, what is it now? The Wind Disciple reported respectfully, the zombies we sent out are acting strangely. Are they not following orders? The pastor wondered in surprise. What's that? The subordinate respectfully replied. The crows can observe the intruder's appearance up close, but they'll be manipulated or killed. Undaunted, the pastor commanded, no matter, it's probably just some item skill. When he gets close, detonate the ghouls and blow him away. He smirked, thinking anyone foolish enough to enter would soon be consumed by hellfire. Even a tank would fall in an instant. A sudden explosion erupts and the pastor laughs triumphantly. Is it over? The subordinate beside him nervously replied, no, he reported that it exploded before he stepped on it. The pastor cursed in annoyance. Damn it, he frantically shouts. Which idiot set the bomb off too early? Not me and not you either, right? The pastor reassured himself. Never mind, I still have poison gas. I'll release it and kill him the moment he steps into the temple. Outside, Sanju is powerfully wiping out all of his men. One man gloats, secret black smoke, it's the breath of the abyss. He laughs maniacally, yes, writhe until you die, but Sanju's body is unaffected, and a surge of energy seems to make him even stronger. Someone notices he seems to be getting stronger. The pastor panics, saying they're no match for him, and they must awaken that one. A man behind him worries, asking if they really need to awaken death itself. What if we get caught up in this? The pastor insists they awaken him. There's no other way, things will only get worse. A powerful light erupts from the small box, a fierce and scorching flame. An enraged El Victor growls, I am the embodiment of death, how dare you wake me at this hour? They all knelt down in fear, explaining, Great Death God, we beg your forgiveness. Growing impatient, he asks, what is it? If it's some nonsense, I'll throw you all into the bone golem. A burning castle creates a scene of heat and brutality. Sanji's face darkened, his eyes, murderous, as he glared in its direction. The priest hurriedly reported, From the divine land an intruder, please punish him and grant him a painful death. Suddenly, El Victor panicked, his eyes glazed over as he broadcasted a preview of Reporter Anne's episode 41 from the liberated zone to 34551 viewers. A faint, hurried voice whispers, Did you all see that? This is the Korean server, zombies piled high, an entire region overrun with the undead. The reporter exclaimed into the radio. Is this the first disaster in Korea? I'll head further north to investigate. The plane soars powerfully into the danger zone as the monsters scream relentlessly. Goblins. They roared with fury. The reporter zooms in, identifying it as the demon orb. She rushes out to report what she's discovered so far, but this is also a sign of a terrifying battle to come. Steel Shield has donated 1,000 gold, and the reporter excitedly flatters the donor. Thank you for your support. Even as the Korean server faces its end, we will record every moment until that day comes. Meanwhile, another man stood up exclaiming, Does it make sense that we can't stop this disaster? He then blamed Sanju, slinging mud at him. This is all the summoner's fault. Why should we the little people have to suffer like this? File a complaint. Proof of ID and discussions filled the screen. Necromancer 1015, take responsibility and cut down the tree. Written by Doi, 51453 views. No matter how much you cry out, this situation is beyond your control. Casualties are mounting across the Korean server. Can you take responsibility for that? Summoner, stop being stubborn, cut down the tree, and end this crisis. Broadcast the tree cutting process as soon as possible. Comment 13 joules bomb. If you want to fight, do it yourself. Don't drag us into it. Commander Shock, I'm with you. Let's hope for a wiser decision. We're all going to die, including me. Don't make things worse. Just stay quiet. I knew this day would come. He always played the hero and stirred up trouble. Now look at this mess. Have the Kimon ever fought before? This is a personal failing perhaps, but the system is what caused this situation. The red-clad girl shouts in annoyance, cowardly fools only causing trouble from the shadows. Clenching her fist, she firmly believes this chaotic world needs absolute power to establish order, but Kyung-shu frantically tries to stop her. Just think of them as children complaining, Honorable Ki-eung-ju reassured her with a confident voice. Negative opinions will never become mainstream. As long as we're on the right path, everyone will follow. 1,024 hunter guilds support the World Tree faction and Chairman B's resistance with 1,1,1,4,6,3 views. We will temporarily suspend all activities to focus on protecting the Korean server. Battle information will be reported transparently as one person steps forward to announce. The necromancer's value is rising, we must seize his attention. Another large sum of money has been donated, and 104 Warang guilds will join the World Tree faction, as reported by the War Information Bureau. Views are at 1,45551. Even though they're recovering from the Japan-Korea War and can't contribute much, we recognize the gravity of the current situation. People are excitedly shouting. This is our chance to repay the necromancer, for the entire Korean server must unite regardless of faction. Kyung-shu speculates that the Liberation Army will likely side with us. Lee Han exclaims, deeply moved. This is the great unity of the Korean server. Meanwhile, Sanju's followers groveled at his feet, one trembling as he whispered, Pastor, what do we do? He fearfully whispered, if I'm lucky, I might survive. Sanji coldly asked, what's your name? Victor answered respectfully and honestly, Victor, I am Rich Victor. Sanji continued, what are your powers? It spoke with pride. I can control 200 low-level zombies, death priests, and summon 50 more. The monster beside him gently stroked his sharp blade and said, young master, this one is intelligent. I will take his head. Let's end this quickly. Sanju covered her mouth quietly contemplating. Let's get information first. Since he's intelligent, we might get something useful. L. Victor is restrained beneath sharp blades. Sanju questions if the Demon King is the highest level, or if there are monsters above the king level. It answered respectfully, a level higher than a Demon King. The strongest of all monsters. Victor's answer left him in stunned contemplation. It's the Emperor. The Emperor. Sanju whispered, the Emperor. The Lich Vider trembled as he replied. He is the strongest of all monsters bearing the title of king. You could say he's the highest-ranking player on this server. Sanju questions. You used to serve him, didn't you, and now you'll follow me? It frantically replied, of course. Yes, sir. It smiled proudly. Serving death is my duty more important than anything else. Sanju marveled inwardly, recognizing the man's bloodline the moment he saw him. The system suddenly proposes, would you like to take El Victor, a similar flesh-eating monster, as your familiar? Because it has its own will, it can act outside of your influence. The subject will obey your commands. Sanju jumped down in front of it, impressed. The truth is, he couldn't escape Sanju's grasp. The moment he laid eyes on him, and Sanju offered him a surge of powerful spiritual energy. Lich Victor is moved, grateful to be his subordinate. Sanju coldly ordered, now prove your worth. In Paju's Mun, Sani UP, a panicked voice rings out, the northern barricade has fallen. We need reinforcements. The annoying barrier creator grumbles, damn it, I thought the zombies would come first. Why these guys? The red-haired girl reassured everyone, the Liberation Army and the Hunters Guild are on their way. Hold the line. From the lookout tower, a panicked cry rings out. Captain, a horde of zombies is approaching from the north. Thousands are rushing this way, she wonders in dismay. Why now helpless, she laments. We're done for, we can't stop them. Suddenly the lookout shouts, Captain, the zombies are acting strange. For some reason, a horde of them is attacking the monsters. Behind Kin, two soldiers discuss the unbelievable scene, zombies attacking monsters. Could it be? The red-haired girl excitedly shouts. The necromancer can issue commands without worry. It's time to attack. The monster's escape route is blocked. Surround and eliminate them. Suddenly, a massive beast charges forward, and both sides stand frozen facing each other. A guard hesitantly asks, are those things on our side? The red-haired girl mused. They look kind of funny as a summoner's familiars. Sanj flies over shouting, it's not over yet, repair the fortress. Everyone is moved to tears. He's a soul master, and we were cursing him without knowing. The red-haired girl urgently ordered the fortress to be repaired. She called out, are you planning to return to the fortress, Master Soul Warrior? He shakes his head, refusing. No, I'm heading north. Sanji is resolute. We can't win by just defending. We're going to end this. With that, he flew off into the distance, disappearing from sight as Rick Victor called out from behind. The Monster Emperor is in Pyongyang, though I've never actually seen his face. Sanji wondered why he served the Monster Emperor, and Rick Victor recounted rumors that the Emperor leveled up by devouring any monsters who resisted him. Sanju muses that it's just like the pack leader W. Ven. If left unchecked, they'll only continue to grow. Rick Victor hesitantly says that he used to be an ancient dragon, but now he's a salamander, breathing fire so hot it melts stone. Sanju smiles strangely, thinking to himself, a fire type, huh? This guy should be easy to talk to. It asked blankly, Sir, your warship is speeding off into the distance again. The Great Mountain King crossed his arms annoyed. Things are unfolding unpredictably. Good thing we sent scouts. The one who said they'd hold the Iman River area suddenly advanced north. He muses, isn't this the perfect moment for us to make our entrance amidst the chaos? Little Tiger scribbles notes, I'll rewrite it. Junju looked flustered, seemingly in a hurry. Should we go? The Great Mountain King sighed. Isn't this the king's first appearance? Shouldn't the script be perfect? Lihan said enviously. Sister Ju, I want to be the main character too. Annoyed, she touches her sword hilt, threatening them to shut up and leave to stop acting like royalty and start behaving like it, prompting the Great Mountain King to quickly mediate. All right, Miss Dai, Shu, Senior, I just lost focus for a moment. Thanks. In advance his eyes sparkled with admiration. He looked at her with admiration, thinking acting like a king was so cool. Please scold our leader some more. My passion is overflowing. Junju is annoyed, saying if they're late, she'll ride them there. Hurry up. This is even cooler. Little Tiger Ume, obeys your wish, is my command. The ferocious monster roars kya-ha-ha. It powerfully punches the ship as Rick Victor exclaims, oh heavens, to think this power truly belongs to the god of death. His eyes shone with admiration. A low-level zombie like me couldn't compare. Sanju, usually taciturn, voiced his concern. Master, if we keep advancing like this, won't our rear be exposed? Sanji smugly replied, I've already planned for that. Rick Victor flattered, of course, I've always believed in you. Master, a system notification suddenly rings out. L. Victor's abilities have grown slightly. He can now control small Scots. Sanji repeats in disbelief, as Rick Victor senses a surge of spiritual power within him. Master, I've grown stronger. If he's stronger and can control average Scotans, that would be a formidable army. He suddenly looked up in shock, as a panicked voice announced that a large army was approaching. 10000, no, even more than that. Sanju estimates 100,000 soldiers from Pengjiang. Rick Victor pondered. It seems they're moving under the Emperor's orders. He gently picks it up. All right, it's time for us to split up. It's bewildered, Your Majesty. He ordered you to face 100,000 troops, Rick Victor King Inga asked. Me, he frowned, explaining more clearly. Specifically stall for time. While I head to Pijiang and strike at the Emperor. Sanju coldly tossed him away, saying in an icy tone, All right, good luck. He ventured deeper, and a blazing tower appeared. Inside the room, the two sat facing each other, drinking water as some disgruntled subordinates frowned. It's hotter than I thought. Watch your mouth, you damn fire lizard. The girl spoke up suddenly, referring to a notoriously disgusting monster. Don't forget that we are messengers of the true Emperor, I reminded my two subordinates. Our mission is to use the monsters in the Korean server and confront the necromancer, the one who has the potential to be the player from the Chinese server. A voice announces the arrival of the butler, as the shadow of a massive monster looms. The butler bowed, respectfully announcing that the Emperor had not yet finished coughing. I believe everyone needs to wait a little longer. We've waited 2 days already. Do you lack sincerity, even with the summoner heading north? The butler, still with that detestable look, repeated, Please wait a little longer. The southern necromancer won't be able to reach here. He spoke calmly with a confident tone. Even if he flies or runs, he can't stand against 120,000 troops, the subordinate doubts. You didn't send them all, did you? He asked, eyes wide. While the master slept, we sent a general to quell the disturbance, and learned the necromancer was routed and retreated south. She calmly cuts through the argument, stating they spoke up because they heard the enemy was approaching. The butler assures them there's nothing to worry about, recounting that while the Korean server has a king-level monster, they have 8 of comparable level and one nearly as strong as their master. Emperor. The butler uttered cryptically, for even though he was the strongest here, each server had different standards. The previously agitated man cleared his throat, finally understanding. Ahem, then we'll wait a little longer. The butler bowed. Yes, we will relay the message to our master. The flames on the other side suddenly surge. What's going on? One of them realizes and exclaims, Necromancer, he's forcefully approaching them. Sanji triumphantly shouts, I went through so much to get here. Come out, monsters, and greet your guest. The flame monument suddenly explodes into pieces, and the gecko butler cries out in alarm. Impossible. The dust cloud is making everyone cough, my lord. The girl is certain that it must be the summoning tiger. A subordinate wondered, how did he get here? She covered her mouth and whispered, that's not the point. She lowered her hand and said, I wanted to discuss how to kill him, but it seems you're already prepared to end him. We'll leave first. Sanji's footsteps grew louder, as he stood valiantly on the rocky terrain, gazing into the distance, while a dark voice in the shadows thought, he's here. He's alive at least. That man is smug. I'll take his head myself. You're right. My legs feel like they're melting. Sanji ordered the monsters to swarm in and protect him, saying Minok work with Oren to stop them. Everyone respectfully obeyed. I will complete my mission. On quickly flew over. The earth trembles, then explodes in a cataclysmic burst. A fiery monster emerges, roaring, who dares desecrate my palace like this? System alert, world boss Salamander has appeared. Sanji floated in the air, saying, It was too hot here, so I thought I'd ventilate the place. Who knew? He'd angrily shout, I don't care who you are. He gritted his teeth, declaring, I'll burn you to ashes and scatter you across my bedroom floor. The knight laments, lucky you're not as chatty as my king. And so a brawl erupts, while elsewhere a powerful light shines upon a group. Li Han gasped in surprise. A cave. Even Junju couldn't hide his astonishment. Aren't we moving to Korea? The great mountain king withdrew his magic, explaining, I don't have any magic that convenient. Little Tiger adds, unless there's a teleportation item. He continues, this cave is where the mountain's spirits converge. After a moment's thought, Great Mountain King exclaims, mountains have passages through which we can instantly travel anywhere within the Baekdu mountain range. Junjisoo suggested that one flame was too dim, so she would light another, and Li Han exclaimed with excitement that it was brighter now. Sis, I've been wondering what's up with that fire, she gently answers Li Han Ho's question. Jisoo proudly explains that the phantom flame she acquired from a quest in Mount Taebaek is a unique item. It enhances my chi-based skills and links to my other abilities. Li Han Ho, understanding the key point, glances at her, assessing, so you found a rare item. A massive lake suddenly comes into view, leaving Li Han Ho speechless with surprise. There's a lake this size in a cave, he excitedly shouts, eyeing the pile of equipment to the side. Are these all items? Daisen King looked around. This is where I keep my treasure. If you want, each of you can take one thing you like. I'm sure I put it around here somewhere, Li Han Ho asked, puzzled. Really, Li Han Ho muses. Good thing our senior isn't here, he'd be fighting everyone. Junjisoo chuckled, admitting, I have to admit that's true. The Great Mountain King had found what he wanted, happily picking up the axe. Good, it's been a while since I've held this again. Meanwhile, Li Han Ho was still carefully selecting items from all over. His eyes suddenly land on a small bottle of liquor, something to make him look cool. Huh, Little Bear immediately grabbed his head and threatened him. You mustn't take that wine, Li Han shouts in alarm. Junju guesses it contains the moon elixir, and the Little Bear confirms it. Exactly. The inner core that Guju brought. Suddenly, the Great Mountain King beside him grumbled irritably, saying that it was too much for humans. It stubbornly holds onto the mountain's increasingly concentrated energy as he casually says, "Whatever, Ju, pick something too." "Ah, you're that unlucky guy," Junjitsu angrily grabbed the sword. Who would do that, refusing a toast to drink a forfeit instead? The system introduces a weapon, the legendary Unf, a one-handed sword, that temporarily reduces an enemy's strength and agility by 1 with each strike stacking up to 10 times. When fully stacked, the Warsong effect activates for 5 minutes, granting resistance to stat debuffs and damage immunity. The system displays another notification. Certain conditions have been met. Resident of the World Tree, special status, legendary grade Vi Kin, sword, unknown warrior title, and other conditions. Her eyes widen in surprise. This is what Daishan Wang was talking about with a knowing smile. You don't know what it is yet, but you will soon. He turns to face Lai Han, asking, and you, Lai Han, is gleefully mocking him. Cracked metal helmet, how cool do I look? Li Han called out, striking a pose. Healer thief, evil god, and, well, you get the idea. I'm a one-of-a-kind case, a powerless mountain king. Oh well, do as you please. He urges everyone onward, saying, let's go. The mountain path opens, and in an instant they're transported away. Inside a dark cave, they stopped in a strange place. The system announces their arrival at the Onryu Mountain connection point, prompting a gasp from Li Han. Wow, that was fast. We arrived before our predecessors even cleaned up the mess. The Great Mountain King warns, sorry for not mentioning it sooner, but we're not just dealing with a sovereign-class boss. He cast a sharp gaze and said, the primordial world. Junjitsu was stunned. The reality realm. The Great Mountain King then explained, that mysterious transcendent entity you saw. He stated with certainty that if anything happened this time, he would definitely come. Meanwhile, the stalemate on the other side continued intensely. Lich dodges the attack and weapon in hand, charges towards him with a roar. I'll tear you apart and burn every inch of your flesh. El marveled at the terrifying power. The monster unleashes a fire attack as the Lich calmly observes. Again, it calmly faces its opponent, and seizing the moment it lashes out with its chains. At that moment, the monster, its hand ensnared by the chain, panicked and cried out, huh. El takes a fighting stance, asking, like boxing. The system chimes in with another notification, item information, heroic grade chain link. An effect-type accessory upon colliding with an enemy's weapon 5 times the chain skill activates, sealing both your weapon and your enemies for 5 minutes. Lich powerfully lunges at the ogre's knee, throwing a punch aimed directly at its face. The punch was aimed squarely at the monster, but Lich calmly retreated, then spoke with admiration. I can probably still create more weapons after the seal, the monster angrily retorts. You coward. The system's notification rings out. Twilight annihilation. The beast struck repeatedly in the face. By El roared in agony. Lich was thrilled to blind the boss, feeling ecstatic as the exhausted boss complimented him. You're definitely not ordinary, the monster questioned suspiciously. What does a powerful being like you want to go this far, my land or my treasure? El casually replies, your bones. He was stunned. Huh. The Lich threatens him, warning him to die nicely, so his bones don't get damaged. The transformed man questions Sanju, you want my bones? Then a transformation occurs and he angrily curses. The brute threatens Sanju, who simply watches on. Fight me with your fists, he roars as he transforms. At that moment, a notification appeared, announcing the appearance of the Salamander area boss, and Sanju suddenly exclaimed with interest. Is that so? Salamander asked, confused by his words. What? Sanju exclaimed, not human bones, but those of a huge monster. Great, you should have done that sooner. But Salamander angrily growled. Don't you understand your situation? This is my true form. It opened its massive maw and unleashed a torrent of fire. So I can finally use my true power, unlike when I was in human form. Unexpectedly, Sanju calmly takes out an item information. Bai Hong's hand fan mythic grade staff classification effect enhances magic resistance, plus or minus 15% allows you to control the souls of the dead. Ghost number 10, Ampere's ghost's abilities change depending on the user's connection to the death attribute. Description contains the mind of the demon subduer. He stands tall as the system continues to announce that he can control the ghosts, having reached the highest level of connection to the death attribute. You are unaffected by physical attacks, and you can control weapons of any level, inflicting chaotic curses upon your targets. You can possess targets below a certain level. Sanji snaps his fingers, followed by a ghost command, and the system notification continues to display resonance effects and a resonance list. 6. An ethereal existence. Level 3 resonance attribute classification requires more than 12 types of souls. Effect movement speed plus or minus 30%. He muttered, and the skeletons began to gather. A spirit weapon for the soul to wield. A purple light emerges as another item is summoned. Item information, Layev Eva, an inactive legendary greatsword. Effect plus 5 to physical strength, plus 10% fire resistance, plus 10% increased fire damage. A surge will create flames cooldown 1 minute. Item description incomplete, requires other conditions to unlock its true power. Sanju read the information, muttering, as if speaking to Salamander. Sorry, but besides the weapon's essence, there's still something useful. It still seethed with rage, its body engulfed in flames as it uttered its threats. I don't know what you're planning, but it's useless. Everything will melt in the flames. But amidst the flames, it soon noticed something was amiss as attacks rained down upon it from above. It looked up to the sky. These fools. These words only brought more attacks upon him. Salamander, growing ever more enraged, declared, "Fine, then I'll just kill whoever created them, and this will all be over." Sanju slowly asks with a challenging tone, "You're just realizing that now?" He thought to himself, "It knows nothing about me." But just as Sanju thought that Salamander suddenly retaliated, pushing back the one before it. He then roared, enough playing around, and began his attack. Salamander, dinning, mouth agape, prepared to unleash his flames, unable to withstand the heat. "You're as good as dead." The flames erupted with incredible force, and only then did Sanju's voice echo once more. "You think I dodged a few times because of the heat," the salamander exclaimed in disbelief. And he seized the opportunity to retort, "Keep your mouth open like that." He used a magic bomb which the salamander swallowed whole, defeating it instantly. A notification appears: "You have earned 28000 gold for hunting the salamander area boss." Another notification appears: "You have acquired the Soul Hunter title with plus or minus 20% fire resistance, Soul Domination plus or minus 20% stamina -2. Though the attributes aren't as beneficial, Sanji is amazed as he reads this. Is it even stronger than the Great Mountain King? You have acquired the title of Slaughter Emperor King, granting -3 to all stats and plus or minus 10% damage to boss monsters. Chapter 4.1. The Depravity of the Fallen World. The latest announcement will be updated soon. He looked up and spoke. "Spectres." Then he reached out and commanded, "Go find our audience. Someone must be watching us." Sanji wondered who it was and what they wanted, thinking, "Besides the bone weapon, there's more." Item information: high-grade fire spirit stone, mythic rank material type description, a magic stone with a powerful accumulation of fire energy. He muses that this looks even better than the regular fire spirit stone he got from defeating the giant fire at Pontek. But then the surrounding space began to shift. Was that an earthquake? He pondered, calculating. No, this is the tremor I felt just now. Something is emerging from the ground. And in an instant, a strange black entity appears. Its eyes widen as it beholds the true world. A notification rings out: "An unknown entity is watching you." Overwhelmed by the extraterrestrial being, all stats are reduced by 50%. He stares in stunned disbelief at the creature before him. It could turn Dr. Yu into a corpse, and even that muscular guy. This isn't an enemy I can handle right now. A series of similar warnings blared: "The demon world has opened. Warning, the 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 demon world has opened." Sanji thinks in disbelief. What, it's already opened? Is the dungeon powerful enough to destroy the whole area? I can't stop it. I have to run. Then a system notification echoes, announcing that the area has been sealed off by a mysterious force. A directly controlled city. He looks around, contemplating. Sealed off. It can even do this. It definitely wants to kill me. Monsters relentlessly descend from above, and Sanju curses under his breath in frustration. Damn it, the gates, they're getting closer. Sanji braced himself, resigned to his fate, but then someone intervened, attacking the monsters and ensnaring them with roots. Sanu is shocked, thinking roots, and they don't stop there, continuing their assault on the monsters. Just then a human foot appeared from above and a voice rang out. "All right, I was wondering what you were up to. The Great Mountain King boasts, but arriving on time is my specialty. Today I'll play both host and king." He then looks up at the entity above, continuing to curse, "If only you had let me handle it and lived in peace. But if you're going to confront it, I'll have to put in some effort." Daishan Wang immediately attacked, saying, "You should be looking elsewhere, you nosy bastard," but his attack was blocked. Witnessing this, Sanji Ju was surprised by the defensive barrier. But the Great Mountain King wouldn't give up. His fist glowed as he gathered power, and he unleashed a full-force punch that vanished. Taking a direct hit, the plant being's expression shifts, and Sanji watches in disbelief. The Realmer is panicking again. He muses so it can't use its power on Daishan Wang like it did to Dr. Yu. But Daishan Wang valiantly attacks, following the king's command, and throws another punch. The system then announced that the power of the world had kicked the alien out of the dimension. Sanju exclaimed in surprise, realizing it had expelled it from the real world. His eyes then turned to the swarming monsters, but the gate to the demon world remained open. The system repeatedly announced that he had received 500,000 gold for hunting alien monsters. Low-level monsters. You've received 500 gold for hunting alien monsters, low-level monsters. Sanju devises a plan: they must deal with the gate to the demon world before the monsters flood in. He observes them, calculating that the higher the level, the stronger the monsters in the demon world's horde. If a horde of gatekeeper leaders appeared, we wouldn't be able to stop them. Our course is set. We must tackle each level one by one. As the monsters relentlessly charge, he overlooks one crucial detail: which monsters are emerging, from which gate. Sanju's thoughts race. Wait, at this rate, I don't have enough troops. I need allies to handle this. Just as he thinks of allies, someone attacks from behind, assisting Sanju. These members appeared with the announcement, "We're here, senior." Monsters lined up before them, but as a branch blocked the gate, a notification rang out. The power of the world had closed the demon gate. In the sky, several branches appeared, controlled by someone muttering, "Looks like my time to shine has come." Sanju was astonished. He can close the gate to the demon world so easily. The Great Mountain King explains that branches imbued with mountain energy can close the gate if the user is a guardian deity. "Hurry and praise me." Sanju was secretly wary. "Just who is this guy? Did you know this would happen?" The Great Mountain King turned to him smiling. "In a way, yes. I discovered a few things soon after receiving the title of Great Mountain King when I became Master of the Mountain." He continued explaining that through the mountain's aura, he discovered a creature corroding the spirit realm's land. His brow furrowed with each word, realizing their goal was to absorb all life in this land. They also want to devour souls. They're like ravenous demons. But the Great Mountain King added, "Since I know the mortal world doesn't favor you, I've been watching to see if he'd show his face." He wondered to himself if poking his eyes out was more accurate, and seeing the Great Mountain King's attitude becoming less serious, Sanji Ju interrupted. "So who exactly is he?" he asked simply. "Simply put, a god, more specifically, a god from another world." Sanju's eyes are fixed on the branch before him. "Given what's happened, we should probably consider it the god who rules the demon realm, since hell seems to be related to Han Gangshuk." He pondered, recalling past events. Was this game a battle of more than three, including the people of Earth Daishan King, then spoke again. "It's a world that wants to devour another. Is this some kind of causal link the system created?" He speculates that perhaps even the system wants a fair fight, as it has created rules to balance things out. As Li Han manipulated the branches and responded, "Suppose there's a power in this world that can prevent his direct intervention, then they'll do everything to destroy it." Hearing him say that, Jun Jisoo added, "Like the Evolution Society, that's why they want this world to submit to them." She explains that since they can't flaunt their own power, they'll have to use a lot of puppets, and even if the North Korean server collapses, they'll still interfere. At this moment, Great Mountain King, with his eyes half closed, spoke while reaching into his coat. "If this keeps up, the world will end faster, if I just show you, instead of explaining right." He quickly retrieves an item. "Do you know what this is?" the two others asked curiously. "The Philosopher's Stone." The system's notification rang out, connecting to the Philosopher's Stone, the tragic end of World 2. After the light faded, Sanju appeared in another place. He marveled at what was before him, the earth. His eyes narrowed slightly as he continued to assess. Even after the apocalypse, it remains the same except for the light that's isolated in the darkness. But then golden streaks of light catch his eye. Wait, something's at the edge of the darkness, and it becomes clear after a few moments. A smile spreads across the figure's face, and as its mouth opens wide, an announcement booms: the world has lost its initiative. The real world is approaching, and Sanji watches in disbelief as the earth is devoured. What in the world, he wondered. Everything that vanishes is gone forever. A light flashes again, along with an announcement. This is the future that awaits if all the world's scattered power is destroyed. Back in reality, Sanju's body still trembled. He clenches his fist, remarking, "That's awful. How can we prevent it from happening?" Another voice responds. "Try to think from his perspective. The Great Mountain King presents energy and life that spans this land. What's the best way to destroy everything?" He points to Sanju, concluding that the undead will spread a deadly contagion to fight that energy. He pondered in disbelief. Even the Evolution Society had researched it. While the Great Mountain King proudly declared, "But you risked your life to stop them." Well done, very well done. Another proposal is made. What is the second powerful entity that opposes the plant world, has taken root here, and could influence this land? Sanji ponders for a moment, then guesses the Great Mountain World Tree, and the king happily agrees. "Exactly. When I went looking for it, I found you'd taken good care of it. Now do you understand why the real world wants you dead?" He then explained that the World Tree had 3 branches in the Korean server, one of which he was protecting, piquing the man's curiosity. As for the other branches, the Great Mountain King sighed. "I don't know, but the World Tree you planted must be one of them." Hearing this, Sanju could calculate that there were both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that he could keep it with him and protect it to the end, but the disadvantage was that it would constantly attract insects. And the Great Mountain King stared at him with wide eyes, urging, "Protect it well. It may save this world, but you could also destroy it." "Excuse me for interrupting, but I believe we have the rankings to announce." And Lick announces, "The required amount for the unowned sword is sufficient. The conditions have been met." Sanji immediately grabs the sword and the item information appears. Sword of the Ruler Mythic Grade, two-handed sword. Effect physical strength +10. Negates 20% of the target's defense. Description. The sword is the key to awakening the dragon and the symbol of the chain that controls it. You are the master of this sword, and it will be renamed based on your actions. He turned to his subordinates, puzzled. What about the dragon egg? An egg is quickly presented along with a notification. The unidentified egg is about to hatch. Sanju then asked, "Wait, what do we feed a dragon when it hatches?" The other person slowly replied, "I've never had a pet and I'm not a dragon knight, so I have no idea." He quickly came up with a plan. Hyan used to raise bird trainers, maybe she can help. If things go south, he should hand over the baby dragon to Doha, the king of Gangwa. But Liando objects. That won't work, senior. He insists we return to Suo. Jun suddenly wondered, Sanju, what should we do with these guys? She glanced at the man on the ground, an unidentified player stalker. Two of them got away, but I caught one, Sanju replied succinctly. Just tie him up and bring him along. We'll question him after we take care of more pressing matters. The scene shifts to a brighter, warmer location where Sanju surveys the landscape, remarking that it's a construction industry blockbuster. Gangwa's man is a senior architect, the person next to him says. That's a high-level job that can build automatically, so building walls shouldn't be a problem. Sanju replies that the project is growing every day. We have plenty of manpower, and this person's expression immediately changes as they recount how everything was fine thanks to the team we sent to help. So you're aware you have a lot on your plate, Sanju replied nonchalantly. He observes them secretly calculating. I probably don't need to interfere with the town's management. I should just focus on what I can do. At the World Tree, the mysterious egg rested near its base as Sanju observed it, lost in thought. If it hatches one of the conditions for the myth quest, the origin of the race will be fulfilled. A system notification appears. The World Tree's growth stage 1 is at 41%. Sanju continued to ponder, but the World Tree was still in its early stages, and he knew it would take a long time to reach maturity. From now until then I should focus on raising dragons. Dragon food, huh? He then stammered, I once fed it meat, chopped up monsters, please don't take our Stormy away. I guess dragons are the same. The dragon's hunger and nutritional status will be reported to its owner. That's how it is for me. Sanju listened intently, taking notes on this new knowledge, while he observed their destructive potential firsthand. Sai was a handful as a kid, but dragons, we're definitely going to need some experts. He then proudly boasted, so we brought in the experts, starting with Mayon, who will build the dragon's cradle. Mayon confidently added that having seen her raise Stormy, he would build a large and sturdy cradle. The second person, Hanho's mother, will cook for the baby dragons, promising to make soft food for their sensitive stomachs. I'll prepare soft foods for it, she continues to ramble on. I must raise this dragon hatchling to be well-behaved even if I couldn't teach Hanho. At this, Hanho looked utterly bewildered, while Sanju wore a sinister smile that even frightened the dragon egg. Now I've prepared everything for you, so hurry up and hatch and serve me. A crowd gathers around the World Tree, and they begin to chatter excitedly. Is it true? The dragon egg is about to hatch. Can't we watch from a distance? Ki Ung-shu quickly warned, now it could be dangerous, so everyone except those on duty, please step back. As the egg began to change, a system notification chimed. The unstable egg was about to hatch. 1 minute and 48 seconds, Lai Han muttered, feeling like he was watching a bomb disposal. Junjitsu chimed in. Hanho quit being so dramatic, and his mother added, so you did take my words to heart. Sorry, but are we sure we're going the right way? What if some high-ranking demon that looks just like me jumps out? A flash of light startled Sanji, who exclaimed, it hatched. He had to step back as the egg suddenly exploded. Lai Han exclaimed curiously, what did the egg just explode? The figure from within the egg now clings to a branch, and upon closer inspection, they realize it's a baby dragon. Those around them exclaimed in admiration, it's so cute, not at all what I imagined. Sanju is a little displeased. For a simple hatching it blew up the shell like that. Its temperament is a bit concerning. At this moment, the system continues to announce that the black dragon hatchling has learned magic from its master. This race has an incredible magical talent, with the potential to evolve to a higher level, and can instinctively learn stronger magic. He's shocked. Did it learn the magic he used? Does that mean they have 3 leaders now? Meanwhile, Hanho's mother quickly fulfills her mission, feeding the little one. She presents a plate of food, but the dragon flatly refuses. She sighed, oh my, look at that temper, while Lai Hanho retorted, looks like the dragon you were worried about being like me is here, huh? At that moment he offered another plate of food. How about this? It's fried chicken, no one can resist it. Lai Han asked curiously as she and Junjitsu watched the dragon cautiously examine the food before it. Is it eating? Perhaps because it's a dragon it likes meat like me. Then magic suddenly appeared before them. A system notification rings out as creatures of the dead succumb to the black dragon hatchling's power. Sanji is astonished. What Hanho's mother exclaimed, is that a new kind of deboning? It could revolutionize boneless dishes. As for Li Han, he was terrified and took back what he said. He's definitely cut from the same cloth as his predecessor as sunlight streams through the World Tree's leaves. Meanwhile, the dragon unleashes its magic, leaving Junjitsu in awe. It turned all the food with bones into dry bones. Is that your instinct? Li Han also wonders, what is it dancing? An exorcism dance, she continues. Thankfully, the little guy was tired from playing and finally ate, while Sanju smiled as it reached out to him. What's this? You want me to hold you? As he holds the dragon, its information appears. Creature file, species black dragon, stage infant phase 1. Owner Sanju. Number 150. 7. Status healthy. Sanji inwardly sighed, realizing this was harder than he thought, as he looked at the dragon in his hand, which was constantly laughing. He realized he didn't know what it wanted, or how to care for it like a child. and dreaded the thought that while it would be a powerful ally in the future, all it could do now was turn chickens and fish into familiars. I'm exhausted. Liand wondered to himself. By the way, have you thought of a name yet? He asked, having just been struck by the dragon. A name? Liand was speechless at his cluelessness. He really shouldn't be allowed to raise anything. How can he not even name this cute dragon he found? Sanju wearily sat down, suggesting, want to try. Hearing this, he promises, I'll give it a really cool name. But Junjisoo, who was nearby, stopped him, saying Sanju couldn't do that. Sanji was curious. Huh. What is it? Following the dragon's gaze, he quickly understood. Birds. So, that's what it was looking at. But then its eyes glowed, as dragon fear paralyzed the low-level, unintelligent creatures, and the poor birds outside all coughed up blood. Sanju watches, wondering if he unconsciously activated a skill. Then he unconsciously activates his passive skill, a wicked smile forming as he looks at the creature in his hand. This little dragon will be very useful. It's been worth raising it. As night falls, voices continue to echo. The hostage brought back from Pijiang is dead. Sanju sighs. He's dead. Kyung-shu added that he committed suicide, biting into poison hidden behind his teeth to keep any information from leaking. Sanji quickly heads outside with her, asking again. Was he a spy? Kyung-shu explained to him that Hanho had searched his belongings and found that he appeared to be Chinese. A sigh escapes her lips. So it can't be helped. Sanju casts a spell on the blinded man, intending to extract information directly from his remains to see the memories of the dead. A light suddenly flashed. When Sanju opened his eyes again, he had been transported to another place. A field of snow. Where is this? This can't be the Korean server. Just then, a voice echoed. Who knew I'd end up trekking all the way to Siberia of all places? What the hell are those guys doing here? She slowly spoke. Hunting. They are hunters' words that surprised the others. Hunt what? She simply replied, anything. A man wonders, does the emperor truly intend to go beyond the continent and conquer even these remote tribes? But he was met with a denial. No, the emperor has no time to concern himself with this. Their true goal is to conquer Server 2 and unify the world, a prospect that intrigues Sanji. The emperor's words gave him some understanding. So they were his subordinates. The self-proclaimed emperor has already invaded China's #1 server. And now she continues. This is General Sheng's order. He's mobilized the Manji to conquer the Korean server. This idea was blurted out by one of them using someone else to kill. She readily admits that not only the Russian server, but he also wants to join forces with the Monster King in North Korea. Continuing to walk and talk, she says that the Korean server has been strangely prominent lately, and that they need to drive out the Manji and overthrow Korea. Sanju listens from beginning to end, a little surprised. I foresaw the threat from mainland China, but I never imagined they'd start a global war. Now the group is forced to stop. Why a blizzard all of a sudden? Screams erupt as she barks orders. Hold your positions. One wrong step and you're done for. Through the white haze, dark figures emerge, beasts snarling ferociously. They were momentarily stunned, exclaiming bears. Then observing their appearance, they wondered, are they bear men? No, those two resemble evolved monster tigers, and a man has appeared with the bears. The others immediately recognize the man before them. It's the server's top player. They're surrounded by the bears of this man, the Siberian Devil King. Drit. He scoffed derisively. You wreak a stinging insult that clearly hit a nerve. What's that? You're losing badly. The lead girl spoke politely. We'd like to make you an offer. And immediately Drit smiled, his expression growing increasingly contemptuous. I knew it. These humans always have such ambitions. State your target and bounty, then get out. This one's memories end here. Leondo, standing nearby, asked curiously, Senior, are you finished? So the foreigners are trying to invade us again, Sanji sneered, certain. That's right, I know him well. Meanwhile, in a building somewhere, someone slams a table in anger, cursing. Damn it, try to keep it together. The screen displays the content, special personal quest, don't repeat mistakes. Assassinate target 157 for a reward. Fallen ranking points will invade the Korean server, and the arrogant demon target 157 will appear at the center of the chaos. Betray individual 157 when the time is right, and let him die at the hands of monsters. This is an order. If you disobey, your ranking points will be deducted. Repeated failures will result in a reduction of faction privileges. Furthermore, all members will suffer an additional penalty of -1 to all stats, and this penalty will increase over time. Several more notifications followed, declaring the special faction quest a failure. All members will be penalized for failing the special faction quest, incurring a reduction in all TR1 stats which may accumulate. Choi Dong-hoon's expression was grim. This wasn't right. I was wrong. I shouldn't have rushed into an alliance with them just because of that angel's holy appearance. The system window continues to display text. All members will be penalized for failing the special faction quest. Penalties can stack, and all stats are reduced by 1 point. Choi Dong-hoon shouts, I can't take it anymore. If this is how it's going to be, end the contract and leave us alone. But the statue opposite him remains still. Just then another notification appeared. A high-level player has been dispatched by the Angel faction. Follow orders and eliminate Subject 157. This is your final warning. If you don't comply, you will face judgment. He read it, and could only sigh. Commander, we have a situation. There are outsiders approaching the border. Choi Dong-hoon asked, what is it? The girl continued explaining that someone had approached the northern border. They're from a foreign server, most likely outsiders, according to the intel. They claim to be aligned with the Angels, the owners of the six-winged statue, and demanded to see him. Choi Dong-hoon's expression was grim, as he realized these players from the Russian server must have planned this in advance. Then the girl continued. When the border guards tried to search them, one of them created a blizzard and blew our men away. With a single attack, 50 squads and the entire garrison were destroyed. He asked in disbelief. They did that to elite troops, and I honestly couldn't gauge their strength. I think you should speak with them directly. Choi Dong-hoon's hand clenched into a fist. China, Japan, and now Russia. He bitterly thought, if I don't join forces, I'll surely be swallowed up by outside forces. At this moment, the girl's expression was as serious as his. Suddenly, the commander Choi Dong-hoon made a request, go find Sanju. She was confused, but Choi Dong-hoon continued, this is war, and he who strikes first should also bring the scythe. Back at the World Tree Key, Shu asked in confusion about the foreigners receiving a confirmation. The story is told. A black man and 2 white women claimed to be from the American server. The black man explained that they were from the America 1 server, specifically the East Coast. The Sanju members were stunned as they listened. So how did they cross the Pacific, and what are they doing here? Kyung-shu was even more confused. Shouldn't they be busy building their army and camps? The man continued. We arrived on the nearby coast 3 days ago. The World Tree faction has made quite the impression. A business card was presented as he introduced himself. We're here to meet and discuss a few things. I'm Jonathan Key, team leader of Foreign Affairs, Team 1 from Gupu, the vanguard of the America 1 server. Kyung-soo nodded in response. I'm the leader of the World Tree faction. Business cards. In this world, Jonathan politely replied, it's a pleasure to meet you before directly asking Necromancer. May I see him? Kyung-soo quickly explained. Unfortunately, that's not possible right now, and Jonathan couldn't hide his disappointment. He's not here, Kyung-soo continued. He's busy with some important internal matters, and I think it will be a while before he's free. Can you wait? But suspicion began to creep in. How did he know Sanju wasn't in town? If they were planning an invasion, they wouldn't miss this opportunity. Jonathan then offered, all right, we'll wait nearby. I'll check in every 12 hours. Kyung-soo didn't refuse, but couldn't help but wonder. All right, but what is your team doing here? I'll let Master Ju know, first he replied, getting into the car. Unify the world, establish an international organization to forge peace. We need to discuss this with Korea's renowned hero. Watching the car drive away, Kyung-soo's mind was still reeling an international organization. In this situation, they're still acting like Americans, easy to say, but impossible to do. She concludes that it's still too early for peace, as Sanju reads the news on his phone. A Russian team unilaterally massacred the guards in Undead district, and now he dares to demand negotiations. Across from him, Dong Minghua slowly explained, the commander refused. They called it negotiation, but they really just wanted us to surrender. She recounted that the commander and the guild members had been frozen by ice magic, the last news she received before coming here. He exclaimed in shock, frozen. What about their lives? Chung Myung-hwa's expression turned grim. We could only hope it was a temporary effect and not lethal. She continued to reveal information, adding that they seemed to be growing something on Mount Nam. Suddenly, the temperature around soon plummets, startling the Sanju members. They say Namsan Mountain has become Mount Everest, impossible to approach. He responds as their representative. Okay. After a moment of thought, he realizes who it must be. Russian hunters have appeared, and Leondo, standing beside him, begins to tremble. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Did you turn off the heater? I'm breathing out frost here, Chung Minhwa quickly explained. The temperature around Namsan has plummeted to negative 25 degrees Celsius, and seems to be dropping still. He turned to Sanji, a hint of panic in his eyes. Can our DF survive this weather with just the Firestone? Sanji asked him, sounding like a confused old man. What is it? With some pride, Ser and Leando hold up the dragon as they explain. It's the Black Fire Dragon. You told me to name it. Don't you think that name with unmatched power suits me? Seeing Sanju's speechless expression, Leando asked again, don't you like it? What about King X? Sanju questioned himself. What have I done? Meanwhile, Junj has an idea. Since it's a dragon, let's just give it the Korean name, Mir Yu. The plane lands in a snowstorm. Sanju speaks up, noting that everything is frozen. Chung Minghwa replies, it'll be hard to escape, they won't let us act. Daily Hando then exclaimed, I thought the Ice Age was back. And he couldn't help but agree, perhaps that was their intention. Chung Minghwa turned back, announcing Sanju, they know we're here, and it seems they want to negotiate. Her voice was a little high as she speculated, they're definitely planning something. Their goal can't be that simple, but he simply replied, we still have to go. Not forgetting to give Sung Minghwa a private reminder. When they no longer dare to kill her, check if the Crusader squad is still alive and send out as many scouting teams as possible. They're moving through a blizzard, and Leandro is increasingly doubting life. Was going alone really the right choice? This place is just full of ice statues. You could have at least brought Ju with us. Sanju retorts. The problem is that Miru doesn't want to leave me. Over here, everyone's trying to convince Junjisoo to change her hold or she'll become a dragon slayer. Sanji explains. Only Jisoo can control it. I figured if they found out we had a baby dragon, they'd target it for sure. Raising a dragon is hard enough as it is. Titania greeted them. Hello, welcome. Sanji thought to himself as he observed the group before him. So these were the Siberian hunters. Where was the leader he'd met before? His eyes scanned a bear, the red bear he once traveled with. That Skotan's frame is impressive. I want one too. This infuriated Titania. Hey, what are you staring at? With a beautiful girl before him, he asks if she's in charge, thinking her frail frame will break easily. But she immediately denies it. She then kindly introduced herself. I am Titania, president of the Eastern Association of the Siberian Hunter Association. Our czar has already passed. Seriously, the first emperor of China, the Japanese sword saint, and now even a czar. And then carefully he asked, so, what are your terms? Titania smirked. You want to get right down to business, aren't you curious why we're doing this? Indeed, Koreans have no patience at all. Her eyes widened as she declared this firmly. 200 million gold, that's what our client offered to take your head and destroy the entire Korean server. Sanju is then met with a question in return. And how much are you willing to pay to stop a war worth 200 million gold? His eyes still betray his shock. How much of that 200 million gold did they get up front? Asked Shung Minhwa. How much do you want? Sanju immediately reminded her. Minhwa Titania boldly offers 300 million if they want us to leave quietly, or 600 million total to take care of the guest targeting you. Silence falls over the room. Titania is a little disappointed. Looks like you don't have the money, so run before the Sand King wakes up, or else. Her eyes widened, and her aura became even more menacing. There would be a few more stone statues here. Sanji quickly deduces that she was the one who froze the Crusader squad. He boldly speaks, I'll make a more feasible offer, one that even Sung Minhwa will admire. Sanji then smirks. 200 million and I'll let you live. These outrageous words only fueled Tatiana's rage. What is this bastard crazy? Meanwhile, Sanju begins to reveal his powers, saying, if you still don't want to run, instead of an ice sculpture, I'll have a model of your bones. The snowstorm rages on, met by a blazing fire on the other side. Sanji enters battle mode, leaving Titania in shock. What, aren't you a necromancer? How can she emit heat? He wondered, observing her, was this a side effect of the Hellfire armor's fire resistance? It's spontaneously generating heat. At this moment, the system continues to explain that the high-grade Fire Spirit Stone is reacting to your power and emitting a special effect. Fire resistance increases or decreases by 10%, and fire damage increases or decreases by 10%. With this, I won't have to worry about blizzards anymore. Titania immediately turned to her people, saying, he's tougher than I thought. We can't let him do as he pleases. As if waiting for this moment, they smirked and quickly spread the word, there are too many small fries here. Wipe them out before the Serpent Emperor awakens. Meanwhile, Leon warned Senior these enemies look strong. But Sanju just smirked and asked, have we ever faced weaklings? Titania launches an ice attack, freezing one of them solid, followed by an explosion aimed at the same target. The big-nosed master of that attack spoke with arrogance. How refreshing. Sanju carefully observed the combination of ice magic and ranged attacks, realizing it was far beyond simple area of effect magic. He notes the bone soldiers can't regenerate because they're frozen, realizing they're not trying to assassinate him directly before turning his attention to the approaching enemies. This is a battle of strength. They want to take me down before I fully recover, Sanju declares. But I control more than just bones, followed by a system notification. From now on, you can control soulmates with peak death affinity, unaffected by physical attacks, and use weapons of all levels. The target has been afflicted with the curse of chaos, and you can use soul snatch on targets that have fallen to a certain level. The others panicked as they saw the weapons he summoned, and he summoned a spear to block them. One of them exclaimed, their trajectory is changing, as infighting immediately broke out among them. Alex, you idiot, it's your turn to do the dishes today, they bickered. Sega, watch out for the archers, there's a sneaky ghost somewhere. Just then, the figures of several dragons appeared in the sky, and the people immediately exclaimed, what are those? Something's falling. Thankfully, Titania quickly used her powers to block the attacks. That action immediately earned her praise. Titania was indeed reliable. The big-nosed man exclaimed as he was bitten. So the thing that fell was a zombie. Meanwhile, Sanju's subordinates announced, Master, your loyal servants are here. Victor has arrived. The Lich Victor lands and begins his report. As you commanded, I've turned all the monster remains on the Korean server into zombies. Sanju muses that it's faster than he expected. Meanwhile, Titania's group was shocked by the news. What? What is the detective agency doing out there, Nikolai? Nikolai, answer me. A sword already stained with blood. Junjisoo has begun to take them out. Jisoo was the last of the detectives. Titania, seeing the formation disrupted, panicked and shouted, Don't panic, they're just zombies, kill them all. Sanji observed the situation, annoyed that they believed they still had a chance. As soon as Salamander heard its name, it lunged forward, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of flames. Titania shouts back, "I'll freeze you and your flames." He calculates that its fire has weakened since becoming a familiar, but it's still enough to challenge a mage. The remaining problem is that drooling bear over there. A notification rings out. You've received 4.5 million gold for defeating the ancient priest's familiar, a level 11 ancient giant bear. Sanji smirked, finally obtaining the skeleton he'd longed for. Seeing the tide turn, the others played dirty, taking his women and children hostage. Damn them. At that moment, Daihando steps forward, unarmed, and clasps his hands together. An evil spirit roars to life, smelling of decay. Enraged, Titania cursed, remembering her warning to that mad emperor to investigate before attacking someone so infamous. And with that, she was attacked. "A scythe," she gasps. Titania reacts quickly, using her shield to block, but a fist awaits her on the other side. Titania is sent flying as the crowd looks on in shock. Titania. Sanju smirks. "I was aiming for a one-hit kill, but you're tougher than I thought. I take back what I said about your bones being too brittle." She was already bleeding on that side. With a grimace, Lambam says, "This is bad. Wake the Tsar. He's going to be furious, but we have to get him up before it's too late." Just then, Daedric and several bears aggressively approached, startling Tatiana. Did she signal him to wake up already? "Retreat, Bin." Drit grumbled, "I told you not to wake me before sunset. Now I can't sleep because of you." But he was met with her annoyance. "Your Majesty, we're about to die, look at my face." But after only a moment of observation, he indifferently remarked, "Well, you're bonier than before." Titania grew even more annoyed at his words. "You wretch." Then he looked over at Sanju. "The Grim Reaper that the Chinese talk about, he looks cool. I'll summon him and hang him in front of my room." Meanwhile, Sanju retorted sarcastically, "I think so too. But you're too small. Can you enlarge yourself or transform?" At that moment, Junjitsu was rushing over with bad news. Sanju Miru has disappeared. Sanji is stunned. Little did Miru know he would appear right beside him, looking excited. Sanji observed and remarked, "These photos are terrible. Can this kid copy skills now?" Drit asks, curious. "Huh, what was that dragon doing? Perfect size for me to trample and kill." The dragon's eyes suddenly turned blue. The system issued a notification as Dre's bears became the target of this creature, activating dragon control to paralyze beings of low rank and intelligence. A warning about the ability's limitations followed. The target's level and power stats are stable, so dragon control will only be partially effective. His entire body was paralyzed except for 60%. Seeing the bears suddenly freeze, D was curious. "What's wrong with them? Did you guys sneak some vodka or something?" Daily Hando smirks, demanding they drop their weapons and pray, confident that even these hulking beasts are no match for MU. He scratches his head, looking helpless. "What's with these hulking guys?" Then he loudly ordered them to crush those weaklings. The dragon's eyes remained blue until a voice called out beside him. The screen flashed red warning of a giant spirit rebirth, and Sanju exclaimed in shock. What it learned, giant spirit rebirth. But what does it have to summon? The answer came swiftly, as skeletal chickens flew in from nowhere. Chickens, Drit scowled in annoyance. What is this bastard doing? How did he summon chickens? Without hesitation, Sanju replied with an unreadable expression, "I don't know either." At this moment, as the chickens burst into flames, the system explains that the black dragon fledgling has absorbed a skill from its companion and created a new one, Hellfire Master level. Activation type on divided by off. Consumes 5 mana. A flame that can transmit hellfire to the undead under its command. This flame is not easily extinguished and will inflict fire damage on its target. L. Victor curiously asks about it. "Master, what is that? Are you a magic god?" But Sanji was speechless. "How should I know? Don't ask me." At this moment, the system continued to announce the achievement of a synergy effect through synchronized coordination, while his subordinate continued to chatter on. "Master, this creature is gnawing at my skull." But Sanji remained focused on what lay ahead. A synthesis effect. Synthesis list system guidance. 4 hidden combinations. Karma synthesis. The condition is 3 or more league players using necromancy, and the exclusive skill effect reaches the ultimate level. A random type. The master bone weapon crafting skill temporarily reaches the ultimate bone weapon crafting level. Dick was becoming increasingly infuriated by his attitude. "You little brat, are you messing with me?" He controlled a bear from above, creating a blinding explosion. "This is the Tsar bomb." Sanji watched as Drees's bear became a chaotic mess before his eyes, and he couldn't help but be amazed. He dared to do that to a summon. Is he crazy? It was then that Drit explained to him, "You misunderstand. These monsters only cling to me for survival, just like you in this game." He states that he can only rely on himself, unlike those who depend on their bone soldiers. He can get whatever he wants. Sanju points behind him as he responds to Drit. "So you want me to fight?" Jisoo take MU and fall back, followed by some comments that belie his appearance. "You're quite cunning using a summoned monster and a massive blast to catch me off guard." Drit yells as he charges towards him. "You're too arrogant. Do you really think you're worthy of my attention?" Sanju's men stand ready for battle as he leaps forward, still menacing. "Those are just words. Drit charged forward, weapons in hand, seeing him as nothing more than prey that had simply survived a little too long. The undead are instantly cut to pieces, and Sanju himself is blown away, prompting his worried comrades to call out to him. Damn it, he's inside, surround him, but Drit easily pushes them back. Get out of my way. Sanju unleashed a magic bomb attack, a massive explosion directed at Drit. Sanji retreated, surprised to see him unscathed after the explosion he had endured it. Sanji began to sweat. What kind of impenetrable monster is he? If a magic bomb didn't work, then normal firepower is like an ant bite. Drick then spoke with that same booming voice. Hey, you done pecking yet? Thought you were some big shot who could aggro angels and demons alike. He added, you get stronger by eating prey too, so why don't you try gnawing on my neck if you're so tough? Just then something suddenly flew by, forcing him to dodge an arrow fired by Sanju. Dry, in a fit of rage, says, how annoying, I should have just finished you off in the first blow. At that moment a warning is issued. The demon Sahuang uses the power of the Holy Land of Hell, retreating, without looking for a place to hide, leaving Titania in shock. The demon beast Sahuang, using the power of the underworld tide, retreats, not seeking a place to hide. Demon beasts appear one after another, growling menacingly. Sanji-ju looked up impressed, so that's why he's called a demonic cultivator. Then a notification appeared, adverse status. Your body is threatened by a mysterious energy. Two opposing forces collide, creating powerful shockwaves that reduce all stats by 5. Junjitsu laments his disadvantageous state as Drip speaks up. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Sanji wondered. The old man also possesses divinity, as the demonic beasts rush in. He proudly proclaims, now do you see who's surrounded? Sanju leaps to avoid the attack as Drit watches him get snatched away by a dragon. Think you can escape, it's too late. His undead beasts bite into the dragon, causing it to cry out in pain, as Sanju secretly calculates. He's found a weakness, but he needs a powerful blow to exploit it, so he scans his skills. Do I have any useful skills? Corpse Weapon Creation Supreme Grade Active Skill. Costs 5 to 100 mana, creates weapons from the bones of corpses. Available weapons include 1 standard weapon, 2 enhanced skill items, 3 siege weapons, and 4 custom templates. Sanju's eyes land on the 4th option, custom templates. Drift remained menacing with the shadow of the bear looming behind him. How much longer do you intend to run? Is that all you've got? Sanju finally retaliates, creating bone weapons now. He muses that the old man can only use one form at a time, as Drift cries out in surprise. Sanju knows that this alone won't kill him before his hand strikes. He relentlessly commanded the creation of bone weapons, and the continuous construction enraged Drit. Stop, you fool. But Sanju didn't stop bone weapon creation catapults. He signaled, and a barrage of projectiles rained down on Drit. Then Sanju gave another order to his subordinates behind him. Unable to stop the tortoise, Victor unleashes his zombies. He's startled but quickly responds, yes sir. Drift was furious to see those zombies. Well, this is just great. This is not enough to break through my defenses. And he immediately changes tactics. Release summoning. A command is given as an explosion erupts. Undead. The necromancers are spamming their abilities. Corpse explosion. Corpse explosion. Zombie explosion. Sanju plans to use the explosion to deplete the oxygen around him to see if he can survive without breathing. Victor asks if he's allowed to, while Liando shouts from behind, you bastard, how dare you use resurrection magic? Junjitsu remarks that he's still alive, surprising Chung Myunghwa despite the explosion. At this moment she slowly explains, they often say when a hunter fails to hunt, they become the hunted. Drit's figure rises from the flames, even more powerful than before. I never thought I'd find myself in this situation, he scoffed. Now this is getting interesting, he taunts the soul summoner. At that moment, Sanju knew he was in trouble. The 3-headed black dog Cerberus was the old man's divine power, and as he sensed danger, he retreated as flames engulfed the area. Sanju struggled to dodge his eyes, darting below, unsure of the attacks, but knowing one hit would be fatal as he calculated his next move while keeping his distance. He must have taken damage from the explosion. If I can find an opening and land a solid blow. Just then, a pillar of light suddenly appeared. Sanju looked up in surprise as the pillar of light slammed into the ground, shattering the earth around them. A figure slowly emerges, it's Han Gang. He sensed the energy of hell and came to investigate, so it was just a holy summoning. While Sanji and the others were marveling at Han Gang's arrival, he continued to summon the 4 heavenly kings of hell. So this is the revolting stench coming from the north. Riz roars in anger. Who are you? But Hanseo completely ignores him. You're receiving support from the angelic faction and wielding the power of the infernal tide, aren't you? Riz's eyes widen. What are you talking about? He cuts Riz off with a curse, telling him not to play dumb, then glances at the massive monster behind him. That massive Cerberus behind you, it's not just a normal divine being anymore. Driss's attitude shifts. How do you know, Han Gang X? Replied proudly. How could I not know I'm the one who will become the Lord of Hell? A demon king, huh? Sanji needed a moment to process this information. Han Gang X is a demon king. It all makes sense now. No wonder he's been having trouble with a bunch of quests related to the dimension of hell. It was all because of these guys, he thought, remembering how he gained the power to control hellish creatures. Deiris then spoke, I see you're the top player from the Korean server who destroyed the Japanese server island. His eyes reflected Hangang X's figure. I knew you were extraordinary when I saw you on TV, but seeing you in person is still surprising. Chi Bai and Hangang X scoffed. Instead of trying to save face, why don't you just run? But Riss remained hostile. I know you're strong, but you're not worth my attention. You're a fool to approach me without fear. Light emanates from him, and fire begins to erupt. Han then points his staff forward speaking, but to no avail. Too slow, you fool. I'm faster than you, even by a breath. These words only fueled his rage. How dare you look down on me? I am the strongest player in Siberia. Hangang Suk watched him charge, calculating that he was just a mage who could fall with a single blow. It would all be over once he blocked his magic with turtle formation and pierced right through him. The light from his weapon engulfed Drit, and as he slowly approached, Drit was soon nothing more than a smoldering black lump. You've been lucky to survive this game despite being so useless and foolish. Though I suppose that luck ends here, his eyes betraying no emotion. This is where your game ends. But Drit has no intention of giving up. It's far from over. Hangang Seok realizes it's an angel's fragment as a pillar of light flashes and Chibi cries out in anger, realizing they've lost him. Hangang Zeok casually replies, I suppose so. I didn't think he could teleport if he was electrocuted to death. He then remarks that the old man was tougher than he looked as Bi Chi Bai angrily waves his hands around. Are you serious? You should have killed him then and there. But he remained calm, knowing the old man couldn't stop his plans anyway. These words only fueled Chibi's rage, all lies. How could she believe him when he'd just let the man escape? Hangang Seo's eyes flicked to the side and he spoke. Been watching for a while, haven't you? I never thought I'd see you here, necromancer. He continued before Sanju could reply. First the world tree, then a dragon. You certainly have a knack for finding rare items. All I have is a noisy kid. He asked again curiously, how did you get here? Hangang Sek explained, I truly didn't know you were here. I came on a search and that's when I sensed the power of hell. Sanji asks curiously, so the Demon King? With a smile, Hangang explained, ah, you heard it, it's a childish name, isn't it? His eyes glanced at the little chibi beside him as he continued. You could think of it as a hidden saint. Sanji asks, is that why you came to hell? His expression turns serious as he continues, so you can become this so-called Demon King after completing the quest. Hangzok begins to explain, yes, it's been a long search and I'm getting tired of it. I just want to get rid of it to lighten my load. Chibi scolds him, calling him a crybaby and too weak, while Sanju ponders the idea of a demon king, noting that even necromancers are described as evil, so it doesn't matter much. He cautiously considered before adding what good would becoming a demon king do, then questioned, aren't monsters from hell invading Earth? Could you stop them if you became the demon king? Hangshu paused, then responded, so you've seen the world devourer. The chibi beside him nodded in agreement. That giant eye was really big. He continued, if we relax and do nothing, this world will be swallowed. And even if we're lucky enough to stop that, we'll still have trouble with demons or angels. Though their methods differ, they're all invaders. So what should we do? Sanju replied, we must develop an autonomous force independent from outside influences. Hangang Seo remarked that he intended to do just that. This is a world where the last one standing wins, and what I'm doing is one path to that end. Hangang Seo's words make Sanju a little embarrassed. Is he complimenting me? Should I consider him an ally? But I'm not that easy to please. Meanwhile, Chibi growls a reminder there's another one to the southeast. They turn as they speak. This damn mission looks like another gate to hell has opened up somewhere. Quickly, Hangang Suk casts a spell preparing to leave. It would have been better to discuss this more thoroughly, but will we get the chance? Sanju assures him, we'll have our chance if we survive. Hangang Sikok smiles in agreement. Alright then, please don't die until then. It was then that Chung Myunghwa announced, Sanju, the rest is up to you. I'll go check on the Crusader squad. The sky is still covered in white snow. Titania's men were captured and brought in as Chung Myunghwa began to speak. All the Siberian hunters have surrendered, and even the Crusader's freezing curse has been activated. Sanji smiles pleased. I'm relieved to hear that. She didn't stop there, and this swordsman has something to say. Choi Dong-hoon hesitated. Lord Sanju, though you've helped us, I must bring you more bad news. Yesterday, I destroyed an angel statue, shocking Sanji, an angel faction member destroying an angel statue. Choi Dong-hoon continued explaining that he'd been cursed, and in 11 hours an angel would descend upon Gondang-bo to judge all of Seoul. Sanji ponders while Hangang Sok fights through hell to become a demon king and steal my words, a rival I'm destined to face. Choi Dong-hoon hesitantly called out his name, Sanju, who was only thinking about conquering. I wonder if angels have bones, which means we could go to where they live and fight them there. Meanwhile, Leondo laments, I thought we should do something about this cold first. Jun Jisoo shivered in agreement. The temperature was constantly dropping while the other members relaxed and enjoyed the cold. Shungmin Hoa informs him that after interrogating the captured Russians, they discovered what they were planting in Namsan was something called a frozen seed, a strategic weapon capable of completely freezing an area by drastically lowering the surrounding temperature. Sanji asked directly, will the temperature return to normal once we eliminate it? She was honest. Yes, but no, I can't do anything. Unless we're completely immune to the cold resistance alone isn't enough. He looks up and mutters, we don't have cold resistance, but there's another way we can withstand the extreme cold with the Salamon aura. Then turning to Sung Manhwa, he pleads finish the job quickly before the angels descend. She immediately ordered, call the helicopter now, we're moving out. Once airborne, the voice returned Necromancer. They report that we've approached the tower but can't get any closer. The area surveillance team will explain the situation. Quickly, Sanji left the plane moving alone with his undead and landed. Below someone hurriedly reported, sir, according to our temperature readings, the target is located directly beneath Tower N. The person hesitated before continuing. The temperature down there is estimated to be negative 259 degrees, close to absolute zero. A normal person's lungs would freeze upon inhaling the air. He replied, I'm fine. You all head back. And they could only obey. Yes, sir. Please be careful. But as they left, they couldn't help but whisper, will we be okay? I don't know. If he fails, we should pack up and get out of soon. The sky glowed red, but the wind still howled as monsters appeared before Sanju. As he observed them, he thought, the whiteout is so intense I can't even see what's in front of me. If I couldn't borrow the ghost's vision, I wouldn't even be able to find my way. And as he arrived, he muttered, finally reaching the center. The system then announced that the frozen seed was activating, bringing an ice age to the Soon area. 22 minutes and 44 seconds remain. If you want to disable it, you must first dismantle it from the tower, Sanju says with interest. An ice age. They really went all out with a big item, he mused. And then they made it difficult for you to calculate, even with the salamander aura approaching further, is difficult. He then spoke to the necromancer beside him, 2 core Cho Shadow, pull that out. The monsters before him were instantly frozen solid, as the system warned of a powerful magical energy in the area, preventing access to the Supreme Soul. Sanji pondered a frozen seed, truly an extraordinary item, then signaled to Cho. Let's go. His hand tightens around the item. His only hope now is this enhanced fire spirit stone, and the ice before him begins to crack. A man wreathed in flames presses forward as Sanji, pale and gasping, struggles to breathe. A system notification appears. You are suffering from extreme cold. All physical stats reduced by 70%. He frowned, thinking, at this rate, I won't be able to endure this. A light emanated, and he thought to himself, just being near the ice core has caused this much damage. I definitely shouldn't touch it. Sanji is encased in a massive block of ice, a small flame flickering in his hand as he grits his teeth, knowing it's too late to retreat. The fire spirit stone resists the cold, and he unleashes a decisive blow. He unleashed fire and charged forward, Sanju completely surrounded by ice. He thought with frustration, damn it, the temperature is plummeting. His face contorted in fear as he braced himself, eyes wide with desperation. If he froze here, it would all be over. Please deactivate it. The flames ignite, and a notification appears the ice core has stopped working thanks to surviving the extreme cold. Your cold resistance has increased. Sanju lay on the icy floor gritting his teeth. Cold resistance also increased. The system panel displays item information, ice core, special grade, planet type effect. When possessed for at least 100 days, the ice core will generate elemental energy, increasing cold resistance by 80% and reducing mana consumption when using ice magic by 80%. If placed in a high place, you can create an ice age within a certain area. Frowning at the stone in his hand, he wondered if it was worth risking his life. Looking at what's in his hand, he's sure it will be useful, especially in a place with tall buildings. Dong-hun slams the table, saying, there's something different about the stone statue we have. It has 4 wings, and it only forces us to do tasks that benefit the angel faction. He frowned. Furthermore, we can't leave, even if we break the statue. A system notification appears, announcing the imminent descent of the Angel of Judgment, who will judge all players affiliated with the angel faction through the stone statue. When facing the Angel of Judgment, all stats will decrease by 90% on the day of descent. If you confess your sins by choosing 500 player sacrifices and offering them up, you may receive forgiveness. Clenching his fist, he voiced his thoughts. He was right. Getting involved with the upper echelons never ends well. Sanju's father advised Dong-hun, you need to start developing your own power. It's not just the angels targeting us. Dong-hun asked, stunned demons. Sanju's father added, there are even more terrifying beings, his brow furrowed as he pondered the entity watching from above. The creator thought of those consumed by the flames, unable to stop thinking. Even if he stopped everything, if he didn't know what that entity wanted, he would become a puppet of that evil thing. A new quest appears, Vigilance 2, a protection mission, with the goal of safeguarding the chosen of the angelic faction. The reward either divine awakening or a job change ticket. The beings from beyond, known as the Upper Ones, are about to descend and purge all life from this land, and as its protector, you must eliminate this cosmic threat. Interfering with the high-ranking entity's plans could inflict significant losses on them, but failure occurs if 80% or more of those chosen for judgment perish. Additional rewards will be given if you eliminate the Angel of Judgment. He paused, lost in thought. This is a quest triggered when the dimension of hell and the demon path open. Sanju's father clenched his fist, contemplating. If the quest's contents are accurate, then the upper races are no different from monsters. So the title of protector refers to those who defend this land from powers borrowed from beyond. Dong-hoon was confused and called out, but Sanju's father avoided his gaze and chuckled evasively. Gather all the water and fire ability users you can find. The more the better. We'll give our uninvited guests a beautiful waterfall. The hooded figures stood before the trucks. Manhwa reports to Dong-hoon that they've mobilized all available water trucks and tanks in the area. We've also filled the firefighting helicopters with water. She turned to Dong-hoon and asked, "But, Commander, where's Seonggu? And I still don't understand why we're filling the water tanks." He glanced over and replied, "It's best not to ask why right now since we're on the Angel's side. Information could be leaked." Dong-hoon looked at the people before him, one with a worried expression. He thought to himself, if the higher-ups look down on the students in this world, they'll exploit players like us. He frowned, calculating. Even if we are the weaker race, we have decided to stand up against the higher races. If we remain vigilant, we will seize our slim chance of victory. The group gazes anxiously at the sky as the countdown to judgment begins. Without a second to spare, Rong-hun looked up at the sky, gritting his teeth with worry. It had begun. Beams of light rained down their brilliance, engulfing the dark space around them. A stranger suddenly appears and one shouts, "It's an angel." The figure has a single spot of light on its head, black wings and deformed arms. Someone cries out in fear, "Holy crap, that's an angel, the angel we've always believed in, no way. It's just a monster." The order is given, "Don't hesitate, slap it, douse it with water." A stream of water jets forward as someone shouts to douse it, while others cast fire spells. She cried out, "Fire, magic aim for the water, not the monster. Evaporate the water." The figure above calmly spoke, "Listen, well, you struggling sinners of the mortal realm." The robot thought, "Seonggu, I don't know what your plan is, but whatever you're trying to do, hurry up." The cloak fell and the angel ominously declared, "Today your lives will end." As people fell, he mumbled nonsense, and she looked around in horror, shouting, "Why are they falling?" "Everyone get up now," a man ordered. "No, keep spraying water." She rushed in front of him, asking, "How much longer do we have to do this?" "You're all going to die," the man angrily shouts. "Running won't save you. This is our only choice." Beneath the angel, hundreds of stones fall, as an armored figure appears, charging forward and yelling, "Welcome to our world." The clash of weapons echoes as the angel unleashes a surge of power, sneering, "Dark creatures, you are no match for me." Sanju's father roars, but he's not the angel's true opponent. Information panels appear, the ice core activates, and the surrounding temperature plummets at a dizzying rate, creating a blizzard in the area. He hurled the ice core at the angel, shouting, "Take this." The core activated and a mountain of ice erupted around the angel. The man yells an order, continuing to cast water spells that cause steam to erupt, encasing the angel in ice, though the light on its face remains. Enraged, it booms, "How dare you defile me, you demonic creature." A notification appears, the ice core is activated, plunging the Soon area into an ice age. "If you want to stop the activation, you must first separate it from the tower." She asked, bewildered, "Is it over?" "Not yet," he replied as another ordered, "Keep spraying water. It'll move again if the ice melts or even break free before then." He thought, "We can win. I only came to test things out, but we've definitely locked its movements." He commanded, "If we focus all our power, we can end it in one blow." Another shouted, "Bring the weapons and surround it. Prepare to attack." Dozens of large containers are moved into place as the leader commands, "Bring the monster disposal units we need to concentrate all firepower at once and eliminate it." Sanju's father plunged his sword into the angel's head, flames erupted and his eyes glowed. "I, father of Chongyu, declare this is the end for you." Angels aren't grotesque monsters. A massive explosion erupts, filling the air with smoke and fire. The system announces that you've earned 34565 gold coins from hunting the Judgment Angel, and you've received the Angel Slayer title, increasing magic resistance by 5%, immunity to stun by 5%, and immunity to electric shock by 10%. Debris flies everywhere, and finally the system announces that he has leveled up. Level 23. He muses that the last time he leveled up was in the Demon Pirate Cave. Sanju's father looked at the fiery red space around him, thinking that his greatest gain was learning that the high-ranking demons were no different from monsters, making the extermination of the spirit realm entirely possible. He landed on the ground, happily calculating that he'd gained an extra 30 minutes and a 5-unit stat increase, meaning he wouldn't have to worry about losing his temper so easily in the future. He was startled as the system notification appeared. "You have completed the exclusive quest Guard Duty 2 by fulfilling the additional condition of eliminating the Judgment Angel. Your reward is the permanent acquisition of Divine Power Awakening. Your divine rank has risen from level 1 to level 2, and your power is now Anubis level 2. Your demigod rank has passive and active classifications with no consumption. You gain the power of Anubis for 1 hour and 30 minutes each day by absorbing divine power. All stats increase by plus or minus 15%, and you can use exclusive skills." Sanju's father gazed at the 4 symbols before him, thinking, he never expected this. The item glowed, radiating a surge of energy. He wondered if the reward required such difficult conditions. Could it be a new divinity? Sanju's father stared at the stone tablet, contemplating that unlike Anubisa, he didn't need to predict what it would be. If I continue to grow my faction, I'll definitely have a chance to obtain the judge's mask. I've regained my power. This is the real me. I'll lead the way. Now that everyone's power has returned, let's begin the restoration process. Please hurry. Everyone dejectedly left, and one person replied, okay. Sanjuju's father looked down. A stat screen appeared, and he lamented that an otherworldly being couldn't be raised as a familiar. What a shame, he said, looking around. Even in the demon world, it seems otherworldly beings follow different rules. He reached out and touched the bloody pineapple. He consoled himself, but it didn't mean he hadn't gained anything. A series of armor items appeared. The information panel describes them as bones of an unknown superior race, bones with immense power harder than most metals, and with a better reaction to magic than most angel knuckle spears. Hero grade with a 10% chance to negate attacks and angelic ribcage armor, made from the bones of a high-ranking angel. Hero rank full-body armor defense increased by 30%, forming a shield with 20% defense, a shield made from the bones of an angel race. Sanju's father turned to the two behind him, smiling. Shall I make one for you? Jisoo and Hano replied. My demon weapon is complete and I have enough weapons. Jis sighs in relief, looking at the sleeping MU, and giving thanks. Thank God Miru slept through the battle, realizing this is something she always needs to consider, since it doesn't want to be separated from her. Dong-hun approached Seonggu, saying I was wrong to side with the angels. He turned, and Dong-hun gritted his teeth. Seonggu's father somberly replies, we won't know the truth until we reach the end of this game. Dong-hun asks, will we even be able to finish it? Moments later he received his answer as hooded figures placed the deceased on a stretcher behind him, one unable to stifle their sobs. Sanju's father frowned, assessing that no game is without an end, so the one who created it must have made it possible to complete. Dong-hun then asked, then even if it's a little late, can I go to that end with you? The two shake hands and he sincerely says, of course, let's see this game to its end. Someone soars through the vast sky as Han shields his eyes and gazes up in wonder. Is that Hai? What's she doing here? Sanju's father and Ju followed her gaze, wondering what had happened in town. Hai lands with a thud. Lord Tiger, the player from America has arrived. Sanju's father turned alarmed. Nyi, have they attacked the town? She forced a smile and replied, no. They said they wanted to meet and talk with you. He asked with a puzzled look, then why did you come to find me so urgently? She replied in a panic, they were attacked. She exclaimed, they were all killed. He thought to himself, killed Hai, recalled that a battle broke out after the ship they arrived on suddenly exploded, and our Coast Guard saw the assassins fleeing. Sanju's father frowned, thinking an attack on envoys from America. I truly don't know what's going on in the world anymore. People look up at the man riding a dragon. He turned to Kyungshu and asked, I heard we made contact with the US. She pointed and replied, yes, though it wasn't an official meeting. Kyungshu opened the car door, explaining. And now the recent attack has made diplomacy a sensitive issue. We've secured the scene so you can take a look. She suddenly called out, drawing his attention. Also, there's news from China. It seems Server 1 has subdued Server 2, and they've unified the entire country. Sanju's father thought to himself by the window, so this is how things have turned out. The Emperor has controlled us through assassins and monsters, finally unifying the server. He bit his lip forebodingly. If the server stabilizes, we'll be their next target. The car speeds off. Han, looking up in surprise, asked, what is that? Did the Americans bring this thing? A ship looms in the twilight sky. Kyungshu frowned, expressing, a ship that sails the sky, not the sea. I mean, we should really call it a seaplane. She walked up the stairs, looking back to explain. They seem to have been hiding in the clouds, but after the explosion, we found a round empty space in every engine in the machine room. I guess that's where they put the item that allowed the ship to fly, Sergeant Kim questioned helplessly. We don't know its rank, but it's definitely a valuable item. Could the attackers have taken it? Kyungshu tells Sanju's father that there must be more airships like this out there somewhere. He gazed at the sky, realizing this organization had developed along a different path than the Evolution Society, which focused on biology. The item information appeared showing the DF's third-class airship, unknown grade item player made with high-altitude flight and large-scale shield deployment. Maximum load 40 tons capacity, 55 people, maximum speed 35 knots. The head of management Jonathan Kett, formerly of Foreign Affairs Department. 1. The remaining details are classified. This valuable item is the property of Goopy, and unauthorized access may result in unexpected death. The manufacturer's proprietary technology is inactive, completely destroyed, and without a power source. He looked up at the three figures above, lost in thought. So they're saying that even in its ruined state, America still leads in technology. Looking at the item's system display, Ju marvels at how much information is written about it. Han replied with an indifferent expression, if we touch it, we might get a visit from a man in a suit. Sanju's father, with a stern face, didn't respond, gazing up at the dazzling sunset sky, lost in thought. It's hard to say if things are stable, yet they're still focused on positions and procedures. Based on my past experiences, I don't think they're decent people. Secretary Kim announced that a total of 42 bodies were found on the ship, but no signs of intrusion were discovered. We believe an internal conflict may have occurred. Sweating Kyung-shu spoke up. They came from far away, and they definitely had no enemies from the Korean server. I guess they didn't want us knowing who they were. Could it have been an internal conflict? The scene rippled in Q's mind, becoming vivid as Han adjusted his glasses and spoke. That's an interesting guess, Kyung-soo replies, startled. Perhaps a conflict arose between the American players, and they somehow made it impossible to determine who killed whom. Sanju's father, upon hearing this, silently considered the possibility. Jisoo shouts out, Mr. Songgu, evacuate everyone. Ju's senses have detected something, and she shouts a warning. Everyone evacuate, get away from the seaplane immediately. Ju closes her eyes to sense what's coming. I can feel tiny movements coming from inside the cabin. This is it, she screams. A swarm of red-eyed insects appears. Item information, player eradication box containing deadly poisonous insects. Items crafted by players cannot be identified. If a player approaches within 5 meters, the box will open releasing 3000 deadly poisonous bugs. Regardless of defense, players will die after being stung 10 times. The large wooden crate is covered in hidden weapons. Ju realized it was a deadly trap as Sanju's father snapped his fingers and spoke to someone behind him. Death regardless of defense and a terrible reward at best, he thought to himself. This is nothing short of terrorism. Ju frowned annoyed and exclaimed, this is insane. If I had found out later, many people would have died. He extended his hand to Kyung-shu, saying, Miss Kyung-shu, please find a white werewolf from the Hunter Company. She asked again, a look of alarm on her face. A white werewolf. He stared blankly at the sky, lost in thought. If we use the chairman of the Evolutionary Society with his ability to read an object's memories, we might be able to find some information. A voice spoke, and just as expected, it opened. So let's return it to its original state. 2 large men carry out a wooden crate, while elsewhere a man stares blankly at the person before him. The person in front of him wakes him up. Johnny, it's time to wake up. With a sinister grin, Burr mused how pathetic the hero of Central Park looked now. Jai, disoriented, looked around and asked Burr, where am I? Johnny, bound and gasping, asked you, my direct subordinate, you betrayed me. Betrayal. He leaned in close to Johnny, stroking his face with a sly grin. That could only happen if we agreed on something, but we never shared our true feelings with you. He grinned widely and declared, this is a campaign, a spectacular campaign targeting enemy forces following the spy battle. Bear gestures, saying he doesn't know why Chairman Love would want to maintain good relations with a clown in a small territory, but Admiral Bear disagrees. A light shines on a corner of the small city as he continues to explain. Recently he's been very interested in decorating the East Asian garden. Gyani shouts in disbelief, don't tell me you're planning to take the world tree. Purr snaps his fingers and calls out gourd bottle. Joni internally raged, calling them crazy bastards as he recalled the crowded auditorium. A man at the podium thought Chairman L values the heroism of the Korean people, for he fought against the upper caste. Unlike those who sided with them, Johnny remained lost in thought. He claimed he would be a key figure in the reconstruction of humanity, but Johnny realized Admiral William Jere was planning another unnecessary sacrifice. He shouts, Admiral, and your ridiculous heroism. Burke retorts, that's not heroism. He rants, you saw it too, the shape of that monstrous tree, does that look like anything from this earth? No, it's an unknown weapon of destruction. It's a monster that we don't know when or how it will grow and destroy Washington, D.C. He turns to Johnny and exclaims, look buddy, we've always been preventing future disasters. He chuckled confidently, a potential threat, one that will harm the Central Order of America. This is just part of the job. Look at Parker John. These hardliners are led by Admiral William Baker. They still believe that America must always take care of everything. He gapes, lost in thought. They see that Soul Summoner as a potential threat to the US-centric system. Parker can't do that, no. Parker smiles wickedly, laying out his plan. We'll say you and the Envoy's ship were massacred by anti-establishment Eastern terrorists, and Admiral Burr will receive support from the Interim Council. A scene of bombs and bullets engulfs space as he continues, and they'll send a dwarf frigate here. I wonder if that freakish tree can withstand the barrage of bombs, Joni shouts. This isn't the way to achieve peace. Please reconsider. Suddenly a burst of energy erupts, prompting Joni's question. What was that? Tenor looked around, anxiously calling out. How could that be here? A massive explosion erupts, followed by screams of terror. Baki raises his hand to create a shield, asking an explosion. Someone shouts, enemies, we need a better vantage point. Another panicked voice cried out, there's light. As the boss lifts the stone, he stammers, I didn't do it. Sanju's father appears, and someone shouts, a giant skeleton. My god, he's found the voice of the abyss. Thinking to himself about Juhun Shi, he wondered how he found this place. Kyung-shu pointed to a man and exclaimed, Jonathan, he's the one who came as a diplomat. A towering white wolf stands behind Sanju's father as guns are raised, and it's revealed that the stone manipulator is behind it all. That white guy was also the mastermind behind the ship massacre. Baki laughed arrogantly. What? What makes you say that? You barge in here. Do you have any proof to back up your claims? Joni recognized the werewolf and panicked, knowing they were a dangerous organization that had even driven away the man-eating monsters. Parker begins his charade, revealing this man as Jonathan K., the representative you met. But little did they know, Gyani was trembling powerless. Suddenly someone lunges forward, as Parker continues to explain that there was a revolt against Jonathan's leadership. Yeah, it's a complicated family squabble. He smirks as he glances over. He continues his speech, explaining how they suppressed the rebellion, and learned how everything unfolded. We're currently interrogating him. Baji keeps rambling, saying to forget everything that happened today to maintain good relations. Before he could finish, he was thrown back by a powerful force, and the man angrily approached him, saying he talked too much. The man asked, "Did you think I came here to negotiate? You should know me better than that." Baki choked as he was grabbed by the throat. He declared that he was just an anti-foreign Eastern terrorist whose hobby was to brutally massacre any foreign bastards who dared to enter their territory. The man's eyes gleamed as he asked Parker, "Isn't this the scenario you wanted?" But Parker continued to shout, "Torture is useless. You're wasting your time. Just kill me now if you want." The werewolf scoffs at torture, saying they don't waste time on pointless things. Did he really think they found this place by torturing someone? Ju stepped forward, dragging the announcers by their feet. "Mr. Shongu, we've subdued the players in the building." Hiding behind a pillar, the two announcers whispered fearfully. "All of them. She must be furious." "I won't kill you," he threatened face to face with the terrified Parker. "From now on, you're the ones who will be used in this political battle, not us. We found these items inside." An equipment list appears, showing a third-generation airship engine core with levitation stones, rank unknown. This player-crafted equipment transfers mana, reducing an item's weight by up to 98% within a certain volume, and a second transfer can lift the item into the air. It describes a model equipped with an amplifier to magnify the weight reduction effect of a levitation stone by 300%. This equipment is a valuable asset of the World Peace Union, and is subject to Level 1 security management. Therefore, manipulation by anyone outside of authorized personnel is strictly prohibited technology owned by the manufacturer. Secretary Kim smiled contentedly as Sanju's father stepped forward, saying, "We'll be keeping that, and as for the critically injured diplomat," he looked at Han as if just remembering, "You're Miss Healer, right?" "Exactly, I just found out." Sanju's father stood before Gyani and asked, "Why did you come all the way from America?" "Just give me the real reason you're here, not some official nonsense about friendship or diplomacy," Gyani replied. "Even though the world is like this, the American servers are stable to a degree, a forest tinged with orange-red." Gyani continued, "But South America isn't specifically the Amazon." He frowned in thought. The Amazon, the rainforest, also known as the lungs of the earth. What could be the problem there? Jai, just freed from his restraints, rubbed his wrists and explained that the Amazon rainforest was too vast and rugged. "And it's not an area where Brazilian players can do anything." Sanju's father sighed. He speculates that they missed the monsters, allowing their numbers to explode and a monster king to be born. Images of people with distorted faces flashed through his mind. Joni continued explaining that the monsters were threatening the North American continent. "Our goal is to create a global union and organize action." A scene of devastation flashes. He turned and asked, "But based on what you're saying, it doesn't seem like you all want the same thing, does it?" Johnny sweated as he replied. "Once we reach a certain level of stability, war and power struggles erupt, and Han Ho speaks up. That's what humans have always done." Johnny, his face grim, recalls the chairman standing on the podium, but the class president is different. Despite his tough leadership, the real problem is that he lacks a strong power base. Johnny explained that the false report of the envoy's ship being struck had surely reached Washington. The class president and his colleagues would try to maintain their position, but this news would greatly affect the council's decision. Han innocently asks if he can't contact the American server community. Johnny replied that all the phones had been destroyed, explaining that Parker and his captured men, hands tied behind their backs, must have destroyed their own phones as part of their elaborate plan. Sanju's father stood before him asking, "If I recover the cruise ship, can you return to America?" He denied it, saying they couldn't cross the Pacific with it. Remembering the fierce tornadoes, Johnny continued, "It wouldn't be able to withstand the bizarre magic storms and attacks from the flying monsters. That's why we need the envoy ship." Tightening his fist, he laments that it's now completely destroyed, unrepairable, without the dwarves of the Union. Our technician Key reports in disbelief. "We've repaired the ship." The ship takes off, soaring into the sky, as Q waves and cheers. "Successful launch." All tests are complete. Joni gapes in astonishment, exclaiming, "How is this possible? A ship to reach the highest level, built by countless magic engineers, repaired in a day." He turns panicking and asks, "What were you all doing before?" One by one they replied. Engineering student, graduate student. Secretary Kim sighed, pointing behind her, explaining, "Their numbers were supposed to be separate from the ship, but we didn't force ourselves to work. We were actually trying to reverse engineer the ship's weapons." Item information appears. Supernatural Storm Legendary Grade, Special Quest Reward Classification. Effect. When an elemental stone is loaded into the chamber, you can fire an elemental bullet every 2 minutes. It describes a device created by iron spirits compatible with all kinds of spirit power, allowing you to fire spirit bullets. The higher the grade of spirit stone loaded, the greater the firepower. A massive airship looms. Secretary Kim tells the engineer that dismantling it would cause problems because it wasn't player-made equipment, so they stopped, which angers the engineer. You've made a mistake. Only overwhelming firepower can protect us. Sanju's father smiles, offering the red stone. If you need spirit stones, here's a useful one. A high-grade fire spirit stone. The engineer rushes forward shouting. Give it to me now. Secretary Kim had to hold him back. Someone reached out asking, can we test it? Another person pleaded, Chokyui, just let me lick it once. A red and blue light appears, and Kyung-shu speaks up annoyed. This is insane. The ship has a shield, but this thing could pierce it in one shot. Jai frantically pleaded, clutching his chest. Please, Necromancer, return our envoy ship. Kyung-shu looked at him as he pleaded desperately, I'll go to the American server. We have to stop Admiral Baker from seizing control of the counselors as soon as possible. Sanju's father frowned and glanced over, saying, return it to whom? He casually added, the Union isn't our enemy, is it? Johnny realized. That's right. Sanju's father continued, pointing out that those they fought yesterday were traitors to the Union and invaders of this territory. He gestured towards the ship, adding, we fought off the invaders and won, so it's mine, I mean ours. Therefore it's spoils of war. He turned and glanced over, complaining that some of their parts were even used to repair it. That's a bit much, Key replied, unimpressed. About 2%, Johnny thought bitterly. That's blatant robbery. He placed a hand on Johnny's shoulder, advising Jonathan in this world using logic or laws to claim ownership is neither civilized nor wise. Sanju's father said sternly that it was outdated and irrelevant, then turned and walked away. Joni watched him go confused, replying, you're right, but Chairman Love dreams of an era where that's possible again. He thought to himself, his eyes shining as he watched the man's figure. Unfortunately, this is an age of savagery. An age where one individual can rise and fight savagely. That's why we need you to rebuild civilization. In the dark and silent atmosphere, Lai Han-ho burst through the door shouting, Senior, this is bad. But as he stepped inside, the scene stunned him into silence. A dark figure emerging from the smoky haze. Sanji emerged, his voice laced with annoyance. Do you know how many chickens I've consumed? You need to try harder. Mere ooh. Oh, he suddenly turned to Li Han, puzzled. So what's the big deal? Lai Han shouted, finally regaining his composure. A fleet of airships has appeared off the southern coast, Sanju said, frowning in surprise. They're here, and they brought a whole fleet. He thought to himself, their arrival is far too sudden, especially since they just received word of our situation. Jonathan continued, his voice tight. Admiral Baker has become the acting head of Congress and taken control of military affairs. They must have been planning this since the messenger spacecraft explosion, Sanji questioned, his tone doubtful. But how could they cross the Pacific so quickly, unless they have something like Japan's Supergate on the other side? Jonathan's eyes flashed with insight as he spoke with conviction. Yeah, definitely multiple items. I bet it's a top-secret Gupu item. A translocation device, Jonathan mused, then added. A through-line is a high-performance teleportation item that opens a gate to a designated location. Sanji flips his cloak, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Whatever it is, now that it's here, Gupu is our enemy. Jonathan touched his chin, thinking hard. Since we couldn't prevent this, please win so everyone can find peace. Outside, explosions crackle as they continuously descend, and a sea of fire spreads everywhere. A man painfully raises his burned hand as the warship continues to spew fire onto the ground. Sanju's group silently watched the scene unfold on the monitor, while Kyung-shu stared intently, sighing. This video was released 3 hours ago, and just counting the airships that appear there are about 7. They rushed in and bombed the site. Sanju wondered why they targeted the south instead of the World Tree headquarters. It's likely that Admiral Burr wants to destroy the entire server. The chubby guy gritted his teeth in anger. These arrogant fools are treating a direct assault on us like a joke. The man with glasses lamented, poor, innocent colonists, but this buys us time to prepare. Ready more airships for siege weaponry. Jonathan frantically reports that unfortunately that wasn't the entire Gupu fleet, just the elite squad. Even with the most advanced warp technology, they couldn't transport an entire fleet. Their goal is to cripple the south and install a supergate there, the bespectacled man said through gritted teeth. So that's how it is. The chubby guy next to him tensely added. So my G-Stop buddies were right. We need more firepower. Junge, recalling Admiral Burr's fleet's combat power, said Admiral Burr's fleet remembers the time we wiped out thousands of armored ships. Tilting her head and raising an eyebrow, she reminded him, casting the supergate takes time to transfer mana. If they plan to cast multiple gates, we still have some time. Sanji glanced at Junjitsu, pressing for an answer. Jisoo, did you get the space-time stone from the Great Mountain King? She held out a glittering emerald stone in response. I got one. Junge hesitated, looking at the piles of potatoes stacked in the room. But in exchange, we had to buy 1,000 bags of their potatoes. They said we could trade other food for them, too. Elsewhere, a white-haired member of the Tiger clan struggles to force down potatoes, a precious commodity. Behind him, 2 exhausted Tiger warriors collapsed, panting, overwhelmed by the sight of the potatoes. Brother, no matter how much we eat, it doesn't seem to decrease at all. Sanji held the jade in his hand, a determined look on his face. Even if there are only a few of us, we'll go to the world farm immediately. Li Han closed his eyes and sighed. It's not that bad. The small city below is ablaze, engulfed in a massive fire. David looked down satisfied and said, this place has turned to ashes, just like Philadelphia, as the man next to him happily flattered. It's a beautiful sight, isn't it? He continued. We've started broadcasting in Korea to demoralize them. Admiral Burr agreed, recalling the strategy with a satisfied laugh. Thanks to that, Philadelphia quickly surrendered, and the leader's supporters criticized us for killing innocent people, but Admiral Burr countered that it was a change for the lives of the warriors. David smirked, mocking the man who saw war as an ever-increasing statistic now speaking such words. A nearby voice quietly agreed, he's got a knack for politics. I knew he'd surpass the class president eventually, but this is happening faster than expected. He suddenly turned serious, snapping. The fact that the necromancer is a madman who doesn't listen to anyone is a crucial factor. Even his teammates couldn't believe he'd massacre the entire crew and shoot down the messenger spacecraft. David wondered, is the super gate about 6 hours from completion? The man next to him looked at the force diagram and replied, according to the diagram, we'll be attacking Buon next. They suddenly looked up at the sky in surprise and curiosity, the man who had been tense and alert just now. David muttered to himself, a shadow falling from above. A notification appeared as the box descended. Attention, the killer box opens, and in the distant sky, Sanju bravely rides a warship rushing forward with a satisfied smile. Then another ship appears, and a crew member spots him pointing and shouting a warning. It's the enemy fleet. The World Tree faction's airship fleet has arrived. Prepare for battle. A fleet of smaller ships immediately moved to intercept, bravely engaging the enemy, while some soldiers spotting Sanju's ship cried out in alarm. Core worshippers, they're attacking us with that. Lunatics, they're asking for death. Admiral Burr in his cabin slams his fist on the table upon hearing the report of high energy levels from the Messick spacecraft, scoffing at their ignorance of his ship's defenses. Something suddenly hurtled towards the ship, creating a massive explosion, and the person in the cockpit felt a headache and ringing in their ears. AGH, the shield's breaking. What did they just fire? He looked around in confusion, then gasped. Black smoke billows as a warning flashes on the console. Attention, ultimate necromancy has begun. Another light flashes in the sky, and those below scream in terror. Oh no, my god. Sanju happily mutters, satisfied with the airship he's shot down. Now at 2, he streaks across the night sky in search of his next target, while in the communications room, a man frantically shouts into the phone demanding a response from Azure Wing. Blue Wings, answer me. After failing to make contact, he turns to Admiral Burr to report no response, sir. Admiral Beret stared at the comm screen, then suddenly shouted, Lambduke is moving. I'll try to contact them. Admiral Burr coldly ordered them to be shot down. The aide questioned in response, yes. He immediately lost his patience, pointed the gun at the man's head and repeated, I said shoot them down immediately before your head gets a hole in it. The man urgently spoke into the radio, all units target the radiant blue. A lightning bolt of power shot forth, creating a terrifying surge of energy, and the aerial explosion was both magnificent and terrifying. Blood splatters across the illuminated computer screen as the comms room scrambles to relay orders, witnessing a comrade fall. The remaining forces relentlessly fired upon Lambduke, triggering a series of explosions, and his aircraft burst into flames before plummeting towards the ground. Those present immediately reported that Blue Wing was falling. Admiral Burr stood tall before the monitor, propping his arm up in annoyance as he said, These pigs, did you think the Ans were stupid? Their controllers are 100 times more cunning than you. A row of gun barrels awaited his command. Admiral Burr said ominously, From now on I'll only keep what's useful. On Sanju's flagship, he snapped his fingers, muttering and shouting cancel. Summoning cancel. Sanju frowned with anticipation. The skull he summoned behind him suddenly turned dark, its stomach churning uncomfortably as it replied, Yes, master. He says with satisfaction, Done. A notification appears before him. Synergy effect achieved through the combined efforts of the Nam Hwaga and Death God squads. The combined class condition requires 3 players to use necromancy or higher, granting an ultimate level exclusive skill effect, a random type that only applies to the player. The Master Bone Weapon Crafting skill has temporarily been upgraded to Ultimate Bone Weapon Crafting. Wearily, Skull asked with a hesitant voice. Should I keep going? I really want to open it. Sanjulia stares him down with judging eyes, thinking this is like a random item from the system, and biologically speaking he shouldn't feel nauseous. Skull retorted in dissatisfaction. Biologically speaking, I can't exactly frolic around like this either. Sanju thought to himself, how is this guy so clever? Outwardly annoyed, he announces, let's get out of these clouds. He soars through the air, his voice resolute and confident. 2 down, 5 to go. We'll take them out one by one. The cannons raised their muzzles towards Sanju, awaiting an opportunity. He scanned his surroundings, reminding himself that the warship was slow, and he just needed to watch out for the cannons. A barrage is launched, but he remains unharmed. Sanju realizes they aren't missing but adjusting their aim. He worriedly speculates, we've unknowingly wandered into their sights. Another volley is fired, aimed directly at Sanju. Take down the necromancer. Understood. The Sanju warship emerges from the smoke unscathed. He glanced at them with disdain and mocked. Too soon to celebrate, but you're already excited. He then exclaimed, creating bone weapons as a fleet of warships sped towards the ship. They fired a barrage of shots, but the solid barrier protected the ship from harm. A man on the large warship shouted an order. The necromancer is still alive, fire. The ship and smoke are concealing the target, a stern voice declared. Then destroy that giant bone soldier. Inside the ship, a surprised voice cried out, the corpse in his hands. The warship, under heavy assault, couldn't withstand the damage, and exploded. A corpse rampage. Sanju looks at the burning warship and sighs, noting that it's sturdy enough to withstand just the corpse explosion. He raises his hand, summoning a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. Let's see if it can withstand this. The high-pressure explosion. The coward crawling on the edge of the ship screams in terror. The corpses are swelling. High-pressure explosions have been triggered in 11 corpses with 29 seconds until detonation. And so, another massive explosion rocks the ship as the one who initiated it. Cheers with excitement. Master and I are unparalleled. With this, only 3 ships remain. The warship is now battered and scarred. Inside the ship, a voice trembled over the comms. PB ship number 7 is down. The man behind him choked back tears, patting his shoulder. Impossible, none of the ships have taken any damage. The admiral coldly eyed the corpses on the ground and said unpleasantly, I ordered them to ignore the exploding buffalo wall, and fire was that order so difficult to follow. He gritted his teeth, yelling about the useless lot, and ordered a retreat. Admiral Baker's eyes flashed with malice as he quietly instructed, also tell the domestic Supergate project to withdraw. The admiral walked away coldly, remarking, You're not useless enough to fail at that, are you? The man who received the order bowed his head timidly, fearfully whispering, Understood, I'll go immediately. Outside, a fierce battle rages as a soldier struggles with his crumbling shield, shouting, Don't everyone's gathered. Junj calls someone to report that the base has been seized while Leno excitedly boasts as he sees Sanju approaching. While you were dealing with the squadron, we secured the gate, ambushing and eliminating them before they could react. Sword in hand, Junj mutters suspiciously to himself while Sanju inquires about the gate's status. Junjitsu, with his arms crossed, honestly reports that they're 97% complete. Lee Han-ho points to the notice board and excitedly says, Just a little more mana and we're done. Jonathan points in a direction and informs Sanju. Seonggu, the iron pillars and items are ready, so we're all set. He widened his eyes in disbelief. How terrifying. Even Admiral Baker's fleet was defeated. Jonathan looked up, surmising that Gupu must have received news of their defeat. Even if Admiral Baker didn't report it, the loss of contact would have alerted them. Junj smirks, knowing they must be scrambling. Lee Han-ho, more cheerful than usual, exclaimed that this seemed like the perfect time for Awaken to attack. Sanju suddenly looked away, then announced Gupu's main base, Washington, we're going there now. The next morning, on a bustling river filled with spirit boats, instructions echoed from a small building. Upon arrival, maintain readiness level 2 at all times. I repeat, upon arrival, maintain readiness level 2 at all times. The purple-haired old man grumbled unhappily. What is this wild dog training? Did they really have us on standby for 4 hours just to wait, he asked, turning to the approaching figure. David, do you know what happened? David pondered for a moment, then replied, Rumor has it, the Admiral's fleet sank. He crossed his arms contentedly. That's more like it. Fighting the Philadelphia Raiders with only 1 casualty. And who was that one person? The Admiral shot himself. It hasn't even been half a day. The smug, purple-haired old man stroked his locks, pleased with his own deduction. I think Admiral Berg ended the war. David was skeptical. He flew into a rage, questioning David. You think that lucky rookie from Asia is on par with Admiral Chuck? He probably just found some rare treasure and kept it for himself. Out of nowhere, a wormhole appears, startling them both. Commander Hu, the gate is activating, and strange branches are reaching out, latching onto a warship. A terrified voice cried out, What, I'm being pulled in, cut that strange tree. The voice fades, filled with despair. We're done for, look, something's coming out of the gate. It was Sanju and his ship bursting forth from the exit. An announcement blared, the entire fleet was ready to engage, preparing for battle, summoning the Air Force. A young man with glasses warily watches the whole, as the ship slowly emerges from the barrier. Everyone focuses with renewed intensity. It's coming, we have to board and capture it the moment it surfaces. A crowd anxiously awaits by the lake, as the glasses-wearing man marvels at the World Tree's power, capable of stealing a warship. Item information, World Tree, Vine Mythic Grade Special Equipment. Effect, connect one end of the vine to an object and pull it with great force. The super portal is closing in 7 minutes and 49 seconds. He grabs his weapon, leaps forward, and commands, the portal will disappear in 7 minutes. Suppress it now. The tug-of-war intensifies, and Jonathan, sitting behind Sanju, anxiously asks, the fleet is taken care of, but the infantry will be here soon. He held up his phone and announced, I contacted the association, using the phone we got, and found out where the chairman is being held. We have to rescue him quickly. They rush off in a hurry, and Lee Han stands up straight to enjoy the refreshing breeze, then sighs softly, setting foot on post-apocalyptic American soil. Am I an international student destroying the world? Junjisoo suddenly noticed something and looked puzzled. Huh, what's that building over there? Jonathan explains that it's the Dwarves' Forge. All sorts of magical weapons and airships are made there, June wondered. Dwarves are a small race, Jonathan patiently adds. Dwarves are a wealthy race, Sanji thought to herself. If we can turn into dragons, of course dwarves exist. Jonathan turned and carefully provided her with information. It's just a name. That's the forge where 100 blacksmiths work together. Their synchronicity earned them the moniker of dwarves. He pointed to a distant building, saying, that's Gupu's special prison. Junjisoo surveys the area, then remarks, the security here is pretty lax. Looking down, Jonathan recognized a familiar face allies who had arrived ahead of him. The masked man spotted him, and excitedly shouted Johnny. He runs up and pats Jonathan on the shoulder, relieved he's alive. Jonathan politely replied, I was lucky enough to have someone help me. Dominic Love suddenly approaches and says softly, you've worked hard, Captain Case. Jonathan humbly demurs, Chairman Love, I didn't do anything. It's my fault this all happened. But the truth is coming out, and things will change, right? She lowered her head, lamenting how everything had changed. Dominic Love looked at Sanji smiling. I don't know how to thank you enough. His eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. Oh, so you're trying to get away with empty words. Dominic Love's words caused Sanji to dismiss his earlier hostility. Material compensation would be preferable after all. Shielding an innocent in this corrupt world, he wonders, is this what it means to be a professor? Dominic Love suddenly turns serious, earnestly proposing, come with us to Capital and tell everyone the truth. Her feet approached a fallen corpse on the ground, as Sanju's group, with their terrifying power, crushed all who stood in their way. Dominic LCK was stunned, stammering, that's impossible. The elite guards of the capital, Junj said with a sneer. They're weak, and their skill levels are far too low, Sanju thought to himself. Is this the downside of relying on fleet strength to overcome danger? If blowing things up solves everything, there's no way to develop other than killing. He urged everyone to move quickly, saying this was their chance to strike at the heart of Gupu. During the meeting, with flashes of light illuminating the speaker, the doors burst open as a group of people stormed in, followed by an angry voice. Who dares interrupt this sacred meeting? Insults rained down from the platform. Who allowed you to bring those bone soldiers into this sacred place, traitors? Dominic Loveface, contorted with frustration, roared. Everyone, calm down. Those who were just chattering noisily were now stunned into silence. Dominic Love looked at Jonathan and said, Messenger Squad's Captain K, thought to be dead, is actually alive, and the necromancer responsible is here, so listen carefully. Is that person really Captain K? The speaker from the podium asked suspiciously, staring at him. Good heavens, what is going on? Jonathan exposed Burker's true colors. Chairman Burr had been plotting to seize control of the National Assembly, and the details have already been reported to the class president. So listen up. Dominic Love replaced the fat man on the podium and recounted everything from the perspective of the reporters below, causing a man in the audience to gasp in disbelief. No way was everything before a fabrication. That bastard Baker, I knew it. Gon's hideous teeth grind together. He angrily charges forward, a laughable sight. Don't get burned. How do we know if that guy is really Jonathan K? God points directly at Jonathan's face. Junj and Sanju shout out, realizing Dominic Love has been tricked by some kind of copying magic. Sanju wondered quietly, who are those guys? Jonathan answered, I'm Burr's closest aide. Godon clenched his fist and declared firmly, Admiral Burr is alive and well, rebuilding his forces in Japan, and will soon avenge Daehan. Don't lose heart. Dominic Love glanced at him and said with disdain, you're useless, Gordon. All the sacrifices and losses up until now have been meaningless, Gordon rants. He roared, anger rising within him. Meaningless sacrifice. Drown yourselves in that humanitarianism, and you can forget about resurrecting America. We'll just be dogs at the necromancer's feet. Go, Don pounded his chest, proclaiming it with pride. America may have fallen, but it's still an empire, the greatest free nation in history. How can I lose both freedom and honor at once? Sanju frowned, annoyed, thinking to himself, who wants to hear that guy's speech? Jonathan suddenly spoke up, explaining that he was Admiral Gon's right-hand man, ranked 7th overall on the server. He's known for his immense strength, but as you can see, he's got quite the temper. Jonathan, you bastard, you dare whisper to the undead who devour our freedom. Don't you have any American pride? Sanju muttered to himself in disbelief, thinking he was mistaken, but Junj was already annoyed with him. Her sharp gaze conveyed her annoyance, thinking his pride far outweighed his ability. Gon, shocked and enraged, shouts, what was that, you wench, as someone behind him tries to intervene. Gon tried to calm down, but he lost control, cursing and lunging toward Junjisoo. Shut up. Go. Don charges forward, muttering the name of his impact technique. He engaged her in close combat, a back-and-forth struggle, when Junjisoo suddenly looked at him with disdain and mockery. Is this the top dog? How weak. She brandished her weapon, and Gok Don fell powerlessly to the ground, unable to resist. Red liquid splattering everywhere. Junj presented his bloodied blade, and coldly asked, anyone else need an attitude adjustment? Just then Sanji stepped forward, offering his hand and proposing, then we should discuss fair compensation for the war crimes you've committed. In our country, shouldn't we? Inside Dominic Love's office, she leaned back comfortably and asked, I'll compensate you as you wish, but is your side open to investment and cooperation? Sanji glances at his team, contemplating the investment of manpower versus war reparations, while Lai Han lurking behind him scowls and mutters, sounding like a thug hired by politicians. Sanju smirked, already planning his next move. Give them a reasonable price, and they'll back you up. He named a price that stunned everyone, a tour of the flying ship and the dwarves' workshop as compensation. That afternoon, Lai Han marveled at his surroundings, exclaiming that it felt like admiring an ancient structure, while Junju wondered if seeing the pyramids was like this. Lai Han then noticed a pillar of light with colorful lights trailing each other, and asked, but what is that pillar of light? Jonathan, ever the know-it-all, explains, it's a blessing enchantment. Jonathan explains that it envelops the entire building, activating a specific blessing depending on the item being crafted. Sanji looked around the factory thinking it's not the world tree, but they're creating their own blessings. In terms of production alone, they're far more advanced than us. They passed a manufacturing area where workers hammered away, sweat pouring down, a grand spectacle of sheer scale. Master H suddenly erupts, scolding his workers. Hey you idiot, were you slacking during the forging? Henry, I can see everything from up here. Is your brain filled with water? Tighten up and get to work, Sanji said, his face dark with helplessness. Didn't they say they weren't dwarves? Lai Han exclaimed in amazement. Despite his stubborn appearance, Jonathan seemed strange as he covered his face and whispered, humans really aren't enough. Master H squinted down at them, calling out in confusion, Jonathan. He leaps forward, charging at Jonathan, and shouts, bringing a crowd without permission, you deserve the furnace. Jonathan, startled, raises his hands in surrender, quickly trying to distract him. Master Hu, don't you know what's happening out there? What do I care what happens outside? Has the factory been seized or not? He said sorrowfully, then grew even angrier. The airship we poured our blood, sweat, and tears into is in pieces. Get the hell out of here. Gupu won't be getting anything from me. Sanju introduces himself. Master H, I'm not with Gupu. I'm here with an order from the outside. He glared at him, then said angrily, it's you, the one who wrecked my airship, and you've come here with those brats. Master H reached out greedily, asking if the guest had money. Sanju proudly declared, more than you think, he thought to himself excitedly. With enough money, anything is possible. And so they gathered in a parlor to discuss business. Master H then introduced himself, saying, I am H, the owner of this workshop, a master blacksmith. I manage the workshop, provide jobs, and train blacksmiths. He frowned carefully, observing him from head to toe, and then assessed him. My clients are usually boring Washington suits. What do you want to commission? Sanji honestly replied, I need a warm place to retrieve an item. Master H sighed, then smiled proudly and slyly. This is my private workshop. There's no better place for crafting. Sanji casually glanced away, hoping not to disturb the others. Even a slight temperature change can affect the results. Master H smiles gleefully. I like that, so wait here. A series of metal materials in the air automatically fly back to the fabricator. Sanji wondered about the metal, as Master Hu snapped his fingers, causing the materials behind him to neatly fly up and rearrange themselves. Master H smugly crosses his arms and announces the price. This safe zone costs a whopping 1,000,000 gold. That'll be added to the cost as well. Sanju thought to himself what a pain the old man was, but generously replied, okay, sure. He reaches into some kind of void, calling summon bone vase. Something immediately appears, ice seed. Master H was horrified, stammering, what in the world? Master Hai grimaced, it's one of the most hideous things I've ever seen. What am I supposed to do with this? Sanji held out a model gun and suggested, help me make a small handgun like this. Master H angrily grabs his shirt, cursing. You madman, making a personal weapon from that is like asking me to make a pistol from brutonium. Sanji looked at him with disdain, so you can't do it. He casually reached out to take the item, provoking Master H. I'll just pay for the room and leave. There are plenty of skilled craftsmen in Korea. As expected, despite his annoyance, he reluctantly stopped Sanji-ju from canceling the order, saying, hold on, nothing is impossible at H Factory, it's just that the crafting will be very troublesome. As worried workers cried out, he refused the tea. That evening, under the watchful moon, Sanji and Dominic Love enjoyed coffee in the open air. Dominic Love mused that America was indeed complex, a vast land with 3 servers, and the result of multi-ethnicity and culture was multi-factionalism. She paused, then continued, but everyone overcame the hardship to unite. Now that we've allied with the Central Server and Canada, we've also linked with Korea after the Japanese server. Dominic Love slammed her coffee cup down anxiously, saying, I thought things were going smoothly without significant losses, but I've realized America isn't ready yet. Her gaze drifted to some distant place, but her voice held firm resolve. However, I don't intend to give up or wait long. This world can change in the blink of an eye. Dominic Love stared intently at Sango, saying expectantly, I hope you'll join us. Connecting the whole world, he raised his coffee to enjoy its warmth and replied, complicated and more importantly. Sango glanced suspiciously at Dominic Love and asked, aren't the monsters in the Amazon forest the real problem? She agrees with a troubled look, then asks if he brought the baby dragon. Sanju took a sip of coffee and answered honestly, Exactly. Dominic Love recounted with a fearful and anxious tone, the Amazon rainforest. There he saw a fully grown dragon. Sanju cried out in astonishment. A dragon. Has someone really seen it? Dominic Love crossed his legs and sighed. Indeed. Fortunately, that terrifying creature doesn't seem to want to leave the Amazon. She recounted the story thoughtfully. Not long ago, Brazil was a hub for major guilds, especially in one southern city where each guild had around 10 level 20 players or higher. Dong-Hu was secretly alarmed. 10 level 20 players. In Korea, only Dong-Hun and I have reached that level. He asked suspiciously. That number is hard to believe. Has it been verified? She asked softly. We were shocked to hear it at first, Dominic Love said, resting his chin on his hand. But in the end, it was an undeniable truth. Monsters were pouring out of the massive Amazon dungeon. A gruesome image flashes through their minds. They hunt these creatures daily just to survive. That makes sense. Sanju frowned, clearly bothered. They stood in stark contrast to those in the eastern United States who had become complacent in their favorable environment. Her face was covered in sweat, but she recounted sternly. Even they were wiped out by the Amazon. Just last week, according to reports from our delegation to Rio de Janeiro, a coalition of 13 guilds with 2800 members set out to destroy the source of the monsters in the Amazon. Leaning back in his chair, Sanji speculated that they would face its wrath, but Dominic Love vehemently countered, stating it wasn't just wrath but a full-blown revenge. Her story made it all the more vivid. Brazil and all of South America lost in a single night. Watching the flames engulf the southern sky, I could only pray it wouldn't spread further, as Dominic Love presented him with a quest board. As we witnessed that scene, we received this mission. The task board came with some minor details. Disaster quest, the most terrifying creature, eliminate or escape. Objective unknown, reward unknown. You have just witnessed the disaster that scorched the earth. Its name is Dragon. After incinerating all life in South America, it returned to its lair and went into hibernation. But in 48 days, the dragon will emerge once more. Its next destination is your homeland, North America. You have two choices. Whether you confront it or wisely flee, the dragon will devastate North America and enter another dormant state only to target a new land upon awakening. Dominic Love looked up, worried. This was a hidden quest triggered from the Brazilian server. Sanji quietly realized this was no longer just a matter of the secret glitch, as Master H softly announced, "Here's what you wanted." He sighed wearily, as the gaunt workers behind him collapsed. Damn, this almost drove me crazy. Our blood is about to explode. Sanji picked up the gun and excitedly loaded it. Well, isn't that a fine piece of work? A stat screen suddenly appears before him. Item information. Name Comrade Sniper. Rank unknown. Type handmade. Effect. It condenses cold air to fire bullets, and in single-shot mode it fires 50 bullets per minute. In burst mode it fires 50 bullets at once with a 1-minute cooldown. The default is single-shot flick down for burst and up for single-shot again. The spread is wide, so be mindful of your surroundings. The gun fires its first shot with incredible force, and even Haste Pipe in Mouth is impressed, exclaiming, "Damn, I made it, and it still scares me." Sanju grips the gun tightly, smiling with satisfaction. Amazing. Haste Eye scoffs, deliberately showing off. What obviously anything Haste makes is either amazing or incredibly amazing. Just then, a notice popped up on the screen. The World Season is starting. World Season 1, an era of convergence, war, and peace. To all players around the world, you've worked hard in your own servers, and now we're bringing you to a wider world. Will you be a frog in a well, or a butterfly ready to spread its wings? Will you be friendly to those beyond? Or do you crave domination and control? The world, not just your server, will decide your fate from this moment on. Meet, interact, share, compete, and conquer the world, Master Hot Huang stammered loudly. The World Season has begun. He scowls as if telling us to just kill each other. Looks like you'll be busy. Another important announcement pops up. Important notice. To facilitate interaction between servers, several rules have been established. First, each server can choose a representative. Every player gets one vote and can choose a player to represent them. The two representatives have the following rights. Alliances can be formed with other servers. The more allies, the more benefits. Declarations of war can launch a war on another server with the challenger taking the initiative and choosing the battlefield and method of war. Surrender. Surrendering to another server transfers all power. The server becomes a colony, and a portion of the gold earned is automatically transferred to Sanji. Sanji nodded in agreement. Indeed. The next morning, Dominic Love stood on the podium and said to everyone and the reporters below, "It seems our meeting has greatly influenced the development of the flow. Of course, the borders are gradually expanding globally, and it's not just because of us." As Sanji listened to Solon's speech, he thought to himself that quests change depending on actions and the events players face. This World Season was clearly created to exacerbate global volatility and conflict. He thought to himself with excitement, "A colony, huh? The age of exploration has begun." Then a notification appeared. The Egyptian server has declared war on the X server. "This war will be broadcast live on the official channel TR1 Lanoho," remarked with tension. "They've already declared war." Junjitsu looked at Sanju and asked, Before Xionggu could finish his sentence, another announcement appeared. The China 1 server has declared war on the Korean server. This war will be broadcast live on the official channel TR2. Lihan exclaimed in surprise. Sooner than I thought. Junjisoo, understanding the situation, explained that it was to seize the initiative. Sanju pondered, his face grim. This progress wasn't entirely unexpected. The problem was the timing. Li Han, standing nearby, looked at him worriedly and said nervously, "Senior, we still have to worry about the dragon." Even the intelligent Junj was confused. "What are we going to do?" Sanji calmly reassured everyone. "They've declared war. We can't avoid it." He resolves, "Then we'll use this opportunity to grow. The benefits from this war could be the key to defeating the dragon." Dominic Love on the platform slammed his hand on the table, barely containing his emotions, and continued, "Just preparing to stop the dragon is tiring enough, and now there's a war. We can only pray that glory comes to Daehan." Sanji was doubtful. "Can't you offer any assistance?" she asked, her head bowed in shame. "As allies, we want to help, but things aren't much better here. We have to keep an eye on neighboring servers, and our internal issues aren't fully resolved." He raised his hand, creating a barrier leading somewhere, and said, "I understand. I'll contact you after the war ends." That barrier was a return gate leading to the opened world tree. On the other side of the gate, Kyung-shu was the first to speak, announcing a total of 9 ships, including 7 repaired and 2 gifted. She looked at the report and summarized the current situation: siege weapons, military supplies, and transport vehicles. Kyung-shu paused, then said, "Including Xionggu, the entire World Tree force is ready for war." "What do we do next?" Sanju sternly ordered a message to be sent to the entire server, stating that this time it would be more than just a defensive war. He bit his lip, thinking, even if we withstand the invasion and counterattack, it'll only prolong the time before we're invaded again. The Warring Guild and the Hunter Organization have responded, and the Liberation Army and Central Forces are preparing for war. Her voice softened as she spoke of the overwhelming support, not just from major factions, but from organizations across the nation offering gold and supplies. A voice chimed in saying the declaration of war had everyone riled up, while the person in front, though tense, spoke with pride. "Our country always unites in times of crisis." And as if on cue, a notification appears congratulating player 157 on becoming the first representative of the Korean server. "You now have the power to decide server-wide policies on behalf of everyone." Li Han shouts out excitedly. "Oh, look at the new title and prestige." Junjisoo, seeing the situation more clearly, mocks him. "Your shoulders are heavier now." He clenched his fist, his face darkened, feeling heartbroken, and on the verge of tears and depression. "This isn't what I wanted." In reality, that position carries more responsibility than glory. Another notification appears: the Chinese server has taken the initiative. By declaring war, the enemy is choosing the battlefield, the method of war, which will begin 24 hours after the selection is made. As a representative, you can choose to surrender, but be warned your server will become a colony of the enemy. Sanji is weary. Even as the server's representative, he can't decide without knowing their strategy. A tense young man clenches his fist, saying, "We can only be sure that those in control will choose a battlefield that benefits them." The man beside him anxiously wondered, "Does that mean we'll be dragged to China?" Sanju sighed, realizing that overthinking wouldn't solve anything. He turned to Kyung-shu and asked, "We need information now." She immediately opens her computer to find the data he's looking for, and Kyung-shu looks up and shares the information she just found with everyone. "The Hunter Organization and the Liberation Army have sent us the intel we need. 9000 troops are gathering in Beijing with more reinforcements likely." She continued, "The Kyushu and the Okinawa server are operating as pirates recruited by the Chinese server. Meanwhile, Admiral Bacon's fleet is on the Yellow Sea, presumably having made a deal with a Chinese container ship." The man below broke down in tears, heartbroken. "What the hell? The enemy is always around us." Kyung-shu, weary and exhausted, read the last piece of information: the Siberian hunters may also join the battle. Sanji optimistically sees this as an opportunity to wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop, adding that they must be completely drained. Long muttered to himself that he would fall into the dragon's mouth otherwise, as a series of notifications appeared more rapidly and densely. The enemy has devised a battlefield strategy, a crucial plan of war. Sugan Sun Busan. Method of separation and union. 1. The battlefield is divided into 3 areas. The war will take place simultaneously in all 3 locations. And with each victory on a battlefield, a buff of power will be granted to the entire server. 3. A gate will open for the victors to join other battlefields. Lihan wondered. What does splitting up mean? Kyung-shu points to the information board, stating its literal meaning, then raises her hand, believing they can win in the 2 battlefields without the necromancer. From there, they'll get corn and eventually defeat Zongu. Junjizu worriedly says, dividing our already smaller forces into 3 places. El Hanho also grumbles in dissatisfaction, seeing the disadvantage. Then another important announcement appears. The battlefield arrangement and cross-selection will begin in 12 hours, and the troop allocation list will be revealed to the enemy. The glasses-wearing man turned to Sanju in a panic. "The list will be revealed. What are we supposed to do? The enemy will know Zongu's destination." Sanji sighs wearily. This is a real pain in the neck. Everyone was thinking the same thing. We can't solve this alone. We need to work with War Kwarang, the Hunters, and the Liberation Army. That night, Sanju silently looked down from above, lost in thought. We've come so far, but this is still too terrible, and the war is too pressing in such a short time. Suddenly a voice calls out, Aim Seonggu, someone's here to see you. Annoyed, he thinks to himself, I said I needed time alone. He maintained his composure, asking, Who is it? The messenger approached and presented him with a small object, saying that he would recognize it. Sanji was puzzled. A potato. After delivering the message, the two respectfully bowed and said, Please continue your conversation. Sanji frowned, questioning someone. What are you doing here? A white-haired member of the Tiger clan appears taunting. Come on, what else would a homeowner do but keep house? The white-haired man spoke up. I'm a little late, but you should be wary of prying eyes. A notice appeared reading broadcast suspended. Sanji coldly replies that no one is there, then grits his teeth, a sneer forming as he asks, Really? Better safe than sorry, as I'm about to tell you a very thrilling story. And if it gets out, we'll be in trouble. He gestured triumphantly, boasting that his sixth sense was quite sharp. Sanji, his face darkening, feigned praise. How very intriguing. The white-haired man suddenly calmed down, picked his ear, and said, I couldn't sleep at all last night because of a god's voice. Sanji cried out in alarm, A god? What did the god say? The man frowned, annoyed. Don't get ahead of yourself. He said you might win this war if you're lucky. The white-haired man warns, but you will also die by the hands of a dragon. Sanji asks suspiciously, Is that a prophecy? Is there a way? The future can be changed, right? He smirks, confident that he knows the answer. Offer the effigies of the great general and the flags of the admiral to the world tree. If you do, everything will be correct up to the key point, he wondered to himself, feigning ignorance. What will happen then? Sanji angrily cursed to himself. This guy's a menace. He panics as your smile fades. Don't radiate so much murderous intent. I don't know either. The gods only say what they want and then leave. He grinned, hinting at something more. The key is, you need luck to win the war before facing the dragon. So he waved his hand and shouted in the deserted forest, My subordinates from the great forest will help you. I will become your great fortune. In the darkness where Sanj resides at a large table inside a room, everyone blankly waits for someone. Then a person enters to announce General Sin is coming. Sin Liang entered, introducing himself. Welcome everyone. I am Sin Liang, a general of the empire. He suddenly turned to Driss, saying sarcastically, Mr. Boris, the hunter from Siberia, I heard your hunting has been difficult lately, but you still look so healthy. Then, turning dismissively to Admiral Barad of the United States, he said, I heard your fleet was cut in half, but it's a pleasure to meet you nonetheless. What an honor. Even Elder Miyamoto of Q is not spared. You will be able to rebuild your organization, and we are always ready to assist you. Sighing, Xin Liang remarks that everyone here now shares a common desire. He grinned wickedly, saying, The necromancer of the Korean server, you all want to kill him, don't you? Drip suddenly slammed the table in agitation. I didn't lose to him. I almost tore him to shreds, but some lunatic had to interfere and complicate things. A companion raised his teacup and chimed in, I agree. Unfortunately, the Sword Saint was defeated, and that guy dealt a heavy blow by wiping out almost all of the remaining forces. Admiral Burho pondered, then affirmed, That necromancer, I will erase him as if he never existed, and reclaim the warship he stole from me. Sin Lai Hang looked excitedly at everyone and exclaimed, A bold initiative indeed. You hold the declaration of war for the spirit world, and that wish will come true. Suddenly realizing something, Drit asked, So is that annoying guy with the ride not participating? Co Li Huan calmly stated, That's something we'll have to consider. He recalled something and gently recounted it. The head of the Korean server seems uninterested in these events, and his past actions reflect that. His target was something else. A terrifying image flashed through everyone's minds along with the phrase, the power of hell. Drit, enraged, roared. That's right, when he attacked, I also mumbled something about the dimensional hell. That brat, I was just careless that time. I'll kill him next time. Leah solemnly announces that our intelligence team, including those who tried to track him, found nothing other than his use of lightning. Since tailing him, our entire army was wiped out in a record 4 hours, he said with a hint of trepidation. He's overwhelmingly victorious in every battle, making a thorough investigation impossible. Therefore, the Empire considers him their #1 threat. Nothing is more dangerous than the unknown. Xin Liang, suddenly amused, says, However, thanks to you, Boris, we know he's after dimensional hell. He calmly utters terrifying words. A third-class gate to hell opened 3 hours ago in Tunguska, Siberia. Drit thought to himself in a panic. He's gone to Siberia. Xin Liang slammed the teacup on the table and continued. Of course, a level 3 gate to hell isn't something you come across every day. We were lucky to get it, he speculates excitedly. How could someone obsessed with hellish power ignore it? Even knowing it's a trap, he'll jump right in. Drit grinned, a glint in his eyes as he proposed. Then send that necromancer to my battlefield and I'll tear his head off before he can even react. Sheng Liang looked at him with disdain. Boris, under surveillance by the intelligence team, was at his weakest in a one-on-one fight. Yet he asked innocently, What support do you need to win decisively? Dick, not holding back, proposed, Healer, don't send any useless or weird ones. Give me the best high-ranking healer you can. He tilted his head musing, a simple but effective tactic, he thought to himself. The report said it was close combat, right? Xin Lianang mused, a complex look on his face. I heard the outcome might have been different if that person hadn't appeared. With the healer's blessing, this tactic is foolproof. He happily shouts to everyone, "Good, kill the necromancer, and we'll take care of the rest." Your emperor won't be joining the battle, Xin Lihang asked confidently. Our army is strong. This battle will be easier than you think, no need for the emperor to intervene personally. Lai Han Ho looked around in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my god, are all these people on our side?" The person next to him couldn't help but add, "I guess I've just never seen so many people before. This is such a strange sight." Meanwhile, Kyungsu, holding a tracking board, informed Sanju of the current situation. The Kwangbok Society has 144 members, the Ungbu and Pazu Hunter. Homeland Alliance has 964, and 1667 others are from Busan and other regions. She continued, adding that the survivors from Pirate Island numbered 3021. Just then, the island survivors approached, waving with gratitude. "We're here to repay our debt." Sanju politely shook his hand, secretly pleased. The survivors, once controlled by pirates and the Red Flame revolutionaries, I didn't help them for this reason, but their arrival is timely. With everyone present, the meeting commenced. Sanju somberly announced that there were only about 12 hours left. Let's discuss the important issues. How should we divide our forces? Li Kang Chang-hun questioned this, stating that the shield wall and ramparts in Suo were complete. It should be fine for stopping a few squads, right? The man next to him asked anxiously. But what if the enemy focuses their forces there? It's the most important city after all. They continued to chatter with questions. Are we splitting up our forces too? Wouldn't it be better to regroup? Sanju didn't answer, they just silently muttered to themselves. The enemy will react to our choices, and there's no single right answer here. The notification reappears, battlefield deployment cross-selection about to begin. The two blondes, seeing his silence, prompt him. The moment arrives, and the system prompts Sanju to choose the first battlefield and allocate forces. Sanju closes his eyes, then opens them, pointing forward with determination. There's no time to hesitate. Despite his uncertainty, they must play their first card. Night has fallen, and the broadcast station is filming a special report with everyone focused intently. The reporter shouts out orders to the crew. All right, it's starting. The cross-selection begins. This is reporter Anne's live coverage of the war between the Korean and Chinese servers, with 35.44 viewers. She pointed to the map on the screen and began. As you can see, the battle will take place in 3 locations, Seoul and Busan. The reporter paused for a moment, then continued. With the cross-selection format, each side will reveal the number of troops and their deployment locations. The colleague feigned surprise. Wait, wouldn't our server be at a disadvantage by revealing our strategy first? She slammed the table, shouting, "Exactly, that's the worst part. The system is too biased. We have to broadcast in defense of our side." Her colleague, flustered, tried to gently dissuade her, reminding her that the media must remain neutral, but the reporter continued to loudly protest. "Neutrality is for fools. We'll starve if we wait until we're defeated. I'm exercising my right to free speech." The announcement reappears. First soon, the tense reporter. "Here we go. Goat. Wait a minute. That's not enough troops." The girl is skeptical of DU and the 100 elite troops. Oh, and the Great Mountain King is here too. The screen is filled with intel highlighting the elite Great Mountain King. Almost embracing the screen, she excitedly reads, "Isn't the Great Mountain King of the Chinese server supposed to be a monster? 4000. Alliance forces with the Kyushu pirates." The reporter muttered in annoyance. "How many times are these bastards going to invade us?" The man beside her couldn't help but add, "Hey reporter, and there are a lot of troops in Suo. It looks like all the remaining forces have gathered there." The reporter exclaimed, "Wow, it's overwhelming. 9 alliances, siege weapons, and countless fleets. Is this an all-out war?" Her eyes flickered, sensing something amiss. But that person's name isn't on the list. Hold on. He's really not there, she wondered, bewildered. Does this mean the necromancer will face Busan alone? Sanju's group watched the scene unfold as they listened to the system announcement. Third, Busan is sending a list of enemy forces, at which point Choi Dong-hun raises a question. "Are you sure you can handle this alone?" Sanju insisted he had to fight alone to ensure the plan's success, after he suggested someone stay behind. Suddenly Kyungshu shouts, "Look over there." The Chinese have begun to mobilize their troops, and Chung Minghua looks increasingly worried. Then crackling sounds grew into a blinding light, followed by the appearance of a massive soldier, and soon a horde of troops clamoring loudly. Seeing this, he wondered, can we really win by just holding out? Immediately, Sanju commands them to minimize casualties and stall for as long as possible. The system then opens a large circle announcing that the gateway to Busan is open, and Choi Dong-hun asks Sanju if he has any last words before heading to Busan. With unwavering conviction, he assures them of their victory, and before departing, Sanju turns back, promising to meet them at the enemy's base. Arriving at his destination, the system informs him he's on a rooftop and, Option 6, the Chinese server Busan is updating the enemy's forces. Observing the system's data and the troops below, Sanju assesses their clever division of forces. His eyes narrowed in thought. Snipers, assassins, ice mages, healers, knights, they all hard counter him and his hell troops. Thinking of Boris, Sanju continues his analysis, realizing that if the demon monks saw that battle, they would surely recruit him. Suddenly the system warns that the battle will begin in 12 hours. During this time, PK is disabled, and the penalty for attacking an opponent is instant death. His eyes and fingers twitched slightly as he issued commands. The summoned skeleton soldier excitedly appears. "Master, your loyal subordinate is ready," but Sanju cuts him off. Then came a flurry of summons and dismissals, leaving him to wonder if it was about to begin. Meanwhile, the skeleton soldier begged for a swift end to this ordeal, as the sunset bathed the district, and the system announced, "The battle begins," and Boris declares with authority that the time has come. "Necromancer, you're finished." Then his underlings whispered in confusion. What was that ominous warning from 30 minutes ago? The golden light before him caused him to gasp in surprise as a massive golden orb hurtled towards the earth. Seeing this, bone soldier stammered in shock, realizing this was absolute power, a true ultimate skill. Sanju's mind then considered the hidden necromantic synthesis effect, requiring 3 histories, a near impossible condition. He then declares that this isn't a bone soldier summoning but a corpse explosion. The system then announces that the advanced corpse explosion skill has been temporarily upgraded to ultimate corpse explosion, consuming 1 mana, with a corpse explosion catalyst. The skill deals 200% additional damage, with the properties and mechanics of high-pressure corpse explosion, grave light twitch, and solar flare. Sanju then thought of those who had died in the battle and pondered. This skill requires many difficult conditions to activate, but because the battle's duration has changed, it's no longer difficult to meet them. The most disappointing thing is the warning notification when it's executed. He imagined the warning flashing before the enemy, but Sanju immediately countered that even the name of the skill wouldn't prepare them for what was coming. Looking at the fallen soldiers, he mused the breath of the abyss covering the ground and the corpse explosion filling the sky. Just as Sanju had said, everything was unfolding exactly as predicted. With that, he raised his arm like a villain announcing death. "If you still live, then drown in poison." Simultaneously, the system warns of a forming death poison cloud in the area, and the large screen displays no connection. As the reporters discuss in confusion, something flashes across the screen and then it goes dark. The male reporter wonders why the footage from Sugan and Soon is normal as reporter, and orders a drone to the outskirts of Busan, observing the people's anxiety. "Anyone nearby, report in." Suddenly she shouts as the screen flickers back to life. "Oh my god," and with a tone of utter shock, reporter Anne began to describe the scene before her. The broadcast station is gone, consumed by something akin to the abyss's breath. Accompanying her words of destruction, zombies appeared on the screen alongside an army of skeletons baring their teeth. Reporter and laments that, while they face annihilation that is a true massacre, then thinks of Sanji with excitement. "At first I thought the Suo forces would win and join other battlefields fighting alongside Gu Hang's vanguard, but no, the necromancer launched the first attack." Next, reporter Anne was filled with excitement, "And now I'm confident. We will win this battle." Meanwhile, in the city of Soon, a different story unfolds. Hearing the old tigers report that their lord's army was approaching from the north, King Daesun replied, "Oh really?" Then he expressed his anger. How dare those foolish humans run around like that? Instantly, Great Mountain King decided to retreat, ordering a return to the planned location. Seeing this, one tiger general roared the retreat order while the remaining bandaged tiger added, "Anyone slower than a human can forget about being a hero." A human's foot scrapes against the ground, followed by a group of assassins landing, looking annoyed. "Damn it, those bastards ran again. How do they keep knowing when to run?" At this moment, Great Mountain King secretly analyzes. His forces are spread throughout the Soon subway, and thanks to his keen senses and ability to gauge the enemy's strength, he's avoided facing 4,000 enemies in a swift defeat. But thinking this, he clicks his tongue. A tiger general reports that 12 have fallen, and Junjitsu comments that they're closing in. Hearing this, Daesang expresses his agreement. "Many have fallen. Perhaps I should step in and thin their numbers." He then gripped his sword and asked her, "Ju isn't the focus of this operation, is she? This isn't a number we can easily defeat. If we're surrounded, escaping will only increase casualties." Suddenly, General Tiger shouted, "The enemy is advancing." At the same time, Yu declared, "I sense enemies ahead as well." Seeing the assassins before them, Great Mountain King concluded that they had to break through. There was no other choice. He charged forward with a grenade in hand, screaming, "Pay for the Sword Saint's life. Die!" Explosions erupt, blanketing the area around Great Mountain King and his men who struggle to defend against the onslaught. At that moment, he questioned if she knew these stubborn bastards, to which Ju replied, "I took their leader's head." With Dai Bang above him, Lao Hu tearfully reports, "Brother, more are dying. We're not even halfway there." Her face grows grave. "They're coming from all sides. I see no outcome but death." Seeing this, Great Mountain King Traknich grits his teeth, knowing this is the only way, she considers. "Then we must die as late as possible. Find a place that will buy us more time." Hearing this, he began to contemplate. A place, Ju continued, a closed space. We'll be trapped, but it will buy us time. Grasping her question, can you create something like that with tree roots? The Great Mountain King pondered his reply. If we find a sturdy building, it might work for a while, but it won't last. Du confirms it's the best way to hold them off, otherwise we'll just fight until we're exhausted and die. Understanding this, the Great Mountain King gritted his teeth in frustration, then laughed with reckless abandon. Then perhaps this will be our final resting place. Let's make it a grand one. Who knows, maybe death isn't the end. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a ring of fire slowly spreads across the sky. He looks wary as enemy ships rain down bombs. Lai Kang-hoon is in disbelief. Where are our battleships? Assessing the situation above, they realize their ground artillery has a shorter range and inferior accuracy. Don't tell me they improved that much in such a short time. A brown-haired youth in a helmet shouted angrily. There's no way they're better than American tech. There must be a conspiracy. Seeing this, Dong-hoon called for a concentrated defense, frustrated that they were just standing there taking it. Seeing the crack, Su Mingyao spoke up. The barrier is breaking. Then seeing the situation, he yelled, a breach, protect the invasion area. At that moment, the enemy flagship emerged from the breach, and their commander coldly ordered, accelerate the incineration of that cursed world tree. The members looked up and reporter On That Kin sighed, this is a dangerous situation. I thought we could protect this workplace, but it seems soon will come to an end if there are no surprises. She continued to present the current chaotic situation. Sug might hold out for a while, but it's rapidly collapsing. His words grew more urgent as another wall fell. No blocking, one side was hard enough. Now the screen suddenly cuts out. Elsewhere, Drit coughs up, blood groaning in pain. That son of a bitch. The figure stared down at him demanding, that's right, why did you come back? This land is far harsher than your Siberia. The city sky remains engulfed in a storm of fire. Sin Liang sat imposingly contemplating Dre Boris's appearance. Others say he's strongest alone. He should defeat the necromancer, then we'll worry about what comes next. But we can't just sit here and rely on that, there's always a chance of failure. And that's why I sent the Iron Order Holy Knights along with the healers he requested. It'll be fine even if he just buys us some time until we crush Suan and soon. Sin Liang's eyes remained fixed on the battlefield ahead, a war they couldn't lose, given their overwhelming numbers and superior forces. Just then someone spoke up. General. Shocking news arrives. The entirety of Buan has been blown to smithereens. Hearing this, Sin Liang leaps up from his seat. What? The messenger stammered. The explosion was massive, wiping out our allies. Hearing this, Sin Liang smirked, realizing that the Republic of Korea would be more challenging than he thought. Even so, he remained arrogant, believing that a hard-won victory makes the game all the more interesting. And so he ordered from now on, it's a battle against time. If we take care of it before he arrives, we'll conquer this country. We're making it our top priority to cut them off at the root, ensuring that even if he wins this battle, there won't be a next time. Another notification appears before Sanju, the Korean server has won the Battle of Busan. You can join other battles in 5 minutes. He reads it astonished. 5 minutes. Observing the announcement, Sanju continues to calculate. I didn't expect it, but 5 minutes is more than enough time for someone to die in this fierce war. Yen denied it, but then imagined a horrifying scenario anyone could die. The building is now tightly wrapped in vines, and Junjisoo, watching from a room, notes that they finally stopped bombing after more than 10 minutes. Daesan Wang frowned, and added that they realized brute force was a waste of time, and unlike them, they couldn't afford to waste time. Junjisoo echoed the sentiment. He succinctly explains that the reason they've gone silent is because they're trying a different approach. At that moment, Junjisoo closed her eyes, using her other senses to perceive. I hear footsteps outside the building lighter than a normal person's. She immediately made an announcement, the ninjas are coming, to which Great Mountain King slowly responded. Miss Ju, forgive my weakness. He gives a wry smile. I'm too preoccupied with keeping this building intact. Please understand that I have no choice but to remain seated here. Junjisoo calmly replies, don't worry, you don't need to get up or anything. By now the attackers have already stormed in. Feeling their approach, Daesan Wang urgently signaled, Lady, the bastards broke through the easy part and are flooding in. Fight like you're already dead. The tigers loudly responded, yes sir. They braced for the incoming ninja, who were approaching from the front as the tigers signaled Jisoo to bomb them. The instant bomb detonates on impact, and using the smoke as cover, Junjisoo rushes forward. She glides past the ninja, eliminating them with ease, as a system notification rings out. Unvber absorbs the enemy's sample. Total 51. Strength and speed are temporarily increased. +5, followed by a second piece of information that triggers her hunting instincts. If the battle lasts 120 seconds, the hunt will begin. Junjisoo's eyes showed fatigue as she steeled herself, knowing that defeat here meant utter loss. The ninja began to growl menacingly. Kill that bitch. I'll tear you to pieces. Junjisoo continues to strike her sword, blurring with the blood of her enemies, and skill information appears once more. Unber absorbs the blood of its enemies, 71 inches total. Strength and speed are temporarily increased, as Junjisoo pushes himself to keep slashing. Realizing they couldn't win, Junjisoo changed tactics. Forget her, we need to get inside and kill the creator first. but the tigers guarding the second checkpoint ferociously attacked, their murderous intent palpable. Who do you think you're targeting? No one passes. As Junjitsu cuts through the Undead ninjas, having absorbed enough enemy samples, a system notification rings out. You have received the battlefield song effect for 5 minutes. You are immune to all status effects, and you feel no pain. She gasped for breath, reminding herself to be careful. The pain was gone, but the wounds remained. But then another notification suddenly appeared. You have been invited to an unknown location. To accept the invitation, you must fulfill a special condition and open the door of the acknowledged one. Junjitsu paused, beginning to doubt it. Unknown location? What is this? But the ninja attacked again, giving her no time to think. Another enemy. How many were mobilized? Their numbers just kept growing. Junjitsu continues to swing her sword as the ninja shout and form a 4-man squad, pushing forward relentlessly despite being outnumbered. If it were just a narrow corridor, I could hold them off here all day. Even if they rush through all at once, it would only restrict their movements. But then the ninja decided to deliver some democracy. She paused, staring at the cannon, and the massive explosion it created was like fireworks. Junjitsu couldn't escape its influence. They prepared this with their own kind as bait. She desperately reminds herself to stop the enemy as a notification appears. You are closer to the door of recognition. Meanwhile, back with Sanju, the countdown on the notification board shows 4 seconds. You can join another battlefield soon. He muttered to himself. Reading the notice, he realized that 5 minutes felt like an eternity, and it instructed him to choose a battlefield to join. 1 soon, 2 Sugan. Sanju continued to ponder. Even though our side was only defending, more than a third of us have already died. Jisoo Han Ho, if anything happens to them, those invaders will pay. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, engulfed in fire, the undead worriedly asked Han. Han, are you sure you're all right with just a dagger? He replies, don't worry, I'm not just any thug. But the death spirits couldn't help but worry. Even if he was a cheap thug, he still needed some backup. The system then displayed that a paralyzing poison had been applied to his weapon, causing a paralyzing effect when attacking enemies. Empowered. Lihan lunges forward with excitement. Come on, the others frantically shout. Don't let him through. Stop him. But he declared with overwhelming force, I am the gatekeeper of this place. Han Ho, what's that red dot on your forehead? The necromancer warned him. I've seen that in movies. A sniper using water shield leaves. Li Han Ho pauses, looking around, wondering what's going on. Wait a minute. They quickly located the source of the targeting beam. A sniper on a warship. He didn't, the necromancer added. I've seen that in movies. Followed by an explanation, it was a long-range bombing device. At that moment, a shell was fired, creating a massive explosion below, and curses filled the air. Those disgusting dogs are bombing us, even with our allies here. Han Ho's hand goes limp as he falls. Han Ho's mother cries out in shock. Han Ho, no. His father told her to come right away, while Lai Han Ho began muttering some unfortunate things to himself. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry, I can't. He struggles to his feet. It seems they're targeting our comrades. Everyone will be in danger if I go, and that determination is clear in his next words. No matter what happens, I will protect everyone and this place. Lai Han and a Death Knight are determined to fight to the death. Suddenly, Sin and his army appeared on the opposite side, and he spoke. Excellent. I didn't expect anyone to still be standing. One of the soldiers wondered. General, shouldn't we leave after Admiral Ber's bombardment? But Sheng Liang corrected him. There was no bombardment. He slowly explained, the Navy's artillery isn't infinite. If Bichi had enough shells, she would have fired already, instead of just aiming. Then he decisively ordered, activate 2 Yang Li Yi spirits. I will take the field myself. The soldier hesitated. We only have 4 high-level Yang Li Yi spirits left. Taking 2 means. And Shengli, he is saying we don't have much time left. The order was given, and the others who witnessed it cried out in alarm. It was a high-level water spirit. They knew of this being an elite spirit I captured after defeating the spirit master Lu of Server 2. Don't even try to resist. You're mine now. Shinlo raised his hand and shouted, by my command, obey and destroy the enemy. Fai Han and the others quickly retreated. Everyone scatter, get away from the city walls now, but his parents refused to leave. No, my son is still there. The water is rising, moving ferociously. Shin points forward, continuing to command the army as the city gates are lowered. The soldiers pointed and shouted, General, look over there. He's momentarily stunned. He withstood that blow. Just then, a system notification appeared, announcing South Korea's victory. The Busan battlefield has joined the current war, and Northern glory will be bestowed upon the Korean server faction, temporarily increasing all stats by 10. And the necromancer next to Li Han breathed a sigh of relief, finally rescued, muttering to himself, I was down to my last drop of health. Shin Liang quickly stabilized the formation, remaining calm, stating that even with the necromancer's participation, their forces were still overwhelming, and to be careful of landmines during the siege. His eyes narrowed as he calculated that blowing up Busan wouldn't be easy. He must have spent a lot of time preparing for this battle. Shin Liang thought, gazing into the distance, we'll hold him back with overwhelming numbers and uproot the world tree. Meanwhile, if the rebels from Soon arrive in time, victory will be ours. Just then a spatial gate appears in the sky, drawing everyone's attention. Up above, the necromancer had arrived from that direction, a fact that Xin Liang noted but only in passing. An air raid, we're ready for them. Prepare to fire, hold the defensive line. But from the gate emerged a cube, a rock perhaps. The cube gradually transformed into a building. This appearance sends the people below scrambling. This madman is scattering the entire building. The building crashes to the ground, creating an explosion, and Junju's vision slowly returns, though still blurry. Daesan Wang looks over and slowly announces, Jisoo, are you all right? The necromancer has arrived in Seoul. He added, rest easy and regain your strength. Jun Jisoo weakly responded. It seems the plan was a success, but the tiger brings grave news. But darling, our child is gone. I think I've reached my limit too. Tears streamed down her face, along with her final farewell. Forgive me for not being able to stand by your side until the end, the great Mountain King said somberly. Well done. His hand gripped the weapon so tightly, it was as if he wanted to crush it. To die without ever tasting anything but potatoes. Poor children, may you have a better life next time. Fueled by rage, Daishan Wang's entire body burned as he spoke. Ju, what do we do next? My hands are itching for some action, she begins. I've retrieved my piece, so they'll destroy the building. I have no intention of waiting around to die. The space around them shook violently, and Runu cried out they were going to bomb as soon as the ease disappeared. This place won't hold for long. Let's get out of here. And with that, they leap out the window. But waiting outside was a barrage of bullets. An explosion erupted, impacting both the Great Mountain King and Run Jisoo. Below, the crowd cheers. We hit them, we hit them. They can't stand anymore, kill them. Jun Jisoo struggles to her feet, issuing a challenge. Come and get me, she thought, resolving to take down as many as she could. Jun Jisoo bravely charged forward, the system notifications popping up as she cut through the enemy ranks. You have earned 13 gold from killing a player. You received 14 gold for killing a player. You received 14 gold for killing a player. Jun Jisoo's eyes glazed over as she resolved to minimize the number of enemies reaching Seoul. Little did she know, her body was already battered, and Jun Jisoo was simultaneously pierced by multiple swords as they trampled over her. Even now, she's still amazing. Truly incredible. Jun Jisoo struggles to stay conscious. Is she losing too much blood? She struggles to stay conscious, her vision blurring. She can't fall here. Just a little further. She needs to kill a few more enemies. Then an announcement echoes, you have entered the land of the nameless. Jun Jisoo looks around. She's at a party. Questions raced through Jun Jisoo's mind. Where was she? Are they having a party? A figure from above signals for silence. A new soul has arrived, and this person reaches out to Jun Jisoo, saying, you met a tragic and terrible end on the brutal battlefield. Before your death, you took countless lives and fought relentlessly. She hesitated, wondering if this was an afterlife hallucination or a chance given by the system. The figure continued, she is worthy. She is destined to reap life on this earth. A question hung in the air for all to consider. Any one object, if not, let her bear this responsibility. Jun is only concerned with one thing now that his hidden power is activated. Does this mean he can fight again? Then hurry up and get him back there. There are still plenty of enemies to kill. The area was still engulfed in flames, and a few figures appeared on the ship, muttering observations as they looked around. It wasn't over yet. Many troops had escaped the collision. Look, the building just fell and now it's glowing. It's exploding. A voice from the ship's cockpit shouts, that damned necromancer. He's infiltrated the building with bone soldiers. Admiral, the enemy has infiltrated the warship. And another battle erupts, kill them all in one go. They're the undead. The soldiers relayed information, the allied forces were being pushed back, and the enemy had occupied the bridge as Sanju's forces relentlessly swept through the area. The enemy leader signals his troops to fight to the death, a look of utter frustration on his face. As his subordinates fell like flies, the admiral, enraged, cried out amidst a hail of bullets, useless scum, America may fall, but not my bridge. He shouts and continues firing, indifferent to his own men. Die. Those insects are eating bullets like candy, but I still don't see him coming out. The admiral froze, crying out in disbelief. They can stop bullets. But how could dull knives work? He glanced around, thinking that with the endless horde of zombies, guns alone wouldn't be enough. And this dwarf dares to challenge me, I'll fight you. But as his vision cleared, Cho had already aimed his gun at his head. Guns, he wastes no time opening fire. Putting a hole in the admiral's head, Ju Kuei was back on board with a question, are you done? Looking at the item in his hand, he wondered, an angel. The system immediately issued a notification. You have obtained an item from an enemy faction. The angel statue, a testament to blessings, is a special reward only for the elite among the angels. It seems if you bring it to the allied faction's world tree emblem, you can exchange it for a faction item. Sanju picked it up, noting that this was the stone statue the Great Mountain King had mentioned. So we've got one. Meanwhile, the battle between the allied faction members and Sheng Liang rages on. A soldier reports, General, the tide of war has turned. He replies, I know, but it's not time yet. Continue to give orders. We'll hold our ground and await reinforcements from soon. If we secure the enhancement, we can counterattack. Liang held firm to one belief, as long as they held out, they would win. And the water around him was once again under his control. That's right, Wrath, rise up, use your fury to crush my enemies, it surges forward. The other members scrambled back, shouting, if you're caught, you're dead. I'm being pulled in, Sheng Liang declared grimly. This is the power of the continent. Nothing but the Emperor can stand against the power of the world. The water continues its assault, but then the system announces that the high-level water spirit under your control has stalled due to a serious issue. Xin Liang was stunned. What? He stared at the water before him, puzzled. What is this? No way. A thought flashes as the silhouette of a dragon appears in the sky. What could possibly freeze high-level water spirits, Sanju, is behind this strange wave that's spreading out. Wait, a seed of ice. Xin Liang's men looked up in astonishment. No way is he wielding that demonic monster as a rifle. Then he angrily shouts, you lunatics, did you capture an alien or something? We've lost this battle. It's impossible to win. Sheng Liang turned tail, desperate to escape the battlefield. I have to survive first. He thought ambitiously, but before he could finish the thought he was attacked. If we gather the surviving troops, along with the forces from Sunzang who fell to the ground with paralysis magic, Li Han will appear. Nice shot, boss. Ni hao ni chifan lem ma ni huoguo. Hearing his broken Chinese, Sheng Liang angrily shouted. That damned clown, the language should have been translated. So what are you even saying? What are you? Just who are you? But he only smiled teasingly, sometimes like a thug, sometimes like a monk, and now an assassin. I've got you now, he declared. We won, we really won, they cheered. But someone immediately cautioned, it's not over yet. We must regroup and get to the Sun battlefield quickly to sweep up the remaining stragglers. Meanwhile, Sanji muttered, we're almost done. Only Sun remains. He couldn't help but worry about Jun Jisoo. Miss Jisoo, I hope you're all right. I have no choice but to hope for a miracle. In another city, space gates opened one after another as reinforcements arrived. A system notification then rings out Victor, the Korean server at the Sugan battlefield. Busan has joined the current battlefield, granting the Korean server faction the Tier 2 battlefield victory effect, all stats temporarily increased by 15. Li Han wondered what was happening. He was dumbfounded by the scene before him. They were all soldiers of the enemy host, and they were defeated in a single blow. Li Han and Sanji moved forward still in awe. Could this really be possible? Just then a voice echoed out. It was the great Mountain King who had been waiting for them. He smirks, taunting, well, you're late. More like too late. And leaping down before Sanju, he continued, unlike me, you failed to appear as the main character summoner, meaning there's no cool entrance for you now. The great Mountain King gives a thumbs up, impressed. That was pretty cool of him. As Runu's figure appears, a system notification follows. You're facing a god, Li Han exclaimed, dumbfounded. Wait, Jununim, a god, only I'm left out, Sanji thought in astonishment. The two fierce tigers stood beside Miss Ju, and this energy felt strangely familiar, a thought that surprised him. Familiar, the great Mountain King explains, you share a deep connection with death. Junjisoo is now an emissary of the god of death, Valkyrie, a warrior who has tasted death itself. Energia, a city silenced by battle. Inside a news building, the staff erupts in cheers. It's over. Our server finally won. The reporters, including An, each added a word of praise. The Soul Summoner's impact on the battle was significant, but the swordswoman, Ju, was extraordinary, holding the line at the Sun battlefield. And the final glory goes to her as a wave of affection washes over Junjisoo. From today on, I'm a Veneri fan. Me too. But everyone, this isn't over yet, is it? Reporter uncautiously observes. This battle is far from over. The person next to her couldn't help but feel bewildered. Wait, do you mean it's time to attack the Chinese server? Her eyes gleaming, she exclaimed. Of course, but the decision rests with our representative, the necromancer. However, I'm sure Zhao Hunshi will counterattack and win this time too. The fallen soldiers are carefully gathered in one place. Sanju was in a daze, realizing it had been a long time since he felt this close to death. System notifications began to ring out. The War Hero title has been upgraded to Stage 3, and all stats have increased by 5. Looking at his stats, he muses that his base strength is 57. Even with full buffs in his divine state, it only reaches 82. The 1,000-pound bow requires 100 strength, making it a useless item. Player profile IU level 23 class, Necromancer Black Mage, Noble type strength, 44 plus 13 agility, 31 to 11 stamina, 37 plus, 15 equipped items, skill information, gold 338500412, followed by a series of mission completion notifications, victory rewards granted to the server master, loot 300 golo, the opportunity to counterattack the Chinese server is granted to the Korean server faction. If a counterattack is chosen, the battlefield and event can be selected with initiative. With the authority of the server master, the war can be ended. The war will end without additional rewards. If a counterattack is chosen within 48 hours, the total counterattack effect will be granted to all allies, all stats increase by 3, and movement speed increases by 10%. Sanji muttered. The reward for tens of thousands fighting to the death is only 300 million and a counterattack effect, meaning we tear each other apart until one side dies. He fell back onto the bed, thinking that he had no intention of letting that damned emperor survive. But now was not the time. He recalled the battlefield still haunted by the pain, the damage, and exhaustion were no joke. All he wanted was for them to rest without a care. Yanlang wondered, how long must we fight like this? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. But why? As night falls, Kyungshu begins his presentation. Sanju, we checked everything as you asked, but found nothing resembling a small stone statue. Since we checked both the estate and the base, it may not exist. He listens silently, surmising that it's likely in Beijing. The main headquarters exists because that thing is important yet useless in battle. Sanjiju looked up, lost in thought. We need to confirm the fragment of memory from the general. A voice echoed from above. You're awake, Daishan, King said. Without looking at him, I can assure you, if you keep overworking yourself like that, you'll die young and not even in battle. Sanji suggested, talk to me. And the Great Mountain King jumped down, replying, how frightening it's happening now. It's off the air, he replied, curtly assured they weren't being watched. The Great Mountain King asked again, his face grave. All right, why are you looking for someone to talk to in the dead of night? Sanji gets straight to the point. You know about Vani Kiri, right? The divinity of that Jew girl. He questioned sternly. Did you do this on purpose? These words confused the Great Mountain King. What do you mean? Sanju explains. The sort of way is one of the conditions for obtaining divinity. You gave it to her, and this is too complicated to say you knew nothing, right? He chuckled, realizing Sanju was overthinking things. Listen, this world has more coincidences than you think. If you try to connect them, all things will only become more chaotic. Sanji stared intently at the Great Mountain King, asking coincidence. Then he questioned, does this insane world look like it was created by random coincidences to you? The Great Mountain King retorted. So is it fate then? No, this is someone's orchestration for some purpose. All of this is being meticulously manipulated. And the question remains, for what and where did you come from? Speak, Monster King. Even the Great Mountain King doesn't bother to hide it anymore. Yes, I want to know too. He covered his face, recounting. A voice echoed in my head. No, it wasn't a voice. Mo Kai, is it like a god? What exactly is a god? Sanju's patience is being tested. I'm not interested in word games. You really don't know. The Great Mountain King replied somewhat helplessly. I don't know either. But then a notification suddenly appeared due to a critical error. The connection to the guest server has been terminated. Are you done? Sanju asks, confused by the change in the Great Mountain King's face. An angel. Under Sanju's pressure, the Great Mountain King suddenly enters a strange state. Yes, you Sanju, I understand you have many questions. With that, he pointed directly at Sanju, raising an eyebrow in warning. However, your actions right now are ignoring a very great danger. Despite the warning, Sanju ignores it, focusing on another question. Who are you? The Great Mountain King chuckled, refusing to answer, revealing nothing, and Sanju frowned, hesitant to ask the question that burned within him, the question he'd always wondered about. The question that always plagues me, a man who has died in a world turned game. Breaking free from his thoughts, Sanju points to his vague reflection, and asks simply, who am I? As he spoke, the events of his life flashed before his eyes. He had already died once. Was the me before and after resurrection the same person? What if all of this is just a brain in a vat scenario? When asked this, the figure smirked and gave a dismissive answer. You are just you, don't worry too much. Feeling that this answer still satisfied Sanu, the Great Mountain King explained in more detail, including that this world is a natural organism. You can see it as being invaded by an external force and just believe that I will help liberate it, but this time it's only for a moment. There's no more time to answer your curiosities. Now focus on the important advice I'm about to give though. Sanju clearly doesn't believe it. Ignoring Sanju's skepticism, the Great Mountain King advised, someone will come looking for you. Kill them. Sanju of course objected to this call to murder. The Great Mountain King chuckled at his reaction. This is all I can do, but my advice is always helpful. With his advice given, he began to fade away. Don't forget, the system has been restored quickly. And with that announcement, Great Mountain King collapsed, clutching his face. Ugh, it feels like my head's about to explode. This sight startled Sanju Lord Daishan. Just then, Kyungshu rushed over, her voice filled with panic, and Sanju struggled with her arrival. Where did Kyungshu come from? Is she the one I'm supposed to kill? The thought barely surfaces before Sanji dismisses it, but he can't shake the feeling and asks what's going on. Standing beside him, she struggled to catch her breath as she reported that Deng Hun had arrived with the Crusader squad claiming an emergency. Hearing that name, Sanju quickly understood everything and became visibly upset. It was Deng Hun. So the person I have to kill is. If that's the case, toying with me is no different than the system itself. This reaction puzzles Kyungshu, who's standing nearby. Putting that aside, Sanju quickly rushes out of the city gates with his comrades. He should at least explain before leaving instead of ignoring his emotions. From afar, he saw a group of people led by a familiar face, an entity lacking explanation but never giving bad advice. There must be a reason I have to kill them. A reason to kill Deng Hun and the Holy Cross Brigade. Seeing him arrive, Choi Dong-hoon greeted him proactively. He's here. Sanji remained silent, letting Kyungu finish his report. The Liberation Army, who said they would arrange for C, suddenly came to visit, so I had them wait outside the barrier. Hearing this, he commends him, saying, "Well done." No sooner had he spoken than Choi Dong-hun made his request. "Sanji, please open the barrier. I have important information to share." He didn't agree immediately but stared into the dull eyes of his opponent, assessing him. Something was off. Just then a familiar figure appeared, growling at the group, a sight that astonished everyone. Warning, a mass soul summoning is beginning in the target area. While no one is paying attention, a series of souls suddenly fly out. "What's going on? Seize them!" The souls flew straight toward Choi Dong-hun and his group, sending Li Han into a panic. "Please stop, Sanju." Despite the attack, Choi Dong-hun didn't retaliate, calmly holding his eye. That made Sanju pause. His face was cut by the weak attack of a mere skeleton. Of all the classes he knew, the Holy Cross was the best at group defense. Nursing his wound for a moment, Choi Dong-hun lowered his hand and asked Sanju what's going on here. Sanju remained silent, wondering why his skill hadn't activated. As silence fell, Li Han peeked out from behind and offered, "You're injured. Let me heal you with a holy touch." But Choi Dong-hun politely declined the good intention. "No need to worry. There's something more important." Before his words could even finish, Sanju slashed at Choi Dong-hun, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. "Senior, are you crazy? What is Sanju doing?" But unbelievably, Choi Dong-hun turned into a plaster statue after that slash. "You have earned 1,000,000 gold by eliminating a high-grade Celestial's terracotta statue." The leader falls, and the rest are dragged down with him, leaving everyone struggling to catch up. What the hell, the enemies got them. Immediately after that, they charged forward, mouths agape, revealing a mysterious red light, a light Sanju recognized as a bomb. They're splitting up and heading for the World Tree, and Sanju, determined to stop them, decides to bring out the heavy artillery. Winter Predator's dispersal mode, everyone fall back. With that, he unleashed a barrage of ice, creating a wall to block the robots' attacks, leaving everyone present in awe. Sanju quickly gave instructions, not forgetting to add that Kyungshu should call Yondang Po and tell them not to accept anyone from the outside. The sudden appearance of imposters led everyone to exchange serious glances, piecing together the situation. "Who could be behind this?" Jisoo blurted out. "It's obviously the Chinese server, isn't it?" "Perhaps." Sanju stood silently to the side, his brow furrowed with conflicted thoughts. "I have to check now." Without hesitation, he uses his skill to verify the dead man's memories. Soon, Sanju appeared in a strange room, looking at the two people below, hoping that the second-ranked player on the Chinese server would show him something useful. But contrary to Sanji's expectations, the two just stared at each other in silence. Sanji bit his lip, carefully observing the white-haired man with a puzzled expression. They didn't speak, and neither did the man. Looking into his eyes, he could see his own reflection staring back. He wasn't looking at the general, but at him. Sanju noticed, and the man greeted him warmly. "Hello." Receiving no response, the man chuckled and stroked his beard. "I greeted you. Aren't you going to greet me back?" Watched by that gaze, Sanju used his divine eyes but still couldn't see him. He continued. "You know, we both know you read information from corpses. Essentially, the Almighty Emperor has humbly admitted his potential defeat." Speaking of which, the man's friendliness vanished, replaced by mockery. "Hey, you Spirit Master, do you think you can stop the Emperor's blade? Can you even compare yourself to the blade of a great nation, one with wisdom, military might, and land that dwarfs your own?" The man then swatted Sanju away, warning him to know his place and give up. "If you resist, it's over, and if you beg the Emperor for forgiveness, he'll take you as a slave." Li Han, seeing him awaken quickly, asks, "Senior, what did you see?" Instead of answering, Sanju grimaces and requests the Hound, "I need White Leader's help again." After the chaos, the statues were taken for research, and he's now there assessing the terracotta situation. It now looks completely like a porcelain doll, at least a 4-star, maybe even a 5-star. Faced with this information, Sanju wondered about the Emperor's abilities, a thought that immediately filled him with dread. A 5-star occupation is always the head of a group, but considering the scale of the server, there may be many 5-star occupations under the Emperor's control. Before he could speculate further, Kyungsoo interrupted. Again, Sanju, hearing someone was coming, immediately asked, "Is it Chief Beck or?" Kyungsoo immediately denied it. "No, it's a woman. She says she's a spirit mage from the Chinese server. Li Wei." The group quickly exits the city walls, where a figure is already waiting. Sanji, as the leader, spoke first. "You must be Levi." The other person leaned on their staff and replied with difficulty, "Yes, I am Levi." Despite the confirmation, Sanji was still skeptical of her disheveled appearance, wondering if she was a fake, but he proceeded with the standard questions. "You must have gone through a lot to get here. Why did you come?" Seeing his dissatisfaction, Li Wei snapped. "I didn't come here because I wanted to. I just want you to check if there are any surveillance cameras around." That phrase successfully grabs Sanju's attention, and he quickly cuts the broadcast. "Is that what she's talking about?" After a moment's thought, Sanji replied honestly, "There aren't any." At this point, Li Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Really? Great. That bastard told me to be careful with that eye." With that, she produced another statue, smiling knowingly at Sanji. "Oh, great one, you've been blessed by a god, and somehow I've become the errand girl for that detestable deity." A second stone statue. Seeing it, Sanji immediately invited Li Wei in for tea. He invites her in but remains wary. In fact, the second stone statue fell into his hands naturally. Will this mysterious benefactor begin to take more active measures? Thinking this, Sanji naturally recalls the serpent that possessed the Imugi on Mount Bukan. That entity said their goal was the collapse of the system. I predicted that all types of players besides myself were also being considered. Returning to the present, he studied the woman before him, then asked directly, "But Levi is also one of the helper's pawns. So what do you want? You don't intend to simply hand over the stone statue, do you?" Before she could answer, Sanju speculated, "Chinese overlord, do I just need to defeat the emperor and retrieve your lost power?" But Layla throws cold water on that idea, saying, "No, that land isn't mine. It should belong to everyone." Pausing for a moment, she adds, "I don't own the second server either. I only became its leader while trying to survive." After a brief digression, Li Wei returns to her main point. "But I want back what is truly mine." Sanju was confused. Truly hers? Knowing he would ask, she quickly replied, "I want to reclaim the spirits I've collected." Hearing that, Sanji lowered his guard slightly. "Spirits, you say, in Beijing?" When asked, Li Wei calmly took a sip of tea and replied, "Yes, they must be sealed with magic." "At this point you sound a little somber." After a moment's thought, Sanji proposed, "We're about to attack the Chinese server, so I'll give you a chance to save those spirits." The moment he touched it, the system notified him that he had obtained an enemy faction item. Devil Statue of Blessing. This is a special reward only for high-ranking figures in the demon faction. You can exchange this item for a faction emblem. Having obtained what she wanted, Sanju was about to leave but suddenly remembered something. But how did she come into contact with the entity known as the Evil God? Ask this again, Li Wei replied in surprise. Didn't you already know it was a system error? Remembering the scene, she elaborates, "I was defeated by the Emperor's forces and escaped by summoning the Spirit King, and that's when the system error occurred." Sanju immediately picked up on the keyword Spirit King in her story. Knowing what he was wondering, Li Wei eagerly explained, "It's the strongest spirit a mage can summon using a very special method." Having explained about the Spirit King, she shifted her focus to why she was here, saying that the evil god possessed the Spirit King and told her to see him if she wanted to overthrow the emperor, while also bringing a fruit from the place, General's mansion. Remembering it, Li Wei couldn't hide her curiosity. "I brought it with me during a desperate battle." "That thing must be pretty valuable, right?" Sanju absorbed all that information and then left. "I'll check it out right away." After leaving, he heads straight for the World Tree. The system suggests using spoils from enemy factions to choose a reward, a High Priest badge, a General badge, or a Judge badge. After some deliberation, Sanju makes his choice, a badge with prominent Chinese characters appearing in his hand. Could this be what he needs? Item information, Judge badge, special rank faction item. Effect: the badge holder can designate a faction member for judgment, allowing them to locate and temporarily reduce the target's stats by 90%. This power can only be obtained through a special faction achievement, allowing you to play a vital role in managing and maintaining order within the faction. But that's not all. The system has another piece of good news. You've met a special condition. L, the ruler of death. Bion, the pilot, the manipulator of souls. Badge of the judge, the executor of law. You can acquire the new divinity, Yama. Everything happened so fast that Sanju was a little stunned, but he quickly calmed down and couldn't hide the joy on his face. Now I can possess up to 2 divine powers. But of course nothing is ever that easy, is it? Warning, your current level is insufficient to contain 2 divinities. You must relinquish 1. To possess multiple divinities, you must be at least level 25. Reading that notification, Sanju felt despondent, as if life had lost all meaning. This is a disaster. Who knows how long it'll take to level up twice from level 23. Thinking about it just reminds him of the ATVs neatly lined up in the yard, making him even more depressed. Now's not the time for hunting with war on the horizon. Finishing this before the war breaks out won't be easy. Setting that aside, Sanju went to a warehouse to check on the Guardian Great Wizard, only to find that it was inactive, interfered with remotely. Unsurprised, he asks, "Can you undo it?" Instead of a direct answer, the mage explains that mental magic isn't a physical battle but a war of minds. After a pause, the archmage added, "If I fail, could my mind be destroyed? Most likely." Ignoring the possibilities, Sanji asks directly, "What if I want to see it?" Knowing his desire, the man simply points to the other's head, setting a condition. This method is extreme, but you must enter first and draw his attention. Because that place is his mental world. I can sneak in if there's an opening when he's distracted. At that request, Sanjiju narrowed his eyes, calculated for a moment, and then agreed. "Understood, let's begin." Suddenly, a light flashed, and he reappeared in the familiar room, much to the man's dismay. "Here you are again, clinging to a sliver of hope." Before he could speak, the man scoffed, "The general's memories are linked to me, meaning I control this place always." Sanju clearly understands this information. "I know." Hearing the resolve in his voice, the old man couldn't hide his amusement. "So you've come to accept my offer." Sanju didn't answer. Instead, he punched the table, sending it flying, leaving the white-haired old man in disbelief. "What are you doing?" Of course it didn't stop there. He lifted the other person's body and threw it straight at the old man. At this point, the white-haired old man had had enough calling Sanji a crazy brat. Despite his anger, the old man didn't retaliate, just sitting there ranting that this wasn't reality, but an illusion, and that nothing Sanji did could harm his true self. As he spoke, his thinning hair was blown right off his scalp. Feeling the cool air on his bare head, he was truly beside himself, and Sanj, seeing his reaction, began to speak hesitantly. Sorry. After a daze, the old man's soul finally returns to his body. Unable to bear it any longer, he swung his hand using his power to push Sanju away. Damn it, that greedy devil. Get out, and don't you ever come back. That power once again enveloped Sanju, but this time nothing happened. What, why aren't you resisting? Before he could answer, the Archmage appeared answering for him. This was no longer his world. His appearance startled the old man, who stumbled backward. No, it couldn't be. Only then did the Archmage inquire about the situation. What did you do to distract him so much? Sanjiju was asked helplessly, replying, as he accidentally yanked off the old man's wig. Only when faced with this situation did the old man stammer and beg, "Leave, won't you let me go?" Of course, the Archmage refused outright. Did he not know the consequences of losing control here? As soon as he said that, he lunged forward and bit the man's neck, unraveling, the dead man's memories, secrets revealed. Having finished, the Grand Mage released him and wiped his mouth, saying he would see much more, now the effect of psychometry. Instantly the scene shifts to a group of strange people, with the general looking down upon them with a satisfied expression. With this power, victory will be ours, and his companion agrees. What can stand against our great army? The general agreed, but then sighed, relieved they didn't have to use that terrible weapon. Sanju caught the key phrase and turned to search. The terrifying weapon, before him, was a massive black skull with a gaping maw. Sanju knew what it was at a glance. The gate of the demonic realm. Someone suddenly uttered with a hopeful tone. The Emperor can control those abominations, right? The general replied confidently to the question. The Emperor made a pact with the master of the demon realm. Its tainted creatures will fight for us whenever we call upon them. Hearing this, Sanjiju's hatred flared up once more. That damned Emperor, a traitor who received the blessing of the verdant realm. The Archmage, having heard everything, steps forward to ask, "Can you win against them?" Sanji carefully observes, then answers honestly. "This is too much. Unless I close the gate, and if I could close it with the Mountain King's branch, that would be great, but assuming it's too heavily guarded, it'll be hard to even get close." The more Sanji thought, the more hopeless he felt, unable to imagine a victory. But then the system appeared with an exclusive quest called Guardian Deity's Mission. Target of destruction: destroy the heart of the demon cave. Reward: choose between upgrading divine relics or a job change ticket. You have foreseen the large-scale invasion of foreign forces. As a guardian, your mission is to prevent disaster. Each demon gate connects to a world, and at the heart of each world lies a demon heart. If you destroy it, you can change the fate of two worlds by completely eradicating the demon cave. Destroying the demon cave heart will close all demon cave gates in this world. After reading, he saw a glimmer of hope. He had to destroy the demon cave, and there was a way in. Suddenly, Sanju remembered the second-level demon cave gate scroll he had obtained from the pirates. It allows a gate to a demon cave to open for 36 hours. Lost in thought, he suddenly has a strange idea. If it's a level 43 dungeon, maybe I'll reach level 25 soon. Back in the present, Sanju quickly opens the scroll. Li Wei approached, observing him before asking a critical question. "Necromancer, have you never been inside a demon cave before?" Hearing this, Sanju looked at her in surprise. "You've been inside." Speaking of it, Levi is annoyed. "Ah, I almost died there." She paused, then elaborated. "When I was isolated trying to rescue the spirits, I risked entering the demon gate opened by those bastards." The more she thought about it, the more Li Wei shuddered. Even now, she still got goosebumps. "So you're planning to go destroy it?" Sanji asked bluntly, not caring. Seeing his resolve, Levi summarizes the place. "Just what is it like there?" "A perfect grave, dark, a ruin with no ecosystem except for tainted creatures and no sense of direction." She paused, concluding easy to enter, hard to leave. Hearing this, Li Han couldn't help but ask, "Then how did you escape?" To that question, Levi solemnly replied, "I summoned the Spirit King. I managed to escape thanks to his skill, the Eye of the World." Ju, upon hearing this, immediately stepped forward. She mentioned the Eye of Revelation, she explains now. "It's like a mini-map that guides you even when you can't see anything." Sanji absorbs all the information, feeling a bit intimidated. "Can you summon the Spirit King again?" Levi rubbed her temples and shook her head in refusal. "Dream on. The summoning conditions are very complex. I'm still in the 30-day refresh period. At this point, things have reached a standstill." "A mini-map. So we need someone with pathfinding skills. I've never heard of anyone like that. Even Sanju, the leader, thinks it's impossible. It's not a useful skill in the modern city. Not to mention it's useless for survival. Anyone with that skill probably died a long time ago." This complication couldn't help but make him frown. 48 hours after entering the demon cave will be subject to rejection. In other words, this is a time-limited quest, and without a guide, it seems impossible. Just when things seemed hopeless, the Grand Mage came to the rescue. "I know someone with that ability, and not to get anyone's hopes up, he's not a player." Sanju speculates, "He's a beastman." The Great Mage confirms and begins the introduction, the first of the 4 beastmen with the Predator's domain skill card. With the introductions complete, he warned them not to get their hopes up too high. It might not be as good as the Elf King, but it could sense everything within a certain radius. If he guides you, you'll quickly find the Demon Cave Heart. Without hesitation, Sanji Ju asked, "Where is he now?" The Archmage quickly responds, and Ju is stunned to hear the familiar name of Dew Island. Once she regained her composure, she asked again the Isle of Dew. Mr. Tsu soon explained that when Yugo enslaved us, he was the first victim severely wounded, and I helped him escape to Ju. Disappointed by his wrong choice, he vanished. But with my skills, we can find him if we locate the cabin in Mount Hala. With the information in hand, Sanju acts without hesitation. We need to hurry. We have only 3 days until the war, and we must finish everything by then. After that meeting, everyone quickly boarded a ship to Jeju Island. Li Han stood excitedly by the railing, saying, "Oh, that's Hanla Mountain. By the way, isn't Jesus' family on Jeju Island?" Jesus remained silent at this question, and when she didn't respond, Sanji asked a few more. "It's been a while since you've been home. Aren't you happy?" Dew gazed at the still sea and gave a perfunctory answer. "Not really, I don't remember the place that much." To avoid an awkward silence, Sanji quickly asks for news. "What's the situation on Dew Island?" Li Han pondered for a moment, then shared what he knew. There's almost no information about Dew Island, aside from strange rumors of a radical monster-worshipping group in power. No sooner were the words spoken than a strange object flew in from afar, putting everyone on high alert. Something was approaching from Dew Island. About 20 flying objects, everyone prepare for battle. As they drew closer, they could see them clearly: eagles. Hippogriffs. Sergeant Kim, after observing the situation, quickly ran to Sanju to ask if they should attack. He considered it for a moment, then refused. No, let only a few of them land on the ship. Just as Sanju predicted, a group of people in red robes and birds landed on the ship, and Sanju immediately noticed the madness in their eyes. After a moment of observation, he remarked that they were no longer lucid, and the group was now close to flying off the handle. "Outsiders, you have trespassed upon our sacred land. This is your final warning. Turn your ship around and leave while you still can." Beyond this point lies the sacred lake of Holy Mountain, the domain of the gods slumbering in Bhaktam. Hearing their devout words, Sanju wondered if they were worshippers of that monster. Thinking quickly, he extended a hand in goodwill. "We're not here to harm you. Please let us pass, and we'll leave as soon as we're done." Sanju's words were met with a curt reply. "What the hell do you people know? We've told you this is a place of worship, not a toll booth for you to come and go as you please." Enraged, Li Han-ho cracks his knuckles, ready to fight. "Do you know who we are?" Even before he could finish, the man lashed out, saying they'd thrown away their cursed phones. "Children of Satan, get out of here." Sanji pondered these words, thick with fanaticism. Brainwashing. That doesn't sound like something someone from a civilized society would say. Just then, a boy in the group noticed something. "Oh, is that you?" "Ju." Jisoo was speechless, and fearing she didn't recognize him, he took off his hat and reintroduced himself. "It's me, Kang Tue, your high school classmate. You're not going to pretend you don't know me, are you? That would make me sad." After all, that Ju just gave a half-hearted greeting. "Yeah, hi." That name is met with excitement. Beyond this place lies the lake on Holy Mountain. Unconcerned, she asks about something unrelated. "Are they still alive?" Taesu avoids a direct answer, saying that those without faith cannot survive in this sacred place. "I thought that would be the end of it, but the guy went ballistic, declaring it was because I burned down the gym." Bringing that up clearly bothered him. "Those guys were awful. Your family always acts so high and mighty just because they played sports since they were kids. Don't you actually hate your own family?" Just when it seemed over, Teo chimed in. "Aren't you the illegitimate child?" These words silenced Ju, his expression unreadable, as the man from before eagerly pressed for confirmation. What things like that still happen these days? When asked, he revealed everything he knew. Her family is very famous. Her father runs the HKID martial arts school and changes girlfriends like clothes. At this point, Sanju couldn't take it anymore and decided to bring out the big guns. "My ears are rotting. Leave or die." Seeing the gun in his hand, the group frantically climbed onto the eagle's back and flew away. I knew those devils were up to something. Everyone saw the barrier surrounding them, and Sanji was shocked. "Shields. They must have some kind of backing," he muses. As Sanji finished speaking, Ju volunteered, "I'll handle this." She leaped forward, kicked off a shield for momentum, and shattered them with a flurry of sword strikes. Witnessing this from the ship, Sanju was amazed by Ju's power, realizing its destructive potential was at the highest level. Soon after, Ju finished the job and landed back on the deck with Taeyu. "How can this be? What have you done?" Sergeant Kim quickly arrived and handcuffed him as Du-uk spoke up. "We've just met. Aren't you sad to see me go?" The question leaves him stunned. Ju thinks he's seen the error of his ways, but then with eyes wide, Taesu screeches, "You've angered the gods. You'll be chosen as a sacrifice." Seeing that reaction, Lai Han scoffed, readying his love stick. "His condition is pretty severe, huh? Here's a traditional cure for madness." Sanju, knowing his idea, stops him, saying there's a more certain way. He paused, summoned his familiar scythe, and declared, "I'll show them that the god they worship doesn't exist." Just then, a fleet of ships arrived in the nick of time, their motto being to welcome guests with cannons and quickly locked onto their targets, opening fire. Immediately, countless explosions, large and small, erupted. Yet no matter how many they shot down, more rushed in to take their place. This situation is unsettling. We've fired, we've taken down many enemies, but they keep getting reinforcements and they're still approaching. Sensing the dire situation, Sanju immediately summons his monsters, signaling the arrival of the ultimate necromancer. Standing at the ship's bow, Sanji declares to the crew, "I'll handle the rest." But he also has another task for Ju. Jisoo find the Black Lion on Fiha. We'll wipe them out in one fell swoop and break through the enemy lines. Before he could act, the sight of his summoned dragons terrified the enemy, causing them to flee back to their base, heading straight for the mountain in the island's center. Sanju watched them go, already forming a plan. Mount Hala is the place we must eliminate all obstacles before finding the Black Lion. However, the scene that followed surprised him, a barrier. Riding atop a dragon, Lihan offers his opinion. It seems this is their base. Sanji agreed, adding that their forces were likely quite large. Lano, overhearing this, pulled out his phone to search for information, only to be infuriated by a system notification. Unable to connect to the Korean server. Connection interrupted. Please remove any objects interfering with the connection in the area, and try again. So they've taken control of the entire island this way. As an emissary of modern civilization, this oppression ends today. Sanju then hopped onto a dragon before departing, instructing his crew. Inho, focus your fire on the barrier above. I'll break through from below. With that, Sanju focused all his power and fired directly at the barrier, ordering an immediate charge. The appearance of Sanju's group threw those inside into chaos. A devil had infiltrated to punish the demon lord. With that, some drank potions while others ate strange plants. Drink the divine dew and fight. Seeing the potion, Sanju deduces the truth and orders his troops to attack. They're not brainwashed, but controlled by poison. There's no other way. I have to kill them. On the ship, the others prepare for battle, spotting a group of enemies on the edge of the mainland. But they're breaking through the barricade too. But it didn't end there. A group of armed men suddenly stormed in through the breach. Let's go, this is our only chance. The hostages are that way. Sanju overheard every word, picking up on one crucial piece of information. Hostages. It turns out the cult hasn't completely taken over the island. The two sides clash, but it's more like a one-sided defeat. The atheists came to kill them, and a boy with a shield struggled against a fanatic, reminding the girl, "Jimin, be careful, don't worry." As Lihan, sitting atop the dragon's head, witnessed this, he couldn't help but sigh. That one's not to be trifled with. If she had a sword, I'd mistake her for Ju. Sanju doesn't seem to care much about this, and I don't know who that person is. But this benefits us both. Suddenly the ground shakes violently, stopping both sides in their tracks. An earthquake erupts from the mountaintop, unleashing a surge of power, as a figure in red dances on a nearby platform. Behind him, a gate appears, and the others can't hide their joy at the sight. "O great and mighty God, gods, you have revived this dead land. Please cleanse the evil hands of the demons from the decaying world." The high priests beseech their deity, and after their pleas, a nine-tailed fox appears. Seeing that familiar figure, everyone cried out in excitement. "It's a god! I never thought I'd meet a god before I died. Please punish those evil demons." Finally, the bug appears, and Sanju immediately goes into battle. They worship the nine-tailed fox as a god. Could that monster be responsible for the herbs and hallucinogens too? He pauses, clenching his fist to unleash his power. For an enemy like the nine-tailed fox, he's prepared a worthy opponent. As soon as he calls it, a massive dragon appears and they begin to fight, but Enminu quickly ensnares the nine-tailed fox with chains. Once captured, the summoned dragon coils around the nine-tailed fox, as those below watch in fury. An uninvited guest. Sanju appears out of nowhere and speaks his mind. "Still not awake, huh? Then I'll cure you at the root." And with that, he commanded the undead to attack, and the nine-tailed fox was overwhelmed and fell. "You've earned over 8 million gold for hunting the Kumio boss." The island's residents, witnessing this scene, weep incessantly. As they despaired, "Our god descended only to be defeated. Their god now serves me." No sooner were the words spoken than the nine-tailed fox was reduced to bones. He had successfully defeated it. Sanju obtains a legendary nine-tailed jade, which increases total mana capacity by 300 units. This is the stone fox that often appears in folk legends, and after reading the stats, he couldn't hide his satisfaction. This useful item has appeared at just the right time. It will help in the destruction of the demon's lair. Just then, Sergeant Kim arrived with a group of people saying, "Mr. Sanju, these are the survivors from Ju Island. Unlike those fanatics, they've retained their sanity." As introductions finish, a girl from the group steps forward and kicks the priest square in the face. Atrocious as he is, Sanju turns a blind eye to the beating. The girl continues her assault, leaving the priest wailing. How could she treat an elder this way? She unleashed a torrent of abuse, reminding him that he was the strongest level 18 character around. "Now you're resorting to oppressing the elderly. Weren't you the one who gave them opium?" Witnessing the violence, Sanju and Lihan chose to stand by and watch. Sobering up, is it? Perhaps we don't need this after all. Yes, those still deluded should be beaten until they wake up. After unleashing her fists, the girl finally stops. Sorry about that. It seems I have trouble controlling myself when facing madmen. After venting her anger, the girl asks Lai Han about the outside world. Hearing this, he laments the terrible chaos, saying those fists haven't had a moment to rest just as a group returns with a strange wooden stick. Here we found this device that blocks radio waves. It's a hero-grade mystery tower that nullifies all remote connections within the area, and if there are more than 10 towers, the connection range expands even further. Seeing it finally found, Jimin breathes a sigh of relief. These things were installed all over Jew Island by fanatics and monsters. We can't destroy them. But Lai Han simply grabbed one and snapped it in half. The wrath of humanity's herald. No sooner had peace settled than Li Wei came running frantic, her hair singed by dragonfire. Has that summoner not arrived yet? Hurry, and deal with this dragon. As she ran to Sanju, he quickly comforted her. That's right, Miru, come here. While Lin Ho angrily complained about how we treated our gentle Miru, the dragon ran over and swallowed the jewel whole, then burped and began absorbing its magic. As things settled down, Sanji Ju finally snapped out of it. With Xiao Song gone, Li Han, knowing Miru had done wrong, suppressed his grief and suggested they cut her open. After all the chaos, the group finally arrives at their destination. Ju stares at the small wooden house before her finding it hard to believe. So according to the clues, the Dark Mage is in this building, the Grand Mage confirmed once again. There's too much clutter around, so he doesn't hesitate to share his knowledge. Well, we've almost cleared the monsters on land. Ju isn't so sure about that, seeing the massive silhouettes of monsters behind her. But this place is still crawling with them. Without hesitation, one of the ORG members leaps into action, slicing the monsters into hundreds of pieces before landing gracefully. Sensing danger, the Grand Mage decides to make a run for it. Let me check inside. With that, the two of them simultaneously entered and searched every nook and cranny. Touching the floor, he uses his power to gather a wealth of useful information he's with. Local residents, ordinary survivors, not fanatics. Receiving the information, Ju was satisfied but also curious. Impressive, how did you find the location so quickly? The Archmage replied succinctly, that's my specialty, but working with a mental expert would be more effective. Hearing this, Ju hesitated for a moment before asking, could you find someone else to help me later? Hearing this, the Archmage understood and gently patted her shoulder. I can somewhat understand your situation. If only we had more time, I could have helped more. After that search, the two boarded a ship and departed. Ship number 3 was on its way. Sanju immediately went outside to ask if they had found the Black Wizard, but the Grand Wizard hesitated. Searching for the right words, he pointed to Jimin nearby and dropped a bombshell. He's with this girl. How did she even get here? Suddenly called out. Jimin was bewildered and quickly asked, who are you looking for? But before he could finish, Jimin excitedly shouted, then rushed toward Jisoo. Is that you, Ju? Jisoo quickly recognizes the person before her. Sister. Seeing she recognized her, Jimin asked, you're still alive? Sanju and Lai Han were enlightened by this family reunion. Jisoo's family is insane. I smell Ju on you. Though he didn't get an answer, Jimin was overjoyed, thinking he'd lost her forever. Seeing you again makes me so happy. Only now does Ju ask for information from the person in front of her. Yes, but what about the others? To that question, Jimin gave a cursory reply. They weren't so easily defeated. They're all safe. Jun lost a finger, but is otherwise fine. As precious as reunions are, Sanju had to cut it short. I'm sorry, but now is not the time to chat. Is the Black Wizard with you? Jimin finally answered the question. I think I know who you're talking about. Allow me to lead the way. Meanwhile, in a model apartment complex, a group of armored figures patrol the area. And after a thorough search, they finally find the person they're looking for. Fortunately, he agrees to help. So that's how it is. I'll cooperate fully. This quick agreement surprises Sanju, coming from a former member of the Evolution Society. I didn't expect you to agree. Sensing his surprise, the man explained, I've realized the error of my ways. I made selfish and extreme decisions in the name of our race. Though I can't wash the blood from my hands, I hope to atone by helping others. At this point, Sanju fully trusts him and gets straight to the point. He can detect any object he wants anywhere. Whenever I fail, it's because I'm not confident enough, nor am I completely accurate. I can only sense objects within a certain range. With that, the Black Mage began to summarize his abilities. I once sensed the approaching world tree. With enough power to sustain a world like the Demon Realm, I can detect and pinpoint its location from even further away. Sanju is satisfied and immediately urges everyone on. Then open the gate of the abyss now. Time is running out, and all preparations are complete. To further ensure success, Sergeant Kim details the preparations he's made. They'll use the express gate erected 2 hours ago to call in reinforcements to the capital region. That way we can prevent the monsters from pouring out of the gate. But even with all the preparations, there's still something to be wary of. The problem is that gatekeepers will appear right after the monsters. As soon as he finishes speaking, Sanju turns to ask the person next to him, Jisoo, I need you to stay here. This decision leaves Ju understandably puzzled. Is it really okay for me not to go with you? He knew she wanted to go, but he had to refuse. Of course we need you, but you're needed here more. This time, please protect those outside the demon's lair. Things have come to this. And Jisoo says nothing more. Understood. Outside, a great deal of equipment has already been set up. However, it wasn't over yet. The demon gate was about to open right in the middle. Everyone quickly takes action. Time is of the essence as Sergeant Kim urges them on, and Jimin brings the Jew Island volunteers. We'll help too. It may not be much, but we'll do what we can. Just then the alarm sounded. At the target location, the second level of the demon gate is about to open, and the city of J is under lockdown. Preparations are complete, and Sergeant Kim speaks to Ju one last time. Ju, we'll try to hold them back with long-range fire. If they get through, it's up to you. Ju calmly reassured everyone, don't worry. Her confidence surprised Jimin. You seem so strong. Do they treat you like a hero back home? Jisoo didn't answer silently, prompting Jimin to reflect on the past, a past where she was once the family's shame, her father's biggest mistake. Growing up under the control of the eldest son of a martial arts family was never easy. Ju was constantly punished and tested. Snapping out of her thoughts, she raised a hand to her chin, pondering. Her father would be so proud to see how well she's done since leaving the family. These words finally caught Ju's attention. Jimin Annie, her half-sister, wasn't exactly bullying her. In truth, they tried to care for me, but it felt more like guests than family. Thinking about this made Ju sad, unlike her athletic stepmother. My biological mother was quite weak. Did they say I inherited her frail genes? Before I could think further, the first wave of attacks began. Seeing the dire situation, Jimin advises Jisoo, telling her that she doesn't need to prove herself to her. Be careful. I used to be very weak as a child. In response, she throws a bucket of cold water on them, saying, You're the one who should be careful. Sorry, but you might just die here. Those words made her flinch. Jisoo, I'm not so weak that I need your concern. Don't you understand? Ju, unconcerned, moves forward. In this game of life and death, innate talent isn't a guarantee of survival. And mere effort isn't enough to overcome it, she says, drawing two swords from her side. Jimin was curious. So what does it take? This question made Ju pause and think. She wasn't sure either. Seeing the monsters charging, she confidently declares, But now I believe I can do well, because I've finally adapted to this hell. As she spoke, the first bullets were loaded and the ship plunged straight in. Once inside, the group was enveloped by a pitch-black space. Is it nighttime? No, it's just thick darkness. Realizing this, Sanji frantically asks, Can you see anything? Nothing at all. The altimeter's dead, we've no idea where we're headed, and after 20 minutes nothing's changed. Still, just endless night. Even the dark mage is stumped. She can guide us, but this visibility makes us slower than a snail. In this situation, two people remained remarkably optimistic, unable to accelerate for fear of what lay ahead. Next to them, Lewei stamped her foot in frustration. I told you the visibility here is like finding a needle in a haystack. No sooner said than done, disaster struck. Wait, there's something there. Evade quickly and brace for impact. The airship then crashed into some kind of barrier, the impact shaking everyone inside. A skyscraper in the Devil's Lair. Was that a skyscraper just now? Where exactly are we? After the shaking subsided, Sanju steadied himself and carefully observed the strange object, a modern structure without a doubt. Though now in ruins, I'm absolutely certain. A few minutes after the ship stabilized, they encountered more ruined skyscrapers. We're starting to get the picture. The ship then flew around, surveying the desolate city. Lee Hanho, now terrified, rushes to Sanju, sharing his wild idea. Senior, could this be a planet other than Earth? Just then, Q shouted, pointing to a ruined building nearby. Look, that's the Soon Tower, and over there is definitely Gangnam. Feeling like he was getting nowhere, he asked the veteran for her experience. Levi, what did it feel like when you entered the demon cave? But all he got was nothing. It was too chaotic to remember clearly. Even so, she still had some useful information. But now that she thinks about it, it must have been Shanghai, a revelation that surprises Sanji. What this place is Earth. This idea is immediately rejected by Li Wei, who insists it's just another dimension. The Shanghai I know wasn't this devastated, and Superhun is still intact. This confirmation once again dead-ends all speculation. So what does it mean that the demon's lair resembles Earth so closely? Just then, the Black Wizard brought good news. He could sense it. Not wanting to keep the group waiting, he quickly reported what he had found. I sense a great tremor deep underground, like a heartbeat spreading throughout this world. Sanju, eager for useful information, urgently asks, Where is it? The dark mage pointed west, toward a spot that glowed brightly in the pitch-black space. Without hesitation, Sanju orders them full speed ahead towards the heart of the demon's lair. Everywhere they went, Li Han and Kyung-shu were amazed. Strangely, the more they looked, the more it resembled their homeland. Why create a world exactly like Earth? Before they could investigate further, the ship's crew shouted a warning. Something enormous was ahead. It's huge. And unbelievably, they see familiar though dilapidated ring structures. Senior is that Ju Iu. And then a gigantic tree trunk slams right into everyone's eyes. Q, the world tree, couldn't hide his fear at the sight of that tree. Why was it there? Even Li Wei was shocked. What is going on? Sanju quietly observed for a moment, then dropped a bombshell. I know where we are. This revelation clearly stunned Li Han. Huh. Senior, you've been here before and didn't tell us. He remained silent, lost in thought, recalling the desolate scene he had witnessed, not unlike the present. This was one of the bad endings, the backdrop of the meteorite hermit, the second worst ending. Sanji then brushed aside Lai Han's question and asked the black wizard beside him, "What do you sense from the world tree?" He quickly shook his head. "No, it's already dead. I can confirm it's been dead for a very long time." But as he gazed at a strange circular hole in the tree, the dark mage declared, "Even so, I sense a terrifying energy hidden beneath it, the source of the periodic tremors we detected." Just then they discovered a massive crater. There beneath the tree's center lies a massive pit large enough for an emissary to descend. After observing the hole, he remarks that it looks like something pierced through it, sending chills down Lai Han's spine. What is it exactly? He doesn't have the answer. He'll have to go down there himself to find out. Just then, a horde of monsters burst from the pit, and without a second thought, everyone braced for battle, activating their energy shields. Not stopping there, Sanju ran around giving orders. "Kia Ungu, head to the world tree's vines, aim towards the abyss, and let's move at top speed." Suddenly, Lewei appeared, pointing at herself and offering, "If you're planning an escape, I'm in." Seeing his silence, she pressed on. "I may have lost all my high-level spirits, but as the server's top ranker, I'll still support you." Just then, Li Han suddenly jumped in, saying, "Me too. I'm the only six-armed person on the Korean server." Sanju, hearing this, immediately turned around to ask a few things. "Lewei, do you know what those things are? All I'm getting is nothing. I've never encountered them in the demon cave I entered." She muses, arriving at a conclusion. "The door you opened leads to the second level, doesn't it? So I'm guessing those are two different places." This idea immediately plunged Sanju into contemplation. Is each floor a separate world? There's no proof, but thinking about it, it makes sense. After a moment's thought, he suggests that they might be erased after the game ends, a possibility that shocks everyone. What if we don't want to be deleted? What do we do? Faced with this question, Sanju felt helpless. "I don't know." Suddenly, Lai Hanho offered an idea. Even with a good ending will be deleted if the players get bored. He paused, adding that no matter the game, if the players lose interest, it will eventually be forgotten forever. Hearing these words, Sanju began to feel relieved. So we have no choice but to believe the words of the entity that craves the game's destruction. With that decision made, he immediately summons his soldiers. Warning, a mass dark summoning will begin in the target area. Where is the master? Where they stand now is on the World Vine, a special equipment that can be tied to an object and pulled with immense force. Sanju uses his power to embed a pile of swords into the vine, creating a bone weapon. Levi couldn't hide his curiosity about this action. What was he planning to do with it? Sanju tersely replies, still working, that it's an item to help them gain experience and gold, while above the birds continue to swarm despite the barrage. The cannons proved ineffective, and soon Sanju finished his task and joined Levi in fighting the monsters. Part of the reason we're here is to level up. To equip the Yama divinity, I need to reach level 25. We can't just rely on bombardment to level up. Sensing the situation, Li Wei uses her power to create a giant water sphere enveloping the entire ship. General Ling Lu is a shield created by the spirit body, but it won't last long. The monsters panic at the sight of the water. His divinity weakens the mid-level creatures, and Sanju smirks at their terrified expressions. Good, I've been waiting for this moment. At the same time, he orders his troops to throw the roots. The soldiers obeyed, throwing the roots Sanju prepared into the sphere, and seconds later, the system congratulated him. He'd earned 850000 gold from hunting a mid-level creature from another dimension. You have earned 850000 gold for hunting a mid-tier creature from another dimension, but even after taking down so many, their numbers only continue to grow. Observing the fight, Li Hanhu announces that they're being surrounded and are closing in. Lewei beside him, maintaining the water sphere, looked at him with a bit of dissatisfaction. Why did you report 6 arms when you only use 4 limbs? After being scolded, Li Hanho looked at the monsters closing in and shouted back, "That's wrong, we've reached our limit." With that, he suddenly grew in size, declaring he would stop them. Despite his efforts, the situation barely improves. "Senior, I'm trying to hold them back, but I think they're about to erupt from another direction." Li Wei was mortified by the scene, and those words, his phrasing was so creepy. Sanju and the others are fighting with all their might, waiting for the right moment. Just hold on a little longer. The high-pressure explosion will activate on the remaining 22 corpses in 29 seconds. Immediately after the announcement, the monsters holding the vines began to crack. "Run, skeletons, run," Lai Han, watching from above, sees everything clearly. It's about to blow. As he spoke, both the skeletal warrior and he were pulled away by a vine dodging below. With everyone evacuated, the skeletons began to explode, forging weapons from bone. Instantly, the water sphere exploded, and Sanji's wealth grew exponentially, followed by the announcement that he had leveled up 24 times after the visually stunning battle. Sanji reads with satisfaction, finally reaching the required level, but before he can celebrate, the group is chased again. "They're gaining on us. Maximum speed, no holds barred." At that demand, Sanji pulls out a weapon. The soul elixir is channeling into your weapon at maximum capacity. "I want to preserve as much of the soul as possible, but now is not the time to consider efficiency." Instantly, countless explosions, both large and small, erupted everywhere, and Li Hanho was terrified as the monsters drew closer. They're catching up. With preparations complete, he orders the two to hold tight to the roots of the world tree. Once everyone is secure, Sanju boards the ship and speeds forward. Facing the monsters alone, he once again creates weapons from bone as the gate closes. Knowing what's coming, Kyungshu frantically rallies everyone. The crew frantically boarded the ship, knowing they couldn't delay. They had to seal the entrance with all their might. Sanji finished his task and went inside to ask the Black Wizard where the heart of the demon cave was, while the others reinforced the shield. It was right below them. With that, he took the lead. I can only point you in the right direction. We'll have to find our own way. After some searching, someone in the group discovered something, a narrow, bottomless passage leading down. Hearing this, Sanju mobilized everyone to gather support equipment and set up a special device to descend, unsure if it was the entrance, but with no other choice, or be torn apart by monsters. Thinking this, he looked towards the cave entrance where, despite the shield, he could see the massive impact of the attacks, ignoring that Sanji thought of something else and noticed a strange light. But what pierced the world tree? Something is reflecting light from below. At the same time, the ropes and other equipment are ready to go. Meanwhile, outside everyone was also facing considerable difficulties. This wave was complete, and the next would begin in 20 seconds. The reason for everyone's surprise is that the monsters are all underground, and each opponent is difficult to deal with. Over there are Van and his guards. Jimin is stunned, wondering how they can be so impervious to damage. It's like they're immortal. And now others are joining the fray, including a merchant and a group of mages. Meanwhile, other forces emerge, a Taoist-like figure protected by two warriors. Who are these strange individuals and what is their purpose? Daiming realized Ju had grown so strong thanks to her powerful teammates. No wonder she was so confident. She clenched her fist, worried, but with a single sword, Ju blocked the attack in front of her, saying sternly, "Get back." Jimin stumbles back, confused. Why, she wondered, realizing he'd arrived sooner than expected. Before the entire battlefield, a massive monster emerged from the demon gate, its body burning with the fires of hell. System notification. The mini-boss monster, guardian of the demon cave, has appeared. Someone is shaken. A gatekeeper. It stomps a foot into the ground with tremendous force, instantly crushing everyone under an immense weight, leaving Jimin utterly terrified. What is this? The pressure status effect from the extra-dimensional entity is making it hard to breathe, reducing all stats by 50%. Its withered body slowly revived its roots, writhing and reaching forward as they collapsed to the ground, Jimin shouting in alarm. Jisoo is careful. Jisoo bursts forward, leaping into the air. The previous oppression vanished as if it never existed. The system indicates that your sacred state has nullified the invisible power. Following Ju's advance, two familiars surge forward, her golden eyes filled with sharp, unwavering will. My mother died giving birth to me, and I used to resent her for leaving me with such a weak body. No matter how hard I try, the gap between our talents is too vast, filled with scorn and malice. And since my second year of high school, I've lived away from my family, giving up on fighting them. But now, having overcome so many limits with you, I relentlessly pummel the gatekeeper. Ju's resolve is firm, unlike my unfair childhood. They break through the demon guardian before them, continuing their ascent, as the two familiars warily stand guard. Lady, watch out, there's another one. Before he could even get close, a pillar of lava-like energy erupted, clearing the path ahead, and Ju quickly dodged. Below, Vanikiri summons a holy light shield to block the attack, his red cloak billowing. No one expected this. Is it possible that Jimin has also succumbed to those grotesque monsters? Vanikiri grits his teeth. If we give it our all, we can stop them. Kang-hoon hid behind him in a hurry, but there was no time to attack. Ju stood in front of the gatekeeper, who had just emerged from the gate, and said coldly, "Then only we can fight." His two pet monsters responded in turn. "Understood, let's have a good fight." But another surprise occurred this time, a welcome one. The gatekeeper behind them is suddenly incinerated. Where did Great Mountain King come from? So they're planning to fight without me, traitors, he roars heroically. Shouldering his club, he casually orders, "I'll hold this one off. Lady, you and the monsters take care of the others." The two pets were speechless, thinking, here we go again, the Great One's got main character syndrome. The Great Sage King impatiently urges them to move lest the gatekeepers cause more damage. They have things to do, so it's time to get serious. The two pets nimbly leap onto the monster's arm as the gatekeeper unleashes tentacles. Ju doesn't stand idly by, wary of the laser attacks. The two pets simultaneously approached the monster's head, and without pausing, they both unleashed a full-force punch. Left and right, Vaniri delivers the decisive blow. We're not the underlings you once knew. Both heads of the gatekeeper suddenly explode in bursts of light, and the familiars scream in shock. Damn it, what is this? Wild slashes fill the air, but she continues to ascend. But no matter, Ju's mind is set on cutting through this. The monster sees her too, as magical energy gathers in the cracks on its head. Jisoo tensed. After countless awakenings today, she had reached a sacred state far stronger than before. The gatekeeper roared, unleashing a torrent of lava-like lasers. But as its head began to close, a sword appeared above it, startling the monster. Ju's tone was icy. All you can do is attack with lasers and tentacles. Then this will be your end. With those words, she struck her attack swift and merciless, cleaving the gatekeeper in two. Meanwhile, the remaining monster was dealt a dazzling blow by the Grand Master, leaving it unable to move. The system chimed in with a notification. The second wave at the second level of the demon cave has been completed, and the next wave will begin in 20 seconds. Demi watched the entire battle stunned and bewildered. Jisoo is truly different from before. Ju landed and said nonchalantly, "Back at the dojo, I didn't know how to improve because I was always just trying to endure." Then she paused, remembering a figure from the past. But merely existing isn't enough to become strong. One must overcome their limits. That's why the Supreme always wins. On the other side of the dark path, the spirit officials lead the way. Hanho looks around, sizing up the tree like prey. Kyungshu asks curiously, "What are these stairs?" She sees clearly that they were made by humans. "Could there be a demonic entity living here?" Sanju casually replies, "Probably not." "If it's a demonic entity, why would it create these stairs?" Kyungshu wondered. "Then who could it be?" she wondered, still without an answer. The vanguard shouts that there's something inside a series of glowing orbs pulling deeper in. He wonders if they're torches. Han murmurs, looking at the item in his hand. "Glowing orbs. Has someone been to the demon cave before?" Sanju corrects him, stating that they were just here. His thoughts grow heavy. The demon cave is indeed a second Earth, just as he suspected. Sanji stepped forward, handing the jade staff to the guardian great mage, asking, "Can you see the memories contained within this object?" The guardian mage closed his eyes and admitted, "I see nothing. It's too faint, but it's definitely someone's memory." He stared intently at the jade, continuing that it seemed to have existed for a very long time, so only fragmented, faint, and vague images remained, reflecting scenes of war. The archmage recounted that there seemed to have been war and slaughter, with one side attacking and one defending. "That's all I could see." Sanju recalled, his mind racing. So the hole beneath the world tree was caused by that war. Could it have been a battle between the fallen and the warriors protecting the world tree? Unlike us, they couldn't seem to stop Enzen 2 of the Philosopher's Stone. So what was the result of that battle? Just then, Kyungshu suddenly shouted, "Mr. Sanji-ju, there's a body up ahead." Hanho seems surprised to hear that. A body. Everyone moves to investigate. Pointing to the bottom of the pit, overflowing with gold and jewels, she said, "Senior, this looks like a trap. Anyone who falls for it is doomed." Before she could finish, Hanho, blinded by greed, was about to jump in. "Oh, look at that item over there." Sanju frantically grabbed his subordinate. He couldn't hold on for even 2 seconds. The volcanic heat flared up and he immediately cried out in pain. Hanho was dropped, his face pale, muttering that it was clearly a trap designed to exploit human greed. He was speechless, helplessly wiping the cold sweat from his brow, seeing corpses and still rushing in. This trap really made one question their own intelligence. Sanji glanced down, assessing the seething, fiery inferno, the power of one who devours worlds. Lei Wei also looked down, assessing the situation. If intruders had come this far, they must have some seriously high-end items. Unfortunately, he agreed it could be. Suddenly, Sanju noticed something. That thing. A scythe is held aloft from the sea of fire by a skeletal hand. He's astonished, the Reaper's scythe. Sanju's eyes widened as he wondered if it was another death god existing in this world. If he could obtain it, wouldn't he possess 2 legendary scythes? He immediately dove down. Li Wei was shocked and dismayed. A summoner, is he an idiot? Contrary to her worries, Sanju remained calm. "Don't worry, I've been through this fire before," he said as he began to transform. Below, a sea of fire rages, consuming the scattered remains, as Sanji, in his Reaper summoner form, finally retrieves the Scythe of Death. Now it's certain the sole summoner of this world died here. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. "Warning, to possess this item you must meet the condition of witnessing death." Sanji is stunned. Lu thought back to his memories. "When Drake killed me, it was quick. I witnessed my own death." Soon after, the system issued another notification. "Warning, possessing an item that conflicts with the death, God's Scythe prevents you from receiving additional effects. Remove the item and try again." Hearing this, Sanju slumped down, dejected. "Must I give my twin scythe to a subordinate to create another lich?" Ignoring his thoughts, the system continued to urge him, warning that the target was not capable of handling the item, as his subordinates watched from the sidelines in dismay. This isn't good. Sanji wondered what level it required, remembering Victor, the minion who always happily called him master, and considered giving it to him who was at LC level. Above, Hanho shouts, "Senior, you're being too slow. Can you hurry up and check that item?" Even Lei Wei frowns in discomfort. Sanji relents. "Oh, hold on a sec." Then he pulls out 2 items, the item information, the Evil Magic Handbook, a legendary grade mini handbook, ORB category. Its use greatly enhances the undead summoning effects in the owner's death magic. However, if someone without death magic opens this book, they will suffer the curse of death. Deadly Dexterity Mythic Grade Category Ring Function. One-handed weapons gain 20% attack power when converting mana. Critical hit chance of the game increases by 50%, activates Master's hand movement greatly. Increases hand movement by 300%. Sanji was stunned as item windows popped up all around him, exclaiming that it felt like he was inheriting his ancestors' fortune. A series of notifications pop up, increasing the follower cap by 10 and granting awareness of death. When using Deathmaster's feedback, summon 10 additional unclaimed undead. When using the death designation of a new necromancer, you can designate 5 more bone mages. A moment later, Hanho wears the exquisitely deadly ring that Mirio was moved by. Wow, look at the shine on it, but as usual, you're the only one who cares about me besides my parents. Sanju, getting goosebumps, disgustedly retorts. Can't you join someone else before I break you? He calmly continued to manipulate the necromantic language, saying that unless all the guards had been wiped out here, there would definitely be more deeper inside. Suddenly, Kyung-shu called out to him, Sanju, we've received an urgent communication from the ship. They said the creatures broke through the barrier wall and flooded in, but then they suddenly opened a gate and vanished. The bizarre scene left every professional dumbfounded, and even Hanho was stunned. A gate. Where could they have gone? Sanju frowned his suspicions about Jew Island growing stronger, but he steeled himself knowing they couldn't turn back now. So Sanju declared that they would press on, silently praying that Du would fight well. The scene shifts to a scorching desert, where a massive demon gate stands as a figure riding a griffin soars through the sky. Landing, the figure excitedly shouts, Jisoo, congratulations, you're ranked 3rd now. Jimin was shocked to hear this. 3rd place, Jisoo, you're ranked 3rd in the country. With a calm expression, Jisoo pulls out her phone to check the news, as if it just happened. The Korean server rankings 1 Han Gangok level 25, 2 KD 150, 7 level 24, 3 KD 39 level 21, 4 Swordsman Dang Po level 20, 5 Choi Jun level 18. Her eyes darkened as she recalled her most difficult moments with the resources she had. If I had gacha luck, I would have obtained divinity so my hands wouldn't be cursed. I mean, the items I get could make me even stronger right now. Even the man with glasses is happy for him. Sanju's level has increased as well. It seems he's doing well if both sides are getting through this safely. But before he could finish, an alarm from the system rang out across the entire battlefield. The 3rd wave of the invasion begins from the 2nd level Demon Nest Gate. The Demon Gate begins to fluctuate with intense energy, stunning everyone. So soon, and they're already firing. Easier said than done though. After that scream, massive demon spawn flew out of the gate, their eyes burning red, their cries deafening, followed by shouts and curses. Damn it, they're airborne, shoot them down. But the situation is too chaotic. The ship's shield is taking concentrated fire, and the demon spawn are swarming like moths to a flame. The ship's barrier is being torn apart. What do we do? Just shoot at something. Just then, Veneri's booming voice grabbed everyone's attention as the Crusaders charged towards the Demon Nest's gate. A group uses the power of holy light to create a protective barrier. Veneri's tone is firm. We'll block the entrance to keep the creatures from scattering further. Ground fire team focus on air support. But the closer they got, the more intense the shockwaves from the demons became, and some couldn't help but scream. They were terrified as Veneri commanded. Block them, don't let a single one escape. He gritted his teeth, his face hardening with resolve. Veneri Mock's will assured him this was the right choice. If these creatures escape, there will be even more casualties, but we're running out of strength. Just as he thought this, a familiar figure descended from the sky, wielding a sword and a blade, unleashing countless slashes of wild sword intent, splattering blood everywhere, and tearing apart the bodies of dozens of demon bats. Vani Kiri turned his head in surprise. Its Jujitsu doesn't even look at him. She surveyed the fallen crusaders, the brave souls who had fallen. Vani Kiri lamented that it was all due to his incompetence. Jisoo, unfazed, simply turned and declared, I will take these warriors. Jis raised her blade, and golden light immediately enveloped the fallen heroes, as the system mentioned Vanri, accepting the souls of worthy warriors. 18 warriors have been reborn as your Inja. You've reached your maximum subordinate limit. Ju says sternly, if there's something you want to protect, even in death, don't give up and fight. Synergy List 3, God Soldiers, Stage 2. Synergy Classification, Attribute Condition, more than 20 subordinates with the intellect of a divinity. Vitality increases by 70%, resistance to all status effects increases by 50%, and a barrier equal to 150% of vitality is created. The warriors charge into battle, and Ju unleashes a storm of death with his sword. The system continues 4 shapeless Stage 4 entities, Synergy Classification, Attribute Condition, 20 or more, Soul Forms Effect, Movement Speed increased by 35%. Some were stunned into silence, wondering if these were truly their comrades. Vani Kiri confirms that they were once like them, but now they move without fear of death, as Jimmy looks up in disbelief. Jisoo, what have you been through? Jisoo fiercely cleaves another monster in two. At the same time, the system chimed in with a notification: you've leveled up to level 22, and a quest has been declared. Exclusive quest. Acquire the Guardian title by defeating the demon commander Hengo. Choose either Eternal Divinity or a job change ticket as your reward. You are fighting against demonic beasts from another dimension invading this land, and an opportunity to gain the title of Guardian has been granted to you. If you eliminate the core entity of the Monster Horde invasion force, you'll send a strong warning to the invaders. The Demon Commander boss monster will appear after the second wave ends. If you fail to defeat the target within 24 hours, you won't be able to obtain the title of Guardian, Jisoo thought somberly. The Guardian title that Mr. Sanju obtained. I thought it was out of my reach, but I finally made it here. Back inside the world tree they find structures wrapped in roots. We think we've reached the bottom according to our calculations. Hanho looks up and says that there are larger structures than he thought for a demonically possessed tree, to which Sanji replies coldly. It must be a base artificially created by the fallen. A tree couldn't have grown like this in the first place. Is that a cliff face? I can't gauge how deep it goes. The demon's heart is likely down there. Without hesitation, he summoned several skeletal dragons and casually said, "At this size, we can ride the WV down. Everyone hop on." Riding the dragon bones, Hanho gazes down in awe. It's like we're descending in a submarine. Kyungshu agreed, feeling as though they were sinking into a dark sea, and Sanju warned them to be wary of traps. But before he could finish, something caught his eye. Did he sense something? There's something on the wall. Thick, long, and vicious claw marks cover the deep pit. Sanji's eyes widened as he realized the claw marks must have been left by a massive monster. Did the guardians who came down here fight something? Q suddenly exclaimed. We can see the floor. Some one pilots must have come down here before us. Sanji refocused on the descent. Han exclaims that they must have fought a huge battle here, seeing siege weapons and signs of large-scale combat. Suddenly, he excitedly points out, Senior, isn't that a golem? You see it too. He ponders, isn't MK3 just MK0? Li Wei approaches, admiring it, a steel golem, the highest class of its kind. From what I know, I heard the golem master of the Mongolian server controls it. Sanji regrets that it's better than his. Suddenly, Mu leaps from his shadow and hurtles down the abyss, startling Sanju. Miru is using shadow teleportation. Where is it going? He sees it leap onto a bleached white skeleton, a massive pile of bones. The guardian mage smirked knowingly. Necromancer examined its skull. Sanji then noticed something important. Wait, the master of the claw marks woven into this cliff face. Could it be a dragon? Sanji stammered. That's a dragon knight's subordinate. Hanho frowned. Senior, is that an adult dragon? Are you sure? He continued grimly, but it's dead. Sanji was tense. Yes, that's what's important. He still couldn't quite believe it, this dragon had been hunted by a fallen or a guardian. After we're done with the Emperor, we have to stop a dragon next. Sanju decisively waved his hand, signaling her to search the entire place. He figured this was a chance to learn how it was killed, and soon enough they found an item. The item is called the Supernatural Noose of Unknown Rank, crafted by a player with unknown effects. The description says it's made of a material imbued with special power, but it's now defunct because its power source is gone, an item we found near the wing bones, according to Kia Ung-shu. Hanho was stunned. The fallen had bound its wings with world tree vines. Sanju frowned, holding the braid 1.5 times thicker than his wrist, and immediately denied it. So those scratches were made as it was falling. This could only be done in a small cave like this. It's too difficult to use in the air. Meanwhile, the Archmage Guardian touched the dragon's skull, sensing the remaining power, and sharply stated, this dragon was desperate even after being bound. It didn't move an inch against the one-sided attacks after falling, as if it was trying to protect something. Sanju was surprised, but then Lewei suddenly called out in alarm. Necromancer, there's something here. The item is called Ascalon, a mythical greatsword that increases all stats by 5 and magic resistance by 10%. Dragon slaying effect granted, and additional damage is applied when attacking dragons plus 300%. It was originally a different sword, but when it struck a fatal blow to a dragon's heart, it took on the name of its eternal enemy. Sanji thought to himself, dragon slaying, we've just gained an unexpected advantage. The Archmage also came to investigate, wondering if the item was the price for holding still. It would be absurd if the dragon didn't retrieve it to protect something. He thought so too. Just then, Kyungshu, while exploring, made a new discovery. She shouted, Mr. Sanju, there's a huge door here. Sanju wondered. Did the dragon block it? Kyungshu continued, it says we need a special condition to enter. He waved his hand, manipulating magic, and casually suggested checking it after they made the dragon their subordinate. But the system suddenly chimes in, stating a special condition is required to revive this corpse proof of qualification. Sanju is stunned, so he needs the Dragon Knight's signature weapon, the Sword of the Ruler. He wondered if, like the Grim Reaper, he would need the sword that made a pact with the dragon in this world. Kyungsoo, was there an unclaimed sword among the items? She scratched her head confused. Well, we didn't find any weapons like that among the acquired items, Sanju wondered, so I guess I can tell what the dragon is trying to protect. He approached the door, his hand reaching out to touch it, wondering if the Dragon Knights had survived and entered this place. Suddenly, the massive door swung open with a deafening rumble, and the system issued an immediate notification. This space is sealed by powerful magic. Only those with special qualifications can open this door. You have met the entry requirements. The Hall of Guardians opens. Sanju is caught off guard. What does he mean, Hall of Guardians? This doesn't sound like the Devil Fruit's world tree. Kyung was flustered. Sanju hides and prepares to fight as the system announces he's entered the hidden stage Hall of Guardians, followed by a blinding light. Reacting instinctively, Sanju raised his hand to shield his eyes, then slowly peeked through his fingers. Realizing the scenery has changed, Sanju immediately makes a guess. Teleportation. Is this the Giant's library? He said, investigate this place, stay alert. But less than a second later, Li Wei cried out in alarm. Hey Soul Summoner, these aren't books, they're cocoons. Qi Ung Shu was also surprised to discover people inside. He suspected players were nearby observing while Sanju pondered bubbles of air were floating out. If they were being supplied with nutrients through the roots, were these people still alive? Then Li Wei called out to him again. Necromancer, you said this place was another world that met its end one way or another, right? She stared blankly at the space almost filled with pods and muttered, there are more than a few thousand of these pods. What kind of end did they see to end up like this? His mind wandered, contemplating the sleeping players in this ruined world. If they're asleep, does that mean they'll wake up someday? Before long they discovered another door, a door within a door, Sanji warned. Everyone prepare to fight. He speculates that the heart they seek must be inside. As they pushed the door open, the system dutifully announced, you have entered the hidden stage, Cradle of Champions. Sanj frowned. A hidden stage within a hidden stage. Deeper inside a lament erupts, damn it, roots are everywhere. Consider this entire environment your enemy. Suddenly someone notices a cocoon ahead, a single chamber in this place. Han exclaims in surprise, who is that? A player, a champion. Sanji was silent, a sense of unease and pressure building within him. He stared at the figure through the glass, his mind heavy, as if he were looking not at a person but at an overwhelming entity from another dimension. The system confirmed his thoughts. The World Eater champion of World 31 had arrived. Sanji's eyes widened in horror as the tank exploded, the glass shattering outward, leaving him in shock. The World Eater emerged, his voice raspy. Necromancer, I didn't think you'd make it this far. He lightly applauds, impressed. How skillful. Sanji Kyangre, who are you? His face was blank and cold, his eyes dark as he spoke softly. I am a player, a guardian, a dark lord, and a world eater. He's shocked, a guardian, not a fallen one. Sanji remains tense, and wary isn't the demon world tree possessed by the fallen and the evil god. He calmly extends his hand, a golden eye of a cruel beast appearing behind him, his voice tinged with emotion. Yes, in your world I must be the evil god, the world eater. However, in my world I am the only savior. With a calm tone he says, I defeated the fallen one, seized this place and set up the ark. What I need is the energy to sustain this ark. And I, the last player of this world, have brought that energy here. As if flowing through roots, it spread throughout the space where the ark was located. Sanju, with a hostile expression, coldly questioned him. Is that why you're trying to end my world to sustain the players inside those coffins? If we're all caught up in this damn game, wouldn't you have a little time to talk? And also to answer our questions? But all Sanju sees is him summoning roots to slowly release his exclusive sword. He understood. The ruler's sword meant he had no intention of talking. After a pause, San Jianju candidly asked, who are you? What you two want is irrelevant. He summons his scythe. The unspoken truth is that this game demands they kill each other to achieve their goals as a system alert flashes, warning that a major soul summoning is beginning in the target area. Sanji vows to take everything from him and witness the truth at the end of this game as a dense legion of soul soldiers appears. The system blares warnings as the reaction of death begins in the target area and the dark army rises. Victor steps out, taking a good look around. Is it just him this time? Even his shadow vassals were a bit surprised. Lord Victor, you summoned us all for this one guy. The system chimed in again, warning that the reaction of death was beginning in the target area. Victor smirked. Then I shall summon as well. Miru's eyes sparkled with amusement as the system continued its warnings. A great soul summoning is beginning in the target area. Kyungsu quickly assists. Let's get into position and prepare to support the battle from the rear. Sanji, assessing the situation, knew this was the largest force he could muster. They had to overwhelm him in one fell swoop. But he remained unmoved, his cold eyes raising his sword as he rasped. Futile efforts, you cannot defeat me. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and fireballs immediately erupted. Sanji, startled, leaned back slightly, transforming into his Egyptian death god state, his voice echoing all around. Trio Hosu, you're certainly strong, and there are only a handful like you in your world. However, I am different. The World Eater was shrouded in aura and chaotic blood-red flames, his tone somber. The minimum level to complete the demon's lair is level 43. That's because I am the final insect of this place, and my level is 43. Sanju looked up at the World Eater, a sense of unease washing over him. A 19-level difference. He means his titles, synergies, and divinity are more than double mine. The World Eater's eye widens, filled with brutality and death, as it says, quietly become our nourishment. The oppressive force bears down and everyone collapses, unable to move, struggling to breathe, drenched in sweat. Hold on. Sanji fearlessly confronts them, commanding his legion, as the system announces that his qualifications are sufficient to Facha Divinity. You can face divinity, and the positive effects on your team members also increase. The Lion King is horrified, as if sensing something. Summoner, something's different. I sense a power from a dragon or the world tree within that man. The World Eater calmly raises his blade, a dragon's form beneath his feet. I am the master of a dragon, the slayer and absorber of another's blood, the dragon who devoured the world tree and absorbed its essence. That dragon. He unleashes a blazing inferno of sword energy. Sanji quickly dodged to the side, feeling the heat from the fissure left by the sword's intent, and couldn't help but curse. Damn, I can't just stand here and take it. Sanju transforms his scythe into a sniper rifle, countless layers of magic circles materializing. He aimed and fired, speaking quickly. The Winter Hunter would keep his distance with wide-area magic attacks. Magic causes the ice field to surge, but the World Eater shatters it with a single slash, collapsing the entire domain with a cataclysmic roar. The mages were shocked. No way. Li Wei quickly adjusted her position, preparing another area of effect spell, but before she could finish speaking, she was invaded by a terrifying aura, scared, stiff. System warning, dragon pressure activated, freezing life forms of a lower rank than the user. They immediately collapsed, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Sanju gritted his teeth. We have to create an opening. He commanded, ordering the Winter Hunters to focus their fire on his lower body. The ice trying to reform was forcibly shattered by the World Eater, who created a large opening with a single strike. At the same time, Sanju channeled his magic, appearing behind him in a flash. Shadow Warp, the skill system of blasting grievances, is infused into your weapon to the max. Sanju strikes with all his might. He's caught. The attack borrows the essence of the Starry Sea, transforming the stars into a relentless barrage that slams the World Eater into the ground. But as the aftershocks subside, the World Eater transforms into his netherworld devil state, his body unscathed, as he calmly states, "It's futile." He landed as well, silently assessing the strange transformation. What is that form? Is it an invulnerable frame? It seems he can't maintain that form for long. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the savior returned to his human form, though his eyes remained eerily demonic. With a cold face he said, "Give up. Even if you don't die here, you'll die anyway." Sanji is shocked. Are you talking about the Demon Nest Gate you opened in Beijing? He worries they have no future even if they escape. So we have to win, but how? There's absolutely no way to win with the resources I have now. I need even greater power. For the World Eater, that moment of silence was a waste, and he quickly lunged forward. Sanju paused, leaning back as a shadowy figure jumped in, cutting him off with a grim voice. "Don't try anything." Sanju blurted out, "Mr. Minok." The World Eater narrows his eyes, his face darkening. That sword," he growls, squeezing Min's wrist. "That's not something someone like you can wield." The World Eater ominously approached Min, his red eyes burning. He asked, "Do you know what sword that is?" Min suppressed. A tremor averted his gaze and replied stiffly, "I know." He growled, "Isn't that the sword of the defeated, held by failures in both worlds? It's a perfect tool for both you and me." The World Eater clicked his tongue. "Don't mock it when you know nothing. You don't know how many allies I lost to wield this sword properly. Running, being helped, and receiving protection." He recalls how helpless he was, but he knew that one day it would change. The World Eater roars in anger, declaring he has no choice but to sacrifice everyone for the sake of the world's future, as he unleashes power that threatens to crush Minok's wrist. "This single sword is the power I obtained by enduring to the end, exchanging all my blood and patience. None of you can understand. Drop it now." Sanju retreated, telling Minok to throw it to him. But Mink couldn't throw it. His wrist was squeezed until he lost his grip, but then Minok suddenly spoke, asking the World Eater what he wanted. At that moment, Sanju interjected with a dark and scornful tone, judging, "You are the epitome of uselessness. I can guess why this world ended. It was a failure when allies died for him. He's serious. Our world's Dragon Knight is different. It was a brief encounter, but he didn't run or sacrifice everyone. Instead, he entrusted the future, even in his own death." The emotionless being approached, repeating what he just said. However, Sanju took a slight step back, unwilling to do so, while the World Eater indifferently stepped over Minch. He wondered if he was hitting a nerve, and having created an opening, he was immediately attacked from above by a skeleton soldier hanging from a root. It hurled something towards him, and Sanju told Minch to catch it. Instantly, the system displays that his subordinate, the Death Knight, has fulfilled a special condition and reached the Lich state. Minos grabs the death scythe that Sanju retrieved from the pit of fire. Caught off guard, he wonders what this power is, as the system announces a synergy effect triggered by teamwork. The spirit flames burned fiercely, almost completely engulfing the Legion of Shadows. Synergy List 7. The presence of the Hidden Book of Revelation, a synergy classification of professions, the condition of more than 4 necromancers, in the Lich stage, and the exclusive skill effect elevated to the ultimate stage. A lucky skill, the unique power of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The World Eater, watching the demonic flames writhe in death's aura, demanded, "Who are you?" He was a little dazed. What did you just do? Sanju thought for the first time, sensing an emotion other than anger from him. He seemed puzzled. What's wrong? Are you confused? He suppressed his speculation. A transcendent skill. So ultimate isn't the highest skill information. Name transcendent power of the 4 horsemen. Type passive consumption reduction. As long as the power of the Book of Revelation is maintained, the following additional effects are granted for 60 minutes. The power of war summons the army of the apocalypse sealed in the abyss and grants command. The power of famine creates a death sanctuary in a designated 10 kilometers area connected to the abyss. The power of pestilence greatly enhances the effects of damage and curse magic. Plus, 400% power of death, drawing strength from the deaths around you. Every death adds 1% to all skill effects. The World Eater's eyes widened at the 2 death scythes and 4 liches. It was absurd. He was furious, ready to explode. This synergy shouldn't exist. He thought so too. In the context of the game, it was nearly impossible. Even after navigating countless variables in the modern world, Balich is the limit. Calculating how to obtain another Scythe of Death by invading a collapsed world must have been difficult. That's why it's a transcendent skill. Sanji smirks. You claim to see the end, yet you know so little. The World Eater advances, radiating a murderous aura. Summoner, even with such synergy, nothing will change. You can't win. My level overwhelms you. You're so naive. You truly know nothing. In this game, level isn't everything. With that, he tapped the handle of his death scythe on the floor, and magic circles instantly appeared. The system flashes, summoning the army of Apocalypse, sealed in the abyss, through the power of the 4 horsemen. Please select a target army to summon. 1. The Punishment Battalion is available for summoning. 2. Gigantes cannot be summoned, level not high enough. 3. The Sealed cannot be summoned, level not high enough. As the World Eater approached, the demonic flames intensified, and he positioned himself and the 4 horsemen within the summoning circle. Sanju quickly makes a choice. Though he doesn't have much of one, he'll summon the Punishment Brigade. Then the ground suddenly cracked and crumbled as if collapsing, and Victor frantically lost his footing. As the space collapses, Min panics, realizing they're falling. Many containers also broke apart and fell, shattering and spilling their contents. The World Eater follows, screeching Zhao Hushi's name in fury amidst the falling pods, before being forced to stop suspended in mid-air. The system is complete, and the Apocalypse Punishment Legion is summoned from the abyss with countless apocalyptic soldiers below. The system continues, granting you command over the Apocalypse Prisoner Army, 150 Assault Troopers of the Ancient Punishing Empire, 150 Shield Troopers of the Ancient Punishing Empire, 150 Elite Archers of the Ancient Living Empire, 50 Armored Knights of the Ancient Punishing Empire, and 50 Ancient Punishment Empire Carvers. Min XC was stunned by the scale, exclaiming in shock that this was like the land of the dead. Beach was deeply moved, tears welling in her eyes, never expecting to witness such a sight. How exciting, I'm glad I died. The system designates a 10 kilometers radius as a sacred ground of death, temporarily entering an abyssal state with overlapping dimensions. The Abyss Citizen effect is applied, and its attack and defense increase by 10%. Every minute, up to 5 random unclaimed zombies are generated. World Eater, Sanju sneered. How about now? Does it still look like I can't win? If you still don't realize it, I'll prove it to you now. With that, 5 zombies immediately pounced on him. The World Eater strikes, using a sweeping attack like Dragon's Breath to clear everything nearby, but the abyssal coffins remain, and he angrily slashes at them. The summoner, Sanju, stood back, calmly calculating his next move. Unlike his previous summons, which were felled in a single blow, he was now out of reach. Not to mention, observing the World Eater's expression, he's definitely growing weary. How could a level 43 knight tire so easily? Sanju retreated, commanding his legion to wear him down, analyzing the root cause. Even a lower-level player shouldn't tire so quickly. Just as I thought, his body isn't normal. Sanju raised his scythe, and a series of weapons appeared behind him. He shouts, and the Bachelor's Vein clashes fiercely with the World Eater. Bursts of light flash repeatedly as Sanju continues to ponder, draining his mind through erratic attacks, waiting for an opening. This is a combined attack of legendary and mythical weapons just for you. He angrily retaliates with Dragon's Breath, roaring, "You insignificant fools." But before it could be unleashed, an effect nullified it, the weapon sealed by the warrior's merit. 5 minutes pass and he pauses, stunned. What? Sanju says grimly, I've sealed his only weapon. Let's end this, he confidently declares. Just because your level is high doesn't mean everything will go your way. The World Eater seethed, resolving himself. Fine, let's see how this ends. Then he struck the rocky ground with his palm, causing the structure to crack and crumble, resembling the lava lake outside. It heated and burned everything, and he growled. I didn't bring the demons to avoid contaminating the Ark, but now I have nothing left to lose. Sanju coldly stated that the World Eater, the leader of the demonic creatures who had mimicked humans, had finally revealed his true nature. He snapped, but that was your mistake. Then 2 ghostly figures suddenly pounced as a swarm appeared, and system notifications flooded in. You have earned 5,000,000 gold by hunting a low-level parasitic entity from another dimension. You are earning 5,000,000 gold by hunting a low-level parasitic entity from another dimension. You have absorbed death, and all of your skill effects have increased by 1%. You have absorbed death, and all of your skill effects have increased by 1%. With the repetitive notifications blaring, the World Eater couldn't take it anymore. What an absurd collaboration. Sanji scoffed. You've been asleep for too long. Then he turns around and smugly lectures. I mean, you've completely lost your instincts. He should have started by searching for his lost items first. The World Eater remained indignant. Is this all you know, resorting to such dirty tricks? Sanju grinned, offering no response. That's a bold claim. If he's out of tricks, I'll finish him off just like... He tensed up, wary. Wait, the attacks from the pit have stopped. What's happening? A massive pitch-black hand suddenly bursts forth from the lava. He tenses, sensing something more than just a creature approaching. Boom! The massive hand slammed down where he stood, and a giant eye in place of a head glared at him. Sanji quickly manipulated his magic, transforming into a bird to carry him away from danger. The system announces the appearance of the second commander-in-chief, boss monster of the Demon's Nest, and Victor cowers in fear, trembling. Everything here seems to manifest in an unusual way, Min added. If it has firepower like the Gatekeeper, the situation could change. Sanju ordered his troops to stop it. With monstrous strength, the beast ripped a root from the world tree, scattering the skeletal soldiers into dust with a single blow, and Sanju frowned with unease. Simple physical attacks are useless against the army of the dead, but suddenly the giant monster vomits, its massive pupils twitching. It lets out a deafening shriek, and begins to spew a strange fluid from its mouth, shocking Sanju. He observes and surmises it's a sticky, acidic liquid that prevents proper regeneration. Sanju cries out helplessly, "You're playing with a truly disgusting toy." The World Eater retorted, "You think I like something like this?" He was just as unwilling as Tang. "You don't know that to survive in a hell like this you have no choice but to become its king. That thing is one of the worst creatures the apocalypse has spawned. A massive monster with a giant eyeball for a head and a gaping maw across its abdomen." The World Eater rasped, "It wasn't made to be hunted. It was made to hunt." His mind is racing and the scales have now tipped in my favor. "Necromancer, you were great, but this is your limit." But Sanjianju didn't think so. He reached out and grabbed the man's sword, his tone intimate. "Actually, I just made a new friend too, someone you know very well." Item information: Ban Meng, the ruler's sword mythic, grade 2-handed sword type effect, all stats increased by +6. Ignores a portion of the target's defense, grants 30% dragon slaying effect, and deals additional damage when attacking a dragon class. The sword is the key to awakening the Black Dragon, and a symbol of the chains that bind it. A new name has been bestowed upon it, thanks to its master's achievements. Sanji adds, "And please no tearful reunions." At that moment the wall rumbled and cracked. Then the wall exploded, and the ghostly Black Dragon appeared roaring as it charged in. The system congratulates him, his worth proven, and a great entity now subservient to his will. The World Eater is shocked. What kind of skeleton is that? He remained unperturbed. Then he would show him. Sanju cries out, "Who is the real hunter here?" Instantly the Black Dragon raises its claws, seizing the monster. Before the monster could react, the Black Dragon unleashed a torrent of flames into its massive eye, and the commander watched with detached amusement as the dragon mercilessly toyed with the beast. He remarks on the bone's durability and hardness, ignoring the acid. "It's beautiful, even as just a bone." No, its beauty lies in the fact that it's bone. Finally, the Black Dragon bites down, crushing the monster's eyeball and ending its miserable existence. The system celebrates, announcing 45 million gold earned from hunting the second commander-in-chief of the demon horde. The World Eater is furious, charging forward with an enraged roar. "No, it can't be. Do you have any idea what I had to do to win and get this far?" Sanju couldn't help but laugh, asking, "This is where you ended up after winning." The World Eater defies transformation. Madness fills the air and he's startled by an impenetrable power. That's right, he still has that skill. Sanju suddenly froze his nostrils, picking up a damp scent. "The blood, I see it now, you're perceptive." It was created with a dragon as its base, which conversely means that being a dragon is its weakness. And his movements are definitely slowing down as the World Eater bitterly throws a fiery punch. Damn it, Sanju was certain he had begun to die the moment he left the cocoon. His invulnerable state fades, the World Eater's face weakens, and he coughs up blood, gritting his teeth as he says, "I successfully completed the game. I won, I kept winning, and I made it all the way here." Sanji ruthlessly used shadow teleportation, and with a thud, the tip of his sword pierced the World Eater's chest. He brings his hand down, cleaving him in two, and coldly retorts, "No, World Eater, you have failed." His body falls drenched in his own blood. Sanji-ju said softly, "World Eater, whatever story you have, it means nothing to me. What's certain is that you've lost." The World Eater's eyes glazed over as he whispered, "Yes, I've lost." His hand trembled as he raised it, his tone indifferent. "I guess I have no choice. This is the only way to escape this nightmare game's ending." The World Eater grabbed his collar, trembling. "Make sure you protect it, your people, your world, everything, and avenge what those bastards did." With choked words and tearful eyes, the World Eater mustered his last strength, pointing upwards as he whispered, "In the end, the Hall of Gods inspects its ceiling." Sanji looked up in response, silent. Then the man's hand fell lifeless, his cloak fluttered away, and the system notification chimed, "You have received 43000 gold for killing a player. You have received 1 billion gold for eliminating the young World Eater space predator, and completed the exclusive Guardian of Ba's duty quest. You can choose a permanent divinity upgrade reward, or a job change ticket. You've reached level 25, meta condition, and can now possess multiple divinities. You can now use the Yama divinity," Minok excitedly announced. "Sanju, the sword of the ruler of Miru, has evolved." The system panel indicates that the sword of the ruler has met the dragon-slaying requirement and received a new name. Sanju was stunned, gathering all his swords and musing. Do I have 3 dragon-slaying items now? Hidden Dragon Expedition, Synergy List, 43 Weapon Synergy, Classification Condition, equip 3 or more dragon-slaying weapons. Effect additional damage when attacking dragons plus 200%. Increases resistance to all breath types plus 200% limited to the wielder. Dragon Intimidation resistance increased by 200%. Sanju breaks free of his death state, happily noting that preparations for the dragon subjugation are progressing nicely, and the scene shifts to Beijing. At the towering demon cave gate, it suddenly shrinks and twists, leaving the guards bewildered. What's going on? Elsewhere, the gate shrinks as a middle-aged man with a square face is horrified by the news. The demon gates are disappearing. There are strategic weapons. What nonsense is this? The guard reported that the demon gate in Sector 2 Subdivision 3 had also closed, and it seemed the rest would soon follow. His face paled as he waved his hand in fear. His Majesty must already know. Contact the Imperial Secret Service Commander immediately. Before he could finish speaking, as if summoned, the Grand Commander arrived with his entourage. Base Commander, you're still working hard even this late. He panicked and said, Commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. The base commander watched the old eunuch's face silently, thinking that the one who would replace the general, the second in command. In reality, the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard being here in person meant he was surely dead. His face panicked, he asked, Does His Majesty the Emperor know as well? The commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard sighed. Indeed, it seems your connection to that world was suddenly severed, so he is quite concerned about the reason. Looking through the glass, he said, From the start, the Demon Gate was only there for emergencies. We can subdue our enemies with our own strength. The Grand Protector's lips curled in contempt. The Korean conquest was planned even with the possibility of General Sheng's defeat, though we never imagined he'd lose so foolishly. But we were able to test the full potential of the enemy forces. The Immortal Army is a bit troublesome, but compared to our great army, their numbers are insignificant. Everything is set like a chessboard. The eunuch admiral of the Embroidered Uniform Guard continued, saying that even if they had grown in strength, it was within the margin of error. Ultimately, because we have that, our victory is assured. Blinding light shines upon the Oriental Pearl Tower blanketing Shanghai, as holy power surges through the target area. The old eunuch rasps the white light holy pearl, a massive artifact, turns an area into a sanctuary by emitting holy power, so long as it fills the entire city with sanctity. We have no reason to fear the forces of evil, the base commander questioned gravely. Didn't the necromancer intend to destroy it from the start? If that's possible, then so be it. A powerful barrier has been deployed around that holy pearl. It can withstand even a large-scale attack spell from 1000 mage's spells that could obliterate an entire city. The Imperial Guard Admiral calmly states that it would be better for them if he wasted his energy trying to destroy the Holy Pearl, because he would eventually lose his power, offering up all the spoils on his person, gold, and even his life. Back in the World Tree, everyone has gathered. Hanho groans, still dazed. Li Wei collapses to the ground, lamenting, My head hurts so much. Sanju calmly states that he'll have to postpone choosing his reward, as Hanho approaches him trembling and teary-eyed. Was that truly a horrific experience, like being caught by my mother while faking insurance? My psychological trauma? He froze his face, falling, thinking that was enough to scare his mother. Then Sanju looked up thoughtfully. A dragon must be even stronger, so finding a way to escape fear was extremely urgent. Q asks if they're just going to head back now, but Sanju quickly replies that there are still a few things to grab. Zhao Huan calmly added, Let's head to the Hall of Guardians. Han suddenly took notice. The lights in the pods are off. He calmly explains that the World Eater, the energy provider, is dead. He catches on quickly. So all these people are going to die. Q says sternly, There's no reason for us to help. They're the ones who lived and breathed by gnawing away at our world's life force. Her attitude is straightforward. With this system, the two worlds could never coexist anyway. Sanju's expression was grave. He suspected someone had orchestrated this. He guessed another trial might await them, as the World Eater was also a pawn of the system. If things continue like this, our world as he imagines it could become the next demon's den. Suddenly, Kyungshu shouts out that there's a passage near the ceiling. Sanju tells her that Hanhu and he will secure the area and follow, so she should go ahead and prepare their escape. Finally, everyone had boarded Woven, leaving only the two of them at the World Tree's gate. He cautiously wiped his face with a towel and couldn't help but ask, Aren't those the marks of traps from the corridor walls? He blandly replies, Those are the marks of disgusting lips that spewed fire. Sanju pondered silently. When the World Eater died, those things were destroyed as well. Suddenly Han cries out in alarm, Senior over there. He looks over, Han's voice filled with excitement. Oh, you can tell that's a precious item, something like an orb floating on a pedestal. Item info, World Tree, Essence, Mythic Grade, Type, Unknown Effect, Unknown Description. An extraordinary power is contained within. Sanji reached out to touch the Essence Orb, pondering if the Great Mountain King's power was Mountain Essence, and if the World Eater sought the world's essence. A mythical quest to evolve into a new species, the Dracon is being suppressed. Perhaps this will be useful for the growth of the World Tree. Suddenly, Han excitedly shouts out again, Senior, I found a chest here. Unable to escape his greedy senses, he helplessly approaches the boy whose treasure-sniffing abilities are almost comical. The system describes the chest is protected by powerful magic, and only marked creatures can approach it, requiring a dispel enchantment higher than level 1. It requires an unlocking skill higher than the ultimate level. Han, frustrated, tries to pry it open with a short knife, basically saying don't open it unless we have the key. Sanji suggests we head back if we've found everything, and Kyungu, seeing Weavin, calls out, Sanju, can we leave right away? Can we escape now? It suddenly dawns on him that light has been there since they arrived. Sanju quickly turned the ship around, saying, one more thing to confirm. He approached the glowing indentation, confirming his suspicions. Item information, Heavenly Arrow, Legendary Great Arrow type, unknown effect, description. You can sense a terrifying power, however it cannot be used alone, and requires a basic set item. Sanju smirks. Wait, could this arrow have created that massive hole in the world tree? The system's congratulatory notification rings out once more. The God-slaying set is complete. Item information, Heavenly Scales, Bow, Mythic Grade Bow type effect. A normal person could never draw it. The strength requirement is over 100. When drawn, an arrow is automatically created, and the Sunset skill is activated at the point of impact. Sunset creates a massive fire magic explosion near the point of impact, turning the area to ash. Use with caution. Cooldown 10 days. Godslayer activates when firing the Heavenly Balance arrow, ignoring all defenses and dealing devastating damage. With a 10-day cooldown, Sanju reluctantly steals himself a hint of fear as he holds the arrow. There's nothing we can't destroy as long as we can draw it, as long as we can draw it. The system reports that the Demon Cave's gate is sealed, and he quickly returns to the ship, which takes off. Sanju, let's depart at once. Aboard the ship, he looks up at the item board, ready to choose his reward. First, he makes the Yama divinity permanent. The system announces that permanent divinity has been granted by the Yama god. Skill information, Yama's authority, demigod level, passive and active type, no cost. Gain divinity for only 1 hour per day to obtain Yama's authority. All stats are increased by 10, and you can use exclusive skills. Sanju anticipates clenching his fist, knowing that if he combines it with his Lich state, all his stats will increase by a total of 65. At this rate, the day I can draw the Heavenly Balance bow isn't far off, is it? Then he returns to the selection packs and skills for the level-up rewards. Producing poison clouds has gone from basic to expert. Good with this, I've taken everything I can from the Demon Cave gate. Sanju looks serious. His next destination to upgrade his power is the China server. Elsewhere, a deafening explosion erupts in a blaze of fire. Roots erupt from the ground, ensnaring the airship as screams of terror fill the air. It's coming down, everyone move. The first commander of the Demon Cave. A familiar monster with an eyeball for a head. It was at the other end of the route, lashing down at the lava pile with all its might. Then the monster whipped its route to the other side. They sound terrified. It's targeting ship number 3. Damn it. Ju directly confronts the deadly blow head-on, and as she lands, her familiar, though frightened, dutifully reports. Jisoo Veneri is still alive, and a head-on fight would be difficult. Jisoo coldly asks, can you supply mana from the fallen ship with the essence of the mountain and restore the barrier? Master Wang, understanding her intent, replied, well, that should sustain it for a moment. Hearing this, Ju immediately dashed off, leaving him behind. Then time it perfectly and do it. She soars into the fray, striking and evading. Calculating her next move, she realizes she can at least force a confrontation with the Wooden Whip's branch attack, but the monster spews acidic liquid as it gags. Ju shouts, barely holding on with a barrier, as the monster's pupil twitches and glares at the group. Seizing the moment, she soared, her mind hardened, and struck a decisive blow, slicing through the monster's massive eyeball. She failed. She should have severed its head. The space threatened to explode, as a hand reached down to crush the eye. A skeletal arm. There's only one explanation. A single strike cleaves the giant eye in two. Just then, a system notification appeared. You have earned 335,000,000 gold by hunting the first commander boss of the Demon's Nest. Jimin rushed over anxiously, asking Ju, are you okay? What a relief. But what is that? That's not a raid boss, is it? Just then, the undead appeared along with the bone soldiers, and Choi Dong-hoon smiled at the sight. Shung Min stammers in shock. Oh dear, a bone dragon. Gu excitedly adds, he did it. The necromancer succeeded. Yan Ming looks up in surprise. Ah, about him, what exactly is he? Ju proudly responds, he is a man who always wins. No matter what happens, he is the one who always wins, as the Demon's Nest appears in a terrifying twisted form. Ju contemplates that the Demon's Nest has been cleared, and now they must begin the war again. A system window appears announcing that the opportunity to proactively assign the war objective related to the China Server 11 war has been granted to the Korea Server faction. If you choose assignment, battlefields and events can be selected proactively, and with the authority of the server lord, you can choose to end the war. The war will end without any additional rewards. He tapped the screen, saying that getting hit and doing nothing wasn't his style. The Korean server has declared a counter-war on the China 1 server, and this battle is scheduled to be broadcast live on official Channel 9. The assignment effect is granted to all allies. All stats increase by 3 levels and movement speed increases by 10% because you have the initiative. You can select the battlefield event war method. 24 hours remain. Hanho says nervously, "Here we go again." Ju calmly reported, "We prepared this because we'd be at a disadvantage if we gave them time." At that moment, a drone in space approached Sungwoo, and with a serious and determined expression, he spoke, "I represent the Korean server, and I'm broadcasting this to all the players around the world watching this broadcast." Foreign viewers watching online were shocked and began to discuss. "What is this?" "The Korean summoner Tiosh, so it's that famous guy. Let's see what he has to say." "Over with Dongyu," he continues. "It's been some time since this mysterious game-like phenomenon began dragging our world toward its end. And now we must prepare for the finale. How long do you think this game will last, and does anyone know what the ending will look like?" An impatient voice chimes in, annoyed by the nonsense. "How can we know what aliens are thinking?" Another voice chimes in, "Fools, this is God's judgment, the actions of fallen men." In response to these questions, a sharp and confident image of Sungwoo appears on the screen. "I know that what I've discovered is that our world is heading towards the worst of the worst, and what I'm trying to do is everything in my power to avoid that worst-case scenario at all costs." He thought to himself that this was the end and they had to do whatever they could to stop it. "Because that organization will do anything to protect the world, I intend to form a global organization centered around the World Tree, a global control agency. To prevent the end, we need a single, complete power. I'm warning you now that organization will do anything to protect the world. To all the players watching this broadcast, I hope you make a wise choice." With that, Sungwoo thought to himself that this was both his declaration of war and a test for people all over the world cutting to the area. Space portals appeared, and Lewei appeared behind Sungwoo, saying, "Necromancer, I didn't think I'd become a spectator like this. Your work at the Demon's Den is truly remarkable. I came to you to reclaim my spirit, but from now on I will help you unconditionally." Hearing this, Hanho excitedly chimed in, "I always welcome those with skills like mine." Yongyu observed the two making a silent comparison. Hanho and her looked like saints. Li Wei continued, "I still have followers on the China 2 server. When the war breaks out, they will help. The Beastmen Alliance also declared Necromancer. The Beastmen Alliance will continue to assist you. And not only when needed, but to atone for the sins we've committed, we will fight alongside you and give our all." The two sides shake hands, showing their cooperation. Just then, Jimin asked Jisoo, "Our family is still alive inside the safe zone." "Don't you plan to return?" Ju replied seriously. "I have no plans to return until I see the end of all this." Jimin winks in support. "Yeah, you're probably essential to the coming war. I can't tell you to avoid fighting. Our family and our father will be amazed by you. You're a hero to them. So don't die. You have to show your pathetic siblings how much stronger you've become." She offered both encouragement and a warning, as Kyung-shu excitedly announced, "The hyperspace gate is fully open. Let's go." And with that, the spaceships began to move. Just then, Kyu informed Seonggu that they'd received word from America. The US, Canada, and Alaska servers have agreed to a strategic alliance, and all support the World Tree faction's victory. However, we also have some bad news. This caused Seonggu to look at her with a puzzled expression. Kyung-shu recounts that the cell group from the Mexican server is currently attacking and seemingly plotting something. According to Jonathan's report, they appear to have become the dragon's subordinates. Hanho asked, "You mean they worship the dragon like the Kumiho?" On Jew Island, Kyung-soo continued, "Currently the dragon has destroyed South America and entered hibernation, and a regional quest to become a believer seems to have been issued there." Sungwoo, deep in thought, says, "An intelligent monster using players is something we can easily foresee. That's why we need a control agency." Then he reflects that the one who will bring our world to an end isn't the monsters created by the system, but ourselves. The world of the Fallen had already ended due to the war between the Fallen and the protectors of the vampire, Lord Dr. Emperor and others. So many similar figures are likely to appear in the future. Suddenly, Mu crawled out of Sungwoo's shirt, whining uncomfortably. Hin and Hanho rush over concerned. "Huh. Miru, are you sick?" Miru then opened its mouth, releasing a dark breath that made Sungwoo nearby frown. A notification appears. The young black dragon has fully absorbed a mythic item and will apply a skill inherited from you to create a new skill. Skill information name: World-Piercing Eyes, special rank passive divided by active type, no consumption. With these eyes, you can easily overcome any obstacle in your expeditions. Proficiency map marks all features within a 20 kilometers radius, creating a mini-map that tracks your location in real time, disappearing after 20 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour, nullifies mazes, senses hidden spaces within a 300-meter radius, and can easily disarm traps and seals above the absolute level. With a 30-minute cooldown, Dongwoo couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "Isn't that the Spirit King's pre-awakening skill? It has more diverse effects than mine." Mere EU, held tightly by Hanho, struggled, and cried out while Hanho was ecstatic. "Oh, what's this time? The box I dug up from the demon's nest. The seal is broken. Hephaestus's forge is revealed," Jisoo casually remarks. So Miru opened something even Hanho couldn't. Hanho couldn't help but feel dejected. Now I have to compete with Miru too. Dongyu is astonished by Miru's power. It has undone a first-class seal with its World Eye skill, and is entering the Hephaestus smithy. Tears welling, he cries out in awe, "Amazing!" Hanho quickly chimed in, urging him on. "What do you see?" "Hurry, hurry, I'm so curious," Dung Yu thought, eyes wide with disbelief. "The World Eater wanted me to check the Guardian Hall's roof, not for the World Tree's essence, but for the smithing god's space. Can I produce or upgrade items here?" The system appears again. "Do you want to fully enter the following pocket dimension?" "Yes." "No." "Move to Hephaestus's alchemy furnace." "No." Continuing the overlapping state between dimensions. Things like this must be checked personally. Yongyu excitedly urged him on. "Let's go." Han happily followed along. "Ah, senior, where are you?" He then appeared in another space. So the rooms between the furnaces are where they keep the world's artifacts, the World Eaters. These must be the items that those inside the cocoons once possessed, stored in a vast warehouse for the day they awaken, and use them to fight. Of course, the system. In that respect, the World Eater is also an opponent of the system. As he speculated, the system appeared again, noting that using Hephaestus's key greatly increased the success rate and chance of additional effects. In addition, the base durability increases by 300%. Sung muttered that it's not as good as the American server's workshop, but our blacksmiths will love it. I'm happy to be their master. The items from countless vaults lining the hallway, I will put your legacy to good use. Now he's the richest man in the world, and his face is filled with excitement. The system appears a door protected by powerful magic, accessible only to entities marked in the box. It cannot be dispelled by any other means. This news makes Chengwu's face fall like an 80-year-old man. With a grimace, Chengwu stood before a blazing forge. Wait, that's not it. I got it from the World Eater, got it. What do you mean? You tell me then, take it away. Their masters are all dead. He angrily questions as the system displays guidance. The marked entity has been absent for a long time, so if you must forcibly undo it, choose one of the two methods below. 1. Use Hephaestus's master key to request Hephaestus's power. 2. The Tomb Raider challenge, which can only be attempted once every 24 hours. Upon reading, Chungwu exclaims that option 1 is impossible, and there are no easy paths. So option 2 it is. Just then, a surge of power erupted in the air, and the guardian of the forge, the Golden Sentinel, appeared, a radiant figure with a colossal muscular physique. Shungyu's expression turned sinister. Ultimate blessing, huh, good. This isn't a complex trial summon, but the damn system cuts off his confidence. A unique power governs this space, restricting the use of applied skills. This space is a god's domain, governed by a specific divinity. You cannot use other divinities here. Just then, the Golden Guardian's massive foot stomps down. Surprised, Jungwoo quickly dodges the attack. Damn it, am I going to have to rely on my body to get through this? He then transformed into a death god wielding a scythe as he leaped to attack the Golden Guardian. Good, I can still use items and item effects. I can win with the stats enhanced through divinity. Shungyu severs one of the giant's fingers, but the Golden Guard throws the massive digit down on top of him, forcing him to retreat. Forget it, I probably can't win by trading blows. It's faster than I thought, and it can regenerate too. Is there really no other way? A familiar sensation pulls him toward the light. He must go there. Then the Sungyu roars, cheering for the ultimate. Wait a minute. The system appears, the seal on the door is lifted due to the marked entity, and it opens. Weapons rain down on Chungwu, who needed one with the destructive power of death itself. Was this weapon made of bone? He grabs a weapon, its item information, appearing the Red Dragon's Naginata rank unknown. The player crafts an effect that increases strength by 1 agility, by 5 vitality, by 2 maximum mana, by 300 magic resistance, by 20%, fire immunity, by 20%, fear resistance, by 10% penetration, by 1000%, when thrown applies a dragon hunting effect, and reduces the target's movement speed by 30%, when equipped, putting pressure on lower-level targets. The weapon description boasts of its creation from dragon bones and its incredible durability, infused with the power of Hephaestus. Furthermore, a great mage's special incantation is etched onto its surface. Unverified set effect activated when you equip more than 3 items made from the Red Dragon's bones. Only then did Chungwu realize Ara was right, and the door opened. This was the World Eater's vault. The man who defeated a dragon and possessed Cephed's divinity knew he couldn't have won against a complete World Eater, even with resurrection. Thinking this, Junyuk shouts, "Hey, Supreme King, you can't just recklessly throw yourself into dangerous places like that." With that, he smashes the head of the Golden Guardian. Immediately, the system announced that he had obtained 1 gold by defeating the Golden Guardian forger. The 13th secret treasure was forcibly opened. Dung Yu exclaims in astonishment, realizing he can force open a room each day like a daily quest, the dragon set of the last survivor, the World Eater. He turns back excitedly, as if looking at a screen. It's time to upgrade my gear, and the item information appears again. Red Dragon armor plus 2 tier unknown player crafted. Agility plus 3, Vitality plus 6, Physical defense plus 300%. Magic resistance plus 300%, fire immunity plus 30%, pierce resistance plus 70%, fear resistance plus 10%. When equipped, applies pressure to lower-level targets. Description: armor, made from dragon scales and various magical metals, imbued with the power of Hepha Estus and a special spell from a great mage. Set effect unverified. Activates when equipping more than 3 items made from red dragon bones. Item information. Red dragon bracelet, rank unknown, player crafted. Effect: all stats, plus 3 max mana, plus 500 magic resistance, plus 50% fire immunity, plus 30% fear resistance, plus 10%. When equipped, applies pressure to lower-level targets. Description: A. Magical accessory made by grinding dragon teeth. Its durability is incredible, as it's filled with the power of Hepha Estus. Set effect unverified. Activates when you equip more than 3 items made from crimson dragon bones. The Red Dragon Lord set item has been completed. Skill information: Red Dragon Lord special grade, active condition. Possessing 3 or more red dragon items will change the skills you can use depending on the set's composition. Fiery Breath activates through the Red Dragon Spear, turning the 100-meter area around the spear into a lava zone, while Boiling Armor activated through the Red Dragon Armor engulfs the user in a powerful firestorm. 3 Dragontooth Soldier summons activated through the Red Dragon Bracelet can summon and control 10 Dragontooth Soldiers. After seeing these items, Jung-woo wore a triumphant expression, thinking it was easier to defeat the Chinese guildmaster than he thought. Later, he returned to the real world with Hanho and Ju, looking down at the pile of glittering gold artifacts on the floor, as Hanho gazed longingly at Chung-woo. "You know you love me, don't you, senior?" He understood and quickly raised his hand to stop her. "How much?" "Wait, Hanho, we haven't finished sorting through this yet." Next, the item information is revealed. The Farmsta Talaria, a mythic-grade shoe for 2M, increases agility by 10, vitality by 2, movement speed by 200%, flight speed by 300%, and allows temporary entry into gaseous form with a 10-minute cooldown. Item information: Achilles' Shield, a mythic-grade shield. Its effects include plus 10 vitality, plus 100% physical defense, plus 100% magic resistance, plus 50% curse immunity, and the ability to deploy a holy barrier when mana is channeled. Furthermore, all targets inside the barrier become immune to all status effects. Yao turns back and says, "Ah, thank you, you always find things for us like this." Hanho excitedly adds, "With this I'm even more invincible." Dongyu, dripping with sweat, reminds him, "Just don't go looking for trouble, okay, Hanho?" Just then Q rushed in with an announcement. "Mr. Songu, the American server is sending us support troops. I think the hyperspace gate will open soon." Where the space gates appear, the synergy list: 3 invincible fleets, classification Mount Synergy, requiring over 30 giant ships. Fleet speed increased by 30%, ship acceleration by 10%, and ship barrier reinforcement by 30%. For a limited time, they can open a jump gate that can travel a distance of 100 kilometers. With a 24-hour cooldown, everyone stared up in shock. What is that? How are there so many ships? Shouldn't they have left a minimum number on land? At that moment, Master H's group appeared as well. "How have you been? Has your quality of life improved after taking all of our stuff?" "Wrong," Yu calmly replies. "We've increased them several times over." He smirks. "Isn't he an excellent businessman?" Then he asked, "You've seen the synergy, haven't you? Then kneel before my brilliant light." He happily told the old man that he should be the one to kneel, then leaned down and whispered, "Do you know about the power of Hepha Estus?" "Do you want to come with me?" he asked, pointing in a certain direction. Master H excitedly exclaimed, "Should I just give up like this?" Soon after, the two entered a space filled with magical artifacts. Reading the notification, Master H exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh, no way, was it that easy?" Seeing this, Yongyu said seriously, "It seems you're seeing something different than I am." And he agreed. "Ah, that's only natural. No matter what I come into contact with, I see something completely different from other players. That's one of my class's attributes. Though this is even more shocking than someone showing up while using broken software. Crafting legendary gear, imbuing various special effects, creating hunting materials, and even amplifying production rates." His voice rose, realizing that bringing so many ships here for this reward was no waste at all. "If I do research, I might be able to complete my divinity." Dongwu wonders if he's in the middle of his divinity quest. "Ah, what kind of divinity is that?" Master H recounts that he doesn't know, since even creation-type gods are diverse in both the East and West. "It seems it will be determined by the items I create. So I asked, can I study this place with my workers?" Dongwu casually said. "Of course, but everything you make is mine." He gave him a listless glare, what a businessman, never missing the important points. A moment later, Zhongyu stood before the World Tree. The World Tree is at stage 2 of growth, currently developing at 11%. He gazed thoughtfully at the light in his hand. This will surely have a great impact on the World Tree. Item information: name, World Tree Essence. Rank Mythic. Type unknown. Effect unknown. Description: an extraordinary power lies within. Dongyu continues to analyze the situation. If it reaches the next stage beyond maturity, a tremendous effect will emerge. We're now at a point where long-term technology is more important than individual combat power. Today we must further strengthen our infrastructure. As he spoke, he reached out, sending the Orb of Power into the air, an item that could become nourishment for the Phase 2 World Tree. Immediately, a surge of power erupts and a system notification announces the World Tree has reached its third stage of growth. You are linked to the World Tree, and your stats increase by a certain amount. Vitality increases by 1. The World Tree's third growth stage is at 55%. Dongyu is pleased with its rapid development. The next stage will probably be the completion of the World Tree. At that moment, several helicopters flew overhead. From afar, Li Kang-hoon and Guanzhuk could only marvel, "My God, where did all those airships come from?" "We're still getting around by helicopter," Choi Dong-hoon asked, sweating bullets. "The World Tree is bigger too, isn't it?" Dong Binhua replied. "It feels a bit surreal, and honestly it's kind of scary at this point." Soon after, Sungwoo came out to greet them. "You're here?" Sung Minhua asked with eager curiosity. Choi Dong-hoon asks how Shungyu developed so much in such a short time, what his secret is. Shungyu retorts that maybe it's because he's constantly dealing with all the crap people keep throwing at him. Shung Minhoa's lips twitched. "If that's your secret, I don't want it." Choi Dong-hoon then spoke up. "So everyone else is gathered as well?" Dongyu turned and responded. Indeed, behind him a crowd eagerly awaits Dongyu, while the other group stands in anticipation. Fighting against the cataclysm that threatens to end the world has given rise to a single focal point. Standing before everyone, Dongwu announced, "I want to thank you all for your support in this large-scale war. We have 6 hours left to choose the mode and the battle. First, we'll share information with the Emperor's projected forces." Li Wei continued, embarrassed. "I can't even face him properly. His 2 generals are as strong as expected, and he has too many terracotta soldiers. If we were to compare, his army is similar to that of the necromancer. Resurrection is impossible, but it seems he can create those dolls without limit. They're probably still being produced and piled up beneath Beijing. Even now, Huaxia's generals are shocked. Delaying the attack will do us no good." Choi Dong-hoon added that they would only be giving them time to strengthen their forces, and a beastman chimed in. "I don't think we'd choose Beijing as the battlefield, would we?" Dongyu thought to himself, "We need to watch out for the player called Emperor. I have a bad track record with controllers. Manufacture corpses, explode them, and create bones because they're not living creatures. I can't use most of my usual skills on the battlefield, but I'm confident I can win, since I've grown several times stronger since clearing the demon's lair. However, if all predictions fail, and we face the worst-case scenario," he secretly examines an item's information, the designated location revival scroll. It's a unique consumable item called the designated location resurrection scroll. Upon death, revive at a predetermined location. His hand clenches. "I have one more chance, but I'm not sure I can save their lives if I'm thrown into danger. I have to do whatever it takes to win before it gets to that point." Just then a system notification appeared. World announcement. The Dark Lord's stronghold has been designated within the world. Location, Brazil server, Amazon Basin. Location, Brazil server, Amazon Basin. Kyungsu said in shock. "What the hell? The Dark Lord is Hanggang Sok. I knew he was only moving forward with his own goals." At that moment, Jonathan, his eyes shining like headlights, exclaimed, "My dear allies, I don't know what that Dark Lord is, but the Amazon River is." Dongyu, also a little flustered, wondered. "The place where the dragon is. What is he trying to do?" For a long moment the room fell silent at Han Sang-woo's words. The reason the Gupu fleet was able to come here was because the dragon was hibernating. At worst, they could return to defend their homelands. But suppressing the dragon is also crucial, so I can't stop them. Ki-ung-shu, flustered quickly, tries to reassure everyone, suggesting a 10-minute break to assess the situation. Silence falls once more as Yang-u continues to analyze the situation with the Black Lord, Hell, Angels, and Demons. There are too many unsolved pieces. If the Demon's Nest is a collapsed parallel world, then what are the others? And Hanggang Sok, what is his ultimate goal? He claims it's for an independent power, not under the control of angels or demons. But is that the truth? No. What truly matters is whether he's an asset in protecting our world. Jonathan then hands over a paper saying, "One of our intelligence agents deployed to South America sent us some information. A new mission has been announced in that area, a disaster-level mission, and his expression is incredibly tense. Furthermore, a disastrous quest appeared, a quest for the 2 lords of the Black Castle to either wage war or subdue an unknown target for an unknown reward. A dragon was wreaking havoc across South America. It returned to its lair and entered hibernation, during which it received an unexpected guest, the Dark Lord. The Black Lord and the dragon formed an alliance, building the Black Lord's castle atop the dragon's lair, a gateway to hell from which countless hellspawn began to pour. The 2 overlords then agreed to a wicked plan called world domination, choosing North America as their first target. A 14-day war preparation period is expected to be announced. If you don't evacuate North America by then, you'll be designated a target and must choose between war and surrender. No, it's not just the dragon, but an alliance with the Dark Lord. As everyone panics, Soo-hyuk continues to think further, solidifying that person as an enemy. Then with a calm expression he stated that nothing had changed, they would have to face the Amazon dragon after repelling the Chinese server anyway. Kyung-shu turned and replied that the difficulty had increased significantly, but he was right. He then explained, it's not something that can be stopped just by turning the fleet around now. Let's set up an evacuation plan and keep the gate open. He raised his hand and announced, let's win this war and gain even greater power. And let us face the Amazon disaster with its own power. The system window reappears, displaying mode, spear, shield, and name. Each side divides its forces into 3 legions. To begin the battle on a single battlefield, the Spear Legion designates less than 70% of the total force can move freely anywhere on the battlefield, and the Spear usually increases attack power by 30%. The Shield Division is assigned less than 70% of the total force, unable to move after 10 minutes from the start of the battle, with spears gaining 10% defense. The Arrow Division is assigned less than 10% of the total force free to move anywhere on the battlefield and can teleport to an ally's location once every 5 minutes. Each division falls out of combat after taking more than 70% damage, and victory goes to the opponent. Later, everyone gathers to make a plan. Dongyu speaks first Vani Kiri's arrows, the Crusaders' shields, and the Necromancer's spears. Choi Dong-hoon adds, it's the best strategy we've come up with after all the discussions. A Beastman representative suggests that if they fight well using the rules, they can win with minimal losses. Then where should we make the battlefield? Dongyu blurted out, stunning everyone. The battlefield will be here. At headquarters. Shungmin cries out in alarm, Seonggu, that battle will be big enough to turn this whole area to dust. So you mean you're going to do it at our headquarters? Sungmin Hoa frowned, saying the damage would be immense. Shungyu remained calm. To be honest, Miss Ju and I won't lose to the enemy. They'll likely target our shield, limiting our movements. Can you guarantee they won't break through it? Dongmin Huang was momentarily speechless. I can't, Dongmin Hua questioned. So that's why you said we'd be fighting at headquarters, but others were still confused. But weren't the barriers and walls pierced in the previous battle? The world tree has grown, but is there a way to reinforce the shields? Chung-e then turned to Master H's group, saying these were the talents who would create a way to reinforce the defenses. Immediately, item information appeared, the Mythic Grade Shield increasing vitality by 15, physical defense by 150%, magic resistance by 150%, curse immunity by 60%, status effect immunity by 60%. The shield effect creates a barrier at the start of battle, and when mana is transferred, Medusa's Gaze effect activates petrifying enemies within 50 meters. And there's more. The Mythic Grade Shield of Achilles increasing vitality by 10, physical defense, by 100% magic resistance, by 100% curse immunity, by 50% status effect, immunity by 50%, deploying a holy barrier when mana is transferred, making all targets inside immune to status effects. Hanho jumped up demanding, my shield, what do? You mean giving it and then taking it back? Master H retorted. Where did you get it? Then asked. So what do you want us to do? Chung exclaimed. 4-star architect, 5-star blacksmith, please create a wall with the 2 of you at the center. Master H, thinking he misheard, asked again, do what? He calmly reiterated, it doesn't have to be a wall, just something that will never collapse. I want large-scale fortification weapons that will tip the battle in our favor. Master Hang cried out, do you think that's even reasonable? But Yongyu cut him off. We have 24 hours, and he still manages a smile. Oh, and just so you know, all our lives depend on you just saying, leaving Master HT in a cold sweat. A moment later, an announcement appears. Battlefield deployment will begin in 12 hours. The list of deployed forces will remain classified as the construction of the barrier begins. Kyungu speaks up, Seonggu, there's a problem. There are 2 kilometers between the barrier and the wall, but the defense will be most effective when they're in the same place. I think we'll need to install some traps or something. Dong Yu explained seriously, when you install the bay, please bury the monster corpses deep underground, deep enough that the enemy won't notice. At that moment, Master H exclaimed, damn it, this is the first time in my life I've been worn down like this. Donggu turned back and asked, what is it? With a weary expression, he asks, what about the object you requested? At that moment, the system announces, you have witnessed the aura of a masterpiece. Vitality and mana regeneration speed increased by 20%, all stats increased by 1. Item information, name unknown Silver Guardian statue type, player crafted effect. Many items connected to the Great Tomb cause a synergy effect. By simply existing, this item transmits the embodiment of admiration to allies within a 1 kilometer radius. The effects are as follows. 1. All stats increase by 10. 2. Physical defense and magic resistance increase by 100%. Defense, magic resistance, and luck are all increased by 200%. Also, the granted auto turret effect fires a divine flower bullet at enemies every minute. I don't know what this is. My friend, it's terrifying, written by the creator himself. Dong Yu exclaimed with joy. Master Han, as usual, was grumbling with dissatisfaction. Use me as a shield, use me as material, Master H responded smugly. You state the obvious. Cut to the Imperial Guard commander. As they discussed the situation, someone mentioned that the Korean server had declared war, to which the man beside him replied, that was to be expected. Our strategy is clearly a deception. He then asks, what is the current status of our allies' war preparations? The man replied, they're all set. An unprecedented force of 100,000 is ready. The ugly commander of the embroidered uniform guard wore a sinister expression. His Majesty is worried our secret weapon, the White Light Holy Orb, might be destroyed. Obviously there's no problem with that, right? The man beside him smiled obsequiously. Of course not, sir. Multiple holy barriers are in place, and the Black Tortoise's power is being channeled into it. Even if that bastard recreates the explosion at Buan, the White Light Holy Sphere won't be scratched. Eunuch Director Zhao Hun will lose all his men and die a filthy death. Hearing this, the old man stood up, waved his hand and declared, "Then complete the transport of the White Light Holy Sphere, and we shall offer our victory to His Majesty the Emperor." At this moment, the two factions officially began to confront each other, and preparations for the war were complete. At that moment, space trembled as golden light poured down. Lie World Official Channel Season 9, 9 million viewers. Kyung-shu shouted a reminder. Veta is filming. We can't reveal our fleet numbers. Han Huang quickly checked his phone. There's even more than this. Deng Yu stated seriously, they must be hiding their numbers as well. What's on screen isn't everything. However, on their side we can also see high-level golems. Li Wei speculates that they must be reinforcements from the Mongolian faction's golem master. There are some nuisances there who likely took over the Archer Legion. They summon giant horses and fly in the sky, and they can use a defense-ignoring skill. Charging in as spirits, Jonathan added. That's a force optimized to face a fleet. Choi Dong-hun gritted his teeth. Shield Legion assemble, we won't be pierced again. Inwardly, he thought I've had enough failures. I admit I can't be as successful as Zhao Hushi, but this time he would surpass his limits and succeed in defending. Meanwhile, Sung Yu turned to call Goju. Both he and the Emperor commanded many subordinates, meaning he has weaknesses just like me. If we take down the Emperor, their entire army will be neutralized. Diyu asks in surprise. You mean assassinating Sung Yu won't be easy, but if she looks for the moment when the Emperor and I face off directly, it could be done. Li Wei, you must locate the high-ranking spirit, that's why I assigned you to my legion. Li Wei quickly unleashed his power, vowing to show them his true abilities once he regained his spirit. Following the airships overhead, the system announces that the battle has begun. Panic erupts amidst the chaos, a seemingly endless fleet, but there's no need to worry. Forward, General, we've sighted the watchtower. They may have set up an ambush. He's known for his insane methods, so be wary of everything. A pointy-hatted man just off the phone turns serious and says, We've just received word that the necromancer has appeared on the shield division's side. The turbaned man's face turns sinister. Good, they're moving exactly as we predicted, unaware that the shield battalion is a giant trap aimed at him. On this side, the vanguard's bone soldiers are advancing ferociously. The old embroidered uniform guard admiral holding a feather fan with an air of nobility asked, Is that all his power? It seems we don't even need to bring out the white holy light orb then, that ghastly face screamed. However, we should still crush their spirits. Begin. A holy power floods the target area, engulfing the skeleton soldiers, and soon they're reduced to piles of bones on the ground. Deng Yu and Li Wei are playing around in the middle, and those guys are laughing at them. Haha, look, don't they look like fields of wheat before a storm? As he watched the screen, Anne analyzed. It seems the necromancer's army has been neutralized. That orb of light seems to be the cause. He didn't even get a hit in. Is there any way to destroy it? At that moment, a man in round glasses and a Taoist robe spoke up. Journalist Anne, this is what I meant when I said the Emperor would win as the top survivor of China Server 2. Know your enemy, and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. The Emperor knows everything. Unlike your tiny nation, this great country has the power to perfectly replicate the weaknesses of the necromancer's holy art better than anyone. Annoyed reporter, Anne stared intently at the screen. Is that a damn spy? Who brought him here? Avenir. Avenir's surprise attack. This could turn the tables in an instant. The shield shatters from the attack. The bespectacled man calmly says, Look there. The Emperor knows everything about his enemies, even the level of their subordinates, as reporter, and remains focused. The necromancer is pulling something out. Is he really bringing out a mediocre bow in this situation? Meanwhile, he knocks a sun-eating bow, firing a powerful arrow. The old royal guard captain panics and screams as he's attacked. Fool, the white holy light sphere has a barrier. Immediately massive explosions erupt. The man with the round glasses lost his composure, his eyes nearly popping out of his head, as reporter, and clenched his fist, a spark igniting within him. Gong, you said to know your enemy, and know yourself, and you will not be defeated, right? She gritted her teeth, drawing her thumb menacingly across her throat. There's a saying in Korea, worry about the Emperor. You bastard, life is about experiencing things, you bastard. The arrow made his opponent flinch, as if trying to shrink away. On the battlefield, Yang-gu was a little tired after firing the arrow. Phew, I could barely match his power after obtaining Yama and using the muscle counterattack. This power, even though I used an invisible arrow instead of a 1,000-pound one, it's still an unbearable force. The embroidered uniform guard soldiers panicked, shouting, No way, run. The system announces that the Apocalypse Battalion's punishment squad has been summoned from the abyss. Yang-gu reaches forward. Now we'll sweep away the enemy's shield corps. The turbaned man was stunned again after seeing the image on his phone. What the hell? How did things turn out like this in just a few minutes? Everyone move, I have to report to His Majesty. Your Majesty. He turned to the person next to him and said, General Li seeks an audience with the Great One to deliver urgent news. Suddenly, the system announced that physical functions were contracting due to an unknown energy, and all stats were reduced. The man called the Great One replied with a grim look, If you wish to see the Emperor, show your respect. The turbaned man, also known as General Li, was confused, thinking, This isn't the time for a body search. I know they have to do it every time, but why on a battlefield? The Emperor then spoke, Enter. A wave of pressure bears down on him. You have entered the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor. The Emperor standing before him spoke first. General Li, I know what you're about to say. General Li responds, Yes, Your Majesty. The Emperor turned back with a fearsome look. The head eunuch is still alive. Tell him to hold on for as long as possible, even if he has to use the secret art. Only when I take the enemy's castle first can our plan proceed smoothly. The general exclaimed, Ah, the secret art, I'll pass it on. Meanwhile, the old commander of the embroidered uniform guard, who was fleeing, overheard the information on the phone. What use the secret art here? The phone is quickly discarded. Well, it seems that's the only option left. Then he turned back and shouted, No need to run anymore. Gather everyone, I will relay the Emperor's command. His men exclaimed happily. Just as expected, there's a way after all. If it is the Emperor's will, we must obey the embroidered uniform guard commander, shouted, holding up a dark object. To use this secret art, I need the blood and souls of 100 people. Since you've sworn loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor, your souls belong to him as well. Blood began to pour from his eyes and mouth, a truly terrifying sight. So offer them up willingly. You have used an unknown ancient spell, and the sacrificed are now in agony, as their bodies are crushed. The system displays a notification activate the ancient spell by sacrificing the players on the list. Even the Royal Guard commander is bleeding profusely. Target. The attack target is set, the system continues. The attack target is set. Target 157. Objective kill. Eerie flames erupt in the space as the embroidered uniform guard commander shouts. The wronged souls of the White Light Holy Orb were created by sacrificing 3333 cultivators. Unleash your hatred upon him. The souls swirled into a circle before Chung. But he calmly stated, I tried to keep this a secret, but they played their trump card first. Just then, his system notified him. By order of the underworld, the souls of the dead are summoned. Behind him, a colossal and mighty treant appears. The circle of soul fire expanded even further as the Imperial Guard Admiral chuckled with satisfaction. Yes, even you can't escape the cursed lost souls. Suddenly chains erupted from the portals, shocking him. What's happening? A decree from the underworld has been issued in the target area. Yongyu stood there, his expression cold, as all the vengeful spirits were brought under control. I tried to keep this a secret. His subordinates cried out in confusion, but they had already pulled out their trump card. How dare you, Chief, a hand is raised. Everyone run, if it's come to this, I'll gather and sweep them away properly. The power of the underworld surges forth its spectral tendrils, devouring the enemy. By order of the underworld, the souls of the dead are summoned. I suspect the Emperor is in the shield battalion with the best defense. Isn't he the type to always play it safe? So the legion he's in is over here. The general next to the giant cannon shouts, the barrier's been destroyed. Not enough mana. Connect a new mana potion to the barrier grinder. Shells are incoming from the ship. Deploy defensive barrier. Mana depleted. Replace the defensive barrier's battery. Wu Yezi was a legendary swordsmith from the spring and autumn period of China. Don't worry, it was created by the continent's greatest facility. Wu Yezi, the continent's best technology. We've broken through the World Tree's barrier. A massive explosion has shattered the shield. The soldiers advance, and Jonathan sweats with worry as the enemy golems set up siege weapons. The explosion sends those below reeling. All ships fire at once, ignoring the damage and overwhelming with sheer numbers. A cavalry charge screams in keeping their distance and falling back as enemy forces breach the ship's defenses. Jonathan is in utter disbelief, witnessing the Mongols' flying cavalry, soul state, and charge. A frantic shout rings out, ship number 11 is falling. Ship number 9, heavy engine damage. Ship 17 is on a direct course. He's incredibly tense. Damn it. Suddenly a Mongol soldier lunged forward only to have his head cleaved off in one swift strike. It was Ju appearing in his cool form. Vanikiri arrives using the teleportation of the Arrow Squad, but the Mongols continue their relentless charge. Kill that woman first, the Red Knights cried, but a divine power descended, obliterating their enemies. Then Ju charged at them, unleashing a series of deadly sword strikes. What in the world? Another soldier, however, remained confident. Move out, everyone. I'll take them down. With a wave of his hand, his men brought forth a gigantic arrow enlarged to an enormous size. Ju stood there astonished by this tactic. But seconds later, she reappears behind him. That speed is too slow to hit us. She used an item called Talaria, the 2M boots, a mythical grade item that grants plus 10 agility, plus 2 vitality, plus 200% movement speed, plus 300% flight speed, and allows temporary transformation into a gas form with a 10-minute cooldown. The leader turned back snarling, I know who you are. You're that infamous swordswoman from these lands daring to provoke me. A top-ranked Mongolian. I won't tolerate this insolence. General Li roared, you'll regret this. We can see the fortress ahead. All soldiers halt and block their advance. Just then, someone approached a coffin, and Guan Anshui anxiously gritted his teeth, asking, what is that? Lai Kang-hun added, where did that come from? Suddenly, a surge of power erupts and a warning cry rings out, lie down, hold on tight. Then the Emperor emerges and Guan Ank and Lai Kang-hun exclaim in disbelief, wait, the Emperor has appeared. Warning Void Troops deployment order activated in the target area. Mysterious gates appear in the sky from which large zombie-like creatures emerge. Choi Dong-hoon's group witnessed the scene as well, and Dong-min exclaimed in disbelief. No, no way, Shung Minhwa added. Is that the power of one person? Choi Dong-hun remained calm. However, we also have one individual, with an army of summoned tiger warriors. Meanwhile, Chung Woo and his flying pets rush in. They quickly land to assess the situation. Are they all terracotta soldiers? How many of them are there? Li Wei responds. He's created so many over time, perhaps he's still creating more even now. Rong Yu frowned, realizing they'd be at a disadvantage if this dragged on, then asked Li Wei, haven't you recovered yet? I'm talking about the souls you recovered after defeating the Shield Corps. Sensing the situation, Li Wei replied, they're too corrupted to be fully restored right away, but I want to fight because I want to avenge the Emperor. Good then, let's go now. I'll strip away that arrogant facade and leave you with nothing but bones. With eyes blazing with arrogance, he shouts, how dare you underestimate me? So arrogant, a burst of golden power erupts, engulfing the space as the threads of light threaten to explode. Li Wei shouts a warning, be careful, you'll be controlled if those threads catch you. Explosions rip through space, revealing a concrete giant. It seems he's learned a new trick. He can use anything around him to create soldiers. Sung Yu gritted his teeth tense because it's stone, even if he kills it, he can't turn it into a subordinate. This is the worst possible matchup for me. I need corpses. Li Wei still riding his bone, Wyvern shouts, my spirits unleash your fury upon our enemies. Just then, claws latch onto the giant's head, followed by a barrage of attacks and system notifications. You've earned 3,000 gold for eliminating a common grade player's terracotta soldier. You've earned 3,000 gold for eliminating a common grade player's terracotta soldier. You have earned 1,000 gold for eliminating a player's high-grade terracotta soldier. You have earned 3,000 gold for eliminating a player's common grade terracotta soldier. Li Wei continued to encourage, good, now is our chance to sweep them out as much as we want. She was ecstatic. Ah, it's been so long since I felt like this. Meanwhile, General Li is still shouting orders to his men while His Majesty faces the Soul Summoner. We must take down the fortress walls. The Mongols are also dealing with Jew cursing as they fight. That damn woman, we have to take them down quickly and join in. At that moment, Kyung-shu shouted, statue, reveal yourself. The system manifested the guardian statue, applying the entity effect of admiration within the target area. 1. All stats increase by 10. 2. Physical defense and magic resistance increase by 100%. 3. A holy barrier is granted, plus 200%. Ju fires a petrifying ray once per minute, and the guardian statue's eyes glow. The guardian statue brandishes its weapon and strides forward, unleashing a surge of power. The bewildered enemies cry out, ugh, what's happening to my body? Don't let it fire the beam, bombard it. Kyung-shu shouts as it's too late to deploy a barrier. Above, Jesus continues to unleash sword energy as the Mongols shout, you bitch, you're still fighting at the last minute. No, we have to get close first. Suddenly he smirks. Fool, no matter how confident you are in your speed, who would dare approach? You're surrounded. Ju is now enveloped in golden power as countless bombs suddenly fill the sky. Bombs. Bombs. Jisoo leaps into the air, dodging the massive explosions below. Impossible, the Rift Riders were supposed to provide aerial cover. The enemies begin to panic, could the veneer be this strong? And that necromancer? I think they're much stronger than we anticipated. We might actually lose. Hearing this, the general shouted a reminder, that won't happen. Look at His Majesty, he's still deploying more troops. At this moment, all he needs to do is hold on, and the Emperor will fall. Amidst the smoke and fire, a figure floats in the air. The monsters we hid deep underground. I infused them with mana, without anyone knowing. Sung Yu thinks to himself. A salamander couldn't possibly kill the Emperor. I'll end him myself. With that thought, Sung Yu leaped into the air, lunging toward the Emperor. The weapon is fully charged with bombardment of souls. Countless blows are exchanged. A hit. Though blocked by a barrier, the next strike will finish him. The Emperor unleashed his power, but Chung Woo countered with Winter Predator, using the force of the blast to propel himself away. Yang Yu splits the Emperor in two as he screams, this is the end. But half of the Emperor's head still gleamed red in the terracotta light, flashing red. Wait, could it be that a massive explosion is about to erupt? Luckily, Dong Yu was rescued by his pet, narrowly avoiding the blast. I was too careless. He even erected a barrier as a disguise. So where is his real body right now, he wondered. Just then, large vortexes appeared in the space, and Dong Yu emerged from one. I have to retreat. A system notification appears. Twilight Tribe assault has begun. He noticed the mysterious woman below again. Was she the one attacking with the wind? Not the Emperor, but a new divinity. Suddenly, the sky darkens, and lightning begins to crackle. Deng Yu is confused. He doesn't know her class, but she's manipulating wind and water, and this is the enemy's base. He must retreat for now. Everything returns to square one as he flies out of the danger zone. The Emperor watches Sungwook alongside the woman. Is he a necromancer? I see, but he's proving to be more trouble than I anticipated. His expression darkens as he changes the plan. They must take the wall, before he uses any more tricks, and she must keep him occupied until then. The woman clasped her hands in obedience. If you command it, I'll end his life. But the Emperor refused. No, the world is watching, so I'll do it myself. Just act as I wish. War is like ruling a great nation. No action can defy my will. At that moment, the system announced that a legendary grade terracotta was releasing special energy within the item, and through relic linking a hero avatar, Guan Yu was born. Through the relic's connection, a hero avatar is born, Lu Bu, the peerless warrior. The Emperor turns away. Now I'll head for the city walls. Do everything you can to keep him from setting foot in my shadow. And over in Chongyu, he's feeling lost, damn it. Despite all the destruction, nothing has changed. He's still headed for the wall. They must think attacking it will be easier. Shouldn't we stop them? Lei Wei asks, as a bone W is caught in the massive wind vortexes. Levi shouts, whose skill is this? Rong Yu quickly replies, it belongs to the woman who controls the clouds, wind and water. Levi shouts, it's the one who trapped my spirits in the Yang Soul ritual, an emperor's subordinate who possesses divinity. The woman below spoke up, necromancer, you shall not pass. But Rong Yu quickly regained his composure, saying confident, aren't you? Just stalling for time, Li Wei. First, we need to figure out her divinity. If we know her divinity, we can deal with her quickly. Suddenly the woman's eyes narrowed as she questioned. You possess two divine powers, don't you? Anubis and Yama. Hearing this, Deng Yu felt doomed. Wait, she can see through the player's abilities. This wasn't part of the plan. Li Wei looked equally worried and dumbfounded, wondering what to do. She was one step ahead of us. And the woman below raised her hand once more. You've collected two useless divine powers. Death will have no effect on me. In the sky, countless demonic faces appear. The woman's vortex dissolves Sheng Yu's power, causing him great concern, as even the invisible spirits are swept away. That means my divine power works on Undead too. Below that, woman reveals a terrifying face, unleashing even greater power. The great emperor bestowed upon me the holy dragon, a divine power far beyond your own. Seeing this, Deng Yu prepares to transform into a dragon. Livy is speechless. This one's really dumb. Just spilling the beans like that. Deng Yu summoned his weapon, retorting, if your strength lies in gathering intel, then you should know that your own information is valuable. You've just turned yourself into a rabbit before a hunter. Just then, Sung Yu's main pets appeared, along with a system notification that a synergy effect had been activated through teamwork. 4. Dragon Slayer Expedition, Hidden Synergy Weapon Classification Equip. 3 or more dragon-slaying weapons for a synergy effect, granting 200% additional damage when attacking dragons. Increase resistance to all breath attacks by 200% only for the wearer, and increase dragon fear resistance by 200%. Seeing this, the woman revealed an enraged expression and hissed, you dare outsider, I'll show you who the real rabbit is. Instantly, countless massive vortexes appeared and began to swirl, and Li Wei struggled to evade their power. Summoner Zhao, she's stronger than when I faced her. If I fight her with my spirits, they'll be bound. Deng Yu charged forward, shouting, Li Wei, fall back. Only my subordinates, and I can pass through. The vortexes grew denser, and airships drifted through the sky while below massive explosions ripped across the land, obscuring everything within. Colossal terracotta warriors emerged from within their ranks, replenished as quickly as they fell. If they get close, they'll break through us. Keep firing. Kyungshu tensely commanded his troops. They finally reached the fortress walls. Knock those dolls off as they climb. At this moment, the Emperor stood on the shoulder of a giant as Sergeant Kim Huang's team gasped. What is that? His hands, those strings, he'll control us. Be careful not to let them latch onto you. The Emperor unleashes his power, targeting the Guardian statues. The Guardian is now ensnared by threads of power, its eyes glowing with a fierce golden light. The surge of power below sends them reeling in pain. Run. Sergeant Kim turned back in a hurry, asking, that's the Emperor. Han Ho responded, the Emperor, the senior attacked, was also a fake, and we can't trust that person either. The statue's support effects have stopped, Guanok shouts. No, I think the enemy has gotten stronger too, right? Choi Dong-hun has also joined the battle, but whatever the case, we have to take down the Emperor first. Yao coldly declares, I'll do it. As the last one assigned, I will destroy the statue and protect the walls. At that moment, a surge of power rushed towards the Guardian statue, whose foot lifted and then slammed down, sending everyone scrambling back. Someone desperately shouts, everyone stay away from the statue, we'll destroy it with bombardment. Just then its other foot comes down, but a surge of power suddenly stops it. A throwing spear, huh? I can only imagine how annoying this statue is. After it started moving like an enemy H and the blacksmiths made it way too sturdy. Han gritted his teeth and muttered, move. He was starting to use his trump cards. Item information appears: Ghastly Dagger, Heroic, Grade Dagger. Effect: when wielding the dagger, you can fire a ghastly blade modeled after a sword. Cooldown 10 seconds. Item info: Deadly Agility, Legendary Ring. Effect: plus 20% one-handed weapon attack, plus 50% dagger critical hit chance. When mana is transferred, the agility of the master is activated, and hand movements increase significantly for 1 minute plus 300%. Hanho clapped his hands together and cried out in excitement. I got you back, my soulmate. The Aeless shield. The soldiers below looked up confused. Where did that shield come from? That's it. That statue was created by connecting various items through skills. We can stop it if we destroy the armor and seize the items. At that moment, Lee Kang-hoon looked completely drained. Well, that's a goddess statue. And with everyone else looking so crazed and wide-eyed, we definitely need to destroy it. The statue is about to fire its petrification beam, but just then a surge of power hurtles toward the cross-spear statue. Hanho, bewildered, exclaimed, "That attack can be blocked," Choi Dong-hoon added. "It's also a light attribute attack. We've bought ourselves some time until the next petrification ray." The guardian statue stands firm, weathering the relentless assault as Hanho and the others push on. He yells, "Achilles defense!" Guanxiao grits his teeth and rushes forward, holding it back. He kicked the statue. "We'll remove the helmet first." Hanho shouts again, "Aegis keep, it can't petrify anymore." The man below cries out in alarm, "Hanho." Hanho quickly reminded him, "Aim for the head." Guan Yu swung a punch down at the statue's head. Instantly, the outer layers began to crumble. Below Choi, Dong-hun quickly coordinated another cross-spear attack. Gritting his teeth, he thrust forward with all his might. The Necromancer and Valkyrie had pushed him down in the rankings. "But I can protect these walls for as long as I want." Suddenly, Guan Yu and Lu Bu appeared behind the guardian statue. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman watched the giant vortex wreak havoc in the central district, a smug look on her face. "It's futile. You can't break through this wall, no matter what you do. Just sit there and watch your failure unfold." "Wrong," you calmly retorted, looking down. "It seems you've been ordered to keep me from passing, but I had no intention of doing so. I'm the type to let my subordinates take care of dangerous tasks first." And just then 2 points of light appeared amidst the vortexes, shocking her into uttering, "What?" Countless bone soldiers flew in, shattering the vortexes as the woman unleashed her power, desperately trying to create an impenetrable barrier of sacred dragon winds. Just then, Min-hyuk appeared, stabbing her with his sword as he spoke grimly. "I don't know about the holy dragon, but we can break through." The woman coughed up blood, trying to push Min-sok away, gritting her teeth as she spat. "You rotting corpse!" As Gu Xinchan quickly appeared, using her umbrella to block the attack. "Senior, please." The woman conjures a tornado, engulfing Go Li Shuang. Dong Yu, watching from the shadows, muses that she summoned the dark army and devoured the darkness within the clouds, never expecting she'd shield her subordinates as a barrier. A Danba lies prone on the ground in a pool of blood, her body trembling in pain. You're a cruel bastard." Dong-u lands nearby. I respond. "I have no way to defend against that." Then he raises his sword, his eyes gleaming, "Because one day I suddenly took a liking to collecting bones. I think I might get something good this time too." Just as the blade was about to strike, the woman's hand reached out to block it. "Wait, hold on." But it's no use. The system displays a notification. "You have earned 230000 gold by killing a player." Inactive player, La Eva, has fulfilled the special dragon slaying condition and gained a new effect. Synergy list. 4 Hidden Dragon Expedition, a weapon synergy classification. Condition: equip 4 or more dragon slaying weapons. Effect: additional damage. When attacking dragon class, plus 300% resistance to all breath types, plus 300% resistance to dragon, might plus 300%. Additional experience and gold gained when hunting dragons increased by 200%, chance of obtaining special items increased by 100%. Shung Yu's eyes turned cold. This is a crazy synergy upgrade, and increased chances of getting special items. Dragon hunting is already a problem. So now it's a lottery where our lives are on the line. At that moment, Lu Wei landed and exclaimed with joy, "You're done right, then I can finally use the spirits." Dong Yu asks, "You can control all this water?" as Li Wei quickly raises the vats. "It's more difficult than water created by spirits, but it's possible." He then asks, "Really? Then come here for a moment." She wondered why so suddenly. At that moment, the system appeared, designating the target player as Yama's emissary. Up to 5, the emissaries can command the souls of the dead they've hunted as wraiths, up to 20 per emissary. Furthermore, you can revive a deceased emissary once, through Yama's power, with a 49-day revival period. Li Wei exclaimed in shock, Am I now your subordinate?" He casually dismisses her concerns, saying it's just to strengthen their forces, as Yongwu turns to deal with the woman from before. You can read the fragmented memories of the dead, and hers are flowing toward him. "Emperor, you've made a mistake trying to stop me through your closest ally. This woman's divine name is Ying Long. The Emperor is hiding some kind of secret weapon, and he's headed there now, moving quickly." Li Wei wipe out the terracotta soldiers. Elsewhere, the weaponized threads are attacking the central point. The guardian statues are under attack and chaos erupts. Beams of power strike the city walls and a warning cry echoes siege weapons retreat. Meanwhile, the Emperor continues to emanate a powerful force. How many times has it been? Even when I try to approach those threads make it impossible, but still I can't give up. Suddenly those strings lash out and latch onto the airships. He's controlling them. Jonathan is horrified. He's attacking the controlled ships, an underling reports. It's difficult to shoot them down because of the barrier. Meanwhile, Ju struggles against the Mongol forces. What power is this? Out of nowhere, Gyu attacks Guan Yu and Lu Bu shout, "Save the commander, destroy those puppets." These Crusader soldiers are not enemies. An average player can stop, and he has to face these two puppets no matter what. Or the Guardian statue will be in danger. My hand, Guan Yu, his eyes, bloodshot, raised his weapon to strike Choi Dong-hun, but a surge of golden power erupted as Han Ho appeared, blocking the attack on the Guardian statue. He gritted his teeth. "I'll be back after I recharge my barrier. These knockoff statues are pretty strong." "Yeah." Choi Dong-hun watched in dismay as Han Ho was thrown back. Lu Bu Fengxian seized the moment to attack again, leaving Choi Dong-hun deeply worried. "No, we can't win with Han Ho alone. His success has been sporadic, and his combat abilities aren't extraordinary." Just then, Han Ho suddenly clapped his hands together, revealing a weapon from the Han Ho statue, shocking Choi Dong-hun. "Watch out, daring to jump on a patchwork like me when you're just dolls." "I have 6 arms," the patchwork explains. Kibase is the act of using parts from different models to create a completely new one, and Choi Dong-hun is sweating at the sight. What the hell, how can a human with only 2 arms move so many so freely? He's a strange one indeed, as Han Ho continues to flail and shout. Come on, get in here and attack harder." A system window displays item information. Achilles' shield mythic. Grade shield type, effect vitality, plus 10 physical defense, plus 100%, magic resistance, plus 100%, curse immunity, plus 50% status. Effect immunity plus 50%. It deploys a divine barrier when mana is channeled, and all targets inside become immune to status effects. Han Ho was so excited he practically stuck his tongue out. "You got too close. What are you doing listening to the enemy?" The weapon jammed, he yelled again. "Luke, it's all going according to plan." At that moment, 2 notifications appeared. "You've earned 3,000,000 gold by eliminating a player's heroic terracotta soldier, and you've earned 30 gold by eliminating a player's heroic terracotta soldier." Han Ho's eyes gleam, his expression demonic, as he exclaims, "Humph." An enemy general has been eliminated, and Choi Dong-hun thinks to himself that Han Ho is strange, very strange, but as expected of Song Gu's group, he's strong. Suddenly, Choi Dong-hun shouts, and Han Ho turns around asking, "What?" Just then a powerful force descended, sending debris flying everywhere, as Han Ho stood frozen in the dust, his eyes burning red as he stared ahead. "If that was a bombardment from the ship, I've endured it before, right?" Choi Dong-hun, sweating profusely, wondered if he could even be protected anymore, as another devastating attack pulverized everything in its path. Lai Kang-hun struggles to observe the situation, exclaiming, "The chairman and Han, are they dead?" Guk tries to reassure him, saying there's no way they're the best of their faction. Then from a massive vortex, a red and blue surge of power erupts, another attack, detonating beside the Emperor. Inside, Jonathan receives a report. "We've regained operational control of the 3 enemy-occupied ships," he exclaims in astonishment. What just happened?" Guhuok's eyes grew somber, overwhelmed by this power, as Lee Kang-hyun exclaimed, "No way." Sergeant Kim is also sweating profusely, saying, "Okay, but why is Han Ho? Isn't that a body forsaken by the heavens?" He felt powerless. Who knew that was even possible? With a 1-star class, Han Ho grimaced, realizing he'd resigned himself to a dead-end life the moment he chose his class. Divinity was thought to be attainable only by those with 4- or 5-star classes, yet even Ju, a mere 3-star hunter, managed to obtain it. He sighs, realizing divinity doesn't adhere to star rankings. It's earned by embodying an attribute of a god, a hidden path requiring both skill and luck. "So what's the official path to obtaining divinity?" Choi Dong-hun, who had been listening, asked in astonishment. "What, there's even such a thing?" Han Ho immediately receives a system notification. "Congratulations, you've met the conditions for obtaining a permanent divinity." With a personal barrier stat over 2,000,000, a defense prodigy, Han Ho clasped his hands together, enlightened. "That's taking a condition to its extreme. My classes are rogue and priest, but I invested in defense. I didn't want to die, so I invested in defense, since I was spending the money anyway." And that's how he obtained divinity, or rather broke the game, leaving Choi Dong-hun in a cold sweat. He actually managed to acquire divinity. The system window pops up with a notification. "You have permanently acquired the divinity of the Black Evil God of the North. Each time your divinity is revealed, you enter a demigod state. All of your stats have greatly increased by 10. You can now use the Absolute Defense Master skill. You can use the Master Level Dark Zone skill. You can use the Master Level Battle Mode skill." The Emperor grimaces, realizing this insect was an unexpected variable. Warning: Black Tortoise Avatar manifestation commencing in the target area, its power bearing down. Magic circles appear in the space, and Li Wei, seeing the danger, begins to worry. "Damn it. Even Levi's waves are losing their power," Dongwu thought grimly. Even with the terracotta army, too many players remain. To break through with water alone without support is too much to ask. Levi glares ahead. I don't think I can go any further. Deng Yu tried to reassure. Just hold on a little longer. You only need to stall until the delivery arrives. Just then Heian flew in from afar and Zheng Yu exclaimed, "It's here." Heian arrives, announcing, "Master Necromancer, I've brought the item you requested." He exclaimed with excitement, "Good, the battle with the Emperor begins now." The bone soldiers stood silently awaiting Cheng Wu's command, then slowly began to move in formation, astonishing Anne as he watched the screen. Where did the summoner suddenly go? The bald man next to him added, "He's further from the battlefield than he was when the fighting was fierce." Huh, that's a terracotta soldier. Just then, a horde of giant terracotta soldiers came flooding in, leaving Vienne, and utterly bewildered. What's a terracotta soldier doing in a place like this? Baldy speculates. I'm not sure, maybe there's something it needs to protect. Just then, a wave of power slashed at Mink, and he cried out in pain as he took the blow. A terracotta warrior hero. That looks like Shang Yu from records of the Grand Historian, said to rival Guan Yu and Lu Bu. Gong shouts that it's laughable, that's Shang Yu the Conqueror, said to be the strongest of all the heroes of Chinese legend. The two reporters Anne turned back to look at him, uncomfortably gagging the idiot, but he continued. This summoner fan is done for. As expected, that bastard will protect the Emperor, then shout, "Minok, please hold him off, I'll take down the Emperor as fast as I can." Minok replies, "Understood." Young Yu heads toward the coffin, "It's over there." The Emperor is there. As Cheng Yu rushes to enter, magic quickly transports him inside. You have entered the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, and have been classified as an intruder, not subject to forced removal. He warily analyzes the situation, sensing a disturbing space. Entering alone means you've made a grave error stepping into my domain. The Emperor far off in the distance spoke the moment he saw him. You must have a plan to waltz in here, knowing this is the most dangerous place for you, but that thought itself was your mistake. A system notification appears. This space is a divine territory governed by a specific divinity. You cannot use other divinities here. Deng Wu thinks in surprise it's a space similar to Hephaestus's forge. The Emperor continued, "He who wielded death as a weapon has walked into death himself. Compared to your past successes, you've brought yourself to a truly pathetic end. Is it because eyes are watching? Or are you just trying to look cool by getting involved yourself?" Surrounded by terracotta soldiers, the Emperor smugly asks, "What can you possibly do here? Your summoning powers are sealed, while I command an entire army." Unexpectedly, Sung Yu calmly retorted, "Sorry, but this isn't the first time I've been in a space like this." At that moment, her system window displayed a notification, "Skill information, Red Dragon Lord, special rank, active type condition. Possess 3 or more Red Dragon items. Depending on the items equipped, the skills available will change. 1 Hellfire Breath activated through the Red Dragon Spear turns the area around the spear's point into a lava zone for 100 meters. 2 Boiling Armor activated through the Red Dragon Armor engulfs the user in a powerful firestorm. 3. Summon Dragontooth Soldiers. Activate through the Red Dragon Bracelet to summon and control 10 Dragontooth Soldiers. Even in this special area, she can use item skills to summon them." At that moment, the Dragontooth soldiers appeared in the sky, and they began attacking the terracotta soldiers, as Deng Yu analyzed the situation. They are bone guardians made from dragon bones, nearly reaching the pinnacle of bone-based undead. Amidst the chaos, his eyes are drawn to the figure standing high above, and seeing the wrinkled face, he wonders, is that old man the Emperor? At that moment, the wrinkled mouth opened again. "Necromancer, what a petty trick." Deng Gu nonchalantly taunted, "Hey, there's an old man trying to control everything from a safe place. I should give someone like him a whole new experience. An experience called death." As he said this, Yongwu raised his hand, and a surge of power erupted into the sky. Meanwhile, Minch was being pushed back, finding himself at a disadvantage. Damn, he couldn't be any later. The plan has gone awry. He can't retrieve the item High A brought, meaning he can't bring his subordinates to the Emperor's location. I have to use the bone backpack. After calculating his options, Min reaches out and uses Corpse Explosion. Explosions erupt as he unleashes every monster corpse from his bone sack, determined to deliver the goods to Seonggu. With that thought, Min pressed the item into a magic circle, hoping it wasn't too late. Our fate hinges on the outcome of Seonggu's battle against the Emperor. Let's see which of us disappears first. Guanxiao gritted his teeth in tension. Huh, they appear to have stopped functioning. Kyungshu shouted, relaying the information from his phone. Zonggu the Necromancer has defeated the Emperor's true form. Upon hearing this, General Li roared back. There's no way that's possible. Don't be fooled by the enemy's words. General, the terracotta soldiers are moving back, as Lord Emperor expected. However, a portion of the terracotta force is heading somewhere else. They're heading for the Necromancer, Guanxiao exclaimed. We have to stop them. Hanho raised his shields, shouting, Jisoo, the hand is moving here. It seems the Emperor doll is trying to escape somewhere. Jisoo thought as she fought in the air the situation was changing. Because Seonggu ambushed him, the Emperor doll is trying to revert to his true form. She responds, Hanho, we have to stop it. Help me break through these threads. Tears welled in Hanho's eyes. Ju finally understood the sorrow of losing a comrade just like passenger number 1 had vanished. The intertwined forces clash in chaos as the black tortoise's tail strikes a weapon piercing the giant hand holding the Emperor doll. Taking advantage of the opening, Jisoo lunges forward, determined to destroy the Emperor doll in one fell swoop. She dashed past that giant hand. Suddenly, the Emperor doll became terrifyingly dangerous. Jisoo realized in horror that she'd been tricked. Then a notification appeared. She was bound by GPNIA, her body ensnared by golden threads of power. She's suspended in midair, struggling to break free, but it's no use. Jisoo cries out, I can't get out. Hanho, please help me, that smug Emperor. That trap binds Fenrir the Wolf of Ragnarok from Norse mythology. She can't easily remove it. Hanho suddenly appears, saying, Don't worry, sis. The Hanho who plays with the Black Tortoise's divinity is here. Let me save you. And with that, it lunged straight toward the giant hand. Seeing this, Hanho panicked and exclaimed, Wait, are you jumping in instead of saving her? This wasn't supposed to happen. Jonathan inside the ship gave the order as he watched. All fleet prepared to fire. His subordinate turned back worried, but he reassured himself. He won't die. He has a divinity specializing in defense. Just then, someone appeared and exclaimed, Wait, that's one of our people, a werewolf. Aren't we just trying to lure them to the necromancer? Instead of bombardment, why not use the item we planted on the ship? On the other side, countless vines rapidly shot forward, reaching out and latching onto the giant hand's fingers vines from the world tree. Just then, a loud alert blared, ordering the fleet to scatter, seal the hand's movements, and continue tearing it apart. Suddenly, the giant hand vanished from its position. Huh! It's disappearing. Where is it going? Then an explosion erupts. Shungyu descends upon the rubble, and with that, the last giant statue falls. Your army is finished. But the old emperor calmly retorted, Yes, necromancer, but now all the tricks you've prepared have been revealed. The system displays a notification, the hand of the oppressor. The old emperor emits a strange power, and continues. Unlike you, I haven't even shown a single move yet. Wrong. You frowned at the situation, quickly retracting the giant hand from the city wall. Instantly, countless golden threads shot out, latching onto the dragon-tooth soldiers. The dragon-tooth soldiers' flames were the power of the red dragon, and even the emperor's threads couldn't control them through this fire. And he's not done yet. The old emperor raises a gnarled, bony finger. Oh, so my first move has been blocked. Young-U worried that if he miscalculated, the situation could be reversed instantly. He continued, This is my second move. Half the terracotta army has attacked your village, their power unleashed, and more terracotta soldiers emerge. Wrong-U gritted his teeth. Those mere puppets are your second move. Out of tricks already, a massive pillar of fire erupts from the giant hand. Hearing this, the old emperor burst into laughter. A million soul masters throwing spears. Is that your idea of running out of options? The system issues a warning. Warning. A fire domain is forming in the target area. You have earned 3,000 gold by eliminating a common-grade terracotta soldier. You've earned 3,000 gold by eliminating a common-grade terracotta soldier. You've earned 3,000 gold by eliminating a mid-grade terracotta soldier. You've earned 3,000 gold for eliminating a mid-tier terracotta soldier. You've earned 3,000 gold for eliminating a common-tier terracotta soldier. Then Yong-U continued, Now let's talk just the two of us. The old emperor's eyes gleam. I have plenty of dolls left. But now we're evenly matched, aren't we? Perhaps you have the advantage in physical strength. If only this weren't my domain. Two gigantic, grotesque eyes materialize. System warning. The oppressor's gaze is active in the target area. You are exposed to the oppressor's gaze. All physical functions are severely impaired. Warning, prolonged exposure will leave you vulnerable to mind control. And so that oppressive force bears down on him. The old emperor continued. This world operates on my power. You can never defeat me here. Chong Yu's body is bound and pulled toward the old emperor by those threads. This is getting interesting. Zhao Hun, you're smiling. At this moment, Chong Yu grins crookedly. Armor surges. Activating the red dragon armor's boiling armor, his body instantly transforms into a grotesque form. The binding golden threads loosen and he grits his teeth, leaping back. His attack is blocked by golden threads, as the emperor calmly looks on. Is that all for the hidden trump card you've been holding back? I'm starting to get bored now. He then pulls Chong Yu back, lifting him up. Don't you get it? Nothing escapes my gaze within my domain, not even that approaching dragon-tooth soldier. Or perhaps you're not unable to understand, but unwilling to admit it. If you were going to ambush me, you should have aimed for my head, though it would have been futile. At that moment, Sung-Yu pulled out a chest and shouted, No, I'm not ambushing you, you idiot. Step inside. The system announces that you have entered the forge of Hephaestus. Beams of light erupted, and the old emperor was pulled into that space. He looked around in shock. Where is this? Rong-Yu landed beside him, answering, This is a new arena. All right, here neither of us can use divinity fairly, making it the perfect arena for us. He frantically questions from the start. You plan to drag me here, he then admits. That's right, if you want to leave this place, you must put your hand on that anvil and say escape. Suddenly, the old emperor's face contorted, and blood uncontrollably spewed from his mouth and nose as he desperately tried to cover his face. You bastard. Rong-Yu smiles and stretches. It just so happens that many of my enemies are old, so attacking the elderly has become my specialty. Unfortunately for you, this is a fight, not a war. As he spoke, he excitedly pummeled his opponent, while outside Fang Yuanan watched with glee, yet covered her face in feigned sympathy. Ah, this is too cruel, the bald man said, speechless. Reporter Ann, put your hands down and keep filming. I know he's the enemy, but attacking an old man pains me. A duel between commanders fought with only their bodies. However, it was too uneven, a match. Inside, Xiong Yu was still gritting his teeth and attacking. It may be difficult to compare to combat classes, but there's no way the Emperor's stats. You've leveled up so much, yet you're so weak. The fact that he's still standing after all my attacks proves it. However, the old Emperor, though spitting blood from the punch, stubbornly shouts, your movements are too poor. Meanwhile, he contemplates future tasks, realizing he must appear dominant before the Emperor. The old Emperor, mouth covered and still spewing blood, wields 4 barbaric knives trying to shut me up, but I coldly expose him. Just as I thought, I can sense you've never used your body. You've been too complacent playing king from the start, he shouts, sword technique. But the knife misses by a mile, and the old Emperor recoils in fury. Summoner, even within a dominion we can still use item skills, so prepare to crawl back into my dominion. Escape. He reached out and touched the object, at which point the system notified him that using Hephaestus's anvil would greatly increase the success rate and the chance of additional effects. Also, base durability increased by 300%. Dongwu looked at his opponent puzzled. What are you doing? The old Emperor of Kwang was escaping over the wall, and he couldn't help but laugh as he reminded him. You can't blindly trust the words of your enemies. Enraged, the old Emperor shouted, You deceitful bastard. Dongwu cut him off. If you wanted to play king for longer, you should have stayed put in your territory. As he spoke, he lunged forward, landing a sharp blow on the old Emperor, and a notification appeared. You have earned 29000 gold by killing a player. Soon after standing before the bloody corpse, he thought, it's over. I finally defeated the Emperor. Suddenly, a bizarre surge of power erupts, sending him reeling back. The Emperor's soul. Where is it going? It's flying away. Could he still have tricks up his sleeve? What an annoyingly persistent old man. Dongyu watched it coldly, knowing he had to end this once and for all. Outside, Guanseo and Lai Kang-hun fiercely battled the earthen soldiers. Breaking through, they faltered. The general yelled, Hold the line, victory will be ours when the Emperor returns. Just then, a subordinate pointed, General. Something's flying towards us. It's the old Emperor's eerie spirit. He shouted, Your Majesty. That power quickly entered the coffin, and then a hand crawled out. You damned necromancer, I didn't expect you to resort to such tricks. A notification appears, your soul has seeped into a terracotta army clone. The old Emperor's soul enters a terracotta soldier, looking rather comical. Luckily, I prepared 3 clone dolls. I may have lost the duel, but I'll win this war. Those strange eyes continue to follow the giant hand, and the system issues another warning. The oppressor's gaze is activated in the target area. Q cried out in alarm what he's out again while Suman's face turned pale. Wait, no way, Xionggu lost. The system blares, you are exposed to the oppressor's gaze. All physical functions are severely impaired. Warning, prolonged exposure will leave you vulnerable to mind control. That power is overwhelming the entire Sungyu faction. I can't move. Han Ho clasps his hands together in admiration. Your Majesty. He quickly shook his head to regain his senses. What am I saying? At that moment, the Emperor, with a body even younger than before, spoke with eyes blazing. Yes, it should have been this easy. I shouldn't have held back and gone all in from the start. Now we'll recoup our losses, as Choi Dong-hoon's group struggles against the immense pressure bearing down on them. Suddenly, something appears shocking him. Dongwu arrives with a dark expression and a scream echoes. He's here, it's Zhao Hushi. Dongyu frowned, hissing, I had to chase after you because you ran away without a word. You forced me to use the World Tree's linked return skill. The Demon Emperor grinned, pointing at him maniacally. Yes, I lost our duel, but this isn't a domain, and victory in this war will be mine. You've regained your divinity, haven't you? Your confidence is astounding, even if this isn't your domain. While you were just a puppet dancing in my arena from the start. At that moment his eyes flashed, and a giant tree appeared behind him. The demonic divinity summons the gates of the underworld, and something appears in the sky. The Dark Emperor cautiously questions its power. What is that? What are you trying to do? The system warns that the gates of the underworld have opened in the target area, and your name has been written in the Book of Life and Death. He gasped in shock. What? The system continues, stating that he has entered the underworld, and the Emperor's body loses all power. The giant hand shatters, and he falls helplessly below. At that moment, the strange power of Sungyu speaks. You old man who calls himself Emperor, I also possess a domain. Welcome to my world. This is the final battlefield. The Emperor fell to the ground, uttering in disbelief. How? How is your domain covering the entire world? The tomb of Qin Shi Huang and Hephaestus's forge exist as one item, a domain encroaching on an impossible reality, as Chengwu's eyes shift as if possessed. Inconceivable. You think what you know is everything. Even after living for so long, you still deceive yourself into thinking you know everything in this world. He rises, shouting, daring to defy the ruler of the continent, a player from a tiny nation. Do you really think you're an emperor? Dong Yu interjects. When you don't even know what this game is, we're all just players dependent on it. Who can claim to be a ruler before the system? What I'm trying to do isn't to rule, but to control. Instead of indulging in personal desires by exploiting this situation, I will initiate a control agency that can resolve it. Without control, I cannot create a righteous organization. And without an organization, we can't fight those who pull our strings. The emperor reaches out, attempting to unleash his power. This damn domain, come forth, my divinity. Come forth. Dong Yu calmly replies. You feel it's unfair to have lost a battle of wits and been trapped, don't you, Emperor? You never had any chance of winning against me from the start. At that moment, a surge of power erupted, followed by terrifying figures. A system notification appeared. Netherworld Gate Opener, Supreme Grade Active, Type Minimum, Cost 500 souls. The Spectre opens the gates to the underworld by consuming souls with 1 minute of activity per 100 souls. Upon entering the gates of the underworld, you gain the effect of Master of the World as long as the gates remain open. Yama's power is maintained in the Book of Life and Death. By writing a target's name in the Book of Life and Death, you can force them into the underworld 1 soul out of every 5 the Spectre spent opening the gate. Yongyu then speaks up. It's time to end this all. The Emperor, now terrified, desperately reaches out, pleading. Wait a moment, Master Tiger. I know this might be a little late, but we can still talk, right? I will be your aid. You'll need a great deal of power for the control you wish to create. I alone am worth far more than dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of random lackeys. Don't think about now, think about the bigger picture. He tried to persuade him, but Yongyu calmly asked again, speaking of greater things. Then his eyes turned cold. I'm sorry, but I don't deal with dead fools. Ask me again after you're dead. The Emperor cried out in terror as that power took hold. Wait, Shuang Yu declares, punish the crime. A notification appears, punishing crime has begun in your underworld authority. A terrifying process unfolds, revealing the Imperial Guard Captain Admiral emitting streams of energy from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Ghastly arms materialize in the air, only to dissolve into nothing. A drone flies closer to capture the scene as the livestream announces, Official World Live Channel Season 9. 18496415 viewers. Reporter. And jumps for joy. It's finally over. The bald man next to him was equally ecstatic. The battle is over. With a sinister look, and turns to Gong and removes his gag. Mr. Gong, the Emperor has lost just as it happened in the underworld. Now gagged, he wept in despair, begging them to stop. She continued to twist the knife. You said the Emperor would win, but the result was completely different. What a great nation. I wonder what troubles plague it. Just then the assistant wondered, the war with the Emperor is over, but we still have work to do, right? As if remembering something, she exclaimed. That's right, the Amazon of the Brazil server and the Black Lord's castle are there. I wonder if this marks the beginning of a new war for control of the World Tree faction. Later, everyone celebrated their victory together. Kyung-Shu Hao reports, we captured 544 prisoners of war in this conflict, and Li Wei now occupies and controls Beijing. And from Beijing, the Emperor's base, we've seized core facilities and secured gold and storage items. With a prestigious look, Kyung-Shu confidently says not to worry about it. We spent a lot of money in this war, but by winning, it has returned as even more money. With a calm yet smug expression, Han Ho declared, that man is my senior. Ju anxiously asks, how much money did we make? Kyung-Shu excitedly declares that Shung Yu will become the wealthiest player, and from now on, they'll just be printing money. Following that announcement, Sung Yu raised his glass with a nonchalant expression as a system notification appeared. Colony List 1 Chinese server, 50% collection rate, total gold revenue, 150.5 million. 2 Chinese servers, 2 collection rates of 10% total gold income of 34.5 million. 3 Chinese servers, 3 collection rates of 10% total gold income of 31 million. The space within the city quickly becomes clear and peaceful again. In the meeting room, Kyung-Shu exclaims in shock, what? Are we investing 1 billion gold? Isn't that too much to invest right now? Yongwu replied seriously, there's no guarantee we'll win the next war. So now is the time to invest as much as possible. Call Master H. He calculated inwardly. Magical technology will become even more important from now on. Let's see you stop a bookworm with deep pockets even if you are a dragon. Master H closed his eyes in despair. What task was he being summoned for now? Every time you do that, my heart pounds. With a serious look, I won't beat around the bush either Hastus's divinity or that of the other blacksmiths. Can he obtain godhood in the near future? Hastus was sweating bullets. Every time he does that, my heart races, he thought, then replied, well, about that, I think I've figured out a method. Whenever I create a legendary or masterpiece item, a notification pops up, saying I'm getting closer to an unknown condition. This must be a sign that I'm reaching divinity. Dong Wu then said, good, then keep crafting them and quickly obtain divinity. Looking awkward, he replied, I'm fine, but did you say that knowing how much gold it would cost? Just running the Hephaestus furnace costs from 1,000 to 1 million, and each hammer strike on the anvil costs 1,000 gold. Calmly, Dongwu said. For the initial phase, I'll give you 1 billion, no 2 billion as a research fund. This revelation left Master H stunned, exclaiming, "What?" Dongyu, observing the situation, affirmed, "I will continue to invest, so please make me the item I desire once you obtain divinity." At that moment, an item's information appeared. GBIA Mythic Grade, Lasso Type Effect. When a target is encircled completely by this rope, you can bind them with magical power. If their strength stat is below 250, they can't tear it themselves, and it takes more than 3 mages to dispel it. Ju then presented an item. If you sacrifice your right arm to the cause, this item will automatically activate and bind the target. Dongyu suggested modifying it into a weapon that could bind a dragon's wings and bring it down, while Master Haste had already fainted from all of this. "I'm going to die," he cried as his subordinates rushed to support him. "Breathe, Shanghai Heavens, I told you to exercise." Meanwhile, Chongyu calmly thought, "Now we must prepare for the dragon hunt and the subjugation of the Black Lord." Then everyone was assigned their tasks and carried them out as a system notification appeared. "You have witnessed the aura of a masterpiece. A blessing of illusion has been bestowed upon you for 30 minutes, increasing HP and mana regeneration by 20%. All stats have increased by 1. Kyungshu looks ahead with excitement. Dongyu watched in astonishment, exclaiming that the building was a masterpiece. Kyungshu replied with a touch of pride, "We embossed Sunggu's achievements on the outer wall." Han happily chimed in, "Indeed, my senior." Internally, Dongyu sighed. Were they trying to kill him with embarrassment? Q then pointed to the elevator panel, saying, "The architect's skills are getting better and better. Magic-powered elevators. They say that as long as we have enough supplies, they can create a city within a month, and inside someone is excitedly introducing everyone to the esteemed Soul Summoner. Welcome to the International Media Center, where 20 server communities are monitored and news travels fast. I designed this building, and inside is the most important place here, where you can write a post on the World Servers community, meaning we can send the World Tree Faction's message to the entire world." After hearing the presentation, Sungyu praised it, saying, "Good, send out a message about joining the Provisional Committee immediately." He secretly calculated that this message would be an offer no one could refuse the first international meeting since the game began. No powerful figure would pass up the chance to be a founding member of the governing body, and the whole world will converge on the Korean server. Then the designer continued the presentation. Australia, Vietnam, Mongolia, Russia, Laos. 23 servers have already responded. Hanho exclaimed in surprise. At this rate, servers from all over the world really might converge. Dongyu responds, "As they should." He thought to himself, if the system welcomes this phenomenon, we might be fighting the system right now. Suddenly, the designer exclaimed. He urgently turned around to announce in a panic. "We've been contacted by the Brazil server. The Black Lord of Ladai says they'll join the interim committee." Sheng Yu is confused. What is Hang Seo planning? He looks down at the screen. The designer said, "This is a message for Zhao Hushi." Chang'e's expression tightened as he read it aloud. "I will go there with the dragon. Do not forget that our enemies are angels and demons, the absolute races. The ones I intend to declare war on and attack aren't the players, but them 2 hours ago they opened the gates to the sky. Prepare for the final battle." A moment later, Cheng-Wu and the others stood silently before the screen. Sung-Woo analyzes the situation, dividing it into 2 factions, angels and demons, locked in fierce competition and war, as one of the main scenarios, not what those watching the game through the system want. Kyung-Shu stated, "According to our investigation, many servers have left the Absolute Race factions, at least before the Absolute Race began to make hasty moves. As I try to break the scenario through peace and harmony, they're starting an extreme event." Then he asks again, saying a door has opened in the sky. "Has anyone investigated it?" Kyung-Soo replied. "We have screens from ROM, Washington, and JNO in soon. The system announces that a new event is expected to begin soon. A blue gate has formed in the sky above each area." Kyung-Shu continued to report while looking at the screen. "Next, this is the India 2 server Mumbai over there. That's a red gate. Right now, the gates that have appeared are in 2 colors. I guess they're divided by color blue for angels and red for demons. What's the information from each server's communities?" Kyung-Shu, they're saying a faction quest has been given to players still part of the Absolute Race, telling them to contribute to taking down each city. Dong-Yu, if that's the case, we have no choice but to postpone the interim committee. I tried so hard, but it all fell apart with just one system intervention. First, let's keep in contact with the Dark Lord's castle, as they know more than we do depending on how things unfold. At this time, Jesu also spoke. "Young Gong, are we cooperating with Han Gangsok, the Dark Lord? Can we even trust him?" Sheng-Yu found it difficult to speak. "I never trusted him from the start. I just didn't confront him because there was no reason to fight. Whatever his goal, he's decided to conquer by forming an alliance with the dragons." Sheng-Yu exclaims that he could have offered to cooperate with the players instead of the dragon. He can't be a good person. The scene shifts back to Dongno soon, where a massive pit has opened up, accompanied by a system announcement. A new event is scheduled to begin in 0 hours, the World Season Guide. World Season 2, an era of decision of battle and of obedience is delivered to all survivors. 2 absolute races have made a critical decision. After the United Provinces' leniency towards the world, they've decided to tighten the noose once more, through violence and a sweeping judgment against the world that is about to begin. However, a single chance for redemption has been granted. You have 48 hours to reconsider your mistakes and obey the absolute race. Don't forget, the most important thing is whether you can survive this. That's all that matters. Important information. Point 1. The judgment of the absolute race will simultaneously begin in the key cities of each server in 48 hours. 2. Two choices of battle or reward will be presented in the coming event, and depending on your choice, different rules will apply. After reading the information, Xu Ming exclaimed, "Just as I expected, the system continues to evolve." 1. Choose to fight. You will battle against the absolute race's invasion. It will begin in a single city battlefield, and once a successful defense is achieved, you may move to another city battlefield, still under invasion. First place receives 3 mythic grade item boxes, second place receives 2. Third place gets 1 mythic item box, 4th to 10th place, legendary item boxes, and 11th to 100th place. 2 heroic grade item boxes for second place, and heroic grade item boxes for ranks 101 through 1000. Rank 1001 to 3000 gets a miscellaneous item box, and the basic reward of 1000000 gold. Li Kangyun exclaimed in shock that the rewards were insane, and Guan Yu added that there were too many mythic grade items. Gyani Manhwa looked up in surprise, saying that even if they chose the combat option, gathering between servers would be impossible. Gyani Manhwa says it'll be a fierce competition that no one can afford to give up on, as Dongwu silently thinks that he can't escape the game set up by the system. I defeated the Emperor and made a strong impression on all servers worldwide. But what if I fall behind in the rankings? Things will get ugly. His expression hardened as he turned back and said, "Let's start over. We're preparing for war anyway. With 48 hours until the invasion, we'll pour all our resources into this battle." Cut to another location. Deng Yu enters a room full of magical artifacts followed by the others. He announces, "We've kept the World Tree faction's most important items inside this storage. So there's something I want to ask of you three." He picked up an item and said, "Please select the elite who can wield the highest grade equipment like this and form a special strike force." Heian excitedly says, "I'm happy, but don't you think I'm less capable than the other two here? Wouldn't Han be a better choice?" She was a little confused. Deng Yu, thinking he was already a loot goblin, replied, "I don't want a team that's simply high-leveled and well-equipped." Choi Dong-hoon says, "A special strike team? You mean a team that completes special objectives? So what's the objective?" Xungyu holds up his phone saying it's almost time, so see for yourselves. A group of people are standing before something glowing blue. "That's right," Deng Yu said, watching. "That's one of the Special Strike Force's objectives, an aerial mobile strategy using hippogriffs. Du Island will also participate. Now you know why you're here, right?" The system displays a message: choose between fighting or surrendering to the absolute race. Deng Yu said, "Of course I choose to fight." System, you have chosen to fight the absolute race. The absolute race will descend upon this land and hunt you down. Important battle rules. 1. Once the invasion begins, you will automatically be transported to the nearest city battlefield. 2. If you successfully defend a city battlefield while 3 other city battlefields are still ongoing, the invasion will be averted. You can choose one to teleport to, and the points are reflected on the combat leaderboard as follows: killing a normal demonic angel, 1 point for killing a low-ranking demon angel, 10 points for a boss level 1, 50 points for successfully defending a city battlefield, 100 points for defending the city, and 300 points for completing a hidden condition. Deng Yu begins to analyze the possibilities. If the battle starts in soon, the next place to go would be Taiwan, China, or Japan. Ideally, we'll end this war quickly, gather as many allies as possible, and earn another 100 defense points. If we do well, we can get our players on the leaderboard. In the skies, blue orbs and airships soar as Kyung-shu reports the WPU fleet is returning. It wasn't originally ours, but it's still sad to see them go. Master Haste's team is working hard to build them, and we have a new air squadron of our own. Later, a group of people flew in. With the 2 A's leading the flight and Miss Ju on guard duty, Choi Dong-hoon turned back and shouted. The mages and crusaders stood ready with their defensive magic, as she wondered if Dong-hoon would order an attack or defense from the center. Ki Ung-shu says, "With satisfaction, the World Tree Fleet and the Special Strike Force. With these two, we shouldn't be pushed back in the air, even against an absolute race, right?" Necromancer, the zombie has a new skill. She landed, and Deng Yu asked in surprise. "A new skill," she explained. "It's called Flight Command. It gained that skill through our constant formation flights. With the skill's effect, the hippogriffs now follow Stormy even better. I raised Stormy from a chick and now it's tasted power. Just as expected of my companion beast. Become the supreme rulers of the sky." Seeing this, Yong-yu could only exclaim, "You've done well." Just then a panicked man runs over Necromancer. "We need your immediate attention." Meanwhile, on Master H's side, a statue is gradually taking shape under countless taps, and he says with a smug look, "I called you because I have good news. We've unlocked another treasure and acquired something quite good." But Deng Yu noticed something else. "So the correct answer is to take it down with an item," he continues. And we've also developed a technology to revive the Golden Guardians. Don't you think we could create something amazing if we applied your golem technology? Yongyu's expression turns dangerous. Who is it? I trust you won't relinquish control of it. Loyalty to the dragon comes before all else. A return to the inferior humans. What item did they pull from storage? Master H presents an hourglass, an item with the time attribute. Item information, name time assist, rank unknown, type mythic. Description, an incomprehensible equation of time contained within its use unknown. His eyes carefully scanned the item. The description was vague, but based on my experience, it would be used as an upgrade item to imbue a special attribute potentially in the form of reducing a skill's cooldown time on an item or increasing its duration. Deng Yu reached out and summoned the scythe that had just landed. So, will it work with this? Master H explains that this is a summoning item related to divinity, something that can't even be placed on a normal anvil. He takes the scythe and turns away, but this isn't a normal anvil either, so he has to at least try. Right. My hand might slip. Deng Yu frantically tried to stop him. Hold on a second. Master H exclaimed as the scythe struck the hourglass. Good, it's working. Deng Yu panicked. Wait a minute, my heart isn't ready for this. But at that moment he swung the hammer, the combined cost a whopping 120 million gold. Here I come. Shungyu reaches out to stop him, but the old man continues. Don't touch me. If this thing blows, we're all dead. The scythe has impacted its form changing. The system appears announcing the masterpiece of death has been upgraded with a special power, a new effect granted. The new scythe took on a warped shape and turned gold. Master H exclaimed, it's a success, good materials, good facilities, and more than anything, a skilled technician, that's what made this possible. Yang Yu said, looking bitter, knowing that if he failed, the skilled technician would be gone. At that moment, the system screen displayed the name of the summoned Death God Time Control Awakening rank beginner type active consumption. You can summon the Death God's scythe for 3 hours each day, and temporarily enter the Lich territory state of the Death God. Upon receiving the power of a Lich, the maximum number of subordinates increases by 50, and all stats increase by 10. Due to the effect of Perseverance Mastery, the skill effect increases by 20% every hour. Primordial Death. The moment this item's summoning time ends, you can bring out Primordial Death in a minute. No one knows what will happen. With glowing eyes, Shung Yu remarks on his great success, the tripled time, the increasing power, and the primordial death as he gently lifts the item. This feels incredibly dangerous for some reason, especially since I can only use it when the summoning time ends. I hope it doesn't come to that. Cut to the outside where the abyss in the sky still looms. Guanok stands in awe, never expecting to face the angel race head-on, as Li Kanghoon questions if they're prepared enough. Gyu looks tense. It all ends here if we can't stop them. However, Judgment Angels and others of their ilk shouldn't be appearing en masse. The others are starting to get excited. We discovered a small raiding party and cleared it out ahead of schedule. Gather the corpses, we have someone who needs them. Look up at the sky, their hyperspace gate has arrived. In the sky, countless other space gates begin to appear and transform. Countless airships and aircraft appeared in the sky, and everyone looked up sweating profusely. Guanzi exclaims is that the World Tree Fleet helicopters and even a Hippogriff squadron. Basically, it's a flying aircraft carrier battle group with the Yongyu landing ahead of the Choi Yonghun. He announced, our plan is simple, defend Dongno as quickly as possible, then join the Allied forces. He looked at the sphere before him. Together we'll move through Southeast Asia, India, the Middle East, and then Europe, gathering as many successful defense points as possible. That's our overall goal, Guho offered. I think neutralizing the enemy as quickly as possible is key. Li Kanghoon followed up asking, is that something we can even do, and how? Deng Yu solemnly replies, possibly with overwhelming firepower. Gyu frowned in disbelief. Firepower. Is that all? He explains. After the last war, our firepower has grown rapidly to become more than sufficient, an endless firepower fueled by endless gold. You'll see it in this battle. We are ready. Kyung-shu exclaimed, but they didn't come. They said it already started on the monitors. She reported Deng Yu's speculation while looking at her phone screen. It seems the angel race on this side isn't ready yet. Since we started late, we'll lose points accordingly, Han Ho asked anxiously. That means they'll rush in as soon as they're ready. Is there no way to attack them first? Kyung-shu responds, saying it's best not to take unnecessary risks when nothing is certain. Suddenly she cries out in alarm. Huh, Rom has fallen. Rom has fallen. Han Ho is even more panicked. It hasn't even been 5 minutes since it started, has it? The scene shifts to a place engulfed in flames, a truly horrifying sight as people desperately try to save those in danger. As Han Ho watched the situation unfold, he exclaimed that they were being completely destroyed. Kyung-shu added that because they were united and divided into factions, they would either fight or obey, and that was the end of the server. Deng Yu grits his teeth impatiently. It's our turn, get ready. Just then, the system warns of the advent of the angel army beginning in the target area, a pillar of light. The arrival of the angels put everyone on high alert. No, they were all angels. Kyung-shu points and commands, concentrate all firepower. Han Ho, let them taste our brand new cannons. Massive explosions erupt in the sky, engulfing everything in smoke and fire. A cataclysmic blast rocks the city center. Countless fiery blasts rain down, unleashing devastating power. A chaotic scene born from tireless effort. The young woman is overjoyed, marveling at the effectiveness of their newly created barrage of exploding bullets, as the young man beside her excitedly continues to load them. Faced with this feat, Sanju pondered that they were specially enchanted bullets made from the World Tree, capable of simultaneously sweeping the area with their explosive power and having a 40% defense penetration effect. Its operation is unique. Mana batteries developed on the Chinese server power this cannon, allowing it to fire those bullets endlessly. The commander urgently orders them to change the batteries quickly. Sanji watched the sky-scorching cannon, an endless barrage strategy made possible by the magical technology of the Korean American and Chinese servers. It's working well. Suddenly a subordinate checks the time and reports, "We have 1 minute left, sir." He remains calm though. It's time to prepare something even bigger. Next up is a new invention like a grand formation. This is interesting. A mechanical trebuchet woven with World Tree vines and ogre tendons will launch an ultimate-grade corpse bomb using Victor's summoning. The targeting system locks onto the gate from which the angels emerge. On command, a shot is fired with incredible speed and force. Finally, the bomb hits the gate, and angels swarm out, filling the sky. At that moment, Sanju is shocked, as system notifications flood in. You've earned 1 point for killing a regular angel. You've earned 1 point for killing a regular angel. You've earned 10 points for killing an officer-class angel. You've earned 1 point for killing a regular angel. You've gained 10 points for killing an officer-level angel, and 1 point for killing a regular angel. You've earned a point for the kill. Now they're panicking and scattering. Sanju thought to himself, success. They charged in like a pillar of light, surely more angels had gathered inside. Thousands of fragments rained down stone shards and the remains of angels. We've destroyed the enemy's main base. Now we just need to wipe out the remaining angels. The situation is dire. As they try to fly as fast as they can, the special attack team's achievements shine brightly. With this, we once again crushed the race's invasion, which was absolutely aimed at our Korean server. Switching scenes on the Taiwan server, Captain Chen Xionghu charges forward, not letting the angels get close. The shield is cracking, and his subordinate points out that the giant blade has pierced through. He's shocked, ordering non-combatants to retreat to the shelters. Here, they're losing ground, and many knights are fleeing in terror. Damn it, they're coming, we can't do this anymore. Despite his fear, Captain Tran desperately rallied his troops. No, we can hold out a little longer. We must stand our ground. He continued, before the necromancer Emperor could finish, the member behind him had his head crushed. Captain Tran, the angels are counterattacking, fiercely screams for help echo everywhere, a soldier suggested. Tran, we have to get out of this city now, save me. Then Captain Tran was also seized by an angel. You monsters! The terrified soldier cried, trying to hold on. Just then, Vani Kiri appeared from above to save the day. He dove straight down, delivering a swift blow with a terrifyingly cold expression. The Legion cheered for Veneri of the Korean server, their mighty spirit scattering the angels. He commanded, rise as though you were waiting for us. Captain Tran, lying prone on the ground, replied, yes, I must rise. We will depart to support the Chinese server. Ah, according to Veneri, Xionggu went to the Chinese server and cleaned it up already. Now we'll regroup and go even further. Meanwhile, in Vietnam, the scene was one of utter devastation. A knight rushed in shouting, Commander, the last line of defense has fallen. Their survivors are retreating this way. Hearing this, Captain Nguyen gritted his teeth. Those damned, traitorous demon worshippers. It was unexpected that they would join forces with the evil powers, enraging Captain Nguyen. They retreated to the demons through an agreement, but stabbed us in the back at the crucial moment. Do they even realize what kind of future awaits them by obeying those demons? Suddenly a voice called out, making him look up. So you were here. Can I smell that? In disbelief, the giant red demon had crept all the way here. The scent of the weak, the scent of prey, the scent of despair. The demon warns Nguyen, this is the first time I've seen you so pathetic. That's why you should make the right choice. Captain Nguyen knelt helplessly. You bastard. The sinister demon threatened, we must join the World Tree faction for humanity's future. So where are they now? He glared, refusing to speak, and the giant red demon raised his hand to strike. Nguyen died, regretting everything. Just then, a giant tortoise appeared, striking the demon with a powerful blow. Everything happened so fast, the demon quickly jumped back. What is this? Captain Nguyen clutched his head and looked up, wondering what was happening. It's a turtle. And he knocked the demon unconscious with a single blow. The clever monkey reassured them, don't worry everyone, I'm here. The divine black turtle Ashura Lai Han Ho was quite humorous as he came to hug the unconscious demon. Everyone survived Senior, though some were injured. Li Han thinks he saved him, but in reality he's the one who hurt him. Then a wave of people rushed to attack the giant red demon. Captain Nguyen was a little surprised. Where did all these soldiers come from? The soldier pointed, saying, that's the World Tree faction. And in the sky, a massive number of military aircraft are arriving. Sanji leaps down with authority as a soldier cries out, no, it's become an allied force of humanity. Sanji lands and asks, Are you the commander of the Vietnam server? His teammates helped Captain Nguyen to his feet. Very well then, allow me to ask you one thing. Sanji firmly states his desire, will you join us, to which he immediately and enthusiastically agrees. Of course, in this world as it is, we've cleared 7 servers and the absolute race has made a mistake. Perhaps you don't know, but they must have believed this event would be their chance to regain the initiative. On the other hand, this is also a golden opportunity to eliminate their remnants. The World Tree's mighty army gathers in one place, and will scour the world uniting our forces to eliminate the remaining believers. With this war's end, the control mechanism will complete itself, and light has now dawned on the second Indian server. The Elder and his people rejoice in the coming peace as the gateway to the heavens opens. Let everyone look to the sky and worship standing before the radiant statue. He expresses his loyalty, saying, messengers of the gods, your faithful servants have awaited you. The gods open their eyes, sensing abundant energy. You are worthy of praise. The Elder expresses deep faith to quell the disaster and receive salvation from the gods. Even in the face of the nonsense spouted by the evil forces known as the World Tree faction, we have waited for you without yielding. A radiant light shines upon him amidst a field of corpses in Mumbai, where no faction war even took place. The gods agree his contribution is commendable. Finally, you have placed your unwavering faith in them. From now on we shall consider you our swords and shields. The Elder earnestly pleads, grant us the strength to cleanse this world. Just then a lackey raised his phone and said, General, a message, glancing back. What is it? During this momentous occasion, the lackey whispered, the World Tree has crushed dozens of players from various servers and absolute factions. The god continued, servants, is there a problem? The Elder then reported honestly that there was a rumor of outsiders wreaking havoc as they approached, and the god listened in silence, somewhat perplexed. They're messengers of the gods, but they have no news about the World Tree faction. The Elder seeks guidance. How do you intend to punish them? He asked. The god was resolute, stating they would not stop until every world was under their rule. He stammered, the reason I asked is because he thought he'd asked what their plan was. Why were they giving irrelevant answers? At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and the god finally looked back in bitter resentment. Sanji descends powerfully from above. Can't a messenger of God see even an inch in front of them? He couldn't understand why anyone would believe in such things when a streak of light suddenly appeared. It was Sheng Yu unleashing his blade. The angel wondered, who are you? It refuses to accept defeat in its sacred form. The old man is shaken, a summoner has arrived. He bluntly insults the angels, commenting on their poor reactions. It dawns on Sheng Yu that this must be the leader of the petrified angels. Could it be that they were never living beings to begin with, a hive mind system, one consciousness controlling many individuals? He unleashes his attack, initiating a fishing expedition, corralling the angels into the World Tree's net. The screams grow louder, the gate closes, and the bomb inside the net is about to explode. The explosion came without warning, leaving no time to escape, and Deng Yu questioned the accuracy of the information. These are supposed to be messengers of God. They didn't even notice us coming. Nothing can hide from him. They're just a few monsters designed for the game's plot. The old man just stood there dumbfounded, as the vile female monster blasphemed against them. He was adamant about protecting the angels, the chosen ones meant to bring an end to this trial. You've made a grave mistake, Deng Yu retorts fiercely. Before this unscientific justification, I knew exactly what fools like you would think. Bai Chen's foul play was either a desperate attempt to hold on to power, or simply choosing the easy path of surrendering to something terrifying. Deng Yu eliminates them without hesitation. That allows me to choose a solution without hesitation. I will cut out all the intermediaries. The system then sends a notification congratulating you on successfully defending the Mumbai battlefield, a city on the India 2 server. All those who chose to fight in the area receive 100 points. 20 servers have been protected, triggering a hidden event. He's stunned. A hidden event. Something's happening. The message appears on the console. You can now enter the hidden stage, Hall of Angels, an exclusive quest called Guardian's Protection, a type of destruction objective. The objective: destroy the Hall of Angels. He seems to know this well. This special awakening isn't that the title given to the World Devourer, the one who consumes dimensions. Is this what I'll become, a World Eater? A being that devours other worlds to save its own. He was deeply troubled. He rejected such a tragic fate, yet he needed its power. Everything was going according to plan, leading to the Angels' headquarters. This brings us closer to the end. System confirmed you have entered the hidden stage, Hall of Angels. He reminds his teammates to be careful, as they are entering the halls of the angels. We don't know what's inside, so stay in formation and be vigilant. Light filled the space, and Deng Yu couldn't help but worry. A white desert. Kyungshu is on edge, unsure of what to do. Where should we go? This landscape offers no direction. He rides on the dragon's back, giving orders to his subordinates. Something's about to go down. Chungwu needs support. Lend me your strength. The system provides details on power skill information, the name Eye of the World, special grade, passive and active types. The map of the Maze Nullification Master reveals traps and seals of the highest caliber. He always calculates carefully before acting. We need a starting point to use the skill and set a direction. Otherwise we'll just get a blank map. Suddenly the tiger speaks. Northeast, I can sense a massive energy controlling this world from there. Kyungshu was overjoyed. The world's greatest support success was all but assured. Fighting is my specialty, but Hanho directly encourages just stand still and focus. Someone screamed. Sanju had found something on the ground, a ruined scene, an angel's corpse. That means the angels fought something right in their own nest. Someone immediately noticed I can see something that looks like a building in the distance too. Dongwoo was even more certain that this was the perfect time to map the area, and the system was there to help. The black dragon hatchling is creating a map of the area for its master. And Dongwoo isn't surprised. It feels like he's looking at a mini-map in a game. He's curious about the strange symbol. What is this place? The message clearly explained the details of the Sacred Cradle's location owned by the Angel faction. The Angel production facility is 18.45 kilometers from your current location, further than Shungyu predicted, and more detailed than expected. She suddenly looks down. There's something else here too. Ki-ung-seo knew about this all along. This ship is different from ours. They're using a blimp-like transport. Han isn't reassured at all. Why is there a spaceship here? Could another server besides the US have arrived here first? Zhongyu won't allow that. Anyone who invades the heart of the absolute race will suddenly burst into flames for no reason. He urgently urged his teammates to be vigilant. This is the Sacred Cradle. All units move to the blast site. Light from the flames is erupting from deep within the earth. Dong Hun assesses the situation, finding two large holes that appear to be the result of a powerful attack. Angels are emerging, and Jisoo senses the growing instability. They're in a panic, and Veneri is also a bit confused. It seems one of their leaders has been attacked by the enemy, much to the mysterious figure's delight. After exploding the boss, I think I just got stronger. The system informs me that Lich Victor has gained a slight power boost. You can now use the Sanctuary of the Void, and it quickly updates the stats. Some powers under the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. The power of war is now available. Select a Legion unit to summon. A 1-prisoner squad is now being summoned. A 2 Gigantes are available for summoning. The sealed A3 infant cannot be summoned. The overall rank is too low. Things are moving too fast for the Gigantes. Whenever something like this appears, it's always used. The angels rush into space, blaming humanity for everything. These useless, insignificant creatures dare invade our cradle. You are but dust motes adrift in a vast, endless vortex of fate, nothing more than trivial specks. The angel scoffs, so even such lowly creatures have made it here. It seems Shungyu's worries were not unfounded. Are those who came before us inside that building? He and the tiger said in unison. 2 angel judges. Dongyu urges calm, as much has changed since then. He unleashes his ultimate technique, Heavenly Palace, the perfect medicine for hulking brutes like them. Each magic arrow pierces their heads, and the angel cannot accept this humiliation. These lowly worms dare challenge our divinity, don't make me laugh. He's powerless with such weak magic. How could mere arrows possibly stop us? As expected, they aren't easy opponents to take down. The angels rush straight for the core. Now it's our turn. His power explodes forth. No, not yet. The system displays a notification: the fall of the sun has been triggered. Good news, you've hunted a high-ranking angel and earned 60 million gold. Of course, it couldn't let that stand, such a lowly creature daring to defy it. The system warns that Jungyuk's bowstring has run out of energy and will be inactive for a while. Recovery time 24 hours. Sungwoo is conflicted. Damn it, should I use the Jung-un arrow now? A beam of light erupts into the sky, the immense energy scattering debris everywhere. He certainly didn't expect to encounter a demon king here. A chill runs down his spine and one name comes to mind. Han Kang X, he was sure of it, and the Demon King had truly arrived first. Sungwoo knew nothing of Isabella or the woman. Based on his senses, she's a dragon. Sungwoo is a little surprised. Are they entering the Sacred Cradle? He's guessed right this time after all his preparations. No, it seems he's leaving the cleanup of the angels to us, making Jungwoo even more tense. That means there's something he wants to find even before us. Before leaving, he specifically reminded us that we need to send a small force into the Sacred Cradle. Kyungshu, take the fleet and clear out the enemies around the cradle and surround it. Sungwoo can only vouch for his strongest comrades. The ones coming with me will be Hanho, Jisoo, Donghoon, and Li Wei 5 in total. More won't make a difference. You're always so cautious. Our opponents are a demon king and a dragon. Sung, you didn't forget to remind her. Kungshu, stop by the forge and give Master Hit this message. He wants to use it now. The item I requested some time ago hasn't been tested, but now is when we need it most. Dragons are descending into the abyss, as Han marvels at the sheer size of this place. Ju easily guessed that the building above ground was just a lid to conceal this base, which Li Wei was seeing for the first time. Doesn't this structure resemble the bottom of the demonic world tree? Yong-U scrutinizes every detail. They may be unrelated, but this underground space is quite similar. His questions remain unanswered. If a world eater lies beneath the corrupted world tree, then what lies beneath this place? Nothing escapes Yongun's gaze. There's a honeycomb structure on the floor. He quickly covers his nose. What is that smell? Are the angels being burned below? He looks up to the sky. It seems an attack has pierced the cradle, and whatever it is, the firepower is insane. Based on the current situation, Dong-hoon deduces that the attack broke through and spread inside the cradle, completely wiping out the angels within. It seems that Shung-yu understood long ago the residual heat suggests that surviving angels may be trying to escape. Judging by the situation, the two attacks annihilated all the angels, and he believes the solution comes from one species. Currently, there's only one way: dragon's breath. Dong-hoon trusts in that method, having seen a world eater use it, but the power of a living mature dragon is on another level. Then sudden movement startles the group. Jisoo finally dared to speak. It sounds like a battle. They're trying to conquer this place before us. He didn't overthink it. If Exok was here, it was likely for the world eater's quest. Perhaps he received the quest even before I did. Shung-yu never acts rashly. I'll send a shadow to scout ahead for safety, with Minok and Victor backing us up in case of an ambush. The shadow he controlled quickly moved forward to scout, while Dong-yu stood frozen in place. The system reports that your subordinate the Phantom has been destroyed. His instincts were never wrong. Something was ahead. Ju had already sensed they were humans. A muscular man blocked Chungwoo's group, arms crossed with an arrogant air. They've finally arrived, the renowned summoner and Veneer, and the rest are just small fry. Han Ho was furious, wondering if these small fries were looking for a lesson. She's more serious than ever. I'm not alone. He speaks of his colleagues, and there are two more behind me. Gray seems friendly, saying hello. Baolo is still incredibly arrogant. That player is dangerous. Young-woo recalls the situation. Wasn't there a Mexican cartel working with the dragons? Where's Han Kang-shuo? He showed respect to Kang-shuo. Our beloved Demon King has some matters to attend to, so you'll have to wait until he's finished. I don't like waiting for anyone, and I have urgent business, so you'd better get out of my way. But Paolo deliberately beat around the bush. What's going on? Don't tell me you came to see the Queen when you don't even know her. He asks his two colleagues for their opinion. This is difficult. Her Majesty asked me to deliver a message not to fight. Ray de Bona. What do you two think? Dong-yu was sure of one thing: they were just stalling for time. He was startled to see her duck down low. Ju's mounts had taken the hit, an attack that even he would have feared. What attacked her? Judging by Ju's reaction, she must have slit her own throat the moment I stepped forward. He didn't expect his teammate to act. Babona's already started. Babona didn't bother answering Paulo, finding him too talkative. The battle has begun, and she's feeling exhilarated. See, he's gone mad and is ready to kill us. Shung-yu doesn't give up easily, no matter what. There are only about 3 enemies in this confined space, and will overwhelm them with numbers in one fell swoop. Jisoo's sword strikes are precise. She cried out a warning as Sanju snapped out of his thoughts. Black blades, are they made of darkness? Babona wondered. Fate is a lie. Right and wrong are meaningless. Things never go smoothly. There's always someone in the way. Ju perseveres alone against the enemy's powerful magic. He worries about her combat state. Ju is being pushed back, and the panel displays a warning that a great summoning spell is beginning in this area. It's unclear what Gray wants to summon: a rising storm. Dong-hoon doesn't want to get hurt over petty things. The summoner bows and a green light flies into the air but is blocked by Gray's stone barrier. This Asian girl might be more than we bargained for. Even the waves rise at her command. He knows exactly who she is. She's a high-level mage who seems to specialize in wind, but with all kinds of support magic at her disposal, attacking her with physical weapons will be difficult. He trains to master Byung's fan. She attacks using spirits, and a ghostly water demon appears in the present. Gray doesn't acknowledge anyone else's abilities. You're summoning spirits against a mage like me. I heard you were smart, but I guess that's just a rumor. He wants to help his teammates fight. Are you all having fun without me? This glorious body will join in as well. He gives Paulo the fitting nickname of Muscle Pig. After being provoked so many times, Paulo unleashes his experiment: Muscle Pig versus Dwarf. Such taunts have no effect on a warrior like me. Han then shames him with profound words. Just looking at your muscles, I can tell you're a dwarf. Can you even get an erection in the morning? Are you a drug addict? So hooked that you've lost your manhood, your strength seeping into the ground. Baolo can't take it anymore. What do you even know? Shut your mouth, I'll kill you. The wind pressure made it difficult for Chungwoo to attack, and he had to admit the truth. A high-level mage's wide-area wind attack, this confined space, is working against us. Shung-yu is helpless. If only he could inflict some sustained damage like the breath of the abyss, he could turn the tables, but getting close is the hardest part. The system displays item information: Chaos Crystal Tear of the Bloodstone Demon, Legendary Grade, Chaos Attribute Effect Orb, Mana plus 500 Mana Regen, plus 250%, steals 3% mana and HP on attack. Explosions erupt around him, as Shung-yu worries for his comrades engulfed in flames. Han hurriedly corrected him. Senior, don't mistake me for some cheap imitation. Paulo boasts of his noble status. Who are you calling a fake? We're the royal brigade appointed by the Demon King himself. Babona couldn't warn her comrades in time. Paulo Gray couldn't contain his anger. I told you not to drag me into this childish squabble. Victor saved himself. My master is in danger. I, Victor, will show you my evolved power. Poison domain. She's losing control. Are you creating a poisonous cloud behind us? This deadly stuff is getting annoying. Gray is determined to defeat the specter. Did you underestimate my magical control? Allow me to return the favor. The white light before her eyes stuns her. Gray's hands are bound tightly by shackles. What is this? Victor is speechless, having blinded himself, making him a joke. This gives him an opening. Now Sanju, the system confirms your weapon is channeling the soul bombardment. Bo's body is partially frozen, but he's still defiant. You're not going anywhere. Sent to our soul lady in the royal squad, he's furious but helpless. Aren't you a mage? You crushed 4 of my arms with one impressive blow. Uche mocks him. If you still have the strength to boast, think about your next move. The drug addict receives a message from the underworld system. An edict has been issued in this area. All souls are now under its control. Paulo realizes he's directly controlling the spirits used in the soul bombardment and orders Gray. Get this thing off me. Gray refuses outright. I'm having a hard time too. Babona won't help at all. It's a 3-on-1 fight as Jisoo appears behind Babona, battling multiple enemies in this exposed location. Her sword glints past Babona. You damned bitch. Jisoo scoffs, saying they're not assassins after all. I have nothing left to say. I've seen your skills for myself. The royal squad decisively requests his head, and it's too bad because you're disbanding today. His teammates cried out as Bao loudly urged them on. Stalling for time with your life is all you're good for, so open that door if you don't want to die. And just like that, the door slowly opens. Isabel emerges annoyed. I told you I didn't want any noise. Perhaps I've been too lenient with you. She still acts as if nothing's happened. Why is Paulo's head here? Weren't these people we could convince to cooperate? Isabella is forced to ask the Demon King for help. Kang She-ok, what should we do? I really don't have the patience to talk to things like that. The control panel shows Dragon's Way is activated, and high-ranking life forms will be paralyzed. She speaks with disdain. These ignorant fools have become too complacent, but Kang She stops her in time. Isabella, that's enough. He's our guest. Yongyu isn't so sure. Does Kang Seok really have a world seed in his grasp? The quest item allows him to become a world eater, and Isabella can't take it anymore. Guest, if I get him out now, he won't be a guest anymore, right? Everything is going according to your plan. So he finally got his hands on it first, the blonde teased. How savage. She's about to blow. Does she know how stressful it is to reattach it? He calmly greeted, long time no see. Zhao Husu Kang Shu defends his purpose. Sorry, but I was here first and I can't let you take this mission. Yongyu didn't care. I know that's not what I wanted to say. You hold everything in the palm of your hand, those who invaded our world. You even crushed the leader of the angel race, so I understand. Shungyu didn't hesitate to state his opinion, but declaring war on the whole world and attacking those who followed. That wasn't necessary. He justifies his selfish actions. Yes, I apologize for that. It was a bit sudden, but I didn't mean to harm you. I'm also in a hurry, and I figured you could handle that much. Kang Hyuk maintains his composure. You understand, right? You're a little hard to believe. So he's saying he doesn't intend to fight me right now. Sungyu doesn't like being deceived, so let's be honest from here on out. He reiterated honesty. He wanted more information. If you're not going to fight me, then tell me what you're trying to do. Kang Shu responded cryptically. Fine, I guess there's no other choice at this point. Isabella seemed to be signaling me to hurry if I was going to do anything. She transforms in anger, warning that she won't hold back for long. If you become the enemy, I will burn every arrogant bastard to the ground. He suddenly nodded slightly. He has an offer for Chungwu. What I'm trying to do, my goal has always been to avoid destruction. That's all, and to do that, I will become the World Eater and save this world from destruction. And I want you to help me do it. You don't fully trust Kang X, so exactly what are you saving us from and how? Kang X mentioned the controllers. This game is a disaster for us, but for someone else it's just entertainment. He's trying to convince Sungwoo that to save this world, they need to appease these people. That's right. I know who they are, and I know exactly how to please them. This made him suspicious. He knew the game's operators. How can I believe what you're saying? How do you know all of this? Kang X declared confidently, this isn't my first time. Wrong, you tries to calm down. What? He continues to ramble on. I already told you. The summoner I played this game with before. Kangxia tells a painful story about the demon's nest. A world has come to an end. You've seen it too. There were more worlds destroyed like my home. Yongyu understands this definition better than anyone like the World Eater. He insisted that someone originated from another world. I've experienced it firsthand and I know it's true, but I have no way to prove it. Kang Shu shed tears to show his sincerity. Necromancer, please believe me and follow me. I've tried and failed to save the world countless times, but with you I think it's possible this time. Deng Yu is swayed by his words. Someone who's replayed events countless times. Can I believe something so absurd? But if what Kang X said is true, the Archmage Guardian unexpectedly retorts, calling it a lie. He has solid evidence. Necromancer, don't trust him. As you said, I searched for the unidentified ship and read its memories. Kang Shu was surprised someone who could read the memories of objects. Unafraid, the Archmage Protector points directly at him. He's just using you for his own selfish desires. His plan is to bring destruction to our world. He knows their intentions. He stands to gain something from our world's destruction. He's no different from those who started this game. Kang XC is just bringing up old history. Necromancer, weren't they from the Evolution Society that we fought together at the Pion Tich? He's deliberately dividing us, and they even sided with the enemy during the Japanese server invasion. And you still believe them? Kang XC is forcing you to choose who to trust, me, who has fought by your side and helped you time and again. So tell me, who do you trust, me or them? Yeah.